Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 155 to Chapter 217. However, the system could only follow the established common sense. Therefore, Angor had to do the last step himself, which was to turn the combinations into cantrip models using magic formulas. This was not something that could be considered scientific anymore. Angor asked the system to keep working while he turned each combination into a cantrip model. Model 1, Broken Magatama in the center of a circle. Angor tested the model with his mana and took out a piece of paper. Doesn't seem to have much effect. But the humidity in the air decreased significantly. Maybe it has a dehumidifying effect? Need more test paper. Cantrip Model 2, Broken Magatama scattered around, connected by threads. The result of this model surprised Angor a little. A puddle of water appeared out of thin air. Compared to the cantrip models he tested earlier, this one was more supernatural. If he used it in front of mortals, it would be considered a magic trick. Description of the effect: extract moisture from the air and release a puddle of formless water. The volume is about the size of a measuring cup. Let's call it. Create water. Need more tests to improve the volume. Cantrip Model 3, Magatama inserted diagonally into a flat surface. Description of the effect: a small gust of wind and tiny water droplets appear. Cantrip Model 4, Angor tested all the cantrip models one by one. None of them worked. Either there was too much water, or the wind was too strong. He couldn't even tell if there were any changes in some of the models. After a lot of tests, Angor found some patterns. For example, if the cantrip model was Broken Magatama series, then the balance between water and wind elements would focus on the water element. If the cantrip model was Flat and Complete Magatama series, then the balance between water and wind elements would focus on the wind element. Angor wrote down all the patterns he found in a book, so that he could check them in the future. Angor finally felt a sense of respect for his predecessor. He wondered how long it took him to figure out the perfect cantrip model for cleanse. After casting about 15 variations of cleanse, Angor noticed that the mana released from his mana pool and the primal mana absorbed from the outside world began to run out. It seems that I can only cast 15 level 0 cantrips at full mana. Angor mumbled to himself. It did not seem like much. But if he remembered correctly, a level 1 apprentice could only cast 5 level 0 cantrips before needing to meditate to recover mana. And the amount of spells he could cast was basically 10 times that of others. However, according to his test, the total amount of mana he could extract was not much higher than his peers. The reason why the effect could reach 10 times was probably because of the purity of the magic power. The purer the magic power, the less magic power one could use to interfere with the material world. When his mana ran out, Angor quickly began to meditate to recover. While he was meditating, the system was still calculating the various combinations of water and wind elements in the cleaning spell. Angor meditated for 3 hours and recovered half of his mana. At this time, the system had already arranged more than 100 combinations. The more variables there were, the slower the calculation speed. So far, the new combination took 13 minutes to complete, which was much slower than the previous one, which took 30 seconds to complete. Angor only experimented with simple models at first. After recovering half of his mana, he decided to try the more complicated cantrip models that would take the system more than 10 minutes to calculate. It took him more than an hour to convert the calculated results into a cantrip model using the mana formula. Angor was looking forward to the new cantrip model, which looked much more complicated than the original cleanse model. The new cantrip model, half of the Magatama is broken. The surface becomes a folded nonagon and divides the Magatama into 13 segments. Angor excitedly squeezed out more mana from his mana pool and carefully guided it into the model. But to his surprise, he had just finished half of the Magatama, and he already used up all his mana. Angor was dumbfounded. He felt that the model was about the same size as the original one. Why did it cost so much mana? The half-completed cantrip model in his mind space slowly began to disintegrate when Angor did not build it for a long time. However, the disintegration was not a big deal. Instead, the recoil caused by the model's collapse caused a great impact in his mind space. Angor felt his mind going blank for a moment. Next, he felt like his brain was about to explode. His ears were ringing, and liquid was flowing out from his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. Next, Angor's vision went black, and he could no longer sense the outside world. Angor felt like he was unconscious and conscious at the same time. He did not have the ability to think, but the pain kept exploding in the depth of his mind, accompanied by uncontrollable whimpers. After an unknown amount of time, he finally woke up from his daze. He rubbed his temples and noticed that his fingers were stained with blood-red sand. He rubbed his face with a little force and found that there were small pieces of scabbed blood. Looking at the blood on the ground, Angor finally remembered what happened before he passed out. Soon, he found something similar from a book he read. Spell recoil. According to the book, there were 3 reasons for spell recoil. First, a wizard forced himself to cast a spell above his level. Second, the cantrip model was built incorrectly. Third, a lack of mana in the middle of building a cantrip model caused the model to collapse. Angor's case was the third reason. Spell recoil was a common occurrence in the wizarding world, but it was mostly due to the second reason. Most wizards used their brains to calculate, so it was understandable that they would make mistakes. However, the third reason was rarely seen even by apprentices. As long as a wizard trained himself step by step, he or she would slowly learn their limits and avoid situations that went beyond their limits. Angor, on the other hand, was a complete idiot. He relied on the system's calculation ability to climb over one mountain after another without knowing his limits at all. This was what led to the tragedy. Spell recoil usually ended badly. Minor injuries were rare, while serious injuries and even death were common. Wizards rarely built models randomly. Most of them followed the footsteps of their predecessors. At least it was much safer. Angor's condition was not good either. His mind space was in a mess. He felt a splitting headache as soon as he entered the meditative state. Luckily, he only built a low-level cantrip model instead of a spell model. The recoil was not as bad as he thought. He only needed to rest for 10 days to half a month, and it would go away automatically. If he could not meditate for 10 days to half a month, Angor's reckless experiment would come to an end. Angor looked at the system, which was still calculating the combination of cleanse spells. He thought for a moment and decided to let it go. He dragged his tired body out of the soundproof room and took a bath to wash off the blood scabs on his body. He was still in a bad mood after soaking in the warm water. He ignored common sense and thought that he had the help of the hologram tablet, which led to his reckless behavior. Luckily, the cantrip he built was only a variant of level 0 cantrip, cleanse. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Angor warned himself in his mind. One lesson was enough. He would not let it happen again. Since he could not meditate for a while, Angor did not want to stay idle. He decided to organize the information in the hologram tablet. Most of the books he recorded in Sunder's library were in image format. He only needed to sort them into categories and he could finish them quickly. However, some of the books and parchments he recorded in the Nightmare Realm were in image format. Angor had to take screenshots of them one by one and correct them before he could put them into proper folders. The process was time-consuming and tiring. Angor had to take his time. While doing so, the system calculated all the combinations of water and wind elements for cleanse. There were 630 combinations in total. Angor created a folder named Level 0 Cantrip, Cleanse in the Cantrip folder and put all the combinations the system calculated inside. He would study them again after the recoil subsided. The 3rd day of the month of blossoms. Angor put down his work. Sunder's Sorcerer's Garden was almost finished. There was only 1 day left until the 1-week time limit Butler Good mentioned. Angor decided to go to Phantom Island and wait. He did not know what destiny was, but judging from the way other apprentices were eyeing the island, it must be something important. Angor washed himself and tried to look better. However, even if he put on his fancy clothes and combed his hair neatly, his pale face and dazed eyes due to the recoil made him look even sicker. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Ugh. Angor looked at himself in the mirror and sighed. He took off his fancy coat and put on the school uniform he got from the resource allocation hall, a black robe that looked like a bed sheet. With the hood covering his pale face, Angor stepped out of the house. He did not forget to ask Toby to come with him. You heard it last time at Phantom Island, Angor said to Toby on his shoulder. There will be a great destiny when the Sorcerer's Garden is finished. Let's go together. Maybe you can find it and become a phoenix too. Phoenix was a mythical bird from Earth. Toby had never heard of it before. However, this did not stop him from understanding Angor's meaning. Angor nodded. Seeing Toby's cheerful look, he felt better too. He patted Toby's head with a smile. Even if there is no destiny this time, I'll help you find a training method for a monster when I go to Cloud Library next time. As soon as he stepped out of Apprentice Town 8, he saw two people coming out of the cave field and heading toward the town. The short man in a white robe without a hood was Xylem. Beside him was Nausicaa. However, she was not wearing her bedsheet uniform. Instead, she was still wearing a soft armor with a tight leather armor. Her calfskin boots showed off the perfect shape of her slender legs. Due to his vision, Angor saw them, but they did not notice him at all. Are they looking for me in the apprentice town? Angor suddenly felt like having fun. He ordered Toby to fly into the sky while he put on his hood and walked toward the two with his head lowered. When Angor passed by them, he heard Xylem talking to him. He heard Xylem and Nausicaa talking about him. I wonder if Angor is still here. I can't miss this chance, Angor chuckled and cleared his throat on purpose. Before Xylem could react, Nausicaa stopped and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Miss Nausicaa, why did you stop? Xylem asked curiously. Nausicaa did not answer Xylem. Instead, she kept looking at the black-robed man not far away. She paused for a few seconds and asked with uncertainty, Angor? Angor slowly took off his hood and revealed his smiling face. Under Salem's surprised gaze, Angor snapped his fingers. Toby immediately swooped down from the sky and landed on Angor's shoulder. Angor. Salem's surprise turned into joy. He ran toward Angor happily. The white robe was fluttering in the wind, leaving a long trail behind it. If it was nighttime, it would look like a ghost coming out of its cage. Xylem hopped around and giggled. Nausicaa also joined them with a smile. This is the standard robe of Brute Cavern. Did you break through, Angor? Xylem grabbed Angor's robe. Before Angor could answer, he gave him a disgusted look. Why are you wearing this like a bedsheet? Angor's face reddened. I didn't say anything about you. Last time you came here, I was wondering why you were only wearing a bedsheet when you left the house. In the end, you still have the nerve to criticize me. Xylem was shocked. How is that possible? I look good in it. Miss Nausicaa even praised me for looking mysterious with my hat on. Right? Xylem turned around and decided to bring Nausicaa with him. Because Nausicaa praised him last time, he decided to wear a wizard robe every day. Nausicaa face-bombed as if she had nothing to do with this. Xylem immediately felt wronged and pulled a long face. Angor humphed. Think about it. Uniform robes are all the same size, and I'm a head taller than you. It's too big for me. You look like a kid playing with a bedsheet. Xylem thought about it and realized that it was true. Angor's shoulders were wider, his body was taller, and he was taller than Sunder's. If that was what Angor said, Sunders might be wearing a bedsheet without realizing it. Salem's face reddened when he thought about how he had been showing off in a bedsheet these days, wishing that everyone in the world would know that he had become a wizard. I'm too ashamed to show my face. Xylem put on the hat in a huff and put on a "I'll accept the world's greatest evil" look. The warm reunion scene was ruined by two bedsheets, one black and one white. The three of them stood under a tree by the roadside. Nausicaa was trying hard not to laugh. She kept recalling the scene of two kids arguing over bedsheets. It was both childish and hilarious. Xylem grumbled, "Why did you lie to me? I thought I looked good in this dress." He didn't even bother to address Nausicaa as an honorific. Clearly, he was getting annoyed. Nausicaa forced herself not to laugh and put on a serious face. Actually, I think you look good in it. Stop talking nonsense, Angor suddenly interrupted. Then why didn't you wear it? At this moment, Angor and Xylem seemed to be on the same side. They named it Bedsheet Alliance. As for why I don't. Nausicaa turned her head away awkwardly. Her eyes darted around as if she was trying to come up with an answer. It looks good on me, but it's too loose. It doesn't show off my figure. Is that so? Silam was doubtful. Yes. Nausicaa said with certainty. Heh. Angor sneered. Nausicaa saw that the topic was going to stay on why didn't she wear a bedsheet for a long time, so she quickly changed the topic. Angor has become a wizard, right? Nausicaa asked. Angor nodded. Last week. No wonder you weren't here when we came to find you last week. You must have gone to the resource distribution hall to get your bed, resources. Nausicaa almost blurted it out. She noticed that Angor and Silam were looking at her with greedy eyes again, so she changed the topic. Are you going to Phantom Island too? Angor was surprised. Yeah. You're going to Phantom Island too? Nausicaa nodded. Yeah. Almost all apprentices are there now. Even Salem's professor and I went there. We were going to the apprentice town to find you, so we could ask you to come with us. Angor blushed a little when he heard Nausicaa's words. Everyone knew to ask him for help, but he completely forgot to ask them. Angor cleared his throat awkwardly. Great. Let's go together. I have something to tell you. Oh right, you said you came looking for me? Yeah. Didn't you tell me to come with Nausicaa last time? It was Silam who spoke. He seemed to have calmed down a little. A smile appeared on his face again. Let's talk on the way, Nausicaa said. The three of them headed to the skybus stop. You're so unlucky. I only went out once in the past few months, and you came looking for me when I wasn't around, Angor said. Angor, you told us to come together last time. What do you want? Silam asked. Nausicaa looked at him as well. Angor hesitated for a second and carefully looked around. The sorcerer's garden was about to open, so many apprentices came out. A large number of people came out of the cave field and headed in the same direction. They were surrounded by people. Angor frowned and did not answer Salem's question. When Silam was about to ask more questions, Nausicaa stopped him. You can ask later. She thought Angor wanted to ask her about the killer last time. But judging from Angor's cautious look, that did not seem to be the case. As someone who was used to observing people's expressions, Nausicaa stopped Silam from asking any more questions. You don't look well, Angor. Are you sick? Nausicaa changed the topic for the time being. Angor shook his head. He thought for a moment and nodded. Not really, but close enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out wearing a bedsheet. I just want to cover it up. Silam was wondering why Nausicaa told him to ask later. But when he heard that Angor was sick, he immediately forgot about it and looked at Angor with great concern. Angor saw Salem's expression clearly and felt warm inside. Don't worry. I'll be fine after 10 days or half a month. It's nothing serious. Good. Do you want me to come and take care of you for a few days? Silam still looked worried. I'm not so weak that I can't even eat and drink, Angor grumbled. When they reached the platform, they saw fewer people around them. However, there were still groups of 2 or 3 people around the platform. I don't know what's the destiny in Phantom Island. Everyone said it's there, so we decided to check it out. But we still don't know anything about it, Silam said. Angor said, I know something about it. But I don't know what the destiny is. Salem's eyes lit up. Yeah. The owner of Phantom Island is your professor. You must know something. Nausicaa looked at him as well. Among the three of them, Angor and Silam did not care about the destiny at all. Nausicaa, on the other hand, cared about this destiny the most. Angor did not hide it. Most apprentices knew about it anyway. However, Nausicaa and Silam had just become apprentices, so they did not know much about it yet. That's the gist of it. Butler Good said that the destiny will come when the sorcerer's garden is built. But I don't know what kind of destiny it is, Angor explained the concept of the sorcerer's garden to Silam. So it's a sorcerer's garden. I don't know what a sorcerer's garden is, but it sounds awesome, Silam commented, pretending to understand. Nausicaa was still paying attention to the destiny, but she was also curious about the sorcerer's garden. There's a law in the sorcerer's garden that's beneficial to the human body? Yes. But there's also a possibility of a law that's harmful to the human body. It's random and uncontrollable, Angor said. It'll be great if there's a beneficial law. Then maybe we can go in, Xylem said. Don't even think about it. That's Mr. Sunder's private sorcerer's garden. Why should it be open to outsiders? But you, Angor, maybe you can go in, Nausicaa said mercilessly. Angor said, I don't know if I can go in. Mr. Sunders has a strange temper. I can't figure it out yet. It's normal that you can't figure it out. Mr. Wizards are all capricious. How can apprentices like us know what to do? Nausicaa recalled her teacher and felt a headache coming. The vine carriage stopped in front of them. The cool breeze seeped through the cracks of the carriage and stirred up everyone's thoughts. I don't know why, but every time I sit in the carriage, look at the clouds under my feet, enjoy the gentle breeze, and smell the fragrance of the plants, I feel better all of a sudden. Xylem rested his chin on his palm and leaned against the window. He looked at the peaceful tree spirit garden and sighed with emotion. People always said that Brood Cavern was a gathering place for black wizards, and that all of them were unruly. However, no one knew that life in the mirror world was sometimes even gentler than a paradise. I heard from a friend that there's a calming rune under the carriage. At first, it was used to prevent apprentices from fighting in the carriage. Nausicaa was enjoying the breeze as well. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She looked very charming. Speaking of which, what have you been doing recently, Miss Nausicaa? Xylem looked back. He was confused and worried. Nausicaa stared at the floating clouds in the distance. Nothing. Doing quests and earning merit points to exchange for spell books. Really? Xylem narrowed his eyes in disbelief. I think you've been working too hard lately. Nausicaa smiled charmingly and suddenly put an arm around Angor's shoulder. I have to. I want to move to the apprentice town as soon as possible. You must be lonely all by yourself, right? Do you need me to accompany you? He was still thinking about the sky tower when Nausicaa suddenly grabbed his arm and pushed it away grumpily. Even if you move to the apprentice town, we won't see each other often. Didn't you notice that the apprentices in the town rarely go out? I can count the number of times I went out in the past 4 months with one hand, Angor said. Sigh. The path of a wizard is so lonely, Xylem sighed. Yeah. Nausicaa's voice was not clear, as if it was blown away by the wind. Nausicaa changed the topic casually. Xylem did not notice it, but Angor did. Angor thought to himself that Nausicaa must be doing something else these days. But since she did not want to talk about it, Angor did not intend to ask. There were 4 people in the carriage. At a certain station, the apprentice also got off. Thus, only the 3 of them were left in the vine carriage. As the bus moved forward, Angor suddenly said, I told you I was going to take you to the underground market, but I never got the chance. Let's go check it out when we get back from Phantom Island. Xylem and Nausicaa exchanged a glance. Xylem said, actually, while you were training, Nausicaa and I both went to the underground market. It's really big and amazing. I even said that if we can't rent a house in the apprentice town, we can rent one in the underground market. But later I learned that the prices in the underground market are even more expensive than in the apprentice town. But some low-tier spell books are cheaper than Cloud Library, Nausicaa added. So you've already been there. He felt a little guilty for not fulfilling his promise in time. I've been training all this time. I forgot about it. Xylem put on a comforting look. It's okay. When we're done with Phantom Island, we'll go to the underground market together. I've just memorized 2 new spells. I'll go down there and find some new ones. I want to check it out too. Let's go together, Nausicaa said. Angor nodded. He also had an idea to visit Prom's alchemy shop and talk to Dave. The 3 chatted for a while. Suddenly, Xylem remembered something and asked Angor, by the way, you haven't answered my question. Angor was puzzled. What is it? You asked me and Miss Nausicaa to come to you. You said you wanted to talk to us about something, Xylem said. Nausicaa looked at Xylem. When Xylem asked this question, Angor acted very carefully so that no one else would hear it. She was also curious about what Xylem wanted to talk to them about. It's an inside story. It'll spread out in a few months. I don't know if I should tell you now. Of course, Angor wanted to talk about the purification garden in floating mech city. He wanted to participate in the Sky Tower test, but he knew how cruel the tower was. He was afraid that Nausicaa and Xylem would want to join the competition too. What's so mysterious about it? Salem's curiosity was piqued. Angor looked at his friend's curious expressions. He sighed in his mind. He did not know if it was a good or bad idea to tell them. Angor glanced at Nausicaa discreetly. It was fine if he did not tell them. However, he noticed from their conversation last time that Nausicaa seemed to be obsessed with becoming stronger. All the apprentices knew how important the purification garden was to becoming stronger. Of course, Angor wanted to try the Sky Tower himself. However, he had just become an apprentice. If he did that, his friends would definitely doubt him. When the news about the purification garden spread, they would understand why he wanted to join the Sky Tower test. By then, Xylem might not feel anything about Angor's secret, but Nausicaa, who wanted to become stronger, might feel conflicted. It was possible that their friendship would become estranged. This was why Angor decided to tell them about it. Angor remained silent for a while before he spoke. He did not tell them about the purification garden right away. Instead, he looked at Nausicaa and asked. Nausicaa, you know about the Sky Tower, right? Yes. Nausicaa was a little surprised. Angor did not look at Xylem. Have you ever thought about going to the tower? Nausicaa did not know what Angor was trying to do. But she still answered seriously, yes. But I think I'm only strong enough to stay on the first level. I want to grow my wings a bit more before going. What about you? Angor looked at Xylem. Xylem quickly waved his hands. I'm not going. I'm not interested in fighting. Angor knew Xylem would say that, so he did not mind at all. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, I have some inside information. Just keep it to yourself and don't tell anyone else. At least for the next few months, don't tell anyone else. Okay. Xylem nodded as well. I'm a tight-lipped person. No problem. I'll try to climb the tower within these 2 months. Angor spoke in a calm tone, I'll do it in 2 months. Tower? The two looked at Angor in shock. Xylem looked anxious. Are you out of your mind, Angor? You just became an apprentice a week ago. You haven't learned many spells yet, right? Why are you going to the tower? You can't kill anyone there. Sky Tower is only for level 1 and level 2 apprentices, but they're all veterans. You're too reckless, Nausicaa also frowned. Angor made a don't worry gesture. Don't worry. I'm not going to get myself killed. I won't do it if I'm not confident. Both of them relaxed a little after hearing Angor's words. But they still asked in confusion, why are you going to the tower? Angor did not hide the truth this time. He told them about the purification garden in floating mech city. Only those who reach the top and get an invitation to the Tower of Infinity are qualified to go there, Angor said. So I'm going to give it a try. I see. A purification garden that can increase the success rate of becoming a wizard. But wizards are still too far away from us. Isn't it too early to prepare for a rainy day? Xylem asked. The purification garden will remove all hidden injuries and impurities from your body. The sooner we go, the better, Angor explained. Why? The sooner we go, the better? Shouldn't a level 3 apprentice go to the purification garden to maximize the effect? Xylem asked in confusion. I don't know about that. But Butler Good did say that there are many reasons why Floating Mech City decided to open a purification garden. One of them is that a purification garden is the weakest type of sorcerer's garden. The higher the level of the garden, the smaller the effect it would have on supernaturals. Normally, some of the more arrogant level 3 apprentices wouldn't bother to join. But there are also those who have been level 3 apprentices for many years who will try their luck. Angor considered. It's a chance for me. It's not hard to reach the top of the Sky Tower as long as I have some tricks up my sleeve. Plus, the news hasn't spread yet. Many powerful figures aren't in the tower right now. If I go there, I can avoid them. Xylem said, you sound so confident. How come I can't think of a way to climb the tower? Magic scrolls? Nausicaa suddenly spoke up. Angor shrugged. That's one way, but it costs too many merit points. I'm thinking of something else. What is it? Alchemy weapons. He got off the train at Falling Cloud Stop and stretched his body. Nausicaa, who was deep in thought, and Xylem, whose little face was tense, followed behind him. Didn't you say you're not going to the Sky Tower? Why is your face tighter than Nausicaa's then? Angor joked. Earlier, when Angor told them about the Purification Garden, Nausicaa expressed her willingness to join and expressed her gratitude. Xylem was also interested, but he thought about his own strength and decided not to join the Sky Tower. It's not about the Sky Tower. I'm just nervous. Why are there so many people here? Xylem said. As far as the eye could see, the entire sky was dark and densely packed with people. With the falling cloud platform as a lookout point, they could already see countless apprentice adepts. It was hard to imagine how many people were hiding in the dark in places they couldn't see. Angor focused his attention on the sky bridge first. Before they learned how to fly, they had to go through the sky bridge to reach Phantom Island. Shit, it's all people. Angor looked at the sky bridge and cursed in his mind. There was not a single gap between them. Angor wondered if all the apprentices in Brute Cavern were here. Otherwise, why would the vast sky bridge be filled to the brim? Looks like we can't go any further. Salem's little face tightened. Should we try to squeeze through? Nausicaa whispered. A sudden noise came from afar. Everyone looked toward the source of the noise. It turned out to be an apprentice who saw a gap in the middle of the sky bridge. He wanted to take advantage of the gap to get closer to Phantom Island, but before he could move, an apprentice kicked him to the side, and he almost fell off the sky bridge. The two began to argue. However, the argument soon ended. A man carrying a pillar came out of nowhere and walked toward the sky bridge step by step. As he moved, the people around him automatically opened up a path for him. There were too many people on the sky bridge. The man simply swung his stone pillar, and dozens of people fell off the bridge in the next second. Screams came from under the clouds. It's dangerous. Let's not go. Xylem followed the man with a fearful look. Nausicaa saw this and nodded reluctantly. The man carrying the pole swung the pole as he walked, clearing out more than half of the people on the sky bridge. At this time, a woman in a bright green robe holding a wooden staff also stepped onto the sky bridge. Compared to the man with the pillar, this female apprentice was much calmer. Every step she took, her staff would touch the ground slightly, and a group of people would fall down. However, calmness did not mean she was harmless. When she reached the man with the pillar, the people behind her were all fainted. The beefy man and the woman with the wooden staff didn't get into a conflict. Instead, they stood at the end of the sky bridge and each took a side. They didn't even look at each other. The end of the sky bridge is at the edge of Phantom Island. It's the closest place to the island. That's why many strong apprentices did not choose to wait in the sky. They all went there. There were people on the platform too. They were whispering to each other. Angor and the others also heard this. They exchanged a look. Xylem muttered, "Looks like the end of the sky bridge has become a battleground for strong people. Let's not go there. Let's wait here." With the gold coins Sunders gave him, he could enter and leave Phantom Island as he pleased. However, there were too many people here, and the sky bridge was occupied by a group of powerful apprentices. Angor did not dare to go up there right now. Xylem and I don't mind. But you, Angor. Nausicaa looked at Angor. They knew that Angor's teacher was the master of Phantom Island. Angor should have the permission to enter Phantom Island. Angor remained silent and sighed. I'm not going there either. Let's find a place nearby. Angor felt sad when he made this decision. Should he hold the gold coins and shout, "Excuse me, I'm Sunder's student"? That would be too shameful. Thus, the three of them simply found a secluded area near the Falling Cloud Leaf Station to settle down. Angor sat down with his legs crossed. He took out a small black pouch from his pocket and hung it around Toby's neck. There's a pass for Phantom Island in the pouch. I can't go in. You can fly in later and see if you can find a destiny, Angor said to Toby. He did not care about the destiny in the first place. He was still suffering from the spell backlash and was not in his best condition. He just wanted to take a good rest. So, he gave the coins to Toby and told him to go look for opportunities. After Toby left, Angor quickly leaned against a tree vine and closed his eyes to take a nap. Angor, Xylem wanted to say something but was stopped by Nausicaa. Nausicaa spoke in a small voice, let him rest. He looks tired. All right. Xylem also noticed Angor's tired eyes. They slowly fell into silence. Angor slowly fell asleep while enjoying the gentle breeze. The silence lasted for more than half an hour. Xylem suddenly spoke, Miss Nausicaa, are you sure you want to join the Sky Tower? Nausicaa nodded. It's a good chance. I'll definitely go. But you just became a wizard. How are you going to fight those apprentices who have been here for years? Nausicaa took out her long-handled pipe and slowly lit it up. She took a deep puff and exhaled a cloud of smoke. I know an apprentice who's good at drawing magic scrolls. She's Mr. Fantase's apprentice. I can buy some scrolls from her at a low price. Even so, it'll cost a lot of merit points, right? Xylem was confused. He did not understand why Nausicaa was so determined to join the Sky Tower. I guess. There are still a few months left. I'll find a way, Nausicaa spoke in a low voice. She seemed to have thought of something and her eyes went blank. When Angor woke up, it was already noon the next day. Xylem noticed him as soon as he opened his eyes. You're finally awake. You haven't eaten anything for 2 meals in a row. I brought some food for you to fill your stomach. Xylem took out a pancake from his bag and handed it to Angor. Angor just woke up and was still a little tired. He took the pancake in a daze and asked, What time is it? You've been sleeping for a whole night. What time are you talking about? Xylem handed the pancake to Angor and wiped his hands sincerely. He then took out his precious thick book and began reading again. It took Angor a while to regain his consciousness. Since Xylem was reading and Nausicaa was meditating, Angor had to be careful not to make any noise while eating the pancake. After finishing the dry pancake, Angor noticed that Nausicaa had finished her meditation and was also eating the food Xylem prepared. Xylem said, If I don't bring any food, are you guys going to starve and force yourselves to eat? Nausicaa nodded nonchalantly. When I was a pirate at Blackberry Waters, I often starved for days and nights. I don't mind. Angor planned to go to Phantom Island, where Butler Good would take care of his food and lodging. However, he did not expect his plan to change. Nausicaa added, It's normal to starve for days on the sea. But if you don't have water to drink, that's really bad. Nausicaa recalled her glorious days and emphasized the difficulty of running out of water. She then turned to Xylem and asked, So, do you have water? Xylem grumbled, I got used to carrying food when I was young. But I don't have a habit of carrying water. Ugh, it's so hard to eat dry food without water. Angor suddenly spoke up, Haven't you learned any water cantrips? You can use any of them to get water. Water cantrips? Xylem shook his head. I read some low-level cantrips in Cloud Library. The weakest water cantrip, Water Ball, is only a level 1 cantrip. I only know a few level 0 cantrips. Nausicaa shook her head as well. She also learned level 0 cantrips, and she did not learn as many as Xylem. She spent most of her time on developing her body to prepare for the bloodline fusion. How about cleanse? Have you learned that? Angor asked. I did. But it won't get any water, Xylem said. Angor raised an eyebrow. Did you bring a pen and paper? Xylem said, I brought it. Angor took the pen and paper, quickly wrote down a row of data on the paper, and handed it to Xylem. Try to construct a cantrip model according to this row of data into the mana formula. Xylem looked at the paper but did not take it. This is the data for a spell? Angor nodded. The organization said that no one is allowed to distribute spells purchased from Cloud Library. Angor smiled. I didn't buy it from Cloud Library. Don't worry. Xylem took it over happily when he heard that. To an apprentice, any kind of spell was extremely precious. Of course he was happy to get one for free. If you didn't buy it from Cloud Library, did you buy it from the underground market? Xylem happily picked up the pen and paper and began to construct the cantrip model represented by the data. No. I figured it out myself. Figured it out himself? Xylem stopped writing. Nausicaa also looked at Angor in surprise. Angor frowned when he saw their surprised expressions. You don't need to learn the spell's structure and formula? Xylem shook his head. Nausicaa also shook her head. But her eyes suddenly brightened up. Do we have to know the structure of a spell to learn it? Shouldn't we just use the cantrip model summarized by our predecessors? Did Mr. Sunder say that? No, sir. I'm just trying to figure out the origin of spells, so I dissected the structure of cleanse and came up with a new arrangement. Xylem said, speaking of which, I also tried to figure it out myself. But the cantrip model I came up with didn't work at all. It took me a week. Angor shrugged. The model I came up with didn't work either. But it should be fine to drink some water. I named it, create water. Angor explained the effect and principle of the spell in detail. The two calmed down a little after hearing Angor's explanation. They could accept it if it was just some water. At first, Xylem thought Angor had created a perfect cantrip model. If it was a perfect cantrip model, it would be a great achievement. However, wizards had a long history. Most of the spell combinations had been figured out by their predecessors. Perfect models were rare nowadays. It took Xylem 15 minutes to figure out the cantrip model and another half an hour to construct it. When he finally cast Create Water, an hour had passed. You need an hour to learn new cantrips too? Angor asked. Xylem shook his head and said shyly, your cantrip model is simple, so I can learn it faster. How long did it take you to cast Cleanse? Angor asked. About half a day, I guess? But I can't use it in daily life yet. Xylem was a little surprised. It seemed that singularity dispersive meditation was not the only thing that surprised him. It also helped him to learn spells faster than others. Create Water was only a half-failed cantrip model. The final result was only half a cup of water. The three of them rolled up leaves into cups and scooped up the water. However, they did not even wet their lips. Still, it was better to have water. Angor said, I'll try to improve it when I have time and see if I can increase the water content. Xylem said, why don't we learn the water bullet spell instead of improving it? One water bullet is enough to feed the three of us for a whole day. You're right. But we can always do some research. As they chatted, a loud noise came from Phantom Island in the distance, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Tens of thousands of acolytes raised their heads. At this moment, there was no more noise in the air, only a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion as they stared at Phantom Island as if they were looking at their lover. Is the Sorcerer's Garden going to be completed? Angor looked up as well. They were still quite a distance away from Phantom Island. They could only vaguely see the beautiful floating island covered by clouds. They stared at Phantom Island for a long time, but the island seemed to have returned to silence after the loud noise. Slowly, some people began to talk among themselves. When everyone was back to being lively again, they suddenly heard the cawing of crows coming from Phantom Island. It was extremely creepy. Then, a violent gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. The clouds in the sky were blown away, and dark clouds that stretched for hundreds of miles suddenly hung in the sky. The clear sky suddenly darkened. It was as if night and day had changed. The dark clouds came, the strong winds came, and the lightning and thunder came unexpectedly. At this time, those who were standing on the ground were still fine, but those who were flying in the air were all swept up by the strong wind. They swayed left and right, and found it difficult to balance their bodies. In just a few seconds, over 100 apprentices who were close to Phantom Island were blown into the island and cut in half by the magic array on the island. For a moment, screams could be heard everywhere. Angor's group also began to sway in the wind. Luckily, they were standing on the leaves of the Tree of Eternity and had vines to support them. Even if the wind came, they could still hold on tightly to the vines and stay afloat. But even so, the uncomfortable feeling of being blown by the wind did not lessen at all. Both his body and spirit were at an all-time low because of the spell backfiring. Now, his center of gravity was constantly being blown away by the wind, and his face was getting paler and paler. Even the corners of his mouth and nostrils were bleeding. "Are you all right?" Among the three, Nausicaa was the most relaxed one. She had the strongest body. She did not feel any discomfort even when swaying in the wind while holding on to the vines. Angor could not even speak now. He could only clench his teeth and force himself to hold on. Nausicaa glanced at Xylem and saw him holding on to the vines tightly while lying on a small branch. He seemed to be in a much better condition than the other two. He even had the time to protect the small book bag on his waist. Nausicaa held on to the vines, took several steps in the air, and rushed to Angor's side with the help of the swaying branches. She grabbed Angor's arm and lent her strength to him. Angor looked at Nausicaa gratefully. With Nausicaa on his back, he felt much better in an instant. However, he only felt better for a few minutes before the side effects of excessive blood loss suddenly came. He felt dizzy, and his vision began to blur. Nausicaa used to be able to support Angor with only one hand. But now, Angor was in a state of semi-shock, and the weight of his whole body was on her. Nausicaa could not bear it anymore. "Angor? Angor?" Nausicaa gritted her teeth and shouted. She did not get any response. She forced herself to hold on to her neck, which was already covered in blue veins, and yelled to Xylem, "Xylem, what's wrong with Angor?" Xylem was protecting his favorite book in his pocket. Hearing Nausicaa's shout, he quickly looked up and looked at Angor. "Oh no!" Angor fainted. His face is covered in blood. Nausicaa's heart sank. If Angor was unconscious, she would not be able to support the weight of two people for long. However, she could not give up on Angor. She had to hold on for dear life. She prayed in her mind and hoped that the wind would pass quickly. 2 minutes later, Nausicaa reached her limit. She was sweating profusely, and the veins on her forehead, neck, and arms were all bulging. Drops of sweat slid down Nausicaa's arms and onto Angor's face. The wet sweat cleared Angor's muddled mind and woke him up in an instant. Angor opened his eyes and saw Nausicaa's hideous face. She no longer looked as sexy and beautiful as before. Nausicaa sensed Angor's presence as soon as he woke up. Angor reached out his hand again and pulled on a piece of vine. Nausicaa's pressure was greatly reduced. "Thanks." Angor held on to the vine and spoke loudly to Nausicaa. Nausicaa panted heavily. After a while, she spoke in a low voice, "Hold on for a while. I don't have any strength left." Angor was about to reply when an even stronger gust of wind came. Before he could react, he let go of the vine. He was tossed away by the strong wind, spun in the air, and fell down. Angor. Nausicaa and Xylem both saw Angor falling down from the vine. Their eyes went blank for a second before they called out Angor's name in grief. Falling from hundreds of meters high. Just imagining that scene was enough to frighten them. Nausicaa felt endless self-blame. If she did not let go of Angor's hand, he would not be blown away. Angor quickly landed on the ground. The giant leaf where the falling cloud station was located was getting farther and farther away from him. His mind was blank, and there was only one thought in his mind: am I going to die? Instead of dying in the nightmare realm, he was going to die here. Angor did not even have time to think about it before he was about to fall to the ground. "Hey, isn't this the blonde boy? Why are you here to kill yourself instead of drinking tea with me?" A loud female voice reached Angor's ears. Angor opened his eyes and saw a woman made of white mist floating in the air, looking at him. "I'm not killing myself." Angor looked at the mist woman and quickly realized who she was. His eyes lit up and he shouted, "Mr. Mirror, save me." The mist woman was one of the 3 ancestor souls of Brood Cavern, the spirit of the mirror world, Lady Mirror. Angor met Lady Mirror once when he entered the mirror world. "Save you?" Lady Mirror glanced at Angor's face and muttered to herself, "Fine. Since you're quite handsome, I'll save you this time." Lady Mirror reached out a hand and summoned a cloud of white mist around Angor, which stopped him from falling. "But I won't save you for nothing." Lady Mirror appeared beside Angor. "You have to pay me back at least the same amount." Angor's fear was still lingering in his mind. He was extremely grateful to Lady Mirror, so he answered without hesitation, "No problem, Lady Mirror. I'll do my best." Lady Mirror wrapped Angor in the mist and slowly rose. "I don't know how to repay me yet. How about this? I'll keep it in mind and tell you later, Lady Mirror said nonchalantly. She saved Angwar's life because of his handsome face. She did not expect a beginner apprentice to repay her kindness. She was just joking. I'm going to fix the hole caused by the arrival of the world's consciousness. Where are you going? I can send you there. Lady Mirror looked at the dark clouds in the sky and felt a little frustrated. She was having a beauty sleep when a clone of the world's consciousness suddenly showed up and created a giant hole in the mirror world. In order to prevent the mirror world from collapsing, she had to force herself not to wake up and go to fix the hole. Angor considered for a moment. He planned to meet up with his friends at Falling Cloud Station, but the wind was too strong right now. He might get blown away again. Can you send me to Professor Sunders? Lady Mirror was surprised. You call Sunders your teacher? Are you Sunders' new student? Angor nodded. He's my professor. Lady Mirror fell silent. She did not speak or move for a long time. Angor thought that Lady Mirror and Sunders had something against each other. He cursed in his mind. He should have just told her to send him back to the surface. A moment later, Lady Mirror spoke in a shy voice. Ah, so Sunders is your teacher. That's great. I know how you're going to repay him, at the center of Phantom Island. The wind was still strong, but Angor did not feel uncomfortable at all since he was standing behind Sunders. Toby had returned to him and was standing on his shoulder with his head held high. Professor. Angor stuttered. Sunders turned his head and looked at Angor through his golden monocle. Angor could not see Sunders' expression clearly because of the monocle. Lady Mirror. Lady Mirror said. Angor recalled Lady Mirror's request not long ago and felt a little uncomfortable. You can ignore anything she says. Angor's hesitation reminded Sunders of Lady Mirror's style. Of course, he knew what Lady Mirror was thinking. But Lady Mirror saved me. Sunders glanced at Angor. That's because you're too weak. Alright, we'll talk later. The Sorcerer's Garden is about to take shape. Just watch. Sunders wasn't joking when he said the Sorcerer's Garden was taking shape. Angor was standing right next to the Sorcerer's Garden. He could clearly see the white mist around the garden disappearing, replaced by a strange ripple barrier that separated space. The barrier was shrinking rapidly. As it did so, a large area of land and plants disappeared, leaving behind a giant hole on the ground. The wind stopped, and rain began to pour down. The world's consciousness is here. As soon as Sunders spoke, everyone felt a strange aura hovering in their hearts. It was an ancient, primitive aura that made people worship and submit to it. Angor felt himself turning into a tiny piece of dust that was being blown away by the powerful aura. Angor did not even try to resist the aura. He simply went with the flow. The law is about to be injected. Sunders' voice reached Angor's ears. Everyone on the scene, including the wizards, looked at the Sorcerer's Garden with a serious expression. Angor remembered Butler Good saying that when the world's consciousness injected a new law into the Sorcerer's Garden, there would be a mysterious rhythm that represented the law. That was where the destiny came from. Angor still did not know how to get it, so he was still in a daze when everyone else was looking at him seriously. However, in order not to look out of place, Angor pretended to be serious and stared at the Sorcerer's Garden for a long time, but he still did not see anything. While doing nothing, Angor noticed Toby jumping on his shoulder. He quickly whispered to the bird, "The destiny is here. Be careful." Toby stopped moving and looked at the Sorcerer's Garden as well. Like Angor, Toby also did not know what the destiny was. Suddenly, a strange rhythm spread out from an unknown place. With Phantom Island as the center, everything within a radius of dozens of miles was silent. Everyone was carefully feeling the rhythm. Angor closed his eyes when the rhythm appeared and tried to listen to it in a state he had never experienced before. This state was very strange. It was neither meditation nor meditation, but it was incomparably empty and quiet. His mind was like a vast grassland that could accommodate endless wind and clouds. Even if there were thousands of horses running across the grassland, they could not disturb his mind. His mind was completely wrapped up in this comfortable state. In this state, he could clearly sense all the changes in the world. Even the strange rhythm of the world seemed to have materialized in front of his eyes. Nothing could be hidden from his sight. This rhythm was like a lively musical note. He played a concert with ups and downs in front of everyone. The prelude was quiet, just like a drop of water falling into a calm lake. Even if it caused ripples, it would not change one's state of mind. Instead, it would make one even more calm. However, the ethereal prelude did not last long. While Angor was still immersed in the rhythmic ripples, a dull drum beat suddenly replaced the prelude and took the center of the stage. It was a drum beat he had never heard before. With each beat, he felt as if his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were being pulled down. By the third time, he was already lying on the ground, unable to move. Toby was also sprawled on the ground, looking like a bird in despair. This rhythm, it seems to be the melody of gravity? A sorcerer murmured. Yes, it's the rhythm of gravity, said Wallace. The one who spoke was Wallace. He was originally standing, but now he was forced to sit on the ground by a strange force. Did Sunders create a gravity garden this time? Huh? Why do I smell something? Is it a flower from the gravity garden? Lying on the ground, Angor continued to feel the pain brought to him by the drumbeat. More importantly, he was still in the initial strange state where he was extremely sensitive to everything around him. Every single beat of the drum could hurt him several times more than before. Still, he was lucky. At least he had a place to lie down even if he could not bear the great pressure of gravity on Phantom Island. The apprentices flying in the outside world were in trouble. Originally, they were trying to feel the rhythm when the law was formed, but suddenly, they found that the rhythm had become heavier. Before they could think about it, they were pressed down by gravity and fell from the sky, screaming in pain. When the drumbeat reached the 10th time, Angor noticed something different. He realized that there was a flaw in his ethereal state. There was no wind, no clouds, and no horses on the grassland. Instead, the grassland was invaded by a rhythm that was exactly the same as the one from the sorcerer's garden. Before he could figure out what was going on, he felt himself awake again. When he was awake, the drumbeats brought great pressure to his body, but it was still bearable. It was not as excruciating as the pain in the strange state. About half a minute later, the rhythm gradually disappeared after the drumbeat. At the same time, the sorcerer's garden shone with a golden light and shrank dozens of times faster. In the blink of an eye, it became smaller than a ring and fell into the empty hole. Sunders waved his hand, and the golden light appeared in his hand. No one tried to stop him, but they all looked at him with envy and jealousy. That was a sorcerer's garden, a strategic resource that could be carried around everywhere. A sorcerer's garden could support an intermediate wizard organization. Too bad it fell into the hands of a private individual. Luckily, Sunders still belonged to Brute Cavern. It would not be difficult for them to enter the sorcerer's garden in the future. The world's consciousness is gone. Yeah. So it's a gravity garden this time. Gravity garden is only a mid-tier sorcerer's garden, but it's still useful. Any wizard who has a bloodline can train their body here. Too bad I didn't sense the sequence of gravity. I wonder how high the gravity level of this garden is? If it's more than 100 times, I think every bloodline wizard in the southern wizardry region will want to enter. Looks like the bloodline wizards of Brute Cavern are in for a treat. Grass snail, you shameless bastard. This is Sunders' personal garden. Don't drag the entire wizard organization with you. I'm just saying. Oh right, when the news about the gravity garden gets out, the people of Gravity Forest will be furious. I remember Sunders extorted the fragment of eternity from Gravity Forest's Dryad Boko. Extortion? It's a deal. After the sorcerer's garden was completed, the serious wizards began to chat again. Angor eavesdropped for a while and learned something about the sorcerer's garden. The wizard called it Gravity Garden, which meant the garden was governed by the law of gravity. Angor felt a little disappointed. If it was the law of purification, he would not have to think about how to reach the top of Sky Tower. If it was the law of gravity, it wouldn't mean much to him. As Sunders said, the gravity garden was most useful for bloodline wizards to train their bodies. Angor was an occult wizard, so it was not useful for him. However, the gravity garden had a wide range of applications. It was not only bloodline wizards who would fuse their bloodlines. Wizards from all three major disciplines would usually choose a bloodline to strengthen their bodies. Sunders landed on the ground. Angor noticed a golden earring on Sunder's right ear. It seemed the gravity garden was fixed on the earring. The other wizard stopped talking and looked at Sunders. I just checked. The law of gravity in the garden is still in its infancy. It can reach 3.17 times the normal gravity. According to the formula, the center of the garden should reach 93 times the normal gravity, Sunders explained slowly. 93 times the normal gravity, this was excellent news for bloodline magi. For bloodline acolytes, 10 times the gravity was enough to achieve an excellent baptism effect. Bloodline acolytes, on the other hand, needed 30 to 100 times the gravity for their baptism. Anything higher than 100 times the gravity would be effective even for a rank 2 magus. There were many types of gravity gardens, and the ones that worked on wizards were all extremely valuable. Sunder's gravity garden was about average, which was much better than the purification garden in Floating Mech City. Angor teased Toby and asked if the bird found anything. He did not expect Toby to find anything, so he was only teasing the bird out of boredom. Toby nodded seriously, which made Angor widen his eyes in surprise. You found something? I didn't find anything. Why did you? Angor felt wronged. You're lying, aren't you? Toby shook its head and looked at Angor like it really did find something. Sunders left the crowd and walked to Angor's side. Sunders looked at Toby curiously as well. You found something? Toby held its head high with an arrogant look. It was common knowledge that a sorcerer's garden was built with a great destiny. By following the rhythm of the world's consciousness, one could learn the rhythm of the law given to the sorcerer's garden. This kind of understanding was not limited to the level of a wizard. Not only official wizards could understand it, but even apprentice wizards had a chance to understand it. If one was talented enough, he or she could even learn the law of gravity. Of course, this was only the upper limit. It was like a pie drawn by a dreamer. One could only look at it but never eat it. Most people would be lucky if they could learn even a little bit of the sequence of the law. However, most people could not even understand the basic sequence of the law. For example, Sunders and the other wizards did not learn the sequence of gravity this time. Sunders narrowed his eyes and looked at Toby curiously. Let's see how much of the sequence of gravity you learned. Sunders was not exaggerating when he said that the sorcerer's garden was taking shape. Angor was standing right next to the sorcerer's garden. He could clearly see the white mist around the garden disappearing, replaced by a rippling barrier that separated space. The barrier was shrinking at a rapid speed. While it was shrinking, a large area of land and plants also disappeared, leaving behind a giant hole in the ground. The wind stopped, and the rain began to fall. The world's consciousness is here. As soon as Sunders finished his words, a strange aura circled around everyone's heart. It was an ancient and primitive aura that made people want to worship and submit to it. Angor felt like he had turned into a tiny speck of dust and was being blown away by the overwhelming aura. He didn't even try to resist the pressure. He just went with the flow out of instinct. It's time. Sunders' voice reached Angor's ears. Everyone, including wizards, waited in the direction of the sorcerer's garden with a serious expression. Angor remembered Butler Good saying that when the world's consciousness instilled a new law into a sorcerer's garden, there would be a mysterious rhythm that represented the law. This was the destiny. He still didn't know how to get it, so he was still in a state of confusion when everyone else was looking at him with a serious expression. In order not to look out of place, Angor also stared at the sorcerer's garden with a serious expression. However, he could not see anything even after a long time. While doing nothing, Angor noticed Toby jumping around on his shoulder. He quickly whispered to Toby, "It's coming. Pay attention." Toby immediately stopped moving and looked at the sorcerer's garden. Just like Angor, Toby also did not know what destiny was. Suddenly, a strange rhythm spread out from an unknown place. With the Phantom Island as the center, everything within a radius of dozens of miles was silent. Everyone was carefully feeling the rhythm. When Angor sensed the rhythm, he closed his eyes and carefully listened to it in a state he never experienced before. This state was very strange. It was neither meditation nor tranquility, but it was incomparably ethereal and quiet. His mind was like a vast grassland that could accommodate endless wind and endless clouds. Even if there were thousands of horses galloping on the grassland, nothing could disturb his mind. His mind was completely immersed in this comfortable state. In this state, he could clearly sense everything happening in the world. He could even see the strange rhythm of the world as if it had become real. There was nothing that could be hidden from his eyes. This rhythm was like a lively and bouncing musical note. She played an up and down concert in front of everyone. The prelude was quiet, like a drop of water falling into a calm lake. Even if it set off ripples, it would not change one's state of mind. Instead, it would make one even more calm. However, this ethereal prelude did not last long. While Angor was still immersed in the rhythmic ripples, a muffled interlude suddenly replaced the prelude and walked to the center of the stage. It was a drumbeat he had never heard before. Every time he heard it, he felt as if someone was pulling his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. By the third time, he was already lying on the ground, unable to move. Toby was also sprawled on the ground, looking like a bird in despair. This rhythm. It's like the melody of gravity, a wizard murmured. Yes, it's the rhythm of gravity, said Wallace. Wallace was the one who spoke. He was originally standing, but now he was dragged to the ground by a strange force. Did Sunders build a gravity garden this time? Wait, why do I smell something nice? Is it a flower from a gravity garden? Angor lay on the ground and continued to feel the pain brought by the drumbeats. More importantly, Angor was still in the strange state where he could sense everything around him. Every beat of the drum brought him more pain than before. At least on Phantom Island, Angor had a place to lie down even if he could not handle the gravity. The acolytes who were flying in the outside world were in trouble. They had been feeling the rhythm of the formation of the laws, but they suddenly found that the rhythm had become heavier. Before they could think, they were pressed down by the gravity and fell from the sky, screaming in pain. When the drumbeat reached the 10th time, Angor's condition changed. He found that there was a flaw in his ethereal state. There was no wind, no clouds, and no horses on the prairie. Instead, the prairie was invaded by a rhythm, which was exactly the same as the rhythm from the sorcerer's garden. Before Angor could figure out what was going on, he felt himself returning to his conscious state. When he was awake, the drumming brought him a lot of pressure, but it was still bearable, unlike when he was in the strange state where the pain was magnified many times. After another half a minute or so, the rhythm gradually disappeared after the drumming. At the same time, the sorcerer's garden shone with golden light and shrunk dozens of times faster. In the blink of an eye, it became smaller than a ring and fell into the empty hole. Sunders waved his hand, and the golden light appeared in his hand. No one tried to stop him, but every wizard in the room looked at Angor with envy. That was a sorcerer's garden, a strategic resource that could be carried anywhere. A sorcerer's garden was enough to support an intermediate wizard organization. Too bad it fell into someone else's hands. Luckily, Sunders was still a member of Brute Cavern, which meant they could enter the sorcerer's garden in the future. The world's consciousness left. Yeah, looks like it's a gravity garden this time. It's only a mid-tier sorcerer's garden, but it's still useful. Any wizard with a bloodline can train their body inside. Too bad I didn't learn the sequence of gravity. I wonder what the maximum gravity level of this garden is. If it's 100 times stronger, then all bloodline wizards in the south will want to be baptized inside. Brute Cavern's bloodline art is going to be blessed. You shameless bastard, grass snail. This is Sunders' private garden. Don't use it as a moral hostage to the entire wizard organization. I'm just saying. Wait, when the news about the gravity garden gets out, the people from Gravity Forest will be pissed. I think Sunders got the fragment of eternity from Boko, the treant from Gravity Forest. Don't call it a scam. It's a trade. After the sorcerer's garden was completed, the serious wizards began to chat among themselves. Angor eavesdropped and learned about the general situation of his teacher's sorcerer's garden. The wizard called it Gravity Garden, which meant the law of the garden was the law of gravity. Angor was a little disappointed. If it was the law of purification, he wouldn't have to worry about how to reach the top of the sky tower. The law of gravity didn't mean much to him. As the wizards mentioned, the gravity garden was the best place for bloodline wizards to train their bodies. As for an occult wizard, it wasn't of much use to him. However, the gravity garden had a wide range of applications. Bloodline wizards weren't the only ones who fused with a bloodline. Most wizards from all three major arts would choose one bloodline to strengthen their bodies. Sunders landed on the ground. Angor noticed a golden ear stud on Sunders' right ear. It seemed the gravity garden was attached to it. The other wizards also stopped talking and looked at Sunders. I sensed it just now. The law of gravity inside the garden is still in its infancy. The normal gravity is 3.17 times. According to the formula, the center of the garden should be able to reach 93 times gravity when the law is full, Sunders explained slowly. 93 times gravity, for bloodline magi, this was extremely good news. A bloodline acolyte could achieve an extremely good baptism effect with 10 times the gravity. However, a bloodline acolyte sorcerer would need 30 to 100 times the gravity to baptize. More than 100 times the gravity would be useful even for a rank 2 sorcerer. There were many types of gravity gardens, but those that were effective on official magi were all extremely precious. Sunders' gravity garden could be considered below average, but it was much better than the purification garden in Floating Mech City. Angor played with Toby and asked if the bird found anything. Angor didn't expect Toby to learn anything, so he was just teasing the boy out of boredom. Toby nodded in a serious manner, which surprised Angor even more. You found something? Why did you find something when I didn't? Angor put on a wrong look. You're lying, aren't you? Toby shook its head as if saying, I really found something. Sunders also left the crowd and walked to Angor's side. Sunders also looked at Toby with a curious expression. You found something? Toby raised his head, looking insufferably arrogant. Everyone knew that a sorcerer's garden was built with great destiny. By following the world's consciousness and instilling the rhythm of the law into the sorcerer's garden, one could understand the rhythm of the law. This kind of comprehension was not limited to sorcerers. Not only could sorcerers comprehend it, but even sorcerer apprentices could comprehend it. If they were talented enough, they could even learn the law of gravity directly. Of course, this was only the upper limit. It was like a pie drawn by a dreamer. One could only look at it, not eat it. For most people, it was already amazing if they could learn a basic sequence of law. However, there were even more people who could not even comprehend the basic meridians. For example, Sunders and the other wizards did not learn the sequence of gravity this time. When the world's consciousness arrived, it caused a great commotion. But when it left, it simply vanished into thin air. The sky was clear again, and warm sunlight poured down from above. Angor followed Sunders back to his manor on Phantom Island. The sunlight illuminated Sunders' handsome side profile, which was outlined by golden velvet. Angor mumbled to himself. Professor is really handsome. No wonder Lady Mirror likes him so much. But he still felt a headache when he thought about Lady Mirror's request. If Lady Mirror asked him to do it, he would do it without hesitation. But since it was Sunders, Angor did not dare to answer on behalf of Sunders. I'm the one who needs to repay my debt. Why do I have to get Sunders involved? Angor felt a little depressed. After returning to the manor, Sunders brought Angor to an empty space surrounded by a magic array. Come, let me see what you've comprehended. Toby flew up and landed in front of Sunders. Angor watched the man and the bird staring at each other and took a step back quietly. Sunders reached out his hand and pointed his palm at Toby. Invisible ripples spread out from his palm. You're in spirit summoning mode. Release the sequence of gravity you learned, Sunders spoke to Toby. Toby chirped twice, as if he was arguing about something, but no one could understand what he was saying. He could only give up. Toby's beady eyes were wide open, but it still did not move. Angor thought Toby was angry, so he urged the bird to release the sequence of gravity. Toby only rolled its eyes. Angor believed that if Toby was not arguing with Sunders, Toby would have kicked him in the face. A moment later, Sunders retracted his spirit summoning. Angor cursed Toby for being unreliable in his mind. He hurried to Sunders and said, Professor, Toby is just a little naughty. Maybe he was lying when he said he found a destiny. He didn't stay still on purpose. Please forgive him. Sunders finally looked up and glanced at Angor. No, he did learn the basic sequence of the law of gravity. Sunders frowned when he saw Angor's confused look. Didn't you notice that Toby wasn't flapping his wings? It's purely relying on adjusting its own gravity to escape the shackles of the Earth's core. Was there? Angor didn't know what to do. He was too tired to notice this detail. Something's wrong with your mind. Sunder's eyes glinted. Huh? There are traces of damage to your mental space, and your mental strength is also weak. Sunders narrowed his eyes. The spell backfired on you. It was not a question. Sunders sounded certain. He lowered his head in embarrassment. I was rearranging the formula for cleanse and I didn't pay attention to the amount of mana. That's why, serves you right for learning to run before you can walk, Sunders scolded in a low voice but did not ask any more questions. However, he was still smiling as if he was satisfied with Angor's decision. Remember, learn from this lesson. In the future, when you want to get to the bottom of a spell, you have to know your limits. Yes, sir. Angor also felt that Sunders was encouraging him to look for the source of a spell instead of following the models of others. Sunders turned around and walked toward the exquisite castle in the center of the manor. Follow me to my study and report on your progress. Yes, sir. Angor quickly followed. On their way, Sunders told Angor about Toby's sequence of gravity. It's a low-level sequence of the law of gravity. It can change the gravity of one's body to a certain extent. Sunders sighed. Even so, it's almost as powerful as a level 3 cantrip. It can only change gravity for now, but it can also greatly increase one's speed and explosive power in close-range combat. If we can change the target of the spell to other objects in the future, it will also gain a certain degree of long-range combat ability. I didn't expect that a bird would be able to seize the opportunity when so many people around failed to do so. This is really interesting. While chatting, Angor also understood why wizards and apprentices alike wanted to learn a sequence of laws. This was because comprehending a sequence of laws was equivalent to obtaining a spell slot for free. Speaking of spell slots, there was another key word, instantaneous spell. A wizard's casting speed depended on his or her understanding and proficiency of the spell. There were 2 ways to learn an instantaneous spell. The first was to trace the origin of the spell and fully understand its meaning. This method was very time-consuming. Many sorcerers would spend decades or even centuries studying it before they could achieve the level of instantaneous casting of a spell. The second method was to learn a spell slot. A spell slot was a special location in a spirit model that could permanently solidify a spell model. After solidifying the spell model, it would allow the wizard to cast spells instantly. Learning a sequence of laws was basically the same as gaining a spell slot. The ability to cast a spell based on a sequence of laws could be cast instantly. Although it would consume a corresponding amount of magic power, instantaneous spells would give the caster a greater advantage. Because of this, no matter if it was an official sorcerer or a sorcerer's apprentice, they would all scramble to comprehend the sequence of laws. Too bad I didn't learn the sequence of the law of gravity. Otherwise, I'll have another trump card when I challenge Sky Tower, Angor sighed. However, he also vaguely felt that he seemed to have comprehended something. However, it wasn't him who had comprehended it. Rather, it was him who had comprehended it in a certain state. As soon as Sunders sat down in his study, he heard someone knocking on the window behind him. Angor looked over and saw Flora floating outside the window with a sly look on her face. He opened the window, and Flora slowly floated in. "What are you doing here?" Sunders crossed his legs, took off his tall black hat, and put it on the desk. He slowly took off his monocle and looked at Flora. Flora giggled and pointed at Sunders' new golden earring. "I'm just curious about the sorcerer's garden." "If you're curious, go find the tree spirit. It has a sorcerer's garden in its body too." "It's not the same. This is a newborn sorcerer's garden. I've never seen it before. Besides, I want to visit my professor's garden." Sunders snorted. "It's not that different. Besides, a newborn sorcerer's garden has no law yet. It's no different from a plain fragment." Flora pouted. "Anything else?" Sunders gave her a sideways glance. "What a boring man." Flora cursed under her breath. She then wobbled her way to Angor. "I'm here because Leona asked me to do something for her." "Leona?" Sunders immediately thought of a wizard who loved wearing long dresses with flower petals. She asked you to do something for her? Why are you here? She nudged Angor's shoulder with her bare foot. Because the thing she asked me to do has something to do with you. Sunders looked at Flora and waited for an explanation. Leona saw Angor over there. She smelled the essence of glutton flower lord on him. She wants to make a bottle of Salomon perfume, so she likes Angor's scent. Flora took out a glass bottle usually used to extract gas from alchemy materials. I don't need too much. Just half a bottle will do. Angor was still in a daze. He didn't smell anything on his body these days, and he thought the smell was gone. But now. He sniffed himself and realized he did smell the essence of glutton flower lord. You don't like the smell on me, do you, little brother? Flora showed a smile on her face. Angor nodded. He did not want to smell like that. It would ruin his manly image. Give it to me then? Flora's smile grew brighter as if she was trying to persuade Angor. Angor was about to nod. Sunders suddenly spoke, the essence of glutton flower lord isn't as effective as it used to be. But it can still strengthen your soul, improve your concentration, and slightly improve your concentration. If you use it as an alchemy material, it can be considered a tier 1 material. Besides, the essence of glutton flower lord hasn't been seen in the world for thousands of years. Even if it's only a tier 1 material, it can still be considered as a rare item in the eyes of some people. Flora's bright smile crumbled as soon as she heard those words. She gave Sunders a pitiful look. Professor, are you forgetting your old friend now that you have a new one? I'm your student too. Don't screw me over. Sunders tilted his head and smiled. I'm not screwing you over. I'm just reminding Angor about the unspoken rule of the wizarding world, the principle of equivalent exchange. Flora rolled her eyes at Sunders and spent 1,000 merit points to absorb all the fragrance on Angor's body. She then slammed the door and left in a huff. 1,000 merit points was not a lot. It was only about 10 magic crystals. Angor did not mind at all. He could get rid of the smell on him and earn some money at the same time. What a great deal. Still, Angor felt a little awkward. He was a man, and his smell was used to make a woman's perfume. It did not feel right. However, he remembered some recipes in Chinese medicine. Many perfumes were made from excrement, such as ambergris. There were also secretions from male glands, such as musk. With that in mind, Angor felt relieved. It's strange. When you came here last time, the smell on you was gone. Why is it so heavy now? Is it because you got the essence of glutton flower lord from the nightmare realm? Sunders suddenly asked. Angor was surprised. I don't know. I couldn't smell it myself a few days ago. I thought it was gone. I wouldn't have noticed it if Miss Flora didn't tell me. Sunders considered. Fine. Let's not talk about such trivial things. Let's get down to business. How's your training these days? In fact, he only did one thing this week, which was to reassemble cleanse spells. Of course, he did not tell Sunders how many times he rearranged the models. Rearrange models and analyze the effects of different models and their internal connections. Sunders nodded. Understanding a spell from its source is one of the requirements to become a real wizard. But at the same time, you have to remember one thing. Reconstructing models has its value, but it takes too much time. You should focus on the theory that makes up the spell. For example, the cantrip of cleanse is a simple combination of wind and water. It's easy to understand, and you can cast it quickly. But if it's other cantrips, such as the same level of light and shadow blur, you'll need to understand more than just light and shadow. You'll also need to know the corresponding blind spots in the structure of the inner retina of the eye. The art of spells is not a simple spell model. Understanding the theory of the spell is the key. Sunders paused and continued, this is why wizards are all great scholars. The more you know, the more real the world will appear to you. Spells, on the other hand, allow you to see the world more clearly and protect yourself. There is no difference between the two, but there is a difference between the two. Theory is the most important, and technique is the second. Angor nodded. Mara once told him that knowledge was the most valuable and priceless thing in the wizarding world. He knew this as well. Ever since he was a child, John taught him that knowledge was the most important thing. External objects were shackles on the neck, while knowledge was the crown on the head. The wizarding world also followed this principle. To improve oneself, one must not only improve one's strength, but also improve one's knowledge. Without a certain amount of knowledge, one would not be able to break through the bottleneck even if they reached a certain level. However, just reading books without thinking doesn't mean you have a lot of knowledge. Only when you read more and think more, you will realize how little you actually know. When that happens, you'll understand what a wizard really wants. Sunder spoke in a serious tone. As you accumulate more and more knowledge, you won't even need to learn spells, you'll be able to create them. He pointed at Toby on Angor's shoulder. You remember where this little guy came from, don't you? It's a spell created by Greya. Creating your own spells is one of the requirements to become a true magus. After that, the two talked about some other topics regarding model reconstruction and asked Angor to leave. When leaving Sunder's manor, Angor was still thinking about what Sunder said. There are 630 types of transformations that use cleanse as the core, of which there are 6 types of perfect models. However, the only spell worth promoting was the cleansing spell, because it consumed the least amount of magic power and had the best effect. As for the other 5 perfect spell models, although they all have better spells, they can actually be replaced by simpler spells. There are actually advantages to dissecting more models. For example, when you create your own spells, you can quickly understand the internal connection between the truth and the spell model. But you're still far away from creating your own spells. Sunder's words made Angor think more about creating his own spells. He might not do it now, but it was like a seed already planted in his mind, waiting to blossom and bear fruit one day. After leaving Phantom Island and stepping on the sky bridge, Angor suddenly remembered something. Shit. I forgot to tell you about Lady Mirror. Sunders was about to enter the Sorcerer's Garden when Angor hurried back to Phantom Island. Lady Mirror asked me to deliver a message for you, sir. She wants you to have tea with her. Angor lowered his head in embarrassment. Sunders glanced at Angor and chuckled. Tea? Yes, that's what Lady Mirror said. Alright, I got it. Angor was a little embarrassed. So, sir, are you going or not? Nope. Sunders did not hesitate. Seeing Angor's nervous expression, Sunders considered and said, when you have time, go to Lady Mirror's place and have some tea with her. Consider it a way to repay her for saving your life. I'll go? Sunders nodded. She doesn't really care who goes. She only cares if the person drinking with her is good-looking or not. You're young, but I don't think she'll mind your looks. Sunders looked at Angor up and down and chuckled. She won't mind your looks. Angor returned to the sky bridge. There were still apprentices around, but only a few. The falling cloud platform was in a mess after the gale. He could see some blood stains from time to time. Angor did not see Nausicaa and Xylem. Angor almost lost his life in the gale. Lady Mirror saved his life in the end, but before that, he still needed to thank someone, Nausicaa. When he lost control of his body, Nausicaa helped him. She did not give up on him even when he was unconscious. He fell down in the end because he did not hold on tightly to the vines. Angor was grateful to Nausicaa just as much as he was to Lady Mirror. Angor walked to the cave field. He wanted to take a look inside the cave. To his surprise, Xylem was running towards him from the direction of Apprentice Town 8. Salem's cries were heard even before he entered the hole. Angor. Xylem was covered in a white bedsheet. He rushed to Angor's side with tears and snot on his face. Thank God. I knew you'd be fine. You don't know how scared I was when I saw you falling from the vines. Thank God you're okay. Salem's tears dripped down and soaked Angor's robe. Xylem also hiccuped from time to time while crying. It looked both childish and funny. But for some reason, Angor felt warm inside. Nausicaa slowly approached them and smiled when she saw the two children crying in each other's arms. Angor patted Salem's shoulder and walked to Nausicaa. He spoke in a serious and sincere tone, "Thank God you caught me. I would have died if I fell down while unconscious." "Thank you." Nausicaa shook her head. "It's nothing. As long as you're alive." Before seeing Angor, Nausicaa took all the blame for Angor's fall on herself. Her expression was gloomy and filled with self-blame. But when she saw Angor was fine, she finally felt relieved. She had so many things to say and so many emotions to express. But in the end, she did not say or do anything. She simply said, "As long as you're alive." On this strange continent, souls from 3 different countries and realms were bound together by the ribbon of friendship. Perhaps they would go their separate ways in the future. But at least for now, their feelings were sincere. Angor told Nausicaa about his experience while heading to the underground market. They had agreed to go to the underground apprentice market before they left for Phantom Island. It was rare for the 3 of them to gather together. Even if they could not afford to buy anything in the underground market, it was still fun. "So it was Lady Mirror who saved you?" Salem's expression kept changing as he listened to Angor's story. It was as if Salem was the one who went through all this. When Angor finished, Salem began to talk about what happened outside Phantom Island. Many people died because of the gale. Some of them were blown onto Phantom Island and killed by the magic array on the island, while others were swept off the island and fell to their deaths. Salem put a hand on his chest and said, "We're lucky we chose to stay near the falling cloud station. If we tried to force our way there, we would have ended up like this too." But the gale didn't kill many people. Many apprentices could fly. Even if they were swept away, they would not fall to their deaths as long as they could borrow the momentum. The one who killed the most people was actually the mysterious rhythm that came after the worlds will descended. Back then, almost everyone was pressed to the ground by gravity. We were fine on the leaves, but those who flew in the air all fell from hundreds of meters high. They were either dead or half dead. You don't know, but when we came to the Tree Spirit Garden area under Phantom Island to look for your body, we saw bloody corpses every 2 or 3 steps. Can you imagine? Corpses all over the place. Broken limbs, white brain matter, red blood, and stinking intestines scattered everywhere. It was horrible. Salem recalled the scene he saw earlier and wanted to vomit again. "That rhythm is a deadly weapon, but it can also create destiny," Nausicaa said. Nausicaa said, "Unfortunately, neither Salem nor I did. But I think someone on the sky bridge did." "Angor, did you find your destiny?" Salem asked. "You were right beside the sorcerer's garden, so you should have a better understanding of the rhythm. Did you understand it?" Angor shook his head. "I didn't understand it either." Salem showed an "I knew it" expression and was about to say something to comfort Angor. "But, it is comprehended," Angor pointed at Toby who was on his shoulder. Toby immediately put on a proud look and lifted his head high as if he was looking down on everyone. "Huh?" Toby understood it? "How?" Salem's mouth was wide open. He could not believe it. Angor nodded helplessly. Professor Sunders confirmed it. Toby did understand the sequence of gravity. Heh. No one understood it, but the bird did. "Many people will die of anger if they hear about it," Nausicaa laughed. Salem pouted and cried, "There's a traitor among us. Am I worse than a bird?" The worker took out a registration form and asked Nausicaa to fill in her personal information. Nausicaa did not fill it out right away. Instead, she looked at Angor and asked, "You don't want one? Why don't you take this chance and try your luck?" Angor shook his head. "I'm not fully recovered yet. Let's wait a few days." Nausicaa whispered into Angor's ear, "You can let Toby fight right after you get on the stage. With Toby's strength, you should be able to advance quickly." Angor already had the idea of letting Toby fight when he stayed to watch the King of Beasts fight. Toby was strong enough to dominate the first few levels. Toby also learned the sequence of gravity, which made up for his lack of strength. Toby's speed was already hard to follow with the naked eye. Now, he was even faster than before, and his close-range combat ability was also greatly improved. Angor was glad to hear Nausicaa's suggestion, but he still shook his head firmly. "Not now. You go first. It's better if we fight separately. I don't want to fight you in the arena." Nausicaa did not try to persuade Angor anymore. She shrugged and said, "You're right. It'll be hard if we fight each other. We can avoid that if we fight separately." Nausicaa chuckled. "But if we do fight, I won't go easy on you. Actually, I really want to fight with you." Angor grumbled, "I won't either. But I only learned cleanse." I'm no different from a mortal. I can't beat you. Nausicaa smiled without saying anything. She took over the pen and paper and began filling in the form. The registration form of Sky Tower was simple. It only required a name and an organization. Of course, Brood Cavern was the organization she belonged to. As for the title, Nausicaa was going to use her own name, but the worker reminded her in a friendly manner, "Madam, I suggest you use a nickname. Some occult wizards can use your real name to harm you. As the fairest tower in the southern region, we don't want anyone to use such tricks to win a match." Since the worker said so, Nausicaa did not refuse. She took out the registration form and filled in her new nickname. She didn't think too much about it and casually filled in, "Pirate." After the staff took it, he raised his eyebrows at the name and reminded her, "Once the name is filled in, it cannot be changed." "Madam, are you sure you want to use this name?" She nodded without hesitation. The staff thought for a bit and tried to persuade her again. "Miss, you might not know this, but your name will stay with you all the way until you reach the Tower of Infinity." Sky Tower was a battle tower under the banner of Floating Mech City. It was famous across the entire southern region. The more famous a wizard was, the more likely he would become a wizard in the future because of Floating Mech City's reputation. For example, the famous Wizard of Sleepless City, the Lord of Night, Mudik, was named when he first filled in the registration form. It accompanied him all the way until he became an official adept. Now, it's even more widely known. Everyone in the southern region knows about it. Angor finally understood why all the contestants in the arena had such big names. They were preparing for the possible future. Although 99% of the names prepared by apprentices might not be useful in the future, Nausicaa began to think. If what the staff said was true, she would need to change her name to a better one. The staff did not urge her. He simply waited with a smile on his face. Of course, they hoped that the contestants' names were as big as possible. If the contestants' names were too weak, they would not be able to promote themselves. Therefore, using a bigger name was actually a win-win situation. A moment later, Nausicaa wrote down her final decision, Lord of Blackberries. This was the name given to her on the wanted posters of various countries when she was a pirate. She had gotten used to it after being called that for so many years. After the staff received it, he looked at the format of King of XX and accepted the registration form with great satisfaction. Although he did not know what Blackberry meant. Lord of Blackberries, according to the rules, you are now a contestant on the first level. You must fight once every month, or your credit rating in the Sky Tower will decrease. The lower your credit rating, the less contribution points you will get for winning each match. The staff continued, to guarantee your credit, please come to the Sky Tower to arrange your matches within a month. No need. Arrange it now, Nausicaa said. Very well. Please follow me. The worker smiled brightly and led Nausicaa to the drawing area for her match. Xylem and Angor did not say anything before Nausicaa chose her title. After she did, they began to whisper to each other about what they would do if they joined the competition. My name will be the Pride of Versailles. Xylem said, when I become a wizard, my name will spread across the world. By then, Versailles will be proud of me. Maybe Queen Sharon will even meet me in person. The Pride of Versailles sounds a little childish. I remember Nausicaa said the Duchy of Versailles has a famous rose garden. How about the Rose of Versailles? Angor joked. Xylem gave it a serious thought. The Rose of Versailles sounds good. It will show my identity and promote our country's specialties. But isn't it a little too girly to use roses as a name? Oh right, Angor, aren't you going to challenge the tower too? What name will you use? Xylem asked. Angor considered for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. I don't like names that are too ambitious, and I don't like exaggerated ones either. I'll think about it later. That's a question I need to think about. I'm looking forward to your name. Nausicaa came back from the lottery area as well. Miss Nausicaa, who's your opponent? Xylem asked eagerly. Nausicaa smiled but did not answer. Instead, she pointed at the transparent screen on one side of the hall. My battle information will appear on the screen later. Take a look for yourselves. The crystal screen kept scrolling with the information of the various arenas. Who won, who advanced, how many contribution points each person received. Among the scrolling information, a new one popped up. Half an hour later, Sky Towers Level 1, Ring 7, King of Blackberry vs Monarch of Eternal Freeze. Monarch of Eternal Freeze. Angor quickly pointed out the new information. Oh, him. Xylem saw it too and his expression froze. Miss Nausicaa is more than strong enough to defeat him. Ahem. I'll pass. Me too, Angor agreed. He was afraid that he would lose his worldview if he did. A strange man who could change frost into world of ice and snow was not someone to be looked at from afar. Who knew if he would change freeze into frigid earth or something like that next time? Nausicaa did not mind if they came to watch. Alright then. Wait for my good news. Nausicaa stayed in the Sky Tower to wait for her match. Angor and Xylem did not stay together after leaving the tower. They went their separate ways with different goals in mind. Xylem went to find some spells suitable for his class, while Angor went to Prom's alchemy shop to find Dave. They found Prom's alchemy shop without a hitch. There were still many people waiting in front of the shop. They were all customers who needed Master Prom's help. However, Master Prom still did not show up. Angor saw Dave explaining things to people outside the shop. After the crowd dispersed, Angor approached Dave. Master Prom is not here today. If you need anything, please come next time. Hey, Angor. Dave already explained things to several groups of people today, so he quickly read out his lines when he heard footsteps behind him. However, when he turned around, he saw it was Angor. Why are you here? Oh. I remember now. You advanced, right? Dave happily welcomed Angor into the shop. I'll send you the information about the Sky Tower candidates now. Last time, they agreed that Dave would share the information he collected with Angor. However, Angor was not an apprentice at that time, so he did not have a crystal ball. Prom's alchemy shop did not change much. It was still a mess. Dave finally cleared a clean table and asked Angor to take out his crystal ball and place it on the table. Next, he took out his own crystal ball and transferred the information to Angor's crystal ball using mana. Too much information. Too much trouble, Dave said to Angor. I think it'll take about 10 minutes. Take your time. I have something I need your help with. What is it? Like I told you last time, I'm going to learn alchemy, and I want to buy some low-level materials to practice, Angor said. Do you have any? I'll buy them at market price. You're new to alchemy, and you're going to learn it right away? Isn't that a bit too fast? You still need to learn the theory and some basic alchemy spells, Xylem did not understand. I'll learn as I practice. I want more chances to practice while I still have enough merit points, Angor said. Xylem thought about the balance in Angor's bone card and did not say anything else. He also wanted to use money to get more proficiency points, but that was too extravagant for him. He had to improve his alchemy skills step by step. It took him 5 years to create his first alchemy creation. I have a lot of low-level materials. If you want to practice, you don't need to use tiered materials, Xylem said. He paused and continued, Oh, I almost forgot. You said you want to learn alchemy. Which direction are you going to take? Alchemy was not one of the 3 major fields of study, but it was still a popular field among wizards. There were many directions in alchemy. In ancient times, alchemists divided alchemy into 2 major categories, using oneself and using external objects. Nowadays, the field of alchemy was not as complicated as it was in ancient times. It was directly divided into apothecary and tooling. Apothecary, as the name suggested, focused on making potions. For example, the potion of austere night was made by an alchemist who was proficient in apothecary. Of course, apothecary was not just about drinking potions. Some of the more obscure branches, such as Leona's incense crafting, were also part of the field. Tooling, on the other hand, focused on making alchemy items. Dave's propeller flyer was a mechanical alchemy branch of tooling. Alchemy was based on the concept of conversion. Both apothecary and tooling were centered around the concept of conversion. Therefore, no matter which field one was involved in, he or she would be known as an alchemist. Both fields had a lot in common, but the crafting process and materials were different. Dave had to ask Angor which field he was going to take first so that he could prepare the materials. Both major fields of alchemy require talent. In terms of economic value, they are similar. But from a technical point of view, I think tooling is more difficult. Dave thought Angor was still hesitating, so he decided to tell Angor everything he knew about alchemy. I'm going for tooling, Angor said. Are you sure? Apothecary requires talent as well, but once you know how to make a particular potion, you can quickly recoup your cost. Tooling, on the other hand, won't be so easy. I'm sure. Angor had decided on tooling a long time ago. The alchemy books he recorded in the Nightmare Realm included both tooling and potion. However, he did not plan to study apothecary just yet. If the Purification Garden was not about to open soon, he would probably put off studying alchemy until later. However, the Purification Garden had inspired him. In order to reach the top of the Sky Tower and obtain the entrance ticket to the garden, Angor had to take an unconventional path, alchemy. Fine. Don't regret your decision, Dave said. I won't regret it. If tooling doesn't work out, I can always choose apothecary. Dave chuckled. Then we'll be on the same path. We can help each other. Here are some books on tooling materials. Take a look. If you need anything, I'll go get them from the warehouse. They are at market price. Dave took out several stacks of books and placed them in front of Angor. Complete collection of magical gold materials, complete collection of smelting neutralization materials, complete collection of catalytic materials. Dave gave the books to Angor because he wanted to dissuade him from studying them. He might be smiling when talking to Angor, but deep down, he did not think highly of Angor's fantasy. If it was about making friends, David was more than happy to do so. But alchemy, Dave did not. He valued alchemy more than he valued himself. In his mind, alchemy was not something that anyone could learn. Angor's decision to jump into alchemy while pretending to be rich made Dave feel as if someone who did not know anything about it was desecrating something he cherished. If Angor chose to study apothecary, he would not feel this way. But since Angor chose to study the same tooling as him, the old man began to lose his balance. Dave did not explain the thick stack of books. He only looked at Angor with a smile and waited for him to make his own decision. Angor did not notice Dave's complicated thoughts. He purposefully picked out the books he wanted from the pile of books and flipped through the pages quickly. Then, at an extremely fast speed, he quickly pointed out the materials he wanted to buy: 12 standard quantities of frigid mist silk, 8 kilograms of high copper, 11 cups of hairy orchid gravel, 349 grams of ice glue, starfrost gold. Dave watched Angor's skillful selection and realized that Angor already had a blueprint in mind before making his choice. Although the materials he chose were all unranked, there was actually an intrinsic connection between them. For example, ice glue and starfrost gold did not seem to go together. But when Dave went to Master Prom's house once, he heard Prom talking to another master alchemist. Prom mentioned that ice glue was the best adhesive for starfrost gold by adding a certain amount of catalytic powder 5 minutes after using thaw. High copper was often used in mechanical alchemy as an ideal material for making gears and other intermediates. Frigid mist silk was a tough material used to support gears. These two were often used in combination. Angor must have his own ideas if he could come up with these ideas. Dave looked at the other materials he chose. Some were heat-resistant, some were ductile, and some could be used as power sources. Combining all these materials, Dave could already see the prototype of some kind of mechanical alchemy. Only then did the discomfort in David's heart dissipate. He could tell that Angor was not serious about alchemy. This was enough for him. He picked a lot of materials, all of which were meant to fit his ideas about alchemy weapons. 17 materials in total. According to your list, you need 1,321 merit points. I'll round it off and make it 1,300. Dave glanced at Angor's list and quickly calculated the price. 1,300 merit points were worth about 13 magic crystals, which was a ridiculous price for an apprentice. Back then, Angor only spent 500 merit points to rent a room. But Angor could still afford it. Besides, he just earned 1,000 merit points from Miss Leona not long ago. He took out his bone card and paid the 1,300 merit points. His heroic attitude made David feel envious and jealous again. The 2 crystal balls on the table glowed. Dave glanced at them and said, "Your information is ready. I'll go get the materials from the warehouse. Do you want them delivered or on the spot?" "Delivered? I don't have any space storage." "Alright then. Thank you for your 10 contribution points." After leaving Prom's alchemy shop, Angor went to the Sky Tower again. Nausicaa's match was over when he arrived. She was taking a nap in the resting room. Just as they expected, Nausicaa defeated Monarch of Eternal Freeze without even using her weapon. She only used her fists and kicks to defeat Monarch of Eternal Freeze in a matter of seconds. Nausicaa did not plan to stop after that. She was going to seize this rare opportunity and keep going. Angor left her a blessing and returned to his home in the apprentice town. As soon as Toby reached home, he immediately flew to the attic and started a new movement with his Echo Flower performance team. Angor sat in the yard and listened to Toby's noise concert while waiting for Dave to deliver the goods. Half an hour later, Dave arrived at Angor's doorstep with 4 muscular men. The 4 men were all mortals. They worked in pairs and carried several sealed wooden boxes. Angor ordered them to move the boxes to the basement. After checking them and making sure there were no problems, he dismissed them. "You want 10 merit points for 4 mortals? You're a smart one, aren't you?" Angor spoke behind Dave in a sinister tone. Dave blinked innocently. "You don't have a space storage? Do you think I do? That's for wizards. Apprentices like us can't afford it. Of course we're going to hire mortals to deliver the goods." Angor waved his hand in annoyance. "Stop complaining. Get out of here." After Dave left, Angor went to the basement to sort out the materials. When everything was done, the moon was already above his head. The tree of eternity was shining brightly. Angor dragged his tired body and collapsed on his bed. Too many things had happened today. Although he managed to turn the misfortune into a blessing in the end, his already tired mind was now stretched taut. He yawned and hastily covered himself with the blanket. He fell asleep almost instantly after closing his eyes. The next morning, Angor washed himself and went to his soundproof room. The side effect of the spell backfire was still there, so he had to postpone meditation and spell training. However, his study plan remained unchanged. He planned to study alchemy theories today. In Angor's mind, alchemy was similar to chemistry. Chemistry was a subject that could transform the properties of certain elements. To some extent, alchemy was similar to chemistry. However, when he combined Sunder's books with the ones he found in the Nightmare Realm, he realized that alchemy from Earth and alchemy from the Wizarding World were actually 2 different things, even though they seemed to be related. Alchemy was a transformation method driven by mystery. Behind every transformation, there was mystery energy involved. Even mechanical alchemy required mana as the core of the energy source. Apart from that, to learn alchemy, one had to dabble in runes. By using the power of runes, one could draw out the mystery energy contained in supernatural materials and construct the perfect combination. Or, one could simply use runes as the core and materials as support. After reading the alchemy theory, he felt a headache coming on. He thought learning some alchemy spells would be enough. He did not expect runes to be involved as well. Runes were a huge and complicated subject. Once he mastered them, he would not be short of magic crystals just by drawing rune scrolls. Angor sighed. If he wanted to learn how to make alchemy weapons in a short time, he had to learn from Earth's technology. Mechanical alchemy was a bit like technology. However, at the end of the day, it was still supernatural. It was completely different from technology. Angor's current plan was to use Earth's weapon as a blueprint and combine it with alchemy methods from the Wizarding World to see if he could create a weapon that could deter apprentices. An orthodox tooling alchemist would have a detailed plan when creating an alchemy item. They would also spend a lot of time researching the item. In the end, they would need to go through repeated calculations and experiments before they could truly begin the process. To create an alchemy item, an alchemist would need creativity, talent, vision, and skills. Otherwise, they would have to stick to the rules and follow the path of their predecessors. This was why most alchemists spent most of their lives on alchemy without achieving anything. If there was little inspiration, the finished product could only follow the rules without any novelty. When inspiration came, it might not necessarily be successful in the end. Instead, it might be because it was too reckless and did not consider the internal balance between the materials, leading to more serious consequences, such as an explosion. This was why there were very few alchemists, and even fewer talented ones. Angor did not think about how far he would go on his alchemy path. He was more concerned about how to use alchemy to create the blueprints of weapons from Earth. The hologram tablet John gave him contained a lot of information. However, it did not contain everything. There was very little information about weapons. John was a botanical researcher. He had no interest in weapons used for fighting and killing. The limited weapon blueprints stored in the tablet were actually 3D printed blueprints that he had casually copied from the internet when he was making models with a 3D printer during his university days. Some of them were blueprints for cold weapons, as well as several simple firearms. Of course, Angor's ultimate goal was firearms. However, he did not aim too high. Firearms were only the last step. Before that, he wanted to make some cold weapons to practice. Besides, he needed time to familiarize himself with all kinds of materials in the wizarding world. After learning about alchemy theories, Angor naturally glanced at the tooling spells at the back. He ignored the advanced or official cantrips he could not learn. Instead, he looked at the level 0 and level 1 cantrips. There were only 5 of them: level 0 cantrip, thaw, level 0 cantrip, condense, level 1 cantrip, smelt, level 1 cantrip, freeze, and level 1 cantrip, mana barrier, thaw, preheat mana at a predetermined frequency over a long period of time to achieve the effect of melting materials. It was a technique that could change the appearance of materials. However, due to the long preheating time, the final temperature was very high. Therefore, during the use process, one had to maintain a high degree of concentration at all times. The condensation method, as the name implied, used a freezing method to shape the required materials. There were 2 level 0 cantrips and 3 level 1 cantrips. Among them, smelt and freeze were actually enhanced versions of thaw and condense. They could be smelted and molded into the desired mold faster and more accurately. Mana barrier, on the other hand, was a defensive spell that took a long time to cast and had a short duration. It was a spell that was tailor-made for alchemists to prevent accidental explosions during the alchemy process. He estimated that he would only be able to use level 0 cantrips like thaw and condense once he recovered from the negative side effects. As such, he focused on these 2 techniques. After memorizing the main points of the 2 cantrips, he suddenly remembered that the tooling spells he was reading came from Sunder's library. He did not check the alchemy books recorded in the Nightmare Realm to see if there was anything different about them. Without further ado, he opened his tablet and found the cantrips section of Basics of Alchemy. Thaw, condense, smelt. They seemed to be the same as Sunder's alchemy books. He turned to the next page. Freeze, mana barrier. Angor's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw an tooling spell that was not mentioned in Sunder's library. Blacken. Huh? There's no spell level? Puzzled, Angor carefully read the content of Blacken. In ancient times, there were many major schools of alchemy. The School of Death, led by Odorous, was one of the most mysterious schools of alchemy. They worshipped death and rebirth, and believed that the color black represented the primordial state of chaos. Odorous once said, "Black is a true color. There are many variations of black, and black is the origin of all other colors." The alchemists of the School of Death believed that black represented death. Blacken, on the other hand, was a form of rebirth. Blacken represented the death of all substances and turned them into another form of existence, for original substances. For original substances were molten slag that did not have any luster or metallic properties. They were the new substances that appeared after the death of metals. Blacken, on the other hand, was to turn all substances into 4 original substances to create new or even unique properties. For example, thaw changed the shape of substances, while blacken directly changed the properties of substances. The book did not mention the consequences of such changes. But Angor knew that there were 2 sides to every coin. Blacken had its pros and cons. He would have to try it out later. According to the book, Blacken did not have a level. It determined the amount of black in a target based on the amount of mana the alchemist had. The more mana was injected, the more parts of the target would be blackened. One could even achieve complete blackening and become a 4 original substance. The less mana was injected, the less parts of the target would be blackened. The spell was only related to the amount of mana the user could inject into the spell. It did not have any level, so any wizard could use it. Even a newbie apprentice like Angor, who had just stepped into the supernatural realm a few days ago, could learn it. After reading the book, Angor had a general understanding of Blacken. However, he would have to wait until the spell's backlash was over before he could confirm the specifics of the casting process. Still, Angor believed that Blacken was an extremely valuable spell. There was a saying in the alchemy world, shape is easy to change, but not the properties. There were alchemy spells that could change the properties of substances, but only wizards could learn them. Properties was something that almost touched upon the essence of alchemy. How could a low-level alchemist learn it? Blacken, on the other hand, did it. This was unheard of in the current alchemy world. Angor suddenly wondered who the warden of the Stairs of Hanging Prison was. Singularity dispersive meditation had already surprised him, and now, blackening spell had appeared, and this was only something recorded in the beginner alchemy manual. He wondered what kind of surprises awaited him when he reached the end of the lesson. Blacken excited Angor for a moment. But soon, he shifted his attention to something else. For example, he planned to study the theory of a basic spell combination first. When his mind space calmed down, he would put what he learned to practical use. The so-called set of techniques was actually a kind of arrangement of spell techniques. Wizards had a lot of spells. Not to mention self-created spells, there were tens of thousands of spells used by wizard apprentices. If Angor counted the spells he named dehumidify and create water, there could be millions or even tens of millions of spells. From the vast array of spells, one could pick out a set of spells for one's own use. This was called a set of spells. Generally speaking, a spell combination consisted of 4 structures: an offensive spell, an enchantment spell, a control spell, and a healing spell. Of course, each wizard had a different idea of a spell combination. Some would add defensive spells or detection spells. No matter how many structures there were in a spell combination, it all depended on how you applied it. For example, some had learned Frost, some had learned Grease, and some had learned Flash. In a real battle, how to use these spells properly was the key. If an apprentice could learn a complete spell combination, he or she would be able to handle most situations. However, sorcery sets were generally only recommended by sorcerer apprentices because sorcerer apprentices did not have the time, energy, and magic power to learn more spells. They could only specialize in a few spells. Wizards, on the other hand, did not have this problem. Besides, spell combinations had obvious weaknesses. They could be easily countered by enemies if the spells were too simple. For example, Monarch of Eternal Freeze only knew frost spells. If he or she encountered a bloodline wizard or a fire wizard, he or she would be tricked instead. Therefore, spell combinations were only suitable for apprentices. Angor also planned to choose a spell combination of his own. However, he did not plan to limit himself to the spell combination. He chose to learn the spell combination because he wanted to prepare for the tower challenge. In other words, he was cramming at the last minute. Angor did not choose spells according to the basic spell combination. He gave up on offensive spells and focused on control and defensive spells. Once he created his alchemy weapon, he would rely on the weapon to attack. All he needed to do was to stop his enemies from approaching him and guard against long-range cantrips. Grease, Flash, Ice Wall, Luminous Blur. Angor listed the spells he needed one by one and memorized their theories. Time flew. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Angor had almost finished choosing his spell combination, or rather, his strategy. The goal was to stop his enemies from approaching him. Even if they did, he could use Luminous Blur to hide himself. If he could not, he still had Toby. Once he learned these cantrips and successfully created his alchemy weapon, he would go to the tower and achieve his goal. Angor had almost finished learning the spell combination. However, his mind space was still not fully recovered, so he had to move on. During this time, Nausicaa and Xylem came to him together to invite him to do quests and earn merit points. Angor declined their invitation with the excuse of his condition. After they left, Angor had nothing else to do, so he decided to read the information about the seated contestants from the Sky Tower. Parmagi Highlands was located to the southwest of the Evernight Kingdom, which was the border between the Goman Kingdom and the Evernight Kingdom. The average altitude of the highlands was over 350 meters above sea level, so few people came here. Apart from some native tribes, Parmagi Highlands was undeniably a forbidden area for humans. But on this day, in the blue sky, a huge black shadow flashed with a sparkling radiance. It was a strange object. Angor couldn't tell if it was alive or dead. It was a large, flat, and transparent crystal. There were white strings inside the crystal, which looked like ice. No, it was ice. Because when a Highland eagle flew past it 100 meters away, it was frozen into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. If it was ice, it must be a dead object. But why was it mistaken as a living thing? The ice sculpture was about 20 meters long. On both sides of the ice sculpture, there were two transparent wings, which looked like the wings of a swan. Every time the wings flapped, a feather of ice would fall from the sky. The sunlight on the plateau was so strong that it shone brightly on this piece of ice with wings. Above the ice, several mysterious people in white robes were resting with their eyes closed. The endless freezing power of the frost did not seem to be able to harm them. Instead, their figures seemed to become more and more ethereal in the white mist. If one looked closely, they would notice a frozen crescent moon embroidered on each of their backs. It was the first day of the month of Blossom. After half a month of exhaustion, Angor finally recovered from the spell backlash. Almost immediately, he began to practice the spell. The first thing he learned was the basic tooling spells, Thaw and Condense. According to his plan, there were two requirements to reach the top of Sky Tower. First, he needed an alchemy weapon. Second, he needed to learn a set of defensive spells. Learning a set of spells should not be a problem. He just needed some time to get used to it. As for the alchemy weapon, however, he was not sure. It was the product of two different civilizations, and its future was uncertain. More importantly, Angor had no idea if he could become an alchemist himself. If he could not even become an apprentice alchemist, all his other plans would be useless. Therefore, he focused all of his attention on Thaw. Thaw was the first requirement for an alchemist apprentice. The essence of Thaw was the long-lasting fusion of fire elements and magic power to produce extremely high heat. Then, he used the cantrip model to control the range of the heat so that he wouldn't get hurt. This cantrip was the exact opposite of the cantrips of the three major architectures. The cantrip model wasn't used to construct Thaw, but to limit the high temperature of Thaw. He took out a piece of paper, which was filled with data and formulas. This was the result of the model he had derived for the Thaw spell a few days ago when the spell backfired. After memorizing several key coordinates of the model, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. His mind space had already regained its clarity. The lollipop that he had constructed was all alone in the chaos. The singularity was slowly rotating, purifying the primal mana. Instead, he released pure mana from his mana pool and began to construct the cantrip model of Thaw. With the help of the axes of the universe, it only took him 2 to 3 seconds to construct the model. The Thaw cantrip model did not show any abnormalities. It simply hung in his mind space without breaking down or disintegrating. Nor did it show any signs of being released. He moved the cantrip model to his fingertip and still did not feel anything. There was nothing special about it either. This model is different. It didn't crumble even after being left outside for a long time. It's as solid as a rock, Angor muttered. Since he could not find anything wrong with the model, he decided to warm up it. The fusion of fire elements and mana meant that one had to release mana from their body and let it rub against the fire elements in the outside world. This step didn't seem difficult, and the amount of magic power released from the body was negligible. However, it required patience and control, which was difficult for ordinary apprentice adepts to achieve. Patience meant that one had to continuously release mana and slowly warm up the cantrip. The time required for this process was determined by the amount of fire elements in the air. In places where fire elements were active, it would only take a few minutes to warm up. But in places where fire elements were weak, it could take several hours, or even more. Basically, patience was not a problem for apprentice adepts. However, the control of mana was the most difficult part of learning Fa. It was also one of the reasons why most apprentices did not want to learn alchemy. During the process of warming up, one had to continuously release mana from one's body. The mana consumption was small, but one had to keep releasing the same amount of mana. A little bit more, a little bit less, or even just a little bit would cause the process to fail. It was almost impossible for apprentice adepts to control the measurement with such precision. Angor began the process as well. He kept releasing mana from his body. At first, it was easy for him to resist fire elements. But 2 seconds later, the process failed. Just like other apprentices, he did not control the amount of mana accurately. For the second experiment, Angor carefully released his mana bit by bit. Under his high concentration, he managed to maintain it for 3 seconds. Angor went on for the third, fourth, and 10th experiment. His best record was 4 seconds. Most of the others were around 2 seconds. In places where fire elements were active, it would take more than 2 minutes to warm up. But now, he could not even last 5 seconds. Angor suddenly felt frustrated. Did he not have the talent to learn alchemy? His mana was almost used up, and he was not in a good mood. He closed his eyes and began to meditate to recover his mana. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Angor's mood gradually calmed down during the meditation. He also understood that it was normal to suffer a blow. Nothing could be accomplished overnight. He would keep trying. If he could not control his mana, he could only say that he was not destined to learn alchemy. His mana pool was full again. He took out some rations to fill his stomach while thinking about how to control the amount of mana in his body. Controlling his mana was not something that could be done by being careful. Angor had put all his attention into controlling his mana, but he still could not achieve perfect control. There's always a limit to human strength. Can I borrow some external help? Speaking of external power, the simplest way to control his mana was to limit it through a pipe. It was like drinking water through a straw. The straw could effectively limit the amount of water flowing out. But he could not put a pipe into his mind space. Besides, how could he put mana into a pipe? Limit, Angor repeated the idea over and over again. Various images flashed in his mind. Suddenly, an image full of dotted lines flashed across his mind. I got it. I can't put a pipe in, but I can make one myself. Angor looked excited. I can do it with the axis of the universe. The axis of the universe was the result of mastering the 36-dimensional space positioning method. The axis of the universe divided the mind space into a collection of countless dotted lines, and each point could be turned into a space coordinate point through the axis of the universe. Angor only needed to construct a 3-dimensional tunnel in his mind space and use the axis of the universe as a standard to control his mana output. With this in mind, Angor quickly began his experiment. It took him half a day to create a tunnel defined by the axis of the universe that connected his mana pool to the outside world. He took a deep breath and began to draw mana from his mana pool. He was careful not to let the mana flow out of the axis of the universe. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 19 seconds. 20 seconds. 20 seconds later, Angor failed again. However, Angor did not look frustrated this time. He was sure that he had solved the measurement problem. 4 seconds to 20 seconds was the proof. He failed not because he did not control his mana well. It was because the rate fluctuated. As long as he could solve the measurement problem, everything else was not a problem. After spending some more time, he was able to reach a basic equilibrium with his constant attention. With both the measurement and the rate solved, Angor began the process again. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 19 seconds. 20 seconds. 1 minute. 10 seconds. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 2 minutes later, Angor failed again. This time, however, it had nothing to do with his technique. It was because his finger got burned. He had been focusing on solving the problem, but he forgot that he had to do it inside the cantrip model. Otherwise, he would get burned sooner or later. The third day of the month of Blossom. Angor moved the stove in the kitchen to the basement. He lit the fire. Waves of heat slowly spread in the basement. Angor sat beside the stove and closed his eyes to meditate. About half an hour later, he reached out his spirit feelers and sensed the activity of fire elements in the air. With the furnace as the center, the fire elemental energy became several times more active than before. Angor felt that it was about time. He stood up and walked to the pile of wooden boxes on the other side of the basement. They were all low-tiered materials he bought from Prom's alchemy shop. Angor took out a black metal block that had a red tint to it. It was Earth Fiend copper, one of the materials he bought the most. It was one of the weakest types of blood copper. It was a type of copper that was contaminated with Earth Fiend's blood and nourished for many years. Items made with Earth Fiend copper would be much harder and more resistant to wear. There was also a small chance that they would gain special effects. Angor took out the Earth Fiend copper and returned to the stove. Angor used Thaw to construct the cantrip model. He then injected his mana to slowly fuse it with the fire elements. Time passed. 15 minutes later, Thaw took shape. Angor could feel the intense heat coming from the model at his fingertips. However, since it was restrained by the model, it did not leak out. Angor placed the Earth Fiend copper inside Thaw. As time passed, the Earth Demon blood copper began to show signs of melting under the Thaw technique. Under Thaw, the Earth Fiend bronze turned into a pool of liquid metal with a dark red luster. The next step was to shape the liquid metal into the shape he wanted and fix it with condense. Angor was surprised by what he saw. Shape? How do I do that? Angor suddenly realized that he only thought about melting and shaping materials. As for how to do that, he was still clueless. He recalled something from the book, Basic Alchemy, which said, after melting the material, use mana to shape it, then use condense to fix it. Use mana to shape it. Angor tried to squeeze out some mana from his mana pool and released it into the liquid metal. The mana did not cause any ripples, just like a river flowing into the ocean. Angor could only stand there for a while. 3 minutes later, the cantrip model began to crumble under the high temperature, which meant Thaw had reached its limit. Angor had no choice but to cancel Thaw. Without any support, the liquid metal slid to the floor and left several burn marks on the floor. White smoke rose together with an unpleasant smell. Angor opened the door of the basement to let some air in. He returned to his soundproof room and checked his hologram tablet to find out how to shape it. Angor went through all the books he found in Sunder's library and the Nightmare Realm, but there was no mention of such a thing. They all said that it was done using mana. Angor had no idea what to do. He even considered using molds. But molds also needed to be custom-made. Did he have to go to a mortal smithy to make molds? He considered and decided to ask Dave at Prom's alchemy shop. Angor put on the black bedsheet and went out. He liked wearing bedsheets more and more recently because they were easier to wear. Before, he had to wash his hair and comb it properly before going out. But with the bedsheet, he could just put on a hood to cover his messy and greasy hair. Angor even suspected that this was the reason why every apprentice was given such a bedsheet. Angor did not walk far when he noticed that the apprentice town was much more crowded than usual. Most of the apprentice adepts, who usually stayed at home, had left their houses and were dressed neatly. He put on his hood and kept a low profile in the crowd. Several minutes later, he arrived at the underground market. Soon, they arrived at Prom's alchemy shop. The door of Prom's alchemy shop was wide open. There was no queue outside, but Dave was sitting on the stairs outside. David's goggles were pushed up to the top of his head, revealing his freckled little face. His expression was a little lonely. He sat on the wooden stairs with his chin in his hands, like a little boy who was ignorant of the world and was confused about the future. What's wrong? Thinking about life? Dave slowly looked up when he saw Angor walking to him. Phew. David let out a long sigh and said listlessly, "Why are you here? Didn't you go to Cloud Library?" Cloud Library? Why should I go there? Angor leaned against the railing beside the stairs. Don't you know that today is the release day of the Frost Moon Chronicle? Oh right, I almost forgot. You just joined Brute Cavern. It's normal that you don't know about Moonfrost Chronicle, Dave mumbled to himself. Moonfrost Chronicle? Angor suddenly thought of a book. You're not talking about expedition into endless plains, are you? You know about it too? Dave looked at Angor in surprise. Yes, I do. Expedition into Endless Plains is a journal published by Moonfrost Union every century. It records all kinds of stories about the Union's planar exploration. It's the 16th issue now. Angor considered. You said today is the release day of the Moonfrost Chronicle. Don't tell me the 17th issue of Expedition into Endless Plains will be released today? Dave nodded. Yup. People from Moonfrost Union are already here. Look, there are fewer people in the underground market now. They're all here to read Moonfrost Chronicle. A journal published once in a century. It's worth checking out. Angor was tempted to buy it himself. He wondered if the new issue would contain more information about the Nightmare Realm. Apart from the 14th issue, which mentioned the Nightmare Realm, Moonfrost Union did not make any progress toward the Nightmare Realm. Where will it be published? I'll buy it later. Angor asked. Dave glanced at Angor. Are you sure you want to buy it? Moonfrost Union has never sold it for less than 100 magic crystals. Then why are they? Angor looked around the empty market. You can rent it if you can't buy it. You can rent it from Cloud Library or Wizards. If you have a good relationship with your professor, maybe they'll let you read it for free. Dave looked even more depressed. I see. Should he go to Sunder's place and ask for some help later? But what does that have to do with you sitting here thinking about life? Dave shrugged. Because I'm jealous of you. I don't even have a professor. Angor was surprised. You didn't get a poster? If I remember correctly, those who don't get a poster will be assigned a random professor, right? I did. Dave paused for a moment. Dave paused. After a long while, he said, but unfortunately, my mentor is dead. He died on the way to reclaim a plane. Angor's expression froze. No wonder David was sitting here with a desolate expression. When he was considering whether he should say something to comfort Mr. Prome, Dave suddenly chuckled. But I'm fine now. I can get some pointers from Master Prome. It's better than having to face my teacher like a coward. You haven't answered my question yet. Why are you here? Dave narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me you realized you don't have talent and tooling and want to return the materials? Before Angor could answer, Dave put on an I knew it expression again and patted his chest. It's fine. I knew it. I didn't record the materials you bought. Just return them to me. Do you want me to ask someone to move them here? Why are you so quiet? I'm asking you. Do you want someone to move them here? Angor chuckled. No need. I'm not here to return the materials. Dave frowned. You sure you're not here to return the materials? Of course not. Angor grumbled. I'm here because I want to ask you something. You want to ask me something? Dave's expression was strange. There was a hint of joy and a sense of superiority. Dave cleared his throat and changed his expression to that of a kind senior. Young man, it's a good habit to ask questions when you don't know something. Since you're crying and begging me, I'll help you. Angor was speechless. Since when did I cry and beg you? Hey, don't overthink it. Ask away, young man. Dave looked at Angor with a kind smile. Angor took a deep breath and resisted the urge to leave. I just want to know how to shape a material after turning it into liquid using thaw. Dave's expression froze. What did you just say? You already learned thaw? Angor repeated his words. According to the book, you can use mana to shape a material. But when I put my mana into the solution, nothing happened. That's why I'm here to ask you. Dave's expression looked like a die tray. Green was frustration, red was shame, yellow was anger, and black was sadness. After a long while, David said in an aggrieved tone, Did you really learn the thaw method? It's only been half a month. How did you learn it? Ugh. Angor looked at Dave's pitiful expression and realized that he learned thaw faster than most people. He carefully chose his words and said, Maybe I'm talented? David collapsed on the stairs. He had a look of despair on his face, as if he was saying, Why can't I just die? Dave recalled his own experience of learning thaw. Even with Master Prom's guidance, it took him a whole year to successfully cast Thaw. He had yet to learn the level 1 tooling cantrip, Smelt. He didn't even touch the surface of it. Angor only spent half a month to learn it. This world was so unfair. I think I'm sick today. I need to go back and sleep. Dave slowly got up and walked into the shop. Hold on. Angor called. David turned his head and pouted with an aggrieved expression. Ugh, how does Thaw use mana to shape objects? Dave remained silent for a while. He was struggling in his mind. Should he tell Angor or not? Demon Dave and Angel Dave were arguing in their minds. Jealousy and friendship were fighting each other. After a while, Dave sighed. Fine, I'll tell you. The magic mentioned in the book isn't the kind of magic you think it is. It's a level 0 cantrip, Hand of Magic. Dave waved his hand at Angor. I've told you the answer. I'm going to cry. Thank you. Angor thanked Dave sincerely. Dave paused and pouted. You can ask anyone who knows alchemy. They'll know. But I don't know anyone who knows alchemy. Angor chuckled. Thank you so much. Without you, I don't know how long I'd have to struggle. Don't thank me. You're talented in alchemy. If you can go further on the path of alchemy, I hope you can help me in the future. Angor's eyes narrowed into crescents. No problem. Hand of Spell. Angor vaguely remembered seeing such a cantrip in the list of level 0 cantrips. After returning home, Angor opened his hologram tablet and found the folder of level 0 cantrips. He typed in the keyword and found Hand of Spell. To his surprise, there were 2 more upgraded versions of Hand of Spell. Hand of Spell, level 0 cantrip. Use mana to simulate 2 hands. Can be controlled from a short distance. Intermediate Hand of Spell, level 1 cantrip. Use mana to simulate 2 hands. Can be controlled from a short distance. Increase flexibility to a certain extent. Advanced Hand of Spell, level 2 cantrip. Use mana to simulate 2 hands. Can be controlled from a long distance. Increase accuracy and flexibility. The effect of Hand of Spell was similar to Spirit Feelers, which could allow one to control objects from a short distance. This was why Angor never thought about learning Hand of Spell. However, he didn't expect Hand of Spell to be one of the compulsory cantrips for alchemists. This was the downside of studying alone without any guidance. Without wasting any time, Angor began to study Hand of Spell. Just like how he learned other spells, he did not copy the data recorded in the book. Instead, he derived the cantrip himself. This step took him about 2 hours. It took him half an hour to convert the data into a cantrip model using a magic formula. And it only took him 2 minutes to successfully cast Hand of Spell. Generally speaking, Angor had already learned Hand of Spell. However, if he wanted to use it as he wished, he would need to shorten the model construction time to about 1 second. Currently, it took him 1.5 minutes to cast Hand of Spell, so he did not fully master it yet. Shortening the casting time was a matter of mastery. As long as he used it more often, his casting speed would slowly improve. Angor was not in a hurry. When Hand of Spell was released, 2 hands that looked like shadows of mist appeared in front of Angor. Angor looked at the shadowy hands and thought to himself, so this is Hand of Spell? Angor had a strange feeling. It was as if he had an extra pair of hands out of thin air. The Hand of Spell was like his left and right hands. He could control it at will and do anything he wanted. Using the Hand of Spell, he picked up a glass of water. The glass was made of glass, and he could clearly feel its sturdiness and smoothness. The only thing he didn't feel was the coldness of the glass. It could be seen that the Hand of Magic blocked out the temperature. It had a sense of touch, could be controlled remotely, and could even block the temperature. No wonder alchemists would learn magic hands. In high temperatures, magic hands was simply the greatest help for alchemists. To test the sensitivity of Hand of Spell, he went to the riverside and dug up a small pile of wet soil. Then, he controlled the mana hands to slowly knead the soft and moist soil. Just like plasticine, the soil changed into various shapes under the mana hands. There were animals, humans, swords, and plants. When he was almost done, he put down the soil and returned to his soundproof room. He took out a pen and paper and wrote down the results of the hand of magic test. The flexibility is very high, there is almost no hindrance, it's as if I have an extra pair of hands. His only regret was that he was used to the distance between his left and right hands. Now that he had an extra pair of hands, his accuracy dropped. After learning Hand of Spell, Angor returned to the basement again. He ignited the furnace and waited for the fire elements to reach their peak. Then, he took out another piece of Earth Fiend bronze and used thaw to melt it. He already did the procedure once, so he was quite familiar with it. Although the casting speed was very slow, nothing unexpected happened. After placing the Earth Fiend blood copper into the preheated melting model, the blood copper melted into a pool of viscous metal liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feeling a little nervous, Angor reached the pre-built Hand of Spell into the liquid. I don't feel any heat. Angor was overjoyed. He manipulated the Hand of Spell and molded the liquid into a crescent shape, leaving several pipe-like sockets in the middle. It was a crescent-shaped accessory, which was part of the alchemy weapon he wanted to make. After confirming the last socket, Angor began to finalize the weapon. The more powerful alchemists would display their talents at this step, as well as their wild imagination. They would inscribe magic patterns, add special materials, add catalysts, or even directly shrink a magic array before it was finalized. However, Angor was just a beginner. He did not have such skills. After making sure the crescent part was correct, Angor cancelled thaw and used condense to finalize it. Angor held the crescent part in his hand. The part did not look delicate, but it was still possible to tell that it was some kind of man-made mechanical part. It still had a metallic feel to it. Since Angor did not use any special tools, the rough edges were not smooth. To test its hardness, Angor pinched it hard. The crescent part made a cracking sound. Angor opened his hand and saw nothing wrong with it. However, there were some cracks on both sides of the part. Wait. Earth Fiend bronze can improve its hardness. Why did it crack when I pinched it? Angor was confused. Angor considered and decided to break the part in half to see what happened. Breaking the part made of Earth Fiend bronze was a little difficult. It took Angor a lot of effort to break the part where the crack appeared. When he saw the inner core of the crescent moon, he finally understood why it was cracked. When he controlled the part with Hand of Spell, he did not control the density of each part of the material. Some parts were too tight, while some parts were too loose. It was normal for cracks to appear when the force applied to the part was uneven. However, although there were flaws in the crescent moon, it was still a great achievement for a beginner to be able to make it completely. Angor had to solve the problem. He already knew how to solve it. The so-called alchemy wasn't just a simple thaw combined with the hand of magic. It required a lot of tools to work together. For example, during the molding stage, there was a special flat scraper to remove the burrs and barbs. There was a special engraving pen to draw magic patterns. There was also a corresponding pressure device to make the materials reach a perfect balance. There was even a special beautifying pen to make the finished product look good. There was also a myriad of alchemy tools, such as the universal cup, the suction tube, the air tank, the balance plug, and so on. Alchemists could make alchemy tools themselves, but it would take a long time. Alchemy tools could save alchemists a lot of time. It could be said that every alchemist had their own laboratory. Angor planned to build his own alchemy lab. With enough tools, he could improve his alchemy skills quickly. With that in mind, Angor could not wait any longer. He took his bone card and hurried to the underground market. Of course, it was Dave again. After a day of rest, Dave's face looked a little rosier. He was not surprised to hear that Angor needed alchemy tools. He took Angor to the underground warehouse of Prom's alchemy shop. The warehouse was filled with all kinds of items. At a glance, it was a dazzling array of items. Most of them were sealed boxes, but in a small corner, there were some weird-looking plants that were baring their teeth and brandishing their claws. Master Prom once said that a true alchemist would be no different from metal, stone, or wood to them. Everything is the same to them. It's just a matter of using them internally and externally. Dave paused. But Master Prom's tooling is better. As for apothecary, Dave gave a vague SOSO. He did not want to comment on Prom's apothecary achievement. Dave took Angor to the outermost layer of the warehouse, where several long tables were placed together. There were all kinds of alchemy tools on the tables. Most of them were covered in dust and looked old. You know, there are many apprentices who want to learn alchemy, but most of them give up halfway. There are very few alchemists in Brute Cavern. That's why alchemy tools are not very popular. I think our shop has the best collection in the entire underground market. Dave shrugged. As you can see, this is what happens when you can't sell them. They've been here for decades. Even the magic array to remove dust has lost its effect. If you want them, I can sell them to you at 50% off the market price, Dave whispered. Dave whispered, if Master Prom knew that someone would buy these alchemy tools, he'd be willing to give a bigger discount. Of course I'll buy them. But are you sure they'll work? They won't rust or explode halfway, right? Angor looked at the dusty alchemy tools and asked worriedly. No way. These alchemy tools are made with special materials. How can they rust like ordinary iron? I used them when I made my propeller flyer. They'll work fine, Dave promised. Angor did not say anything. He walked to the alchemy tools and carefully took out a bottle used to store waste gas. He used a handkerchief to wipe the dust off the surface. When the dust faded away, the bottle's interior was revealed. The metal mechanism on the bottle cap did not seem to be damaged at all. It looks fine after wiping it off, Angor muttered to himself. He checked a few more alchemy tools he might use and found that they were all in good condition. There was almost no damage to any of them. Are you sure you'll give me 50% off? Master Prom told me when he was cleaning the warehouse 2 years ago. If someone wants to buy these alchemy tools, the lowest price is 50%, Dave said. 50% off the market price? Not bad. Angor thought for a moment. He did not plan to shop around. He quickly ordered a dozen alchemy tools, some big and some small. There was also a bellows box as big as a fireplace. David glanced at it, and with the calculation ability of a wizard, he calculated the price almost instantly. 19,744 merit points in total. With 50% off, I'll give you 9,850 merit points, Dave said. Angor checked the balance in his card. He still had about 9,200 merit points left. Why is it so expensive? Dave said matter-of-factly, if it's not expensive, it won't be here for decades, waiting for you to buy it. The alchemy tools here are of low quality in the alchemy world. A really good alchemy tool costs at least tens of thousands of magic crystals. Master Prom's rune engraving pen costs thousands of magic crystals. Therefore, these are already very cheap. You should be content. You want it? If you buy it, I can make the decision to give you a set of designer bags. Dave took out a black tool bag from somewhere and opened it. It was filled with all kinds of art tools. There were pens, rulers, brushes, knives, and some colored ink. Angor gritted his teeth. I'll take it. The balance on his bone card was almost empty. Angor had to take out 7 magic crystals from his waist pouch to make up for the difference. Do you want me to deliver it to your door? David asked with a smile. Angor quickly waved his hand. No need. I'll hire someone outside. Angor spent 50 silver coins to hire 5 men. He carried the packed alchemy tools and hurried back home. He placed the tools in the basement and hired the 5 men to go to the market in Apprentice Town to buy several tables and chairs made of special materials. In the next half of the day, with the help of these men, Angor's basement was successfully turned into a lab. It still looked simple, but Angor was already satisfied with what he had. The night was as cold as water. Angor looked at the tidy laboratory and suddenly felt a sense of belonging. Angor's alchemy journey went smoothly for the next few days. 3 days later, he successfully crafted his first alchemy creation, a foldable fruit knife. The fruit knife was one of the 3D printer blueprints stored in John's hologram tablet. Angor only needed to make 3 main parts and 2 spare parts to assemble the item. Assembling alchemy items was the mainstream way of mechanical alchemy. Compared to the one-piece items, mechanical alchemy items lacked technical skills and were much less powerful. However, mechanical alchemy still enjoyed a certain status in the alchemy world because of its convenience and universal applicability. Folding fruit knives, such as the handles of flower trees, had wood grains on them as decorations. When the knife was opened, one could clearly feel the coldness of the blade. If one looked carefully, one could even see some faint patterns on the blade. The hardness of the earth-fiend copper, coupled with the sharpness of the cast water, formed a cold, hard blade when the two unranked materials were used together. Angor took out a sharpness touchstone and gently scratched it. A faint mark appeared on the touchstone. A touchstone was a special tool used by alchemists to test sharpness. Common weapons could not break its shell. Only weapons that could break the magic defense of apprentices could leave a mark on the touchstone. Although this fruit knife did not have any special effects, its quality and sharpness were already much better than a normal weapon. The fact that the fruit knife could leave a mark on the touchstone meant that it was basically a weapon that could be used by supernatural beings. Angor was satisfied with his work as a practice tool. What's more, this weapon was the first alchemy product he had ever made, so its commemorative significance was greater than its original meaning. Just like the dagger he obtained from young Sunders in the Nightmare Realm. It was just a common weapon, but it had a special meaning to Sunders. Angor decided to keep the fruit knife and happily put it into his inner pocket. He held back his joy and meditated to recover most of his mana. Then, he began to work on his second creation. For this work, he still chose the cold weapon or kitchen utensils from the 3D printing catalog. Chinese kitchen knife. He chose the Chinese kitchen knife as his practice tool because he wanted to see how it could be combined into one. He did not plan to make the Chinese kitchen knife into an alchemy item. Instead, he wanted to create an item in one go using thaw. Creating an item in one go was much more difficult than he expected. Just the selection of materials already took him a lot of effort. Creating an item in one go did not mean using only one material. It meant that he could create an item in thaw without limiting it to one type of material. After several experiments, Angor chose dozens of material combinations from material synthesis recorded in the Nightmare Realm and began to test them one by one. If it had been another alchemist, it would have taken at least half a year to match the materials and determine the weight of each material. Angor, on the other hand, had an alchemy legacy from an unknown school, which allowed him to skip many steps. More importantly, the items that he refined were all illustrated. The hologram tablet projected the 3D blueprint, showing a 720-degree panoramic view with no blind spots. Sometimes, even if Angor did not understand how it worked, he could still draw a rough picture. 5 days later, Angor's Chinese kitchen knife finally took shape. The hilt and blade of the saber, which had been integrated into one, flashed with a cold light. The knife still did not have any special effect. Angor never learned about runes or magic arrays. He also did not put any special materials or catalysts into it. It was almost impossible for him to create any special effect. Angor waved his hand and the Chinese kitchen knife easily left a 1 centimeter mark on the touchstone. Creating an item in one go is better than assembling it, Angor thought to himself. He could feel the smooth texture of the knife just by holding it in his hand. After successfully creating the Chinese kitchen knife, Angor's heart grew wild. He decided to create a series of weapons in Chinese style. He did this not because of his passion. He just wanted to practice and get familiar with the combination of materials. 10 days later, Angor walked out of his underground lab with a cloud of dust. There were 3 weapons placed on one side of the lab. A sword, a knife, and a stab. The sword was a 3-foot-long azure edge sword, the knife was a sheathless tang saber, and the stab was a dual-wielding ame bayonet. Apart from the ame bayonet, the knife and sword were only foldable fruit knives. Angor estimated that he could sell them for 1 or 2 magic crystals. However, he did not plan to sell them yet. He was running out of time. These weapons were considered alchemy weapons, but they were the lowest kind. Even mortal blacksmiths could make them. Angor felt bored in the basement for several days. He gave himself half a day off to relax and went back to the soundproof room. The basics of alchemy were the mastery of heat, shape, and condensation. Angor already knew how to use them. The cold weapons he made a few days ago were actually the basics of alchemy. However, learning them did not mean Angor was an apprentice alchemist. At most, he could be considered a top blacksmith in the mortal world. True alchemy lay in the fact that the tools it refined had extraordinary effects. So-called supernatural items included equipment with buffs, machines that could stabilize energy, weapons that could cast spells, items with special effects, and many more unspeakable abilities. Even space items and time items could be created through alchemy. Of course, Angor's goal was to create such items. To create an alchemy item with supernatural effects, there were several ways to do it. First, rune study. During the alchemy process, one needed to match the properties of the materials and add the corresponding runes to enhance the effect. Second, rune study. This belonged to the study of magewefts, which was an upgraded version of magewefts. Third, rune study. Of course, there were other methods, but these were the most popular ones. The first two were also called enchantment, while the third was called synthesis. In the alchemy world, enchantment was only a minor art. Synthesis was the most orthodox method. If the synthesis was done well, the effect of the alchemy item would be much better than enchantment. Using rune study and rune study to enchant an alchemy item, one needed to match the properties of the materials. One could not simply carve whatever one wanted on the item. There were great limitations. Synthesis, on the other hand, was to combine the materials to fully express the properties of a material. For example, winter gold and frost raven feather could be mixed with dozens of different catalysts under certain conditions to induce the frost effect of the material itself. An alchemy item created in this way could be applied to any material without being restricted by enchantment. The effect would be much better than enchantment. If Angor wanted to go further on his path of alchemy, he had to choose the third method, synthesis. However, to prepare for the upcoming challenge, he decided to take a shortcut, enchantment. He took out basics of alchemy and began to learn how to enchant items step by step. To learn enchantment, one must first understand rune study. Rune study had its own set of characters. In other words, each pattern in a rune was a character that represented many truths of the world. For example, a rune used to accelerate the ripening of plants contained truths such as weather, moisture, soil, seasons, and so on. Weather, moisture, soil, seasons, and so on all represented a pattern. Arranging these patterns according to certain values would create a complete rune. A true magic rune apprentice would definitely have to start from learning the meaning of every single line. There were over 60 million basic lines with different meanings, and there were even some that had the same meaning. However, due to the different seasons in which the principles were expressed, different lines would be derived from them. For example, the patterns that represented sunset would have different patterns because one represented a winter sunset, while the other represented a summer sunset. Angor did not have the patience to memorize all 60 million basic patterns. Alchemists usually forced themselves to memorize a complete rune pattern and copy it into an alchemy item without understanding the meaning of each pattern. Generally speaking, they had to copy the pattern. However, it was not easy to copy a pattern. This was because drawing a mageweth also required stable mana and a long period of time. Moreover, there couldn't be any mistakes during the process. For example, carving a complete rune, wave rune. In a large, circular pattern, there were tens of thousands of lines in different directions and corners. In the end, a wave rune was formed. Alchemists had to control their mana output during the process and carve the rune on an alchemy item, one stroke at a time. Also, if there was even the slightest difference in the distance, direction, or size of the rune, it would mean failure. For this reason, not many alchemists chose the path of enchantment. But for Angor, enchantment was perfect for him. Hermit Fox said, "I wrote so many settings because I wanted to use them to build my ideal alchemy system. But when I finished reading them myself, I felt like I was talking nonsense with a straight face. So embarrassing. My cover is covered. For alchemists, enchantment only required two things, stable mana during drawing, and perfect runes during drawing. 09 Little Say Net, stable mana during drawing was something Angor could do. Just like Thaw, he only needed to construct a stable mana channel through the axis of the universe. It was quite difficult for an apprentice to carve a magic pattern onto an alchemy product. But Angor could find another way. Enchantment Encyclopedia, a primer. Angor recorded this book in the Nightmare Realm. It had more than 700 pages, which would be as thick as a dictionary if it was printed on paper. There was a complete magewef on every page. The rune on the first page was called Rune of Sharpness. It doubled the sharpness of an alchemy item. This magewef looked very simple. If drawn with a single stroke, it would take more than 50 strokes to draw it. Angor took out a pen and paper and tried to draw the rune slowly. He failed without a doubt. He tried another 7 or 8 times, but the results were still the same. Most of the time, he would have to pause halfway to consider his next stroke. A pause would cause the mana output to become unstable. Even if he managed to draw a complete rune, he would still fail due to the difference in spacing and angle. Angor had foreseen something like this. He sighed slightly. Looks like I can only resort to cheating. Angor cut the rune into separate sections and projected it onto a piece of paper using the hologram tablet. He took out a pen and paper and traced the edges of the rune using the hologram. All in one go, when the rune was perfectly drawn on the paper, Angor silently praised the hologram tablet in his mind. Projecting runes through the hologram tablet was why Angor was so confident in enchantment. As a matter of fact, Angor's cheating method was already thought of by some alchemists a long time ago. They would carve a complete rune on a wooden board, hang it on a chandelier, and use the light from the chandelier to draw the rune. The principle was similar to Angor's projection. However, the projected runes would have problems with spacing due to certain conditions. Since they were projecting shadows, the light would mislead people's eyes, so this method was basically useless. Angor, on the other hand, did not need to worry about this at all. It was a real hologram, so the size and spacing of the runes were exactly the same as the original. Now that his experiment was successful, he decided to test it again. This time, he was going to use his mana to carve the sharpness magewef. Ordinary white paper could not withstand extraordinary power, so he went to the underground market and bought a few sheepskin scrolls. Then, through the projection of the holographic tablet, he controlled the magic output and drew the sharpness magewef on the sheepskin scrolls according to the ratio of 1:2. When the last stroke was finished, a light flashed on the parchment. Then, a cold aura, as sharp as a blade, spread out from the sheepskin scroll. That's it? Sharp magic scrolls? He suddenly felt that he could reach the top of Sky Tower by drawing magic scrolls without using alchemy weapons. While he was feeling proud, the scrolls suddenly exploded into countless pieces and scattered all over the ground. What's going on? Why did it explode all of a sudden? Puzzled, he began to read Enchantment Cyclopedia, for Beginners. Halfway through the book, he finally got the answer from the author's comments. As it turned out, the runes drawn by alchemists were different from those drawn by real runes. Alchemists did not know how to make magic scrolls because the runes they drew were usually used on alchemy items. Most of them were passive runes. For example, sharpness rune, armor-piercing rune, and so on. These runes would increase the sharpness and armor-piercing ability of an alchemy item. These were all passive effects. Passive runes were considered high-end techniques in the field of runes. Only wizards who were determined to learn magic arrays would dabble in them. 09 Little Say Net, passive magewefs could be enchanted for a long time by combining them with suitable alchemy materials and a source of energy. Ordinary magic scrolls could only be used a few times. They could only be used for a long time if they were transformed into magic arrays. There were active enchantments, but all of them were compound ones. Compound ones were not enchantments in runes. They were enchantments for magic arrays. An active enchantment was created when multiple runes were stacked on top of each other to form a magic array according to a certain pattern. Then, the magic array could be enchanted onto an alchemy item. For example, Sharpness Rune, Projectile Rune, and Midas Touch could be combined to create a magic array with the effect of Rain of Knives. Enchantment on an alchemy item made of suitable materials would give the item the effect of Rain of Knives. However, enchantment on magic arrays was too difficult. Even if someone could figure it out, it would not be as powerful as synthesis. This was why alchemists would usually only memorize some low-level runes when they learned enchantment. When they reached a certain level, they would directly switch to synthesis. Angor finally understood why the sharpness rune broke. Passive runes were not something ordinary scrolls could handle. Sharpness runes belonged to the high-end knowledge of runes, which was the foundation of magic arrays. Still, Angor felt happy. At least he could tell that he successfully drew the runes. This meant that he could draw runes now. If he could buy a real book on runes and some scrolls, he might be able to reach the top of the sky tower by smashing those scrolls. In the following week, Angor used Enchantment Cyclopedia for beginners to practice each rune. With the help of the holographic projection, his drawing became smoother and smoother. Thanks to the holographic projection, he was able to draw the most standard runes every time. As time went by, he got more and more familiar with the runes. He could even draw runes that he had drawn several times without using the holographic projection. When the month of blossoms was over, the first half of the month of spring sacrifice arrived. Angor took out some materials, such as starfrost gold, ice glue, earth-fiend copper, iron wood. He used thaw to make them into accessories one by one. When the earth-fiend copper was melted, Angor molded it into a crescent-shaped blade. Once the shape was decided, Angor quickly used his tablet to engrave the runes of sharpness on the blade. Then, using condense, he took out a utility knife and quickly painted the crescent blade with tiny ripples. He planned to draw the venom snake pattern on the blade. However, Thaw had a limited time and he was running out of mana, so he could only draw some random ripples as an artistic touch. When the crescent-shaped blade was successfully placed on the lab table, it shone with an unimaginable sharpness. When Angor tried to assemble the other parts, he carefully held the blade's surface. The sharpness of the blade cut his hand, and blood gushed out. Bright red blood streaked across the crescent blade, but it didn't stain the slightest bit as it dripped onto the ground. There was not even a trace of blood on the blade. The blade was as smooth as a mirror. It's not the blade. The flat surface already has the sharpness effect. When I assemble it, it should be a supernatural alchemy weapon, right? Angor thought to himself. The assembly process was completed quickly. When Angor held the finished product in his hand, he could clearly see that it was a scythe used by farmers to cut grass. The maximum length of the blade was 31.2 centimeters, and the maximum width was 13.7 centimeters. The handle was made of ironwood. The scythe was not too big, and its weight was suitable for one hand. It was not very artistic. There were runes on the blade, but they were simple. The handle was polished and waxed, but it was also sparse. As for the effect, Angor walked out of the lab with a scythe and crossed the river into the forest. Angor swung the scythe at an adult maple tree. The tree trunk, which was as thick as an adult's waist, was easily cut in half. The scythe's sharpness was almost unimaginable. Angor swung the scythe again. This time, he infused his mana into the blade. The crescent-shaped blade glowed faintly. Angor aimed at another maple tree. The maple tree was cut in half again. Strangely, the cut was not flat like tofu. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of barbs. Angor guessed that this was the effect of the rune of sharpness. Angor swung the scythe a few more times. Once, he only swung the scythe at the air. The branch was cut in half before it even touched the air. Supernatural, as expected. Angor showed a satisfied smile. He could simply imbue the blade with sharpness chi. He could even cut through the air without touching the real thing. This was the effect of the rune of sharpness. Making a supernatural weapon meant that Angor had officially stepped into the threshold of a junior apprentice alchemist. And he only spent less than a month to do it. If other alchemists knew about Angor's achievement, they would feel ashamed. For most alchemists, it would take years for them to advance to the level of a beginner apprentice. Every step in alchemy was extremely difficult, and they often got stuck at it for years. People like Angor were born to attract hatred. However, Angor still regretted that he only knew how to make weapons with 3D diagrams. He did not have time to learn other types yet. After returning home, Angor decided to make another alchemy weapon. Once this one was ready, he would start making his own weapon to challenge the tower. Nausicaa's image flashed across his mind before he started working on this item. When the world's consciousness came to the mirror world, it caused a hurricane. If Nausicaa did not save him in time, he would have fallen from the clouds and become fertilizer for the Tree of Eternity. Angor decided to make an alchemy weapon for Nausicaa. Nausicaa's weapon was a knight's soft sword, which was usually tied around her waist. Angor planned to make a knight's soft sword as well. However, he did not find any blueprints for it. Besides, he was not familiar with the materials he was familiar with. The materials he was familiar with were mostly tough ones. Therefore, he decided not to make a knight's soft sword. Instead, he wanted to make a melee weapon. He flipped through the 3D blueprint page by page. In the end, he chose a weapon with a strange shape, but it was easy to hold and had great lethality. Smith's Wesson Bear Claw. It was a full-toothed blade in the shape of a bear's claw. There were 3 finger holes, which made it easy to hold. Its power was extremely great, and when it carried out damage, it would produce a type of biting force that would slice through everything, extremely powerful. Angor did not use Rune of Sharpness when making the weapon. Instead, he added Rune of Frost. Rune of Frost could attach a freezing effect to a weapon. The wound caused by the weapon would be frozen for a short period of time, which was very useful in battle. However, Angor failed once when making this weapon. Rune of Frost conflicted with Earth Fiend Bronze. Angor spent a whole night studying material compatibility. In the end, he decided to use a mixture of Starfrost Gold and High Bronze as the main material for the blade. Since the Smith's Wesson Bear Claw was very small, Angor carefully drew it with a utility knife during the final condensation process. However, he did not know much about art, so he chose a pattern he found from the hologram tablet. The handle was in the shape of a butterfly wing, while the blade was carved with clusters of camellias. When the condensation process ended, Angor's mana was almost exhausted. Angor placed the new weapon on the table and closed his eyes to meditate. When his mana returned to normal, he rubbed his sore arms and stood in front of the lab table. On the transparent lab table, there was a silver metal object that looked like a work of art. The butterfly wing and the clusters of camellias made it look like a butterfly collecting honey. It was not only delicate but also beautiful. Although the layers of camellias had no color, there seemed to be a cold fragrance coming from them. If this was not a deadly weapon, it could even be described as a work of art in a museum. Angor reached out a finger through the hole in the middle of the butterfly wing and held it in his palm. A cool feeling spread from his hand to his whole body. He held the blade and gently drew a line on the touchstone. A 3 centimeter deep blade mark appeared, and there was a faint frost attached to it. He took out a piece of paper and began to write down the data. Total length, blade length, weight 312 grams. Can cause some frost effect without using any mana. He injected some mana into the stone and made another stroke on it. The touchstone was like a piece of tofu, leaving a cut that was at least 10 centimeters long. Furthermore, with the cut as the center, frost began to spread outwards. It's a supernatural weapon for sure. As for how strong it is, it depends on the user's performance. Angor looked at the weapon that looked like a piece of art and felt satisfied. His artistic talent was not good, but with Earth's culture as a foundation, this alchemy weapon used by apprentices had reached the height of a work of art. How could he not be satisfied? Angor felt proud of himself. He would not lose face if he gave the weapon away. Even if Nausicaa didn't need it one day, she could still display it in her house as a work of art. In the afternoon of the same day, Angor arrived at Cave Field with the Smith Wesson Bear Claw. He found Nausicaa's house and knocked on the door. "Come in," Nausicaa's voice came from inside. Angor pushed the door open and was not surprised to see a room full of smoke. Nausicaa was sitting in front of a desk, writing something down. She placed her pipe on the other side and lit it up. Smoke rose from the pipe and surrounded her. Angor choked on the smoke and coughed non-stop. Suddenly, he heard someone laughing. Angor looked up and saw Nausicaa was not alone in the room. There was a tall man leaning against the wall. Due to the smoke, Angor did not notice him until he came in. The man had short gray hair and wore a woolen shirt and a pair of deerskin pants. A giant sword was placed beside him. Before Angor could react, Nausicaa glared at him. "Ebony, shut your trap." Fine, I'll shut up." Ebony raised his hands in surrender. "Good enough." The man was Ebony, Nausicaa's former subordinate. "Oh, it's you, Angor. What are you doing here?" Nausicaa looked at Angor. Angor glanced at Ebony. The man did not have much of a presence. Angor did not pay much attention to him apart from the time he saw Ebony on the Cloud Whale. Plus, Ebony always treated him with respect, so Angor did not want to waste time on him. "Nothing. I just came to check on you." Angor sat down on a stool in front of the desk. There were no chairs or tables here last time. Now that you have them, this place feels more like a living person. So you're saying I used to be dead? Nausicaa put down her pen and crossed her arms in front of her chest. What I meant to say is, this place feels more alive, Angor explained. Nausicaa chuckled. Of course she knew that. She just wanted to tease the young man. Unfortunately, Angor was too serious sometimes. They chatted for a while more. Nausicaa narrowed her eyes when Angor did not get to the point. I'm hungry after talking for so long. It's rare for Angor to come here. Why don't we invite Xylem over for dinner tonight? Nausicaa did not wait for Angor's reply. Ebony, can you go to the cave restaurant and order 3 takeaways for me? Ebony knew that Nausicaa was trying to get him to leave. He curled his lips and left the door with his greatsword. However, he was surprised when he stepped out of the door. 3 takeaways? According to Nausicaa, she was going to have dinner with Angor and Xylem. So, he was excluded from the party. After Ebony left, Nausicaa picked up her pipe and puffed away elegantly. So, what did you come here for? I don't believe you came here just to chat with me. Angor chuckled. He did not ask about the gift. Instead, he asked, what did Ebony come here for? He was leaning against the wall and didn't say anything. I didn't notice. Nausicaa shrugged. Didn't I tell you last time? Xylem, Ebony, and I have been doing quests in the questing hall. It's so hard to live without merit points. Angor finally remembered that when he was busy studying alchemy last month, Nausicaa and Xylem did come to him and asked to do quests to earn merit points. But he rejected them. Speaking of merit points, I'm short on them too. Angor sighed. He only had 50 merit points left after buying alchemy tools from Dave. Do you want to do quests with us? Angor shook his head. Not now. I can still hold on for a while. I'll get them when I go to the tower in a few days. You're going to climb the tower too? Yeah. I'm almost ready. Which floor are you on now? Nausicaa exhaled some smoke. I haven't climbed the tower for 2 weeks, so I'm still on the 3rd floor. I'm going to save some merit points and buy some scrolls before I try again. Nausicaa waved the piece of paper on the table. I'm also studying runes. But I can't remember it. Last time, you said you need an alchemy weapon to climb the tower. Did you make one already? Nausicaa was confused. I heard that alchemy is really hard to learn. There's only one beginner alchemist in Brute Cavern. Angor shook his head. I don't have one yet. Nausicaa was about to encourage Angor. But I made you an alchemy weapon. Angor smiled and took out something wrapped in a white cloth from his pocket. I made this for you. Thank you for holding me back last time, or I would have died. Nausicaa looked at Angor doubtfully. You really learned alchemy? You're not lying to me, are you? Angor nodded. I'm a beginner apprentice alchemist now. The weakest one. Nausicaa mumbled to herself, did they lie to me? Alchemy is really easy to learn? Nausicaa glanced at it. I'm not expecting anything in return for saving you. Besides, I have a weapon now. It's not supernatural, but it's good enough for me. Nausicaa glanced at the cloth and said, it's fine. But I'll keep it in mind. It's just a cheap, low-level alchemy weapon. Just consider it a gift from a friend. Angor winked at Nausicaa. It's the first work of a master alchemist. Why don't you take it? Maybe in a few decades, its value will rise because of my identity. Nausicaa put down her pipe and took the cloth. All right. Let's see how good Master Angor's work is. Nausicaa slowly undid the cloth in her hand. When she saw the silver bear claw dagger, she froze in shock. It was a weapon she had never seen before. She did not know how powerful it was, but she liked its beautiful appearance. She used to be a great pirate who dominated the entire sea area. She was no stranger to art. The weapon in front of her was definitely a work of art. Even if Angor's carving skills were not at the level of a master alchemist, the combination of weapon and art already showed signs of a master alchemist. It's beautiful. Butterflies gathering honey. Beautiful flowers. With this shiny weapon, I'll take it even if it's not very powerful. It'll be a nice collectible. Nausicaa sighed. I didn't expect you to be so good at carving. Maybe you'll become a master alchemist before you're 30. Angor blushed a little. He only copied the work of a master alchemist from Earth. This weapon looks strange. What's its name? Nausicaa asked as she picked up the bear claw blade. When her hand touched the weapon, she felt a cold sensation on her fingertips. Nausicaa was surprised. Her expression quickly changed. She quickly reached out her finger to touch the blade. A drop of blood dripped down and froze into a blood bead. Her finger was cut open as soon as it touched the blade. At the same time, the cold energy rushed into her body. That's a supernatural weapon? Nausicaa was shocked. Yup. It's enchanted with a frost effect. It can freeze an unprepared enemy while doing damage, Angor explained. You're an apprentice alchemist? Nausicaa looked at Angor in shock. Do you know how much a supernatural weapon like this costs in the market? I don't know. Maybe some magic crystals? Angor tried to estimate. Nausicaa shook her head. Last time I went to the underground market, I saw a machete with the same frost effect. He asked for 130 magic crystals, and he sold it almost immediately after it was put on the market. Your weapon looks like a masterpiece. With the frost effect, I think it's worth at least 150 magic crystals. Angor was also shocked. 150 magic crystals? The materials he used to refine this weapon were less than one magic crystal. It was no wonder that people who had a skill were so rich. This was simply a huge profit. Nausicaa saw Angor's blank expression and shook her head. I'm so jealous. Looks like you won't have to worry about merit points soon, Angor scratched his head. He did not know what to say. Nausicaa looked at Angor's childish behavior and slowly calmed down. Perhaps alchemy is really simple, he thought to himself, trying to deceive himself. Maybe Angor's talent is suitable for alchemy. Maybe. This is too precious. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Of course. Then I'll take it. Nausicaa loved the weapon as well. Both its appearance and its power were enough to enchant her. She fiddled with the weapon for a while and asked, You haven't told me its name yet. It's called Bear Claw. Angor explained the weapon's properties and how to use it. You can name it yourself. It's a gift for you. Oh, right. Look at the inside of the finger holes. Nausicaa looked at the largest of the 3 holes. Her name was engraved on the inside of the hole in the common language. My name is on it. I guess I have to take it. Nausicaa paused. Let's call it Single Butterfly. Nausicaa chose the word butterfly instead of flower. She seemed to be implying something. She spun the blade in her hand like a fan and drew a blurry circle in the air. Next, she tossed the spinning blade into the air and placed her hand on the blade's path. Nausicaa, you. Angor did not know what Nausicaa was doing. With the sharpness of the single butterfly knife, if the blade touched the hand, wouldn't the arm be cut in half? Nausicaa didn't answer. Instead, she stared at the blade with a serious look. The blade was tossed high into the air and slowly fell down. Angor frowned when the blade was about to cut Nausicaa's hand. Sneak, the blade didn't stop spinning. Instead, it kept falling and stabbed into the table with a clank. He quickly checked Nausicaa's hand and saw a thin line of blood on her wrist. Angor's pupils shrank. Did she get cut? Nausicaa pulled her hand back and wiped the blood with her index finger. She licked her finger. I didn't use any mana on the blade, but it still left a frost mark. Looks like I underestimated it. This weapon is worth at least 200 magic crystals. Are you alright, Nausicaa? Angor sighed in relief when he saw Nausicaa's wrist moving freely. I'm fine. Just a small cut from the frost aura. Why did you do that? Angor didn't understand. Nausicaa gave him a bright smile and picked up the single butterfly knife on the table. She inserted her thumb, index finger, and middle finger into the knife. For some reason, Angor felt that Nausicaa and the single butterfly knife were somehow connected. It was as if every person and every object had a magnetic field. The magnetic fields between people and objects would slowly become similar after spending time together. Nausicaa and the single butterfly knife used to have separate magnetic fields. But now, they seemed to have become one. It was as if the single butterfly knife had been with Nausicaa for decades. It's a ritual. Nausicaa smiled. A swordsman uses this ritual to choose a weapon. If your hand is cut off, it means the weapon does not accept you. If you lose your hand, it means the weapon accepts you and chooses you as its lifelong companion. Looks like the ritual was a success. Angor wanted to ask more questions about why and whether it was worth it. But he decided against it. Values and personal pursuits were different. There was no need to force others to follow them. Yes, it was a success. Nausicaa put the single butterfly knife back into her pocket. It suits me perfectly. Thanks. Angor shook his head. You can come to me if anything happens to the single butterfly knife. I'll fix it for free since it's the first work of a master alchemist. I'll cherish it and try not to let it meet you so soon. Nausicaa paused a little. Do you have any ideas about alchemy now? Angor shook his head. Nope. Alchemy isn't easy. It takes a lot of time and effort. It takes a lot of stamina and spirit. Nausicaa nodded. You're right. When I was studying rune, someone told me that many alchemists would spend more than 10 years or even longer to create something. Of course, that's for tiered alchemy products. As for apprentice alchemists, they should take a long time to create something, right? I heard there's an intermediate apprentice alchemist in the underground market called Prometheus. Prometheus? Nausicaa nodded. Yes, Master Prometheus. I heard he only creates one alchemy product every half a year. Angor remained silent. He really meant it when he said long time. It took more than a day to create an alchemy product. But after hearing Nausicaa's words, he felt lucky that he did not tell her how long it took. As far as alchemy was concerned, Angor's alchemy progress was mainly due to his ready-made blueprints and enchantments. Other alchemists would need a long time just to design blueprints and memorize runes. Making one alchemy product in half a year was already very efficient. That night, Angor stayed at Cave Field for dinner. They had roast meat. Xylem heard that Angor had made great progress in alchemy, so he kept asking Angor about alchemy. Angor did not mind answering all of his questions. As they chatted and laughed, the heartwarming dinner ended with Xylem snoring. It's good to be young. I can sleep whenever I want. Nausicaa took a puff. I don't even remember the last time I slept. I always meditate instead of rest. Angor wanted to say why work so hard, but he did not say it in the end. It was still a matter of values. After sending Xylem back, Angor was about to say goodbye to Nausicaa. I'll walk you back. We can go out for some fresh air, Nausicaa said. They did not speak on the way back. When they were about to reach Angor's home, Nausicaa suddenly said, Hookdick was taken away by his teacher. You don't have to worry about him for now. But he's been spreading a lot of rumors about you. I know. Xylem told me last time. Aren't you worried? He said that you're useless, you're a waste of resources, you have no talent, and you only know how to hide behind others. Did anyone believe it? Angor asked. Nausicaa raised an eyebrow. Almost no one believes it, as long as they know it's Mr. Sunders behind you. Of course, there are also some fools. Then it's settled. Rumors will always be blown away by the wind of reality. Angor suddenly remembered something John said. Their doubts and comments about me are not enough to make up 1/10,000th of me. But they can see everything clearly. You're right. The more you spread rumors, the more useless you'll be. They can see everything clearly. Nausicaa chuckled. You're a thinker. Since you've thought it through, I won't say more. I hope to see you reach the top soon. Good night, young man. When he reached home, Angor checked the time. According to Butler Good, the news of the Purification Garden's opening would spread in about 1.5 months. To avoid powerful opponents who would come after hearing the news, Angor had to find a way to reach the top within that time. Time was running out. Angor decided to use the next half a month to craft all the alchemy weapons he needed. He also needed to master the spell combination he chose. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. When the first day of the month of spring sacrifice arrived, Angor put on his black bedsheet and walked out of his house. Toby flapped his wings and landed on Angor's shoulder. He rubbed his head against Angor's face. I'm going to challenge the tower today. You don't have to go yet. Get used to the arena first, Angor said. He spent a lot of time practicing with Toby these days. After learning the sequence of gravity, Toby's attack power skyrocketed. He thought he could easily defeat Toby with his alchemy weapon, but now he realized that Toby wasn't a match for him. However, Toby was much faster than he expected in a one-on-one fight. His alchemy weapon was a long-range weapon. If he couldn't aim at Toby's shadow, it would be useless no matter how powerful it was. However, he also learned about his weaknesses during the fight with Toby. It was difficult for him to fight against someone who specialized in speed. Now that he knew his weakness, he had to find a way to solve it. He came up with several plans in the past few days, all of which could effectively prevent someone who specialized in speed from approaching him. Of course, the best method was to let Toby fight head-on. In other words, Angor was planning to act like a rogue. He would rely on external forces such as his alchemy weapon and Toby. The cantrips he learned were all defensive and control types. He would drag his opponent to death no matter what. The first level of the Sky Tower was still bustling with noise and excitement. Angor watched a few matches and gained a better understanding of the contestants' abilities. They still looked weak, but at least they were more exciting than the King of Beasts versus Monarch of Eternal Freeze. The mortals kept cheering for the contestants. When it was about time, Angor went to the registration office. You want to sign up? The clerk quickly took out a form and placed it in front of Angor. When the clerk saw Angor picking up a pen and was about to fill in the form, "Sir, you may not know this, but your title recorded in the Sky Tower will accompany you all the way, even if you reach, stop." Angor waved a hand to stop the clerk's nagging. I know. The bigger the title, the better. The clerk smiled. I'm glad you understand, sir. I'll leave you to it then. Angor picked up the pen, filled in the title he already thought of, and put it in front of the clerk in a threatening manner. The staff member smiled as he picked up the registration form. He wanted to see what nickname this handsome and tactful young man would fill in. When the staff member's gaze landed on the top of the form, his smiling expression instantly froze. I am real. Right? Angor proudly said, What do you think? Big title, right? It took me 2 weeks to come up with it. The staff member's face stiffened, and he forced a smile. Sir, this title is too big. But it's not a good title, right? Angor blinked. What's not good about it? I think it's a good title. The clerk's lips twitched. Just think about it, sir. If you become a wizard one day, your title will spread. What will people call you? Should I call you I am the Truth Wizard? They won't be able to pronounce it properly. You're right. Angor took over a new registration form and quickly filled in his name, which took him 2 seconds to come up with a name. The staff member took a look at it, and his expression remained unchanged. It's the absolute truth. Sir, it's not easy to pronounce. How about Sage of Truth or Disciple of Truth? The clerk suggested sincerely. Angor shook his head. Sage? I don't want to be called that. What do you want then, sir? Everyone's friend? That's not a title. It's just a short phrase. Then, I have a bird. Angor tapped Toby on his shoulder. Toby immediately puffed out his chest. That's not a good name. People will misunderstand. Think of another one. The staff member was still smiling on the surface, but he was already going crazy on the inside. He had seen people who were full of themselves, but he had never seen someone who was so chinibu that he walked into the wrong room. The worker only wanted Angor to think of a name. Apple, strawberry, flower, whatever. He did not care if the name was big or not. Why don't you pick something you like and give it a noble title, sir? The worker continued, why don't you choose something you like and give it a noble title? For example, the Princess of Brown Sugar, the Prince of Greatsword, the Queen of Appa, and so on. Is that so? Then, Baron Milk? Angor quickly denied it. No way. That name doesn't fit my tall image. Baron Milk, was it? Alright, I've noted it down. The worker's ears twitched. With a sincere smile, he quickly wrote down the title and pushed Angor out of the room. Sir Baron Milk, if you wish to enter the arena now, over there is the lot drawing area. Please, bam. While Angor was still in a daze, the worker slammed the door of the registration office in his face. He then tossed a crystal card to Angor. Angor quickly turned around and banged on the door. No. I want to change my name. This name doesn't suit me. Inside the door, the worker took out 2 balls of cotton from the drawer, stuffed them into his ears, and continued his elegant work. Angor's loud banging attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Under the cold stare, Angor pulled a long face and gave up knocking on the door. Baron Milk it is. I'll wear a hood when I enter the arena, and no one can see my face. My tall image won't be affected, right? With a sorrowful expression, he covered himself with the hood of the black bedsheet, picked up the card on the ground, and left the registration hall in a hurry. The lot drawing area was actually the backstage of the arena. Angor lifted the curtain and went inside. He saw all the contestants waiting there. The contestants were all wearing strange clothes, as if they were in the dressing room of a masquerade party. Angor walked around the large lot drawing area while smelling all kinds of strange smells. Finally, he reached the lot box. When Angor stood in front of the box, almost all the contestants looked at him. Perhaps Angor was going to draw himself, so they all cared about him. All kinds of murderous, gloomy, and seductive gazes swept across Angor's body. Contestant, please show your personal information. A middle-aged woman stood behind the box. She was wearing a dark gray uniform and had her hair tied up in a bun. She spoke with a serious expression. He took out the thin, translucent card. The woman took it and swiped it on an alchemy machine that looked like a crystal. Angor's name immediately appeared on the transparent screen on the table. Baron Milk. The middle-aged woman glanced at the name. Her serious expression suddenly changed. Her lips curled up slightly. She then looked at the young man in front of her who was wearing a hood but still looked like a child. For some reason, she felt that the name suited the person very well. At the same time, the other contestants also saw the name. They all laughed loudly. Baron Milk? Ahahaha. That's a kid, right? Ahahaha. I can take on 10 kids like that. You must give him to me. Watch me, the death god Lansong, chop him in half. Lansong deaf? Ha ha ha. I, the authority of the Templar, will not accept this. Step aside. Let me, the Bishop of Dawn, drink this milk. The middle-aged woman behind the box spoke in a surprisingly gentle tone. Mr. Baron Milk, do you want to draw now? A low and deep voice came from under the black hood. Very well. Please. The woman gestured for Angor to draw. The lottery box was a small square box. When he put his hand inside, he found that the box was surprisingly spacious. He didn't expect to find expansion runes in such a small box. The floating mech city was really powerful. Angor took out a random ball. There was a row of numbers on it, 038794. The middle-aged woman took the ball and quickly recorded something. Soon, a row of words appeared on the screen in front of her, Baron Milk versus Blackjack. Half an hour later, Sky Tower, Arena 7, Level 1. The woman frowned when she saw Angor's opponent. She looked at Angor with pity and regret. Blackjack? Looks like I'm done here. The kid's first opponent is Blackjack. I bet he'll be traumatized for the rest of his life. Rest of his life? Haha. I don't think he'll have a rest. Think about Blackjack. Angor heard the rustling voice behind him. Judging from the other contestants' comments, this Blackjack seemed to be quite strong. Angor tried to recall the information about the seated contestants. Blackjack's name was nowhere to be found. There was nothing to be afraid of. Angor took his profile card and walked to the contestants' area without a care in the world. He didn't want to talk to anyone because the title would damage his image. Instead of going to the contestants' area, he found a quiet corner and waited. Since waiting was boring, Angor decided to meditate. However, not long after he started meditating, he heard the sound of footsteps. Angor frowned. The place he chose was deserted. Why did he hear footsteps? He opened his eyes and saw a strangely dressed man standing in front of him. Yes, he used the word only. Because the person in front of him was wearing a white bear costume and a white bear ear headband on her head. Coupled with his fair and chubby face, if one didn't look carefully, he looked exactly like a teddy bear. Nice to meet you, Baron Milk. White Bear waved at Angor. Usually, Angor would respond to a friendly greeting in a friendly manner. However, since the title was too embarrassing, Angor decided to create a cold persona for Baron Milk so that he could keep everyone at a distance and not expose his true identity. He humped proudly and ignored White Bear's greeting. White Bear didn't back down at all. Instead, he sat down next to Angor and smiled. I like milk too, Count Milk. Let's be friends. Friends? Angor looked at the man through his hood. Ignoring the white bear costume, the man had a chubby face. He looked like an adult version of Alan Morn. Angor humped again. I'm not interested in milk. The name is a misunderstanding. White Bear smiled. That's fine. Fate made you choose milk as your name. Even if it's a misunderstanding, maybe it was meant to lead us to each other. Let's be friends. My title is Earthen Bear. You can call me White Bear or Bear Bear. Bear Bear. Angor shuddered. The man kept mentioning fate. It reminded him of a fortune teller in a wuxia novel. He was so weird that he didn't seem to be serious at all. Humph. Angor snorted and tried to act like it's Sundara. White Bear didn't mind Angor's attitude. He kept talking to himself. I saw your first opponent, Blackjack. Be careful of Blackjack. He's not easy to deal with. White Bear saw no response from Angor, so he continued, Blackjack is famous in the first level of Sky Tower. He's strong enough to reach the upper levels, but he'd rather give up on the merit points than advance to the next level. That's because, he's a famous sadist. The younger his opponent is, the more excited he gets. That's why he chose to stay on the first level and pick on newbies. Blackjack is a sorcerer apprentice from the occult side. No one knows which side he belongs to. However, he has a trick that can seal your mouth and make you unable to speak. White Bear paused. If you're not confident, please surrender before the judge announces the start of the match. Angor didn't care about Blackjack's strength. He glanced at White Bear and asked in a low voice, So, what do you want from me? White Bear paused for a moment. It's fate that led us to each other, speak like a human. Angor pretended to be impatient with his cold attitude. White Bear scratched the back of his head. It's because your bird and I are wearing matching outfits. It's fate. White Bear didn't know what to say. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Matching outfits? My bird and me? Angor looked at Toby who was sitting on his shoulder. Toby needed to change his clothes every day. Greya had prepared many different outfits for him. Today, Toby was wearing a fluffy animal costume, but it was a white otter costume instead of a white bear. Toby was very small. Wearing the fluffy white otter suit and 2 cute ears, he did indeed look like a bear. Toby was also shocked by White Bear's words. He angrily flew to White Bear and gave it a kick with his paw. White Bear's face was left with a claw mark. The force of the kick pushed him to the wall. Toby's sudden burst of strength was terrifying. Toby looked at White Bear and chattered non-stop, as if he was cursing at him. Well, it's wearing a white otter suit, which isn't quite the same as your white bear suit. Angor paused and spoke in a sad tone, also, my bird is male, and it rejected your confession seriously. With that, Angor and Toby turned around and left. A moment later, White Bear slowly climbed up from the ground. He recalled how violent the bird was and felt a little scared. He considered for a moment and took out a pitch-black cane from his white bear costume. White Bear carefully placed the cane on the ground and stood there without anything to support it. The white bear closed its eyes and mumbled some strange syllables. Magic ripples slowly spread out from its body. When the mana fluctuations came into contact with the short staff fell without warning. The cane was pointing at the direction where Angor left. White Bear scratched his head in confusion. That's right. Fate is guiding him. Angor moved to another spot to meditate. Half an hour later, he was asked to come to the stage by the speaker. He was still a little nervous since it was his first battle. When he walked out of the special passage, he kept inhaling and exhaling to adjust his breathing. Sigh, looks like this little brother Milk is really a virgin. Look at how nervous he is. He's in danger today. Is Blackjack here? I didn't see him just now. He's here. Didn't you see the entrance area on the other side? Isn't Blackjack here? When he walked out of the passage, he saw that the audience seats of Arena 7 were almost full. There were men and women, young and old. Almost everyone was shouting Blackjack in unison. There were also crazy female fans who were wearing skimpy clothes and flirting. Before he stepped onto the stage, he saw a black shadow on the other side of the arena. Everyone in the audience was screaming at the shadow. That must be his opponent this time, Blackjack. Judging from the surrounding atmosphere, Blackjack seemed to be quite popular. In the other arenas, it was rare for the audience seats to be overcrowded. At this moment, two names appeared on the transparent glass screen above the ring. Baron Milk vs. Blackjack, 459. There was a portrait beside Blackjack's name. It was a man wearing a black monocle and a black nobleman's hat. Next to Angor's name was a black shadow with 3 question marks on it. Angor's profile was not updated yet. Blackjack's portrait. Why does it look like cheap professor's outfit? Is he a fan of Sunders? Angor looked at Blackjack's avatar on the screen and wondered. Apart from the monocle, which was pure black, Blackjack's outfit was completely copied from Sunders. Angor could not help but feel strange. When the countdown reached 2:59, the words on the glass screen changed. Enter the arena. Angor took a deep breath to calm himself down. He then whispered to Toby, just watch. Don't do anything for now. Toby chirped and flew up from Angor's shoulder. The bird hovered in the air. Baron Milk? That's a strange name. I think this Baron Milk is a kid. He's not that tall. It could also be a woman. Look, Blackjack is getting excited. Angor slowly walked onto the stage. His black bedsheet covered his entire body, so no one could see anything about him. They could only get some information from his skeleton. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Blackjack, who was standing in front of him, suddenly covered his face with his palms. He put on a Chinibu pose and laughed weirdly. My luck is not bad today. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, I met a fledgling, let me break your wing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Angor was shocked by the series of shameful lines. What kind of mind did the person use to say such shameful lines? He thought Blackjack was different from other contestants' titles like King of XX and Emperor of XX. He thought Blackjack was someone who kept a low profile. But he was wrong. Shameful words that went beyond appearance were Chinibu. Shameful words that went beyond one's mind were crazy. Lord Blackjack, break his wings. A chorus of shouts and shameful movements came from the spectators' seats. Most of the people in the audience were imitating Blackjack's actions, covering their faces and laughing. Angor glanced at them from the corner of his eye and felt embarrassed. Mr. Blackjack, don't mind that kid. Come and break his wings. There were also quite a few female fans who were flirting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fledgling, be afraid. Tremble. Blackjack spoke again. Angor looked up and adjusted his hood to make sure it would not fall off. Then he looked at Blackjack. Blackjack was a head taller than Angor. Angor estimated that he was at least 1.9 meters tall. His figure was thin, and in contrast to his black aristocratic manners, he was also wearing a black tuxedo with a white lace lining and a black and red checkered bow tie. Judging from the parts of his face that were exposed, Blackjack must be quite good-looking. No wonder so many female fans paid for him. But there was something wrong with Blackjack's head. His words were shameful, and he was dressed exactly like Sunders. Angor felt that he should at least respond to Blackjack's taunts, even if he was a cold person. Angor humphed. You think you can be him just because you dress like him? Ridiculous. No one understood Angor's words. Angor wasn't sure if Blackjack understood him either. However, Blackjack's arrogant tone and as if he knew everything about his opponent helped Angor to further improve his cold image. The audience was puzzled. Who was the him Earl Milk was talking about? However, Blackjack's expression changed drastically as he asked in surprise, "Who are you? Why do you know my deepest secret?" Angor did not know what to say. "Who knows your deepest secret? What the hell are you thinking?" Blackjack's expression changed again. Slowly, he narrowed his eyes and put on a gloomy expression. "I was going to pull out your nails one by one, then cut off your limbs. But since you know my secret, I can't let you live." Angor was speechless. "So your secret is to copy Sunders?" When the countdown reached 0, the magic array on the stage was released. Angor felt his mana flowing smoothly in his body. He quickly began to construct a model as fast as he could. However, Angor's speed was not as fast as Blackjack's. Blackjack smiled mysteriously and took out 4 cards from his pocket. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Card, Kiss of the Tongueless. Blackjack tossed the delicate cards into the air. A strange silhouette of a tongueless being emerged from the cards and enveloped Angor. Instant? Angor thought of the word. Angor panicked a little when he saw the effect of tongueless phantom. The silhouette was not fast, which made Angor feel a little relieved. He thought it was some kind of offensive spell and quickly dodged. However, the silhouette did not attack him. Instead, it floated above Angor's head and kissed him like a hooligan. Angor cursed in disgust when he saw how the silhouette kissed him with its mouth open. But at this moment, he strangely found that he couldn't speak. He remembered what White Bear said in the contestant area. Blackjack had a silencing spell to prevent his opponent from surrendering. Angor thought it was some kind of soundwave cantrip. But it turned out to be something even more mysterious. Angor channeled his mana without any problem. It seemed that the silhouette only blocked his voice and did not affect anything else. Blackjack saw Angor's panic and sneered. He took out another card from the remaining 3. Angor saw the picture of a long-tongued man whose neck was tied up with a rope. The card looked like it had some kind of control or offensive effect. Angor did not dare to let Blackjack use the card. He quickly waved a hand, and a golden beam of light shot out from his black robe toward Blackjack. Blackjack saw it coming, but he was not a bloodline user, so his body did not react in time. The golden beam pierced through Blackjack's left arm, and blood gushed out. Blackjack screamed in pain and fell to his knees. He covered his arm with one hand and looked at Angor. "How did you know instant cast?" "Impossible." Angor humphed. He maintained his cold expression, but in his mind, he was already constructing a new cantrip model. Blackjack looked at the bloody hole on his arm. He gritted his teeth and took out a card with a picture of a goddess watering a flower. The card turned into a warm current and slowly healed the wound. "Good thing Baron Milk is a newbie. He didn't attack me while I was injured. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, I'm going to crush you under my feet when I'm healed." Blackjack frowned. He felt both anxious and relieved. Card, Garden of the Goddess of Dawn. This was a healing card in his card set. Its effect was comparable to a level 2 cantrip. However, he could only use 1 card every 2 days, so it was extremely precious. After using the Garden of the Twilight Goddess, the wound on Blackjack's arm was almost healed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a small golden arrow shot out from the muscle fibers under the card's healing. Blackjack's eyes widened when he saw the golden arrow. A long-range alchemy weapon? No wonder it can be cast instantly. Blackjack's eyes flashed with greed. Alchemy weapons were extremely rare in Brute Cavern where alchemists were scarce, let alone a long-range alchemy weapon that even level 1 apprentices could use. This alchemy weapon will be mine. Once I'm healed, I can use Hanger's punishment, and the fledgling's wings will be broken by me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Blackjack chuckled in his mind. A fledgling will always be a fledgling. He didn't attack me when he had such a great opportunity. Looks like he's just a newbie who hasn't seen the dark side of the wizarding world. Still, a newbie like him has a ridiculous amount of sympathy. All I need to do now is to pretend to be weak, and he'll hesitate out of sympathy. When I'm healed, I'll crush him under my feet. With that in mind, Blackjack decided to put on an expression of tenacity with a hint of weakness, pride with a hint of stubbornness. Unlike all the mortal operas he watched, this expression was the easiest one to move the audience. Ha 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 ha. The fledgling will be touched by my performance. Blackjack looked up. He was going to use this expression to move Baron Milk and make him hesitate for at least 5 seconds. However, when Blackjack saw Baron Milk's movement clearly, he felt his chest tighten as if blood was rushing up his throat. That's not a fledgling. You bastard. Blackjack felt his chest burning and his mouth filled with blood. It had only been 6 seconds since he was injured by the alchemy weapon. Only 6 seconds? Baron Milk had at least 4 defensive spells in front of him, and they were still increasing. How scared are you? Are all the spells you learned defensive spells? When Blackjack's wounds were healed by the Goddess of Dawn, Baron Milk was faced with 7 spells. 4 were defensive spells, and 3 were crowd control spells that prevented him from approaching. There was also a compound wall of fire that was a combination of grease and flame. Shameless, shameless, too shameless. You shameless bastard who pretends to be a newbie. With such a defense, even a rank 2 acolyte would need to attack for 5 to 6 seconds. As a rank 1 acolyte, it would take him at least half a minute to break through. Angor did not feel ashamed at being called a shameless bastard. He was planning to use this shameless method to get to the top of Sky Tower anyway, so he didn't mind being scolded. He had more shameless things to do. No one knows me anyway. I'm not Angor. I'm Baron Milk. He raised a hand, and a beam of golden light shot out of his sleeve. Blackjack had just recovered from his injuries, so how could he escape? The small golden arrow pierced Blackjack's right arm. Angor did not stop there. The golden arrows in his hand were all aimed at Blackjack's vital parts as if they were free. Blackjack was frightened by the rain of arrows. He took out a card with a cross shield drawn on it from his remaining 2 cards. Card, Knight's Shield. Blackjack put out the Knight's Shield and slightly blocked a few golden arrows, but under the threat of the arrow rain, the Knight's Shield showed signs of cracking. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. Stop. Blackjack admitted defeat and threw his profile card into the air. His defense could not be broken, and he was being targeted by long-range alchemy weapons. If he did not surrender now, he would die for real. Sky Tower arenas did not forbid death, but surrender was allowed. As long as someone surrendered and threw their profile card into the air, the arena manager would activate a magic array to separate the 2 combatants. As soon as the card was thrown into the air, a magic array appeared. There was also a faint glass barrier between them. Angor's weapons could no longer reach Blackjack. The match is over. Baron Milk wins. A line of words appeared on the transparent glass screen in the air. As the words fell, Blackjack's profile card suddenly released a beam of light and went into Angor's own profile card in his pocket. Angor took out his Sky Tower profile card and saw that he defeated Blackjack. His points were increased by 3. According to the number of matches Blackjack won, Angor received 150 merit points. Not bad. 150 merit points is worth the arrow's price. Angor put away the card and stepped down from the ring. Blackjack lay on the ground. His body was pierced by many golden arrows. He looked like he was dying. In the end, the Sky Tower staff carried it away. When there was no one left in the 7th combat ring, waves of surprise erupted from the spectating area. Mr. Blackjack, didn't you say you were going to break the wings of that fledgling? How, fledgling? Blackjack couldn't fight back at all. How can it be a fledgling? Maybe that person in the black robe is a level 3 apprentice? The audience on the first floor was mostly mortals, so they could only make wild guesses. On the other side, the apprentices watching the match were whispering among themselves. Blackjack lost? He lost? Didn't you see? That Baron Milk has an alchemy weapon. And a long-range one. I saw it. Damn it. I want it. How about we wait until the kid is alone? Let's do it. We don't know who that Baron Milk is yet. If he can afford an alchemy weapon as a level 1 apprentice, he must be someone powerful. Let's not look for trouble. Cowards. When Angor returned to the backstage, the people in the contestants area all looked at him with fear, surprise, and most of all, greed. Angor went to the lottery area again. The middle-aged woman seemed to have watched Angwar's match too. She glanced at Angwar's wrist covered by the black robe and gave him a subtle smile. "Mr. Baron Milk, are you going to continue the match?" Angwar nodded. He was a little nervous because of his first match. He used up most of his mana by casting 7 spells in one go. However, he should be able to fight a few more matches after meditating for a while. It was not like he was going to run into someone like Blackjack every time. "Very well. Please draw," the woman said. Angwar reached into the lottery box and took out a ball based on his intuition. "Number 035325. The woman took the ball. Soon, a row of words appeared on the screen in front of her. Baron Milk vs Ashen Warrior, Sky Tower, Ring 6 in half an hour. Angwar walked to a remote corner and closed his eyes to meditate. He put on a do not approach expression while the people around him were still discussing among themselves. He didn't meditate for long before he heard the familiar footsteps again. "Fate guided you, but not me," Angwar said in a cold voice. "Hey, Milk, I saw your match. You're so good." Someone chuckled. Angwar snorted. "Don't call me Milk." "Baron Milk, was that an alchemy weapon you used?" "That's awesome. Did Master Prom make it?" "It's none of your business." Angwar opened his eyes and looked at the person standing in front of him through his hood. He was still in White Bear's attire, and he was still smiling. However, this time, there was an exquisite black cane in his hand. Angwar sighed in his mind. Why did this guy keep following him around? "I'm just curious. Everyone in Brute Cavern who can use alchemy weapons is famous, and we know everything about them. But the weapon you're using is different from all of them. This is the first time I've seen it." "So what?" Angwar sounded impatient. "Why are you following me?" White Bear smiled. "Fate is intertwined. I'm destined to meet you again. You came to me yourself. Don't talk about fate." Angwar waved a hand. "Fine. I'm going to fight soon. Don't disturb me while I meditate." White Bear left with his walking stick with a smile on his face. When White Bear was gone, Angwar frowned. He did not know what was going on. After meditating for another 10 minutes, Angwar heard footsteps approaching him again. This time, the footsteps were heavier and did not sound like White Bear's. Angwar looked up impatiently and saw it was Blackjack. His body was wrapped in bandages, and his hat and monocle were gone, revealing his gray-green short hair and handsome face. "You. What are you doing here?" Angwar was about to ask when he suddenly remembered his cold attitude. Angwar humped and waited for Blackjack to speak up. "I admit defeat in the match just now. But I'm warning you. Don't tell anyone my secret. Or I'll make you pay even if I have to sacrifice my life." Blackjack's words were loud and clear. But Angwar still did not know what Blackjack was talking about. What was his secret? Was it just a copy of Sunder's appearance? Angwar looked at Blackjack carefully. Without his hat, Blackjack's short gray-green hair was almost the same as Sunder's. His appearance was also somewhat similar. So Blackjack is Professor's bastard son? In his mind, Angwar was imagining a romantic drama with ups and downs. In order to gain the approval of his strict father, the illegitimate son tried his best to mimic his father in terms of appearance, dress, and personality. Unfortunately, his heartless father did not care about his performance at all, which twisted his mind and made him a pervert. He even took pleasure in torturing the newbie. After giving Angwar a warning, Blackjack limped away with his cane. Sigh, what a poor child. Angwar watched Blackjack's lonely figure and put a sad end to the drama in his mind. Herder said, Feel free to comment in the comments. But remember, do not spread rumors. After Blackjack left, Angwar began to think about the previous match. Although he won easily, if Blackjack didn't use the tongue's kiss at the beginning and used the offensive cards in his hand, the result might have been different. All 4 of Blackjack's cards were instant cast, and their effects were outstanding. Blackjack's carelessness and fixed thinking caused him to miss the only chance to turn the situation around. Angwar gained some valuable battle experience because of that. I wonder which school Blackjack belongs to. Those cards are really good. They're almost as good as magic scrolls, Angor muttered to himself. Maybe he should ask Sunders about it. After all, the two of them were quite close. The second match was between Baron Milk and Ashen Warrior. Judging from the name, Angor knew that Ashen Warrior was a bloodline apprentice. Bloodline apprentices were unrivaled among their peers, but they had to acquire a powerful bloodline to improve themselves first. Ashen Warrior was a level 1 apprentice who had not found a suitable bloodline yet. His punches and kicks still carried the air of mortals. Angor only needed to cast a frost to control the field and defeated the opponent with his alchemy weapon. Angor gained 13 merit points for defeating Ashen Warrior, which was not as good as Blackjack's loot. Angor's third match was against an elementalist apprentice who was good at using cold fire. Again, he won easily. Angor won 3 matches in a row, which made the other contestants in the backstage area look at him in a new light. Angor's fighting style was a bit shameless, but alchemy weapons were also a part of one's strength. No one complained about Angor's victory. However, most of the contestants were curious about Angor's alchemy weapon. Some guessed that Angor's weapon was a long-range weapon like a bow because they saw a small golden arrow shot out from Angor's sleeve. But if it was really a bow, could he use it with one hand? Others guessed that it was a mechanical alchemy weapon similar to a blow dart, which could release small arrows at will. However, blow dart did not deal much damage, so more people assumed that it was a high-speed and explosive weapon similar to a crossbow. Their guesses were close, but they were all wrong. Angor won all 3 matches on the first day, and his score was fixed at 9 points. After the match, everyone went back to their homes. Angor put on his robe and left the Sky Tower. Soon, he noticed that someone was following him. Angor frowned. He knew someone would try to steal the treasure, but he didn't expect someone to act so fast. Angor sighed and ignored the little tail behind him. With Toby on guard, the actions of the people behind him could not escape his grasp. He planned to go straight home, but since someone was following him, he decided to take a detour around the underground market. There were many shops and people in the underground market. Angor was sure that they wouldn't dare to do anything here, so he chose to move boldly. He wanted to get rid of his pursuers by choosing the most convenient places to hide. If the man was a normal human being, it would only be a matter of time before he got rid of him. However, Angor had underestimated the abilities of supernatural beings. Even a level 1 apprentice could learn some strange secret spells. There was an apprentice who was an expert in canine summoning. With the canine's keen sense of smell, Angor could not get rid of him easily. Angor walked around the underground market several times and still could not get rid of his pursuers. He shook his head and decided not to hide anymore. The alchemy weapon he made wasn't just a simple golden arrow. He also made a special weapon that was more powerful. With Toby's power and the alchemy weapon he made, as long as there weren't any rank 3 apprentices, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with 2 or 3 people. With that in mind, Angor stopped playing hide-and-seek and walked to the ground. The people behind him seemed to have noticed Angor's change of attitude. They stopped following him and stayed about 10 meters behind him. They did not try to hide their ferocious and savage expressions when looking at Angor. Angor noticed that there were 4 people following him, all of whom he saw in the contestant area on the first level of the Sky Tower. Since they were all from the first level, they should be at most level 1 apprentices. Angor calmed down even more. After returning to the apprentice town, Angor did not go back to his home. Instead, he headed to the forest outside the town. Since he was going to fight anyway, he might as well find a secluded place to settle it. The mirror world looked like a paradise, but only if you were willing to live as a hermit for the rest of your life. Tree Spirit Garden was never a safe place. There were countless conflicts between apprentices. Life and death could be decided with a single word. Every inch of the ground could be a burial ground. Angor moved quickly. The 4 people behind him also followed him with evil grins on their faces. Angor even heard them discussing how to divide the loot after killing someone. Unscrupulous. This was the real Brute Cavern. Angor walked into the forest and was soon surrounded by the 4 people behind him. Baron Milk, right? Give us your alchemy weapon, and we might spare your life, said a bearded man with a headscarf. There was a yellow and white hunting dog nestled by his feet. A half-naked, sexy woman was holding a lace folding fan. Her two large water balls swayed up and down as if they were free from gravity. "Hey, cutie, I really like that weapon." The last two people were twins wearing black and white magus robes. They were not wearing hats. They looked almost the same except for some details. The man in the white robe was wearing a watercolored earring, while the man in the black robe was wearing a flame-patterned earring. "Your weapon suits my big brother well. This is my birthday present for him tomorrow," said the man in the white robe. "Your weapon suits my big brother well. This is my birthday present for him tomorrow," said the man in the black robe. "Big brother. Little brother." The twins looked at each other affectionately. "I don't care who you are. Let's fight." Angor did not want to waste time talking. He did not want to know who these people were. Angor suddenly waved his hand, and a shadow descended from the sky and rushed toward the bearded man with the hunting dog at a speed that no one could see clearly. At the same time, small golden arrows were shot out from Angor's sleeves. The golden light from the book looked like falling petals. "Kid! Don't you dare!" Before the man with the hunting dog could finish his threat, the black figure tore his throat open and killed him along with his dog. Of course, it was Toby who was helping Angor. Toby did not stop after he succeeded. He used the momentum to jump and dashed at the half-naked woman again. Angor was not worried about Toby at all. His main target was the brothers on the other side. For some reason, he had a feeling that the brothers were not easy to deal with. Under the barrage of golden arrows, the brothers actually grabbed each other's hands and held each other's hands tightly. Angor could not bear to watch. A fire screen emerged from the elder brother's body, while a water screen emerged from the younger brother's body. The two elements, water and fire, intertwined together just like that. They formed a barrier of fire and water. The golden arrows could only break through the first layer of the barrier and were bounced back by the second layer. Brothers united, water and fire barrier. Brothers united, water and fire barrier. Angor felt that something was amiss when he heard the brothers shouting the same slogan. Why did they have to shout the names of their skills? What kind of feeling was this? Angor complained in his mind, but he did not stop. He had more than 200 golden arrows prepared. He did not believe that the brothers could last forever. They spent their magic power to resist, but he only needed to move his fingers. Who was good and who was bad was immediately clear. Angor kept shooting arrows. Suddenly, he heard a woman scream from behind, followed by a loud explosion. Angor glanced around, and the two brothers noticed the battle as well. The man with the hunting dog was dead, while the half-naked woman was kicked into the ground by a shadow. The loud explosion was caused by the woman's fall. What's that? Was that Baron Milk's familiar? How can it be so strong? The man in the white robe exclaimed. Brother, I saw it. The man in the black robe said. It's a bird. The two shouted at the same time. Why did he feel like he was watching a TV drama when the two brothers were talking to each other? The fire and water barrier was indeed powerful. Angor could not break it in a short time. On the other side, Toby finished his battle quickly and dashed toward the brothers like an arrow. Shit, brother. I'm running out of mana. Me too. Just as Toby was about to break through the barrier of the two brothers, a surprised voice sounded from the side. To Toby? Toby stopped and looked at the source of the voice. Angor looked over as well. A freckled young man wearing a pair of goggles on his head was following a middle-aged man who looked luxurious and elegant. They slowly walked out of the forest path. Davy? Angor called the young man's name in surprise. The freckled young man was indeed Davy. Angor did not recognize the middle-aged man beside him. Due to Davy's interruption, Angor and Toby did not pay attention to the brothers. It's Master Prom. Did Baron Milk's alchemy weapon come from him? The brothers seemed to have recognized the middle-aged man. They exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. Run! They shouted at the same time. The brothers ran in different directions. One ran toward the deeper part of the forest, while the other ran toward the outer edge. Angor was alerted by the wind behind him. When he looked back, the two brothers were already far away. Toby waved his wings. Should I go after them? He considered for a moment and shook his head. Angor? Dave was puzzled. Angor took off his hood and showed his face. It's really you? Why are you here? And why are you fighting against the Chloe brothers? Dave walked out from behind the middle-aged man and introduced Angor to him. Master Prom, this is my friend. His name is Angor. Master Prom? Angor looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He didn't expect Dave's friend to be the famous Prom of the underground market. Prom was a little chubby. He was wearing a purple wizard robe decorated with gold and silver ornaments, which made him look very elegant. So this is the Angor you've been talking about all the time. Prom seemed to be talking to Dave, but his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. The pit behind Angor, as well as the dog and human corpses lying around it, did not escape his eyes. Greetings, Master Prom, Angor greeted Prom with noble etiquette. Prom nodded. Not bad, kid. You single-handedly took out 2 apprentices, and even made the Chloe brothers hesitate to attack. Dave looked at Angor in surprise. He also noticed the corpses in the distance. Pudongo the dog herder? Angor, did you kill him? Pudongo the dog herder was quite famous in the underground market. He was one of the 3 heroes of summoning. Angor could not deny it since the corpses were right there. He could only nod. Dave opened his mouth and tried to say something, but he did not say anything in the end. Prom suddenly said, Dave, why don't you stay here and catch up with your friend? I'll go alone. Dave was surprised. He quickly shook his head. No, no, no. I'll visit Angor another day. Master Prom is crafting a mechanical energy core today, and I can help him. Dave winked at Angor and left with Prom on the path. Angor walked to the giant pit after Dave and his apprentices left. Dave did not realize that Prom killed 2 apprentices because he thought it was only the dog herder. Angor knew that Prom was talking about the naked woman at the bottom of the pit. Angor stood at the edge of the pit and looked down. His heart skipped a beat. The woman was not alive, but she died a horrible death. There were huge wounds from her chest to her abdomen. Her yellowish fat, blood, and intestines were all exposed to the air, which gave off a horrible stench. Looking at this tragic corpse, it was hard to imagine that this was a beautiful woman not long ago. Toby, that explosive power of yours. That's terrifying. Angor spoke after a long silence. Before he learned the sequence of gravity, Toby's speed was terrifying. He could not do any damage as long as his target was protected. But now, Toby's explosive strength had directly pushed a living person into such a deep pit. Toby was also incredibly fast. Combined with his explosive power, the damage he could inflict was not something that could be measured by 1+1. Angor suddenly felt that he could reach the top of Sky Tower with Toby's help without using any alchemy weapons. Toby raised his head proudly and began to mumble something under his breath. Go to the sky and alert me if anyone comes. I'll bury these 2. Angor asked Toby to fly higher. Meanwhile, he planned to throw the dog herder into the pit and bury him there. The process went smoothly. The 2 apprentices had nothing on them except their bone cards and Sky Tower information cards. Angor also learned that the woman's name was Biloff from the bone cards. It took Angor some time to collect all the golden arrows he shot. However, there were too many plants in the forest, and some of the golden arrows were lost somewhere. Angor had to give up on them. After collecting about 30 golden arrows, Angor asked Toby to leave. The man and the bird slowly walked out of the forest. This was Angor's first time seeing someone die. For some reason, he only felt something like this when he first saw Biloff's body. But that was just a natural reaction. After staring at the scene for a while, he soon returned to normal. Maybe it was because it was Toby who did it, which made him feel unreal. Or maybe it was the survival of the fittest mentality he had been building up since he joined Brute Cavern. Either way, he did not regret what he did this time. If they did not provoke him, they would not have ended up dead. Good and evil happened in a split second. Once you made a decision, you had to pay the price. On the other hand, Dave was following behind Prom. They had left the forest, but he still looked back from time to time. The fact that Angor killed Canine Master shocked him greatly. Dog herder Pudongo was 1 year older than him, and 2 years older than Angor. He joined Brute Cavern 10 years ago. Dog herder was not a strong fighter. He was also one of the 3 useless summoners. However, Dave was sure that he was not as strong as Dog Herder. But this canine master, whom he could not even defeat, was killed by Angor. Angor's wizard robe was not stained by even a speck of dust. It showed how easy it was for Angor to kill Dog Herder. This was unbelievable. Dave still remembered when he went to see Toby to test Propeller Flyer 2, Angor was not immortal yet. When he asked about it, Angor told him that he had poor talent for training. Dave believed him. And he believed it, poor talent for training? Dave suddenly realized that Angor had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Your friend's monster is quite powerful. The Chloe brothers were about to be killed by it, but we gave them a chance to escape. Prom was now a level 3 apprentice, so he was much more knowledgeable than Dave. Dave remembered how he called Toby's name, and Toby stopped. Otherwise, the Chloe brothers would have died. Was Toby that strong too? Why did he say too? Next time you go to him, don't forget to apologize. You ruined someone's plan and let the enemy escape. I'd hate you if I were him, Prom said. Dave also remembered what happened. Master Prom was walking in front of him, so he saw the fight between Angor and the Chloe brothers first. David remembered that Master Prom had stopped. He did not say anything, nor did he step forward to interrupt the fight. Instead, he was the one who curiously looked at the fight and called out Toby's name. Dave felt a little uncomfortable when he recalled the whole thing. Just as Prom had said, if he hadn't shouted, the Chloe brothers might not have escaped. I know. I'll go apologize to Angor tomorrow. Dave felt a little down. He did not mean to help Angor, and he might bring trouble to Angor in the future. This made him very sad. Prom looked at Dave's expression and smiled. Don't worry. You know how the Chloe brothers are. They only care about each other, and not about anyone else. Even if they want to get revenge, they won't join forces with others. Your friend is strong enough to deal with the Chloe brothers. Actually, it's more likely that the Chloe brothers will run away. Yeah. Dave knew how the Chloe brothers were like. They were famous in the underground market of Apprentice Town 8. However, people were fickle. Who knew if the Chloe brothers' personality was different from theirs? What did Angor do to offend them? Why did they attack him? I don't think Angor would do something like that, Dave mumbled. Well. Maybe I can figure it out, Prom suddenly said. David looked at Prom with a confused expression. Here. Take a look. Prom took out a small golden arrow from his sleeve and handed it to Dave. Prom took the arrow. Is this an arrow? It looks ordinary. No special energy waves. But it's made of starfrost gold. Huh? Is this an arrow for a bow-type alchemy weapon? No. Prom shook his head. Dave thought it was a new weapon made by Prom, so he inspected it carefully. If it's a bow-type weapon, this golden arrow is too small. Could it be a crossbow, a very small crossbow-type weapon? David asked. Prom did not answer the question directly. I think this is the reason why those people attacked your friend. Attacked Angor? Because of this golden arrow? Could it be that this arrow wasn't made by a master? Prom shook his head again. Your friend released this arrow from his sleeve. I think he has some kind of long-range alchemy weapon that he can control at will. I saw it from afar. It's really powerful. 2 or 3 seconds later, it could even destroy the Chloe brothers' fire and water barrier. Judging from Dog Herder and Red Butterfly's temperament, they must have taken a liking to this alchemy weapon. That's why they're here. This is Angor's alchemy weapon? Did his professor give it to him? Wait, I never asked who his professor is, Dave mumbled. He suddenly realized something. Red Butterfly is here too? Crimson Butterfly was Bylitha's code name in Sky Tower. She was a notorious woman in the underground market. Greedy, licentious, perverted, treacherous, these were all synonyms for this woman. She was not a strong fighter, but she relied on her coquettish ways to gain connections with several powerful apprentices. Because of these people, no matter how bad Byleth was in the underground market, no one dared to do anything to her. It was a way of showing respect to the people behind her. That's right. Red Butterfly joined the attack. Too bad she died in that hole. TSK, what a tragic death for such a beauty. Prom recalled the scene he saw with his spirit feelers and couldn't help but sigh. Dave's face turned pale when he heard about Red Butterfly's death. If Angor only messed with Chloe brothers, it would not matter. But if Red Butterfly's people found out about it, Angor would. You're worried about your friend? Yes. Scarlet butterflies, in the eyes of Vice and the others, are nothing more than feces that are casually thrown away. However, her own methods were very good. She created the illusion that she had a relationship with Vice, and she walked very well on Vice's bottom line. She enjoyed Vice's halo to the outside world while not provoking Vice. She's not an ordinary woman. But that's all. She's too narrow-minded. Even if she dies here, she won't cause any trouble. Prom continued, but I'm more curious. Who made that alchemy weapon that can shoot golden bolts? A long-range weapon that can be controlled at will with high instantaneous frequency and damage. It's really something. An unusual alchemy weapon? Prom's comment left Dave confused for the rest of the day. For some reason, he had a vague idea about the weapon's origin. But the idea was so ridiculous that he could not believe it himself. Still, the idea remained in his mind for some reason. It was like a Sudoku puzzle waiting for someone to solve it. After returning home, Angor spent some time crafting dozens of golden bolts. He took off his robe and pulled up his sleeve, revealing the alchemy weapon tied to his wrist. It was a small crossbow tied to his wrist joint, which looked like a hand crossbow. However, compared to a hand crossbow, this one was much more complicated. It had more than 6 main parts and countless smaller ones. In the end, he assembled this automatic long-range alchemy weapon, the trigger crossbow. The trigger crossbow looked like something out of a sci-fi novel. At least, it did not look like the mainstream alchemy products nowadays. The golden band was tied from the wrist to the arm layer by layer. All the golden bolts were stored in the band. If Angor could learn expansion rune, he would be able to store the golden bolts better. However, he did not have any expansion rune in his hologram tablet. He had to look for it in Cloud Library when he had time. The trigger crossbow had 2 main types of kinetic energy. The more common kinetic energy was the microelectricity generated when the body moved. The kinetic energy was generated through the body. The small golden arrow shot out was pure ammunition, without any special effects. The other type of kinetic energy relied on magic power as kinetic energy. Using mana to control the trigger crossbow would trigger the runes on the golden bolts, which would give the bolts special effects. However, engraving runes on the golden bolts was too expensive and time-consuming. Angor only prepared 10 bolts with runes. Most of the runes were frost runes, but there were also fire runes and armor-piercing runes. These golden bolts with special effects were very precious. Angor would not use them unless he was in a dire situation. After adding the new bolts to his wristband, Angor entered a meditative state. He had to meditate to expand his mana pool every day. Becoming stronger was always a prerequisite to surpass everything else. The next day, when Angor arrived at the Sky Tower, he attracted a lot of attention. Baron Milk is here? I remember that yesterday, didn't several groups of people besiege him? Why does he look fine? That's right, I saw Red Butterfly, Dogman and the Crowley brothers following him yesterday. At that time, I wanted to say that this kid was dead for sure. But now, it seems that I was too naive. Red Butterfly and Dog Herder are missing, don't tell me Baron Milk killed him? Isn't Brother Chloe fine? What did they say? The 2 brothers have always been immersed in their own world. When we asked, they wouldn't say anything. Damn it. I don't care if Baron Milk did it or not. Now that Red Butterfly is dead, I'm sure Vice will go after him. Let's stay away from him. Angor didn't pay too much attention to the discussions around him. He quietly walked to the drawing area and began to draw new lots. He did not run into any tough opponents in the morning. The first level of the Sky Tower was not that strong, after all. He easily won 3 matches in the morning and earned another 9 points and 39 merit points. The other contestants would use up a lot of mana for each match. It was already rare for someone to fight 2 matches in a day. Angor, on the other hand, used his alchemy weapon to push his way through without using up much of his mana. He easily won the match. It had been decades since someone like him appeared in the Sky Tower's matches. Sky Tower might sound grand, but it was only an arena for low-level apprentices. There were very few level 1 and level 2 apprentices who owned alchemy weapons. It was not unreasonable for someone like Angor to be able to defeat them all. 09 Little Say Net, the other contestants only had one thought about Angor's behavior. He has such a powerful alchemy weapon. Why did he come to the Sky Tower to steal merit points from us? Does he have nothing better to do? You can get more contribution points just by accepting some random missions than by competing in the competition. Some people even compared Baron Milk to Blackjack. They believed that Baron Milk was also a sadomasochist who bullied the weak to satisfy his perverted desires. The only difference was that Baron Milk did not kill people, while Blackjack tortured people to death. It only took one day for the other contestants to completely change their opinions about Baron Milk. Angor was not interested in such meaningless gossip. He only climbed the tower diligently. He needed 30 points to advance from the first level to the second. Angor already had 18 points. He only needed to win 4 more matches in the afternoon and he would reach the second level. After what happened yesterday, no one followed him when he left the Sky Tower at noon. After finishing his meal, Angor meditated for a while and returned to Sky Tower. The matches in the afternoon were still as expected. Angor won all 4 matches in a row. The only thing that left an impression on Angor was that he was matched against the King of Beasts. It was a man with a white kitten called King and a bow on his back. He never used it before, and there was a colorful feather on his head. Angor watched the King of Beasts matches before, so he still remembered him clearly. It had been half a month, and the man was still fighting in the first level. It seemed that he was also a bottom feeder. His match against the King of Beasts was even easier. Angor did not even need to use the golden arrow. He simply used a few spell combinations to control the kitten. The King of Beasts did not care about anything else when he saw the kitten being controlled. He simply knelt down and surrendered. After that, he ran to check on the kitten's injuries like a mad cat torturer. If he really cared about his cat so much, why did he let it fight in the first place? Angor did not understand why the King of Beasts would do something like this. Still, Angor remembered the strange behavior of the King of Beasts. You're going to the second level? Yes. Angor came to the registration office again. Yesterday, he was here to sign up. Today, he was here to advance. The clerk was not the same person as yesterday. Instead, it was a beautiful woman. The clerk checked Angor's profile and found that he earned 30 points in one day and advanced from the first level. This was the first time this happened in her career, so she kept looking at Angor while going through the registration. But Angor was wearing a hood and speaking in a muffled voice. She could not see anything special about him. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when the registration was completed. Angor had no interest in participating in the night match. He took back his modified profile card and left the Sky Tower. He did not go home right away. Instead, he took a detour and went to Prom's alchemy shop. It had nothing to do with the murder yesterday. He wanted to buy some more alchemy materials. He spent most of his materials crafting the golden arrow these days. He also wanted to buy some materials with other attributes. There were many powerful runes he saw in Enchantment Cyclopedia, for beginners. However, they were not compatible with the materials he bought, so they could not be used. When he arrived at the cliff where Prom's alchemy shop was located, he noticed that the shop's door was closed. There were signs of a lock on the door. Normally, Dave would stay in the shop even if he did not open the door. Now that the door was locked, Angor knew that Dave was not inside. Since the shop was closed, Angor had no choice but to go home. To his surprise, he did not find Dave in Prom's alchemy shop. Instead, he saw the man outside his house. Angor looked from afar and saw Dave standing at the gate, observing something in his hand by the light of the oil lamp on the door. "Why are you here?" "I was going to look for you at your shop, but here you are at my door." Angor removed his hood and greeted Dave with a smile. David looked a little uncomfortable. "I'm here to apologize to you." "Apologize?" Angor opened the door and invited Dave inside. "What's there to apologize for? Did you say something bad about me behind my back?" Angor poured a glass of water for Dave and sat down on the sofa facing each other. Yesterday, if I didn't say something out of line, you wouldn't have let Chloe and Chloe go. Dave looked ashamed. Letting Chloe and Chloe go might have caused you trouble. I'm really sorry. Angor considered for a moment and chuckled. Isn't it normal for wizards to kill each other and scheme against each other? I'm just blaming myself. Dave lowered his head and did not dare to look at Angor. Angor stared at Dave for a while and clapped his hands. All right, I accept your apology. I'll find a way to deal with Chloe and Chloe. I saw them today, but they seem to be avoiding me on purpose. If you're really blaming yourself, tell me about them. Dave nodded. Chloe and Chloe aren't the main problem. They won't do anything to you again, but you still have to be careful. The real problem is Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly? Dave briefly explained Red Butterfly's background. Although Master Prom said that Red Butterfly's relationship with Vice isn't what the outside world thinks, Red Butterfly doesn't only have a relationship with Vice. She has a few other men under her skirt. If they work together against you, the consequences will be unimaginable. All right. I'll keep that in mind. Angor did not want to comment too much. He did not want Dave to feel more guilty. Send me the details of those people through your transmitter next time. Speaking of which, I need to talk to you about something. Angor changed the topic. I want to buy some materials and sell an alchemy weapon. Can you help me estimate the price? Selling alchemy weapons? Dave looked at Angor in surprise. You're not talking about what I'm thinking about, are you? What you're thinking about? What kind? Angor was confused. Dave took a deep breath. You said you want to sell an alchemy weapon. Did you make it yourself? Angor nodded. Yeah. David was rendered speechless by Angor's matter-of-fact reply. You already made an alchemy weapon? Yeah. You did too, didn't you? The propeller flyer is much more advanced than the one I made, Angor explained. That's different. I studied for 5 years. Angor turned around and smiled. Actually, I learned how to make molds before making alchemy weapons, so I have some experience. It's easier for me to make weapons. Really? Of course, it's true. As if. Seeing Dave's expression, Angor decided to continue his white lie. Dave's jealousy and sadness faded a little after hearing Angor's words. Alchemy weapons are very different from ordinary ones. Angor, you're not only experienced, but also talented to be able to make one in such a short time, Dave said. Let's go check out my scythe. Help me appraise it, Angor said and led the way to the basement. You made a scythe, Angor? That's a rare weapon. Because I'm familiar with scythes. I used to do all the weeds and vegetables myself. He was not lying. Angor had been taking care of all the fruits and vegetables in John's yard ever since John couldn't walk anymore. You mean the scythe used for weeds? I thought it was a battle scythe. Dave paused. Not many people in Brute Cavern use scythes, but there's still a market for them. Weed scythes, that's fine. Sell as much as you can. I'll make a profit even if it's just one magic crystal. Angor did not mind. It was Dave's first time coming to Angor's basement. The spacious basement was filled with all kinds of alchemy tools. There were stains on the workbench, unfinished materials, and traces of metal smelting on the floor. The whole place looked messy. However, David still used his envious gaze to scan every inch of the room. Every inch and every aura made him feel familiar and envious. Judging from these traces, you're already on your way to becoming an alchemist. Dave sighed. He really wanted to have his own alchemy lab. Are you flattering me? Angor quickly wiped the stains off the workbench and took out the scythe wrapped in cloth from the drawer. When he was about to call Dave over, he saw Dave walking to a weapon rack in the corner and looking at the Chinese weapons he crafted. These 3 weapons look very simple. They don't have any patterns, but they look very beautiful. David asked, Did you make them? Can I touch it with my hands? Angor made a pleased gesture. That's a sword? What a peculiar sword. If it's designed like this, won't it break easily? Dave picked up the 3-foot-long cyan edge sword and scratched the touchstone in the corner. A shallow mark was left on the surface. It's a beginner alchemy weapon. It's not tiered yet, but it should sell for a good price. Then, David took out the email piercer and waved it in the air. His eyes suddenly lit up. This weapon is not bad. Its design and power are good. It's also light and easy to carry. For some female wizards, it's an excellent weapon for self-defense. If this design is brought out, it will probably sell out very quickly. The last weapon Dave picked up was the sheathless Tang Dao. This was his favorite weapon. It did not have any special patterns on it, but it was strangely beautiful and deadly. It was easy to wield. This weapon should sell for more than 10 magic crystals. After testing the 3 Chinese weapons, David was obviously very satisfied. If you sell these 3 weapons, you'll be able to earn back the cost of the materials. Dave was envious. Alchemy weapons were always expensive. Even those without special effects were very popular. Dave's weapons were more advanced than Angor's, but they were not suitable for everyone. They would not be as expensive as these weapons. Do you want to sell these 3 weapons? David asked. If I can sell it, of course I will. But I don't have a channel to sell them. Dave patted his chest. Put them in Prom's alchemy shop. I can help you sell them. Is that okay? No problem. I'll sell them for you. You just need to give me 10% of the profits. That's Master Prom's rule. A 10% share was actually a lot, but he might not be able to sell these weapons even if he took them out to sell. The sales channel was very important. Angor nodded. All right. You can sell them along with the scythe later. Dave thought the scythe was about the same quality as the 3 weapons, so he agreed without hesitation. But when he saw the shining scythe, he realized that Angor had tricked him again. You said you learned blacksmithing? That's why you can make weapons so easily. Something like that. Then tell me, where do blacksmiths learn how to draw runes? Do blacksmiths know how to draw such a perfect rune of sharpness? Dave felt terrible. He thought the weapon Angor asked him to appraise was just a beginner alchemy weapon. As long as he learned thaw and had some experience as a blacksmith, he could make a beginner alchemy weapon without any problem. But this scythe was not a beginner alchemy weapon. The rune of sharpness was clearly displayed on the blade, which meant it was at least tiered. It was the lowest tier among all alchemy weapons, but it was still tiered. A tiered alchemy weapon would cost at least 100 magic crystals. Dave took a deep breath. I'm warning you. Don't tell me you're also talented in runes. Angor recalled Dave's shocked look when he said he was talented in alchemy last time. Angor considered his words carefully and said, maybe I have a good memory? Dave gave Angor a thoughtful look and sighed. Last time, you gave me a huge blow. I thought I could handle it better. But I was wrong. Dave grabbed the scythe, activated the rune of sharpness with mana, and hacked at the touchstone in the corner. Seeing the huge crack on the touchstone, Dave turned his head and said, I feel like a loser now. Angor was speechless. After spending half an hour expressing his deep dissatisfaction, David finally returned to normal. This scythe is tiered. It's only the lowest tier, but it can still be sold for 100 magic crystals or more. If there's an emergency, the price can be even higher, said Dave. Emergency? For example, when you're exploring a ruin and need a weapon urgently. Or if you're in a life-or-death duel and you die, you'll pay a lot of money for it. Angor considered. Oh, I see. How about this? Can you sell the weapons for me in a month and a half? A month and a half? Is that a special time? It is quite special. You will know when the time comes. Next, they went to Prom's alchemy shop and spent 17 magic crystals to buy a new batch of materials. When they parted ways, Dave suddenly took out an item and asked, What's the matter? Is this yours? Angor looked at the small golden arrow in Dave's hand and raised an eyebrow. Yes. You found it in the forest? No, I didn't. It was Master Prom. Dave paused. Master Prom was very interested in your long-range alchemy weapon. May I have a look? Angor pulled up his sleeve and revealed the crossbow on his wrist. Mechanical alchemy? Sort of. Dave inspected the crossbow carefully. It was exquisitely made, but there were no runes engraved on the crossbow. Although it hasn't been ranked yet, just this exquisite design alone is enough to make one gasp in amazement. It's also very powerful. Even without runes, it can break most defensive spells with sheer numbers, Dave praised. What Dave didn't know was that Angor had already engraved the runes on the golden arrow. Oh, right. Who made such an ingenious weapon? Dave asked out of instinct. He looked at Angor and saw that Angor was about to answer, but Dave stopped him. Let's not talk about it. I've suffered enough today. On the third day, Angor reached the second level of the Sky Tower. There were special cableways for contestants to go to the second level, which were distributed in various areas of the underground market. Being able to use the cableways was also a symbol of status. As for the spectators who were not participating in the competition, they could only buy tickets to the second level. Those who had enough money would go to the top of the tower to watch the matches. No one would come to the second level. Ordinary people who didn't have enough money could only watch from the first level. Compared to the first level, the second level was much quieter. Angor's first opponent was only watched by a couple of bored contestants. The contestants on the second level were much stronger than those on the first level. Still, Angor didn't run into too much trouble with his trigger crossbow. The only difficult match was against a beginner apprentice called Darna's Master. The man was an expert in wind and snow spells. His raging wind caused the golden arrows to be slightly deflected. Angor couldn't hurt Darna's Master with just one or two golden arrows. In the end, Angor used a large number of golden arrows to force Darna's Master to surrender. After defeating Darna's Master, Angor's reputation spread like wildfire in the second level. In 3 days, he earned 40 points and successfully reached the third level of Sky Tower. Angor checked the contestants' area and didn't see any level 2 apprentices. He thought that he could still beat everyone easily. However, he ran into trouble on the 3rd floor of Sky Tower. The woman remained still with her eyes closed. She did not look like she was going to fight at all. However, when he closed his eyes and listened carefully, he could hear the sound of water flowing from the woman's position. It was Dripping River. This was the first woman Angor met in the arena of Sky Tower, and also the one who gave him the strangest feeling. The announcement screen did not indicate the start of the match yet, and there were still anti-magic arrays in the arena, but the woman was already acting strangely. Water. Angor felt he was not facing a person, but a puddle of water. The countdown for Barren Milk versus Dripping River reached 0. The battle was about to begin. The woman in front of him looked ordinary. Her hair was curly and there were dark circles under her eyes. Before the countdown ended, she kept her eyes closed as if she was taking a nap. She only opened her eyes when the countdown ended, revealing her dark pupils. Dripping River drew a line on the floor with her finger, and a flowing stream appeared in front of her. Instant cantrip. Angor was also paying attention to his opponent's movements while creating a defensive barrier. It was fine if it was instantaneous, but the most peculiar thing was that this belt made of water was not stuck to the floor, but circled around the dripping stream, just like a real belt. Bind. Dripping River's voice sounded like water flowing over a piece of porcelain. Following the voice, the ribbons made of water rushed at Angor. However, Angor had already set up his first defense, an ice wall. Angor dodged the attack by swapping one for another. Next, he unleashed his familiar rogue tactic. Golden arrows rained down on Dripping River's formation like a shower of glittering light. Shield. Dripping River chanted again. The stream suddenly separated from the ice wall and turned into a complicated water shield, trying to stop the golden arrows. Could the water shield defend against the highly penetrative golden arrows? Angor did not believe it, but it did happen. The water shield created by the stream now looked like a real shield. However, when the golden arrows hit it, they sounded like metal hitting metal. The golden arrows bounced off the water shield. Angor kept firing and even expanded the range of his arrows. But to his disappointment, the water shield expanded as well. It was impossible to cover everything. If the surface area of the water shield was large, its thickness would naturally decrease. With this thought in mind, he began to attack another spot. However, after shooting almost half of the small golden arrow, there was not even a scratch on the water shield. More importantly, Dripping River did not seem to be using any mana at all. Did she not need mana to maintain her water shield at all? Angor would definitely lose if they kept fighting a war of attrition. Dripping River took advantage of Angor's opening. She said in a low voice, "Knife." The stream turned into a water blade and cleaved the first line of defense, the ice wall, in half. Water transforms all things. Isn't this handmade simulation technique too powerful? It doesn't even give me time to breathe. Angor pondered in his mind. She's really from Brute Cavern. Is she really from Brute Cavern? Not from Song of the Deep? Elemental simulation was a very advanced elemental technique. Angor had read a book about it before. He knew the weakness of elemental simulation. No matter how much it looked like an object, it was still water. As long as he could find an element that countered water, he would be able to break it. Water and fire were incompatible. Fire could evaporate water, but water could also extinguish fire. Instead of using fire to deal with the water elemental simulation, Angor decided to use a cantrip that had never been recorded in Brute Cavern. Angor used his hologram tablet to calculate the combinations of several level 0 cantrips. When he had time, he would turn them into cantrip models using magic formulas. One of them was a modified version of dust removal. Dust removal was a level 0 cantrip that was often used together with cleanse. It was basically a combination of wind and earth elements. Angor was planning to use a modified version of dust removal. 09 Little Say Net, he named it Dust. The new combination of wind and earth would raise a cloud of dust in the air. This was the essence of the cantrip. It was similar to sand dust, but it was not as powerful as sand dust. At most, the cantrip would only raise some fine dust that was slightly larger than a haze. It would not do any harm to the human body if exposed to it for a long time. Since Angor's nose hair could filter the fine dust, he named it Dust. However, it was perfect for this situation. Absorbing water elements from dust removal would allow him to ignore the simulation effect. Angor excitedly fired his arrows to block the enemy's attacks while he quietly constructed the model of dust removal in his mind. Dust removal was not even a level 0 cantrip. It took Angor a lot of time to construct it. Even if Angor did not memorize it, it only took him 3 or 4 seconds to construct it. He used dust removal and aimed it at the white stream in the air. When dust removal came into contact with the stream, it seemed that the stream was losing water quickly. Just as Angor was about to win, Dripping River suddenly uttered another word, oil. Oil? Angor was confused. Did he hear it wrong? Why did she say oil? Following Dripping River's words, the stream in the air changed its nature at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned from transparent water into a half-murky, blackish-yellow oil. That's oil? Angor was surprised. Dripping River did not answer. Instead, she directed the oil to charge at Angor. At the same time, Dripping River summoned a small flame. The flame helped the oil, and the oil was ignited by the flame. The flame belt exploded beside Angor, and he was sent flying by the recoil. After several tumbles, Angor finally managed to stop himself at the edge of the arena. It's really oil? How is this possible? Water and oil have nothing to do with each other. Even their nature changed. How can elemental simulation do this? Angor was confused. Dripping River did not answer Angor's question. Instead, she lifted an eyebrow and rubbed her temples tiredly. Angor was sure that she was not tired because of the battle. Looking at those dark circles, she was not sleepy, was she? Dripping River used her actions to express her style. She actually started snoring while standing. How long has it been since she last rested? Angor tried to cast a bind spell on Dripping River. In the next second, Dripping Stream was easily tied up. Angor was speechless. She really did fall asleep. At the same time, a notice board appeared in the air, Barren Milk 1. Angor walked down the arena with a strange feeling in his mind. The medics of the Sky Tower walked to the arena, placed Dripping River on a stretcher, and walked past the contestants' passage while chatting. Angor clearly heard one of the medics whispering, "Why did the little girl fall asleep on the stage again?" Again? Could it be that Dripping River had dozed off more than once in the arena? The contestants' area on the third level was still lively. Angor's return did not attract much attention. Instead, some people were looking at him with envy. He really hit the jackpot when he got Dripping River as his opponent, someone commented. Angor found a corner to rest with a puzzled look. He did not meditate. Instead, he tried to recall something about Dripping River. Angor did not care too much about her sleeping on the stage. At most, he thought she was a weirdo. What he was curious about was why Dripping River turned into oil. They were both liquids, but their properties were different. How could they change? He could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He fought 4 matches in the morning. Apart from the one against Dripping River, which gave him some trouble, he won the other 3 matches with ease. In the afternoon, he planned to fight all 4 matches. However, when he finished his second match, he saw Nausicaa in the contestants' area. He considered for a moment and decided not to join the match. Instead, he went to watch one of Nausicaa's matches from the audience seats. Nausicaa's opponent was an ordinary elementalist apprentice who did not know any special spells or special abilities. Angor could easily take him down with his trigger crossbow. However, Nausicaa did not seem to have it easy when fighting against Angor. Nausicaa was a bloodline apprentice. She had not fused a bloodline yet. Her cantrip set was ordinary, and she was only good at melee combat. Her opponent, on the other hand, had a defensive cantrip and did not lose to Nausicaa at all. Angor was confused. Why didn't she use single butterfly? If Nausicaa used single butterfly in a melee fight, the fight would have ended long ago. But Nausicaa did not do that. She did not even remove her flexible sword. In the end, she won, but it wasn't an easy victory. She left the Sky Tower in a hurry after one match. Angor fought another match and won. Then, he returned home under the twilight of dusk. Angor took out his hologram tablet and searched for books on element mimicry. After reading several books on element mimicry, Angor was puzzled. The books were just as he imagined. Mimicry was just a mimicry. It could not change the nature of an element. Then how did Dripping River change the nature of the element? Also, Angor was puzzled. Dripping River's water shield was too strong. It did not look like water at all. It looked more like metal. Maybe she was not using a water shield but a metal armor? But he saw Dripping River changing the shape of the water to form the shield. As Angor pondered, someone knocked on his door. Mr. Pat. Good's voice came from the yard. Angor was startled. He quickly turned off his hologram tablet and hid it in his pocket watch. After calming his breath, he went to the yard and opened the door for Good. Mr. Pat, the master is asking for you. Under the chilly wind of the night, Angor followed Butler Good to Phantom Island. He entered the study and saw Sunder sitting in front of the desk with his legs crossed and a crystal ball transmitter in his hand. The man seemed to be watching something. When Angor got closer, he saw that the crystal ball was showing his matches in the Sky Tower. Sunders was watching a fight between him and an elementalist apprentice on the 2nd floor. Angor stood quietly in front of him. Watching his own match from such an angle, he felt a strange sense of shame. In particular, after he had constructed the defensive line in the crystal ball, he would release the golden arrows and use his cold and arrogant voice to persuade the opponent to surrender. Angor thought he created a perfect persona for himself in the match. But from a third person's perspective, he felt like an idiot. Eternal Rashomon. Humph. Throw down your cards and surrender. Or I'll cut your throat instead of your hands and feet next time. Sunder's low voice came from the crystal ball. He did not feel any pressure when Angor was in the match. But now, at this time, in this place, Angor felt uncomfortable all over. Especially when Sunders glanced at him with a strange expression. Angor opened his palms and pretended to massage his temples. He was actually covering his face to hide his embarrassment. What should I do? This is so embarrassing. Why did my persona become so annoying? When the match was over, Sunders turned off the crystal ball and looked at Angor with a half-smile. The long stare made Angor feel uncomfortable all over. Sunders tried to hold back his laughter and teased him in a low voice. You don't look all that impressive, but you do look quite intimidating. Angor lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm just... His persona collapsed. He could not say it out loud. After stuttering for a while, he changed the topic and asked, "Professor, how did you get my match?" Sunders also noticed Angwar's embarrassment, so he changed the topic for the sake of his young apprentice. Butler Good came early in the morning and found that Angwar was not home. After some investigation, he learned that Angwar went to climb the Sky Tower. Sunders was intrigued by the news, so he took Angwar's match from the Sky Tower management office. That was how this happened. Angwar felt even more ashamed after hearing this. He thought that he had hidden his identity well and wouldn't be discovered by his acquaintances. Still, there was no such thing as a secret. Angwar did not care how Sunders found out that he was barren milk. He only wanted the ground to crack open so he could jump down. After several minutes of awkward silence, Sunders brought Angwar to the balcony. There were 2 armchairs on the balcony. Sunders took a seat and gestured for Angwar to sit down. He looked at the tree of eternity in the distant sea of stars and felt a little better. You should be able to fight in the first few floors of Sky Tower. However, the opponents on the last 3 floors won't be easy to deal with. You won't be able to reach the top with just a few defensive moves and an alchemy weapon without any special effects. The last 3 floors of the Sky Tower, no matter what time it is, most of them are bloodline apprentices. Some of them have absorbed the blood of exotic beasts. Apprentice sorcerers who had absorbed the bloodline and apprentice sorcerers who had not absorbed the bloodline were 2 different concepts. They can take your attacks head-on and reach you before you can set up any defense. You won't have any chance to fight back. Angwar was not worried about Sunders' warning. His trigger crossbow was not a beginner alchemy weapon as Sunders thought. He also had a dozen tiered golden bolts. Angwar also had a tiered ranged weapon hidden in his pocket. Toby was also hovering in the air, ready to help him at any time. That was why he had nothing to fear. Sunders looked at Angwar's expression and tried to guess what Angwar's confidence was. After Toby comprehended the sequence of gravity, he should be able to help you, but don't be careless. There are many strange people in this world, and many strange spells. You might not be able to rely on these 3 axes to be fearless. Angwar suddenly remembered his opponent in today's match, Dripping River. Dripping River's hydration spell caught Angwar off guard and almost pushed him out of the arena. If Dripping River didn't fall asleep during the match, he might have lost the match. With that in mind, Angwar asked Sunders about Dripping River out of curiosity. Sunders took out his crystal ball and showed Angwar's match on the 3rd floor. After watching Angwar's match against Dripping River, Sunders pondered for a moment and showed a surprised expression. I remember there's no such thing as changing the nature of an element in elemental mimicry. Water and oil are 2 different things. Angwar did not know why Sunders was so happy. Was he laughing in his mind when he saw Angwar being sent flying? You've read a lot of books, haven't you? Elemental mimicry is something only level 2 elementalist apprentices can learn. Apprentices who study other elements will have to wait until they become level 3 apprentices or wizards. Sunders put away his joyful expression and explained. Angwar choked a little and said awkwardly, I read about it in your library, Professor. I remember it a little. Sunders only mentioned it casually. He did not care where Angwar learned it from. This woman. Sunders pointed at Dripping River in the crystal ball. If I'm not mistaken, she came to Brood Cavern 15 years ago. 15 years ago, 3 wizards sent her golden posters at the same time. 3 wizards? Golden posters at the same time? Angwar stared at Dripping River in confusion. What did 3 golden posters mean? Angwar already knew. She's not an elementalist like you think. She's an extremely rare occult trait manipulator. Trait manipulator? Angwar vaguely read about it in a book. However, there were too many occult branches, so he did not read all of them. Wizards are not the only ones with mortal abilities in this world. Some lucky ones are born with mortal abilities. She's one of them. She was born with a mystery trait called water metamorphosis. Water metamorphosis? Does that mean she can change the nature of water? Angwar wondered. It's not the qualitative change that you think it is. Instead, it directly gives water a new characteristic. Turning water into oil is one of them. When she came to Brood Cavern, it was Flora who welcomed her. Sunders continued, Flora used the same deathmatch method. However, she did not limit the number of people who could enter. Anyone who could survive for more than 10 days in a stone cabin passed the test. This dripping river, on the first day of the deathmatch, turned a pot of water into a poisonous soup and killed everyone in the stone cabin. Here, Sundar stopped talking. As a matter of fact, people with innate abilities are not always favored. The teacher and student talked about the Sky Tower matches for a while, and Angor's shameful mood finally calmed down. Angor was a little disappointed that Sundars did not ask him about the alchemy weapon. As far as he knew, there were very few alchemists in Brute Cavern, and Sundars respected them. Angor was already waiting for Sundars to be shocked by his talent in alchemy. However, Sundars did not ask about it. Angor did not want to introduce himself. That way, Sundars would not be shocked. "Professor, why did you ask me to come here today?" They talked about some trivial things but did not get to the point. Sundars stood up. "Come with me." Sundars led Angor to his study and took out a notebook from a drawer. He flipped open the notebook, which was filled with all kinds of model drawings and tiny words. They were all written by Sundars himself. "You've been quiet for months, so I thought you weren't interested in the purification garden. I asked you to come here today to test your understanding of nature. If you pass, I'll give you this notebook." Sundars smiled. "But I didn't expect you to give me such a pleasant surprise. You're still young in the Sky Tower matches, and you mostly relied on external items to win. But your defensive cantrips are quite good. One of them, in particular, has already revealed its true nature. So, I won't test you. Just take it. You're an illusionist, no doubt. But I'll have to find out which one you're leaning toward. This notebook contains the basic cantrips of the illusion school. You can practice them one by one. You can tell me which one you like the most the next time we meet." All basic illusionist cantrips were recorded. Sundars did not teach Angor any of them. He only asked Angor to think about his future. When Flora tried to teach Angor cantrips, Sundars scolded her severely. Angor did not expect that Sundars would teach him all the basic cantrips of the illusionist class. Angor's mood brightened up, and he looked at Sundars in a more friendly way. He even planned to go to Cloud Library and borrow some illusionist books. "When you fought against Dripping River today, you used a cantrip similar to Sand Dust, which has the meaning of first step on the path of truth. I hope you can keep it up and step on the path of truth as soon as possible." "Sand Dust? You mean dust?" Angor immediately remembered the spell he used today. "Dust? That's a good name. It's not as powerful as Sand Dust, but it has something similar to it. Dust is a modified version of dust removal. I rearranged it." Angor did not understand. Rearranging cantrips was something every apprentice could do. But why did Sundars say he had first step on the path of truth? Wasn't that common? What Angor didn't know was that the first step of truth and the first step of truth were two different things. 09 Little Say Net, wizards who had set foot on the path of truth would never point out the path of others. Only by walking on their own path would they be able to walk on the path of truth. The first step of truth, on the other hand, was not about rearranging spells. It was about having the heart to create. Creating and applying what one had learned was the stepping stone to the path of truth. Angor created dust and used it at the right time. Even if it did not work because of Dripping River, it did not matter. Sundars was more interested in the secrets behind dust. Dust removal. Sundars quickly arranged the wind and earth elements in dust removal in his mind. He did not have a cheat-like computing ability like the hologram tablet, but as an experienced wizard, he could roughly figure out the distribution of wind and earth elements in dust removal with his great foresight. Understanding the composition of spells will make it easier for you to learn them. Next, he signaled Angor to open his notebook and began to explain the basics of illusionary spells. Illusions, after all, were a mixture of truth and falsehood. Unfathomable, and untouchable were the basic elements of illusions. When talking about illusions, most people would think of illusions that could deceive the eyes. However, for illusionist wizards, illusions that could deceive the eyes were only the basics of illusions. True illusions were the same as other faculties. They were all about the knowledge of self, nature, and truth. For example, there was the mind illusion school, which combined desires and emotions through the interpretation of the changes in people's hearts and details. There was the Mirage School, which interpreted nature through the changes in weather and the refraction of light and shadow. There was also the Reality School, which grasped and saw through everything through the boundary between reality and illusion and the combination of reality and illusion. Other than that, there were also different types of illusions, such as the transformation, sound illusion, illusion array, and so on. However, Angor was still far away from them. What he needed to do now was to learn the basics of illusions and figure out which direction he would choose in the future. The crux of basic illusions is to recognize reality. Only when the caster recognizes reality can he construct a realistic illusion for others. Otherwise, if there are some logical errors, such as the plants in winter growing in summer and the fruit on the tree being buried in the ground, as long as the person is not sick in the head, they will be able to see through your illusion. Of course, I'm only talking about basic illusions. Once you've chosen the direction of your illusions, then the world of illusions will be yours to roam. You can create trees that grow on clouds, talking dolls, or even dogs with cat heads. Angor suddenly remembered the strange phantom beasts he saw on Phantom Island. Did Sunders use illusions to create all of them? However, it seemed that those illusory beasts were real and had flesh and blood. In addition to recognizing reality, you also need to learn how to grasp the environment and choose the most suitable illusion according to the circumstances. These were all basic illusions that Angor needed to pay attention to so that he wouldn't go astray when learning illusions. As for how to implement them, Angor had to figure it out himself. It seemed that Sunders didn't want to interfere with Angor's study of spells. After explaining the basics of illusions, Sunders answered Angor's questions about his recent training. Angor didn't have too many questions about his training. He had been busy studying alchemy recently, so he couldn't ask Sunders about it. After the friendly discussion, Angor was about to say goodbye to Sunders when Butler Good came to the study and told him that dinner was ready. Angor had been eating solid food for months. He couldn't help but gulp when he smelled the delicious food coming from the dining hall. Sunders chuckled in his mind and spoke in a teasing tone, "Are you waiting for me to invite you to dinner?" Angor was surprised. He thought he did a good job of hiding his saliva, but Sunders still found out. His cheeks burned inexplicably, and the shame that he had just suppressed resurfaced again. "No." Angor quickly turned around and said, "Professor, I forgot to serve Toby food. I'll go back first." "Wait. Eat before you go. I'll wait for you in the dining hall." Sunders walked out of the study first, leaving Angor with his straight back. He knew that his student was easily embarrassed, so he decided not to tease him. Angor hesitated for a while and finally decided to go to the dining hall. He had already embarrassed himself. It would be a waste if he didn't have a good meal. This was the first time Angor ate with Sunders since he got off the Cloud Whale. The table was still decorated in the style of nobles, but Angor didn't expect the dishes to be ordinary. Instead of bacon and ham, there was a green worm wriggling in the middle of the sandwiches. The soup was filled with plants that looked like seaweed, but they were still changing colors. Even the most normal-looking fruits had scales on their sides that Angor couldn't see. He suddenly lost his appetite after looking at the food. There's a warm cloud worm in the sandwiches. It lives in cloud soil and likes to eat sunlight. It's an ingredient with a special effect. It can slightly improve the flow of mana. The soup is a magic plant, and the fruit is a fish scale fruit. Both are good for your body. Sunders paused. These special ingredients can only be cooked by gourmet wizards, or their effects will be weakened. Most gourmet wizards are in Fairy Town, so just make do with them. Angor knew about the warm cloud worm. It was not only an ingredient, but also an alchemy material for apothecary. However, he didn't want any special effects. Why not the food on the Cloud Whale? He just wanted something ordinary. Angor felt like crying in his mind. The meal was indescribable. Angor felt like he could eat a month's worth of food without puking. Luckily, the desserts looked normal. While enjoying the snacks, Angor asked Sunders if there was anything about the Nightmare Realm in the latest issue of Expedition into Endless Plains. "You're quite well informed, aren't you? You even know about the release of Frost Moon Chronicle." Sunders smiled. People from Apprentice Town came out. It was hard not to know about it. Angor pondered. There's something about the nightmare realm in this issue, but not much. But there's one thing you might be interested in. If you want to read it, you can get it from my study later. Something he would be interested in? He didn't know much about the nightmare realm. Was it about Nether City that piqued his interest? Sunders didn't answer his question. Sunders only told him to read it himself. As for borrowing expedition into Endless Plains, Sunders didn't mention anything about the rent. Angor was happy to play dumb. But Moonfrost Union didn't come here just to release the chronicle. Sunders sneered. Angor waited for a while, but Sunders didn't say anything else. I'm going to my lab. Ask Good to take you to the Frost Moon Chronicle when you're done. Sunders wiped his mouth, lifted his cloak, and left. After saying goodbye to Phantom Island, Angor walked back under the moonlight. Under the dim light of the night sky, the falling cloud leaf station flickered with a faint glow under the illumination of the street lights. The originally light green leaves reflected a strange beauty and tranquility. While waiting for the bus to arrive, he took out the 17th issue of Expedition into Endless Plains and began to read it under the soft light of the street lamp. Just like the previous chronicles published by Moonfrost Union, the beginning of each issue was a poem praising the expedition. Only after that did Angor read the catalogue of planar expeditions. Most of the content was about the development of new planes, as well as some important achievements in planar battles. There were nearly 1,000 pages, but Angor didn't see anything about the Nightmare Realm. The bus arrived at the station. When he got home, he continued reading Expedition into Endless Plains. He spent most of the night looking through the pages and finally found a small paragraph about the Nightmare Realm. Stone Statue Plane, one of the 13 logistical planes of the expedition team. 30 years ago, the plane accidentally connected with the Nightmare Realm and created a passage leading to it. The passage appeared for only 3 minutes. 37 people entered. The highest commander was a level 2 wizard. All of them died. Angor couldn't say that this record was worthless. At least he now knew that the passage to the Nightmare Realm didn't only appear in the wizarding world. It could also appear in other planes. But that was all. Surely this wasn't the news Sanders mentioned that he would be interested in. Angor kept reading until the wee hours of the morning when he finally found a piece of information on the last few pages of the book. He noticed that the message did not mention the Nightmare Realm. It was simply because of the picture next to the message. It was a fat woman with purple curly hair and heavy makeup. Her face was so fat that there were several layers of flesh on it. Barbie King, Greya. Half a year ago, Greya from Barbie's restaurant was looking for ingredients in Haunt World. She got into a fight with Granny Shikari, one of the 5 strongest psychics in Frosty Iron World. 3 months later, Greya failed to ambush Granny Shikari at the Thousand World Sea. The 3 of them were sucked into a strange plane passage, which we assumed to be the Nightmare Realm. When Greya asked Angor to take care of Toby, she mentioned that she wanted to leave the southern wizarding region and find ingredients to break through her level. Angor didn't expect that she would choose to go to another world. What surprised him even more was that she ended up being sucked into a Nightmare Realm passage. The Nightmare Realm was a dangerous place. Even a level 2 wizard and 30 level 1 wizards were all killed in the Nightmare Realm. Greya was a gourmet wizard who wasn't good at fighting. If she was surrounded by Nightmare Realm monsters, she would probably be dead by now. Angor sighed in his mind about what Greya might have gone through. At this moment, he realized that the path of becoming a wizard was full of obstacles. It was normal for a wizard to die in a foreign land in order to break through the barrier and find the truth. Angor didn't plan to tell Toby about Greya's disappearance. He didn't know whether Greya was safe or not. Telling Toby right now would only increase his burden. Even if he did tell Toby about Greya's disappearance and wanted to find her in the Nightmare Realm, where would Toby go? Where was Haunt World? Would he be able to find a nightmare passage in Haunt World? All these questions were unrealistic. At least, Angor believed that even if he and Toby worked together, they still wouldn't find Greya, let alone Toby. Under such circumstances, hiding the truth from Toby was the best choice. Angor spent the night in such a complicated mood. During the day, Angor went to the Sky Tower as usual. Since Dripping River was one of the few contestants in the world, Angor's progress was smooth. He won all 8 matches in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. Not only did he earn 24 general points, but he also earned 96 merit points. It wasn't a lot, but it was better than nothing. At night, Angor took out the illusion notebook Sunders gave him and decided to start studying illusions. Basic illusions were all about creating illusions. Sunders already mentioned that creating illusions based on local conditions could make the illusion more realistic. Also, basic illusions couldn't afford to make any logical mistakes. As long as these 2 points were correct, the illusions he created would be more convincing. However, the illusions created by basic illusions can only be effective when the opponent is caught off guard and enters the illusion. Using illusions in front of other people was almost completely useless. Therefore, basic illusions were not meant to be used in battles. At the very least, using basic illusions to create illusions in a narrow path battle or a serious challenge tournament was simply courting death. Now, he was able to learn basic illusions with ease. Under the guidance of the notebook, he created an illusion that looked like an underground cave using the underground laboratory as the background in less than half an hour. There were some flaws in the illusion, such as water dripping from the stalactites and the slippery ground, which meant the air should be moist. However, the air was actually dry. If he could use a water-type cantrip to make the illusion look better, he would be able to reduce the number of flaws. Still, it was already a great achievement for a beginner to create such an illusion so quickly. The biggest reason why Angor could learn basic illusions so quickly was because of his excellent channeling method and talent. Wizards who didn't study illusions could also learn basic illusions, but their learning speed would be much slower. This was the bonus effect brought about by the talent. To create an illusion, he needed to have his own knowledge of reality. Therefore, he had to experience the illusion himself before he could create it. If he created an illusion out of thin air, it would only fool a child. Anyone with a little common sense would be able to see through it. For example, Angor's lava illusion. He had never seen real lava before. According to the book, lava's lava was orange, so he created an orange lava. According to the book, lava could emit smoke, which looked like a hot spring. To make the smoke more, he even imitated Nausicaa's smoke. Anyone who had seen a volcano would know that such an illusion was full of mistakes. It was like the difference between 2D animation and 3D animation. The flaws were too obvious. Of course, if Angor had a solid foundation in illusions, he could always find other ways to make up for the flaws. For example, magic arrays from the illusion school could easily drive someone crazy and kill them. He already knew the basics of basic illusions. The illusions he created would allow his target to experience the place as long as it was something he had experienced before. Next, he would need to practice more and go out to avoid all kinds of logical mistakes. Then he would master basic illusions. After learning basic illusions, Angor didn't rush to learn the other low-level illusions recorded in the book. Instead, he decided to practice his basic skills. In the next few days, Angor climbed the tower while improving his basic illusions. On this day, the sky was clear and bright. Angor told Toby that he wouldn't be going to the sky tower today, so Toby left early in the morning to play in the forest. As soon as Toby left, Angor grinned and began to set up a small illusion around the yard. The fences, the mistletoe, and even the house didn't change much. The only thing he changed was the position of the window. He used to open the window on the right side, so he changed it to the left. However, the window on the right side of the house was still wide open. Even the people who lived here often wouldn't notice the change in details. Toby played outside for the whole day and only returned when dusk was about to fall. Angor sat in the living room and used his spirit feelers to observe Toby's movements. As expected, Toby didn't doubt the opening of the window at all and rushed in from the right side. Bang! Toby's head hit the glass. Angor tried to hold back his laughter while Toby looked confused. Wasn't the window wide open? Why can't I get in? Toby went to the window and tested it with his foot. He found that the window was closed, but it looked open. Maybe I'm hallucinating? Toby decided to enter from the attic window. Angor also did something to the attic skylight. Toby bumped into the glass again. Toby was knocked dizzy and spun around on the roof dizzily. Angor saw this through his spirit feelers in the living room and laughed out loud. Naturally, Toby heard the laughter as well. Toby finally understood why he kept bumping his head. Considering how Angor had been practicing illusions these days, Toby now knew that Angor was the one who did it. Toby puffed up his cheeks angrily. Alright, enough joking. I've removed the illusion. Come in. Angor smiled at Toby as he entered the attic. Toby ignored him and kept puffing up his cheeks without making any noise. Angor climbed to the roof and apologized to Toby with a smile. Toby still ignored him. Instead, he turned around and pointed at Angor with his gray tail. I'm just kidding. Angor grinned. I'll take you to a feast later. I heard the market just got a new batch of deep-sea fish. How about we go and have a taste? Toby looked back but still didn't say anything. Toby just stared at Angor with a wronged look. Angor felt a little guilty. He was just joking with Toby, and he also wanted to test the effect of his illusions. Angor cleared his throat. How about this? I'll borrow your echo flower. I'll give you a surprise later. With that, Angor took the flower from the attic and went down to his soundproof room. Toby's cheeks finally calmed down after Angor left. He approached the window with a doubtful look. He used his claws to make sure the window was open before he flew into the attic. Toby flew to the living room from the attic. He wasn't really angry at Angor's teasing. Toby only pretended to be angry because he wanted to use this chance to get another echo flower. However, not only did he fail, but Angor even took away an echo flower. Toby wondered what Angor's surprise was. A moment later, Angor returned with the echo flower in his hand. Toby was standing on the table in the living room, looking at him with a pair of anxious eyes. To be more precise, Toby was staring at the echo flower as if he was afraid that Angor would break it. But it didn't seem to be doing anything. Tweet tweet tweet, Toby chirped at Angor several times. With his level 10 bird language, Angor knew that Toby was asking him where the surprise was. Angor smiled mysteriously. He placed the echo flower on the table and asked Toby to step on its exposed roots. Echo flowers were a kind of soundwave alchemy material, but Toby had been using them as a recording tool. Toby tilted his head and looked at Angor from the corner of his eyes. After Angor's urging, Toby put his claws on the roots of the echo flower. When Toby stepped on the roots, the lilac petals of the flower moved a little. Following that, a series of melodious notes came from the petals. Various musical instruments intertwined with each other, but they weren't too complicated. Among them, strings were the most prominent. They were like soft humming sounds that instantly captured everyone's senses. This was Angor's second time listening to this song, but he still felt his scalp tingling with joy. This was the City of Sky. The music of another civilization. But it had the same appeal to people's hearts. The echo flower was able to record sounds at a very high frequency range. Even complex scales could be perfectly presented. Under the perfect recording of the echo flower, the City of Sky was enchanted with the power of music. Toby was almost stunned. The birdsong quartet that he had always been proud of was like a pile of dust when compared to this castle in the sky. There was no way they could be compared at all. Toby used to think that his quartet was just music. But at this time it realized that music actually had ups and downs. Music had emotions. Music could let you follow the intention of the performer and see what he wanted to express. When the song Castle in the Sky ended, Toby immediately took out his claws and pressed them against the roots of the echo flower. However, the echo flower was only a plant, not a controllable artificial brain. It could record music, but it could only record the previous performance once. After the song was played, it would automatically delete the audio. Toby pressed his claws for a long time, but nothing happened. Tweet? Toby looked at Angor with a pleading look. Angor purposely ignored Toby's pleading and smiled. The song is called City of Sky. Consider it my apology for my prank just now. What do you think? Very sincere, right? Toby anxiously chirped again and asked Angor to play the song again. Angor tried to pretend for a while and finally said, "How about this? Give me 2 echo flowers, and I'll try to make a music box for you. But I don't want to pay cheap." Toby gave Angor a sad look. He didn't have money. "I won't take your money either. You just need to promise me one thing." Angor decided to make a music box on the spur of the moment. 09 Little Say Net. Seeing Toby's pleading look, Greer couldn't help but think about Greya. He felt a little guilty for hiding the truth from Toby. Angor decided to use the music box in exchange for Toby's promise. It was a reassurance to prevent Toby from discovering the music box in the future. Toby did not know what a music box was. However, it knew that Angor knew alchemy, so its eyes were filled with hope and joy. Even the echo flower, which was its favorite flower, could not wait to give it to Angor. Angor brought the 2 echo flowers to his lab. He did not know if there were music boxes in other places, but in Gold's Pink Empire, music boxes were always popular among the nobles. Due to the lack of craftsmanship, the music box's scale was too harsh and monotonous, but it was still very popular among the nobles. Angor used to have a music box as well. John gave it to him for his 5th birthday, and it played a song called Happy Birthday. Angor loved the song when he was little and played it over and over again. However, after going to Waterford and listening to the concerts of the masters, he no longer cared about the simple scale of the music box. Still, he had to admit that the music box's monotonous metal clanking sound was still an indelible memory of his childhood. Now that he thought about it, the concerts were grand, but the simple and melodious music of the music box was the best memory of his childhood. The music box he made for Toby was meant to recreate all musical scales perfectly. He didn't want the final product to be a monotonous music box. So, he chose to use echo flowers as the material. It was a creative idea of his. However, the alchemy books he obtained did not mention anything about music boxes. The only blueprint he had was the 3D printed blueprint stored in John's hologram tablet. Angor did not plan to make a traditional music box, so he had to modify and recreate the blueprint. How to use echo flowers in the music box, and how to avoid the flaw of only one recording. These were all problems he needed to solve. Apart from that, Angor also had a little ambition. He wanted to make the music box, even if it was just a temporary idea, but he still wanted to do his best. The music box had only one function, but he also wanted to do something different. In the past, he had only smelted alchemy weapons. As for other types of alchemy tools, he had never touched them before. The music box was his new attempt. It was also a stepping stone for him to open his mind and go further on the road of alchemy. Since he could make Toby happy and train his alchemy skills, why not? He did not start working on the music box right away. He still had a lot of things to do. 1.5 months was almost up. Once the news about the purification garden spread, more powerful players would swarm into Sky Tower. It would be even harder for him to reach the top. Therefore, his main focus was still on climbing the tower. He only had time to read alchemy books every night before he went to bed to study the characteristics of the echo flower and a selection of other materials. He also redrew the blueprint of the music box. His days were spent in abundance. A week later, he reached the 5th level. These days, even if he used shameless methods to win, his combat experience was getting richer and richer. He now knew how to avoid damage, how to cast cantrips accurately, when to attack, and when to defend himself. He was still a bit immature, but a journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. As long as he accumulated enough experience, he would eventually achieve a qualitative change. So far, he did not lose a single match. However, his progress was still too slow. If Butler Good was right, the news about the purification garden would spread in less than a month. And he was only at the 5th level. There were 15 levels in the Sky Tower, and he still needed 10 more to reach the top. Judging from his progress, it would be impossible for him to reach the top before the news spread. How could he increase his speed? That was the question Angor was thinking about. How to shorten the time between matches? Angor's matches usually did not last more than 5 minutes. No matter how he shortened his matches, it would not increase his efficiency. The only thing holding him back was the long intervals between matches. After each match, if someone wanted to continue, the Sky Tower would kindly give them half an hour to prepare. For others, this was a very considerate arrangement. But for Angor, this half an hour was the key to his progress. On the day he reached the 5th level, Angor went to the lottery booth and asked if there was a way to shorten the waiting time. It would be better if he did not wait and went straight to the stage. The worker was surprised by Angor's request. He had never heard of such a request in all his years of service. Mr. Baron Milk, this is a rule set by the Sky Tower management. We cannot change it for you. The worker gave Angor a doubtful look. Was this Baron Milk in need of money? Or did he enjoy torturing his opponents? Was that why he wanted to fight faster? However, the worker did a quick check and found that none of Angor's opponents died. In fact, very few of them were injured, which was rare in the Sky Tower. If that wasn't the reason, what else could it be? Did he want to reach the top as soon as possible? He would reach the top sooner or later. What was the hurry? The worker did not know about the purification garden either. Reaching the top of the Sky Tower did not grant anyone anything other than a ticket to the Tower of Infinity. Many people would even lower their level on purpose so that they would not be tortured to death by monsters in the higher levels. They came to the Sky Tower either for money or battle experience. There was no need to seek death at the top level. Unless Angor was a battle maniac who did not fear death. Considering this possibility, the worker looked at Angor with more respect. There were many battle maniacs in Sky Tower. Most of the contestants on the last 3 levels were bloodline apprentices. It was rare to see someone who was not a bloodline apprentice. Is there really no other way? Angor looked disappointed. The worker was even more convinced that Angor was a battle maniac. The Sky Tower greatly valued battle maniacs. As long as there were battle maniacs, there would always be people coming to watch the matches. The worker considered for a moment. How about this? Go to the management office and ask Manager Melanda. If she agrees, everything will be fine. Angor thanked the worker and went down from the 5th level to the 1st. The management office was located on the 1st level. It was where Angor registered. When Angor arrived at the office, he asked the worker about Melanda and explained his intention. The worker seemed to think that Angor was a battle maniac as well. He asked Angor to wait in the office and went to find Melanda. A moment later, someone opened the door of the management office. Angor looked at the door and saw a middle-aged woman in a tight black uniform. Her hair was tied up high, and she had a serious look on her face. The woman was surprised when she saw Angor. Angor's reaction was the same. Nice to meet you. I'm Manager Melanda Yada. The woman's serious expression was replaced by a gentle smile as she walked to Angor. Angor had seen this woman before. She was in charge of registering and recording the lottery boxes on the 1st level. Angor thought she was just a worker. He did not expect her to be the manager of the management office. Manager Melanda, I'm Baron Milk. I know. Melanda rarely smiled. Her smile looked a little stiff as she said, many people are paying attention to you. It's been a long time since someone advanced as fast as you. Angor felt a little embarrassed. He did not feel good about advancing in such a shameless way. Melanda noticed Angor's embarrassment through his black robe. She did not continue the small talk and went straight to the point. I heard from my men that you want to reduce the time between matches? Angor nodded. Can I? Melanda did not answer his question. Instead, she asked curiously, I'm curious. Why do you want to do this? If it's to make money, you can use your weapon and go to the questing hall to accept quests faster. As for being a battle maniac. Melanda paused. She seemed to know Angor very well. I don't believe it. So, can you tell me the reason? Melanda looked at Angor curiously. Angor considered and said, I want to reach the top as soon as possible. Melanda chuckled. You want to reach the top in a month? Angor did not tell Melanda the exact time, which meant Melanda already knew about the garden. Yes. Melanda said, I understand now. You're here for the purification garden? Yes, Angor admitted. Melanda nodded but did not refuse. She looked at Angor and smiled. I didn't expect you to be so well informed. But I can tell you that it's going to be very difficult for you to reach the 15th level with that alchemy weapon on your wrist. The contestants in the last 3 levels are much stronger than you think. They might even kill you. Angor did not express his opinion. But he snorted in his mind. He has a secret weapon. Melanda did not ask Angor what secret weapon he had. Since Angor insisted on the match, she would not insist. All right then. I can change the time between matches to 5 minutes. But I have to warn you that even if you reach the last 3 levels, you'll still have to fight for 5 minutes. Are you sure you want to change it? Yes. Angor replied without hesitation. Angor was still feeling a little dizzy when he left the management office. Milanda agreed to change the rules so easily? Angor felt that it was too hard to believe. In the end, Milanda did mention a condition: you cannot forfeit until the match is over. Still, it was not a big deal for Angor. Even if Milanda's modification did not affect the fairness of the matches, Angor still found it strange. He did not know Milanda at all. Why would she do him a favor? Angor thought for a long time but could not come up with an answer. In the end, he could only conclude that he was too greedy. There were still some kind people who did not ask for anything in return. Angor forgot one thing though. Sunders must have talked with the higher-ups of Sky Tower to get his videos. As one of the higher-ups, Milanda must know Angor's real identity. Knowing the relationship between Angor and Sunders, it was normal for her to give in. Sunders would not take in a random student. There must be something special about Angor that caught Sunders' attention. Before this, Sunders only had 2 students, and both of them became wizards. This was why Milanda had high hopes for Angor. Without affecting the fairness of the matches, she could make a future wizard owe her a favor. This was not a bad deal. Even if Angor did not become a wizard in the end, it would not affect her. Her modification would not affect the fairness of the matches at all. It might even increase the risk for the contestants, but no one would criticize him. Milanda had a good plan. Angor was still too naive to think of such a thing. Now that Milanda had agreed to the modification, the staff did not refuse Angor's request. They simply changed the interval between matches to 5 minutes. From then on, he began to climb the tower even more crazily. In such a high-intensity battle, he had to improve his control over his mana. After all, he was only a level 1 apprentice and did not have a large amount of mana. Every bit of mana had to be used sparingly. If he used his mana recklessly like before, it would be easy for him to run out of mana after 2 or 3 matches. Under such circumstances, it would be even more difficult for Angor to maintain an absolute winning rate. He saw many different types of players, and several of them posed a great threat to him. For example, there were puppeteers who controlled puppets, manipulators who used spirit attacks, and spirit speakers who used words to attack. Angor often had to use a large amount of mana to defeat them. He even had to use a small golden arrow with runes on it in the end to win. At this moment, he finally remembered what Milanda meant when she said, "You can't surrender before you reach the point of surrender." This kind of powerful player would consume a lot of his mana and stamina. It would take a very long time to defeat him, and even if he won in the end, he wouldn't be able to fight a second match for most of the day. Therefore, if he could consciously choose his opponents and admit defeat when he encountered a strong opponent, he would be able to climb the tower faster. Obviously, Milanda had foreseen this situation, so she gave him a heads up. Because if he really did that, the fairness of the competition would be destroyed. It took him a week to reach the 10th floor. On the 10th floor, the spectator seats were no longer absolutely empty. Occasionally, 2 or 3 people could be seen watching the matches together. However, they were mostly watching the most popular players. Angor's matches still went unnoticed. Until one day, when Angor drew a lot to fight against a player named Astral Soul. People came to the spectator seats before the match began. When Angor stood on the stage, the seats were already 30% full. It was the first time Angor saw so many spectators after he left the first floor. Angor didn't think the spectators were here to watch him. There was only one possibility. They were here for his opponent, Astral Soul. So, Astral Soul was really strong. 2 minutes after the match began, Angor got a clear answer to his question. Astral Soul was really strong. Angor didn't know how strong he was, but he was also the most vicious opponent he had ever met. During the match, Astral Soul would spit at him whenever he disagreed with something. His expression was hideous, and when he laughed, it sounded like thousands of ghosts were crying. Why did he change so much when the match began? Angor didn't know how strong Astral Soul was because Astral Soul used something he had never seen before. It was a vague shadow of a woman. Angor didn't know what the shadow was at first. But after a few brief encounters, he not only learned the truth about the shadow, but also the identity of Astral Soul. Dave had given him a list of seated contestants in Sky Tower, and Astral Soul's information was clearly recorded. Angor didn't remember it at first because in the image Dave sent him, Astral Soul still had long hair that reached his shoulders. He also looked like a decadent person, but in the crystal ball, Astral Soul looked more like an artist. Now, Astral Soul looked like a psychopath. Astral Soul's real name was Sokka. He was a level 2 occult soul manipulator apprentice, Revenant's Redemption Nesbyron. He was good at manipulating souls and always carried powerful souls with him. He was called 3 stars. In Dave's information, only 2 of the 3 stars were listed. They were Virgo Sylvia and Daisy Harrington. According to the records, Sokka had reached the top level long ago. However, it seemed that he was waiting for someone to challenge him. Apart from Sokka's attacks, Angor was more interested in Sokka's teacher, Revenant's Redemption Nesbyron. The same teacher as Hookdick. It made sense since both of them were occult soul manipulators. The female shadow beside Sokka was Sylvia, the Virgin Sokka. She was the soul of a powerful sorcerer's apprentice. Sylvia used to be a contestant in Sky Tower. She died in Sokka's hands and was taken in as Sokka's subordinate. He was far weaker than Sokka, so all physical defenses were useless against Sylvia. She could even walk right through the ice walls he erected in front of him. On the other side, Sokka was also bound by an unknown chain. Angor's golden arrows couldn't break it. Luckily, Sylvia didn't do much damage to Sokka. According to Dave's records, Virgo Sylvia was good at using Soul Hell, which could stun someone's soul for a short time. Sylvia had screamed several times already, but Angor didn't feel anything at all. He was a little suspicious that Sylvia's scream from before was just to scare people and not the soul-shaking hell of the legends. Not long ago, Sylvia seemed to be enraged. Angor was puzzled. He couldn't even hurt Sylvia, so why was she so angry? Sylvia's delicate face was filled with anger, and her soul began to glow red. The red light reminded Angor of Dave's records. Apart from Soul Hell, Sylvia also had another ultimate skill, Soul Absorption. Soul absorption could be used to extract a person's soul directly from their body. However, Sylvia's skill could only inflict a soul-tearing pain. However, even if it was only the pain of having one's soul torn apart, it was enough to make one wish they were dead. Angor had no idea what to do now. He never learned any soul defense spells. Frustrated, he could only keep attacking Sokka. He didn't ask Toby to help him today. Otherwise, he would have asked Toby to attack Sokka directly. At this critical moment, Angor used a golden arrow with an armor-piercing rune on it. He didn't believe that the arrow couldn't break Sokka's chain. While Sylvia was attacking Angor, Sokka didn't do anything. He only glared at Angor with a vicious expression and spat at the ground from time to time. However, when Sylvia used soul absorption, Sokka's eyes glowed red, and his expression became even more twisted. Bang! Another armor-piercing arrow was released from Angor's sleeve. A golden beam of light flashed and went straight for Sokka's chain. As Angor expected, the chain could block ordinary golden arrows, but it couldn't stop the armor-piercing arrow. When the chains were broken, Sokka's face immediately turned pale. The chains weren't real chains, but a type of soul elemental defense called the soul chain. The strength of the chain was closely related to a person's soul. Once the chain was broken, his soul would be damaged as well. Sokka didn't expect the chain to be broken. However, the armor-piercing arrow didn't just do damage to his soul. The armor-piercing arrow didn't stop there. It kept going toward Sokka's body. In the end, the armor-piercing arrow pierced into Sokka's shoulder and left a bloody hole. Angor had been practicing archery since he was a child, so his aim was always accurate. He aimed at Sokka's shoulder. He didn't intend to kill Sokka. According to Dave's information, Sokka had only accidentally killed Sylvia in Sky Tower. Since then, he had never taken anyone else's life in Sky Tower. Even when his opponents provoked him or spoke rudely to him, Dave would only use Sylvia to shock their souls, knock them out, and then leave quietly. In Angor's mind, Sokka was one of the few good people in the wizarding world. Even if Sokka was a bit crazy, Angor didn't really want to kill him. That was why he had aimed at Sokka's shoulder instead of his vitals. Angor believed that his armor-piercing arrow should have intimidated Sokka enough to force him to surrender on his own. That was a good plan, but the reality did not go as he expected. Sylvia's soul drain didn't stop, and Sokka didn't want to surrender either. Sokka's eyes turned red, and his expression became even more terrifying. Angor even saw a hint of excitement in Sokka's eyes. A big wound on his shoulder, and he's excited. Sylvia's soul drain seemed to have come to an end. She released a bright red light, which made Angor feel a little frustrated. Strange ripples were spreading out from Sylvia's body. Sokka's expression became even more excited. Angor thought he would be knocked out by soul drain, and he was ready for his first defeat. But, the soul drain rippled violently, and Angor felt a sharp pain in his spirit for a second. After that, he didn't feel anything else. When Sylvia's red light disappeared, Angor was still standing there unharmed. Under the shocked gazes of the audience and Sokka's excited and doubtful look, Angor asked in a low voice, "That's it? Was that soul drain?" Angor was sure he wasn't being sarcastic. He was just asking for confirmation. It was nothing compared to the pain he felt when he simulated the patterns on the Nightmare Realm's wall. If this was the legendary soul absorption, it would be a piece of cake. His words angered Sylvia. She began to attack Angor madly as if she had lost her mind. However, the soul of an apprentice was not powerful enough to damage the material world. She could only use spells to move the material world. However, Sylvia's soul howl and soul absorption did not affect Angor at all. Her crazy attacks were completely useless against Angor. Sokka, on the other hand, was not angered by Angor's words. Instead, he looked at Angor as if he was looking at a treasure. "Are you still not going to admit defeat?" Angor raised his arm again. If Sokka did not surrender this time, he would not go easy on him. Sokka chuckled in an eerie manner. "What a beautiful soul. Ha 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 ha." Sokka's ferocious expression slowly returned to normal. He was once again a handsome, decadent man. "Finally, my third star." Sokka looked at Angor with a gentle expression. "Can you tell me your name, my treasure?" Sokka approached Angor like a gentle gentleman who did not care about the bloody hole on his shoulder. Angor felt a chill running down his spine. So this Sokka was not a psychopath. He was a psychopath. "Stop!" Angor shouted. One more step, bang, the golden arrow hit the floor in front of Sokka. "This is what you get for it." Sokka gave Angor a love-struck smile. "My treasure star. Do you like it?" "What the hell is treasure star?" Angor felt disgusted. Was this Sokka psychopath giving people nicknames? Sokka kept moving forward. Angor narrowed his eyes and fired a golden arrow with runes of frost on it. It was aimed at Sokka's heart. Sokka was already injured to begin with. It would be extremely difficult for him to dodge the barrage of arrows. He tried his best to lean to the side, and the golden arrow hit his right chest. In just a second, the right side of Sokka's body was frozen solid. There was no doubt about the outcome of the battle. If Sokka was not treated in time, it was only a matter of time before he died. As expected, Sokka tossed his profile card to Angor, admitting defeat. It would have been perfect if Sokka didn't look at him as if he was throwing a token of love at him. As soon as Sokka admitted defeat, Sky Tower's rescue team went to the stage. Sylvia also returned to Sokka's side. At the same time, a muscular male soul appeared beside Sokka. This must be Sokka's second star, Daisy Harrington. He suddenly remembered Sokka's "my treasure star." Did Sokka take a fancy to him? Or perhaps, she had taken a fancy to his soul. Sokka, who was being carried away by the medical team, was still looking at Angor with a loving gaze as if he was looking at his lover. Angor shuddered in disgust. Ah! Was this pervert really interested in his soul? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him. Would he be criticized if he attacked Sokka now? This also went against his worldview. Maybe, he should find a chance to ambush him later. After Sokka was carried away, Angor stood in the center of the stage, thinking about the possibility of ambushing him. The audience suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Angor was still in a daze when the audience began to call his name. "Baron Milk. That's Baron Milk. Baron Milk. Baron Milk." To other people, being cheered by the audience was an honor. Imagine standing in the center of tens of thousands of people and basking in their glory. How glorious would that be, but to Angor, it only made him feel uneasy. Why did he choose this nickname in the first place? If only it was the absolute truth, Angor waved at the audience to show his appreciation. Without looking back, he went through the contestants' passage and returned to the backstage area. Angor's arrival attracted a lot of attention from the other contestants. Sokka had been showing off in level 10 for a long time. Angor defeated Sokka and injured him severely. That kind of injury would take at least half a month to heal. The fear of being dominated by Sokka on the 10th floor dissipated a little. But at the same time, they seemed to have welcomed a new demon king, Baron Milk. Angor did not wait for another match after defeating Sokka. He used up a lot of mana, and he might not have enough for the next match. He decided to go home and recover his mana first. When he reached home, Angor finally had time to think about his fight with Sokka. He was at a disadvantage because he did not know soul manipulators well enough. If he knew that Sylvia could not do much damage to him, he would not have wasted so much mana to cast so many defensive spells. Did Sylvia really use Soul Howl and Soul Absorption? Angor wondered if Sylvia really used Soul Extraction and Soul Howl. Angor opened his hologram tablet to check if there were any soul manipulator spells. Well, there were none. He did not collect many occult spells. Or rather, Sunder's library did not have any soul manipulator spells. If Sylvia's Soul Howl and the Red Light were really Soul Howl and Soul Absorption, why didn't he feel any damage? Soul Absorption did cause him a little pain, like being pricked by a needle, but it did not affect him at all. He wondered if it was because of the Glutton Flower Lord's saliva. But wasn't the saliva only supposed to heal souls? Since he could not figure it out, he had to give up. He planned to find time to ask Dave about it. Since Dave collected Sokka's information, he should know something about Sylvia's 2 moves as well. Angor wondered if Dave could give him an answer. After the fight with Sokka, Angor learned his weakness. Not only did he lack offensive skills, but he also did not know the other contestants well enough. While recovering his mana, Angor carefully studied the list of seeded contestants given by Dave. He wanted to analyze the skills of these elite contestants so that he could be prepared for his next fight. Angor went to the Sky Tower late in the afternoon, so he only fought 4 matches and won all of them. While he was fighting, some spectators also showed up. It seemed that the news of him defeating Sokka had already spread to a small circle. Some people came to watch him fight. Most of them were here to see how strong Angor was like Dave. At night, Angor waited at the entrance of the Sky Tower until 9 o'clock. He was waiting for that freak. However, he did not find Sokka. Instead, he saw the Chloe brothers. Angor did not bother to look for trouble with them. Whenever the brothers saw Angor, they would always take a long detour. Angor did not bother to chase after them. But since he ran into them now, he did not plan to let them go. Angor stopped them in a dark alley. Angor's black robe looked a little creepy in the dark alley. The Chloe brothers recognized Angor right away. The Chloe brothers' eyes revealed vigilance and nervousness. Angor was pleased to see that. It would be easier for him to have a friendly conversation with them. When Angor was about to start a friendly conversation with the Chloe brothers, the older brother of the brothers, the black-robed Chloe, suddenly stepped in front of the white-robed Chloe and took out an old leather scroll from his chest pocket and handed it to the white-robed Chloe. "Mr. Baron Milk, we don't mean to be your enemy," said the black-robed Chloe. Angor did not respond. Instead, he looked at the scroll in the white-robed Chloe's hand. He saw the large complex runes and special markings on the scroll before in Sunder's book collection. Crown Clown's Balanced Teleportation Scroll. Angor slowly read the scroll's name. The black-robed Chloe remained calm. "Since you already know, I hope you can let us go. We promise we won't tell anyone about you. We'll avoid you whenever we see you and never show up in front of you again." The white-robed Chloe looked worried. Brother, Angor, on the other hand, was in a daze. He looked at the brothers and thought of Leon. When he was young, he went to Waterford to learn noble etiquette. Because of his small size, he was always bullied. Leon used to stand in his way like this. Angor was planning to kill the 2 brothers. However, he changed his mind when he saw the scroll. The Crown Clown was a peerless demon god from the Abyss Plane. It pursued the balance of everything. If you wanted something, you had to pay the same price. Compared to the equivalent exchange method used by wizards, the crown clown was even harsher. The crown clown's way of doing things was both righteous and evil. It was worshipped by some wizards, who almost became the crown clown's fanatics and spread its true name throughout the wizarding world. Using a scroll with the crown clown's true name on it could achieve even more extraordinary effects. Just like this teleportation scroll, the mageweth on it was clearly broken. It was a useless scroll that could not be used at all. However, the crown clown's true name was engraved on it by its fanatics. If you used this scroll again, you only needed to pay the price of teleportation to obtain the same effect as a perfect scroll. Usually, the price of using a teleportation scroll was a human life. And it could not be used by just anyone. It had to be someone with the same bloodline. In other words, to use the crown clown's balanced scroll, you would have to sacrifice your loved ones. Black Chloe had already made up his mind. If Angor tried to kill them, he would use his own life to teleport White Chloe away. He didn't know where they got the enchanted scrolls, but he knew he couldn't kill them today. Killing one person and killing all of them were two completely different things. In the end, Angor decided to let them go. After giving them a warning and asking about what happened that day, Angor allowed them to leave. Before leaving though, he asked for White Cloak Chloe's blood. A wizard's blood contained all the information about a wizard. Blood wizards could use the blood to curse or even kill the owner of the blood. Angor did not have this ability, but he could use the blood as a guide to find Chloe's whereabouts. Angor took White Chloe's blood as a final warning to them. Instead of going home, Angor headed to Dave's alchemy shop. When he arrived, Dave was crafting a component on his work table. When Dave saw Angor, he asked him to wait for a moment. Wearing a pair of goggles, David was smelting metal with thaw in his hands. Using the hand of magic, he controlled various tools and refined the smelted material. Angor didn't disturb Dave. He simply sat down and observed the man's alchemy work. Dave was sure that Angor's alchemy skills were better than his, so he did not try to avoid Angor at all. Angor's eyes widened after watching for a while. He had to admit that Dave's 5 years of alchemy experience was much better than Angor's. The general direction was similar to Angor's thaw, but many of Dave's details were simple and precise, which could save Angor a lot of mana. Angor did not show it on his face. He simply watched Dave work. But in his mind, little Angor was quietly learning all kinds of tricks. Angor would even hold his belly and laugh out loud when he learned something good, as if he had just learned a great deal. 15 minutes later, Dave's component was finished. It was a strange-shaped gear that could be installed on some kind of tool. Disappointed? My skills are terrible, aren't they? I can't even make a small component like this, Dave said in a self-mocking tone. Angor shook his head in a casual manner. I think it's great. I learned a lot from it. Dave only thought Angor was trying to comfort him. He chuckled. What are you doing here? Don't tell me you're running out of materials again? It's only been a few days. Could it be that you've refined something good again? I haven't touched alchemy for days. I've been studying the Sky Tower contestants you gave me. I have some questions that I would like to consult you about. Dave took off his goggles and wiped his sweat with a piece of cloth on the table. You're not really going to join the Sky Tower competition, are you? Angor smiled without saying anything. Actually, you can join the competition too. With your trigger crossbow, you'll be able to sweep through the first few floors without a problem, David said to himself. Dave began to analyze the situation. How many floors could he reach with the trigger crossbow, and how many contribution points he could earn? What do you want from me? Dave asked Angor with an innocent look. What did you want from me? Do you know anything about Sokka, the astral soul? Angor went straight to the point so that Dave's mind wouldn't wander off into another dimension. Him? Dave pondered for a moment as if trying to find the right words to describe Sokka. After a long pause, he said, I don't know much about him. But Sokka is a crazy, good guy. Crazy referred to Sokka's violent personality. Sokka was a good guy because he had never killed anyone in a match. In the Sky Tower, where murderers were everywhere, he was considered a good guy. However, Angor believed that Sokka just didn't want to kill anyone. He just never met someone he wanted to kill. For example, me. It's about the same as what you read. Do you know anything about the 3 stars under him? Dave's knowledge about the 3 stars was similar to what he read. Sokka claimed that he had 3 stars, but in fact, he only knew about Virgo Sylvia and Daisy Harrington. As for the mysterious 3rd star, it never showed up. Do you know anything about Sylvia's soul hell and soul absorption? David was puzzled. Why do you ask? Are you going to fight Sokka? Who knows? Angor pursed his lips. You're not really going to go against Sokka, are you? Sokka became a supernatural 10 years ago, and he's already a level 2 apprentice now. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a level 3 apprentice. But no matter how strong he is, I still defeated him. Angor thought in his mind. I'm just asking about Sylvia's skills. That's all. Dave still didn't believe Angor, but he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he told Angor the answer to his question. Angor listened to Dave's explanation and remained silent for several seconds. What Dave described about Sylvia's soul hell and soul absorption was exactly the same as what happened in Angor's match today. The only difference was that the other contestants didn't seem to be able to withstand soul hell at all. Even if someone managed to hold on until Sylvia used soul absorption, they would be killed instantly. Angor, on the other hand, did not seem to be injured at all. So it wasn't because Sylvia didn't try hard enough. Something was wrong with his body. He suddenly felt that he was getting more and more confused about himself. What kind of changes had happened to his body without him noticing? Angor didn't think he was lucky to be immune to the soul attack. Instead, he was scared because he didn't know what was going on inside his body. I guess I need to find a chance to ask Sunders, Angor muttered to himself. He couldn't rest until he figured out what was going on. It was late at night. Angor stayed in the shop to talk with Dave about his alchemy knowledge. Angor tried to ask Angor about Sokka several times, but Angor always brushed him off. In the end, David could only give up asking and talk about another matter. Are you sure you don't want to sell your new weapons? Dave paused a little. There are several quests in the questing hall asking for alchemy weapons. They're much more expensive than usual, especially long-range ones. And tiered ones are usually priced at 20,000 merit points. Are you sure you don't want to sell them? No. I'll wait for a while. Angor wasn't in a hurry to sell his weapons. The news about the purification garden hadn't spread yet. It didn't matter even if the price didn't go up. It didn't matter to him anyway. Why would the questing hall want alchemy weapons? Don't we have alchemists in our organization? Angor was confused. Dave rolled his eyes. I don't think you know anything about the organization. You've been here for half a year. Why are you acting like a newbie? Huh? Angor blinked his eyes at Dave, trying to ask for advice. Who told you that all the quests in the questing hall are issued by the organization? You mean they're not? Of course not. Dave said, only a few of the quests in the hall are issued by the organization. Most of the missions are posted by magi and even acolytes. Dave continued, this time, the mission to purchase alchemy weapons was mostly issued by rank 3 apprentices. They seem to know something, so they're all sharpening their swords and preparing to do something big. Many small teams are looking for new members. I see. Angor didn't really care about that. He was still thinking about the quests. So I can go to the questing hall if I need a certain potion or alchemy material? Dave nodded. Of course. But some people might have alchemy materials. But alchemy potions. Dave glanced at Angor. If you can't find them in the market, you won't find them in the questing hall. Alchemists are rare in Brute Cavern. At this point, Dave suddenly said, actually, I think you can take on a custom-made weapon mission. There are a lot of custom-made weapon orders in the mission hall, and the price is very high. There are also some precious materials that might be useful to you. However, you'd better take the orders that come with the blueprints. No alchemist will take orders that don't have blueprints. That's too time-consuming. You need to plan your blueprints and choose the right materials. You might as well use that time to improve your alchemy skills. Angor was a little tempted by Dave's words. He didn't really care about the merit points. He could always make more weapons in the future. But he was interested in finding precious materials. However, the Sky Tower competitions were too frequent these days. Even if he had such ideas, he would have to wait until he reached the top. Do you have any alchemy plans? I can help you if you need me, Dave said with an expectant look. Ever since he left Angor's lab, Dave admired Angor's alchemy skills. If he could learn from Angor, he might be able to improve his alchemy skills. Even if he couldn't learn alchemy skills, he could learn Angor's alchemy thoughts. Last time, Dave saw Angor's alchemy weapons. They all had broad ideas, especially the Tang Saber and the Ame Piercer. Their names were a bit hard to pronounce, but their simple designs had great effects. It was obvious that Angor had his own unique alchemy thoughts. An alchemist had his own view on alchemy, which was more important than alchemy skills. Alchemy plans? Angor considered. I have one, but it's not an alchemy weapon. What is it? Can you tell me? Dave looked at Angor expectantly. It was a little rude to ask about someone's alchemy plans directly. But Dave didn't care about that right now. It's a music box. Angor didn't care. Music box? David rolled his eyes. How could he not know what a music box was? What was the use of such an elegant thing in a noble family? Why do you want to make a music box? That's so boring. David said, make something else. You can make weapons too. You're new to alchemy. You don't need to cross over so soon. Angor shook his head. Not really. Toby likes music, so I want to use echo flowers as the main material to make a music box for him as a toy. Dave, a toy for a monster pet. How extravagant. You want to come with me? Angor hoped to work with Dave. Two people could help each other, and they could work together more efficiently. Dave shook his head. Nah, I'm not interested in music boxes. Call me next time if you have other alchemy projects. Dave did not believe that a music box could do anything special. He did not believe that he could make a tiered music box. With Angor's current enchantment ability, he could not engrave Rune of Sharpness on the music box. Obviously not. Alright then. Angor was a little disappointed. A deep chime came from the clock tower of the underground market. It's 10 o'clock now. Time to go. Angor stood up and said goodbye to Dave. As he stepped out of the shop, he suddenly remembered something and went back inside. Hey, Dave, do you have any rune books here? Runes? You mean enchanted runes? Dave was puzzled. Don't you have them? That Rune of Sharpness you saw last time is an enchanted rune. It's not an enchanted rune. It's just a normal rune, said Angor. Why do you want ordinary Mageweth books? Those runes can't be engraved on alchemy items. Dave suddenly thought of something. You're not planning to do magic array enchantments, are you? To engrave active runes on alchemy items, one could only do so through magic arrays. However, magic arrays were much more difficult to enchant than regular runes. Magic arrays were harder to learn and more difficult to master. They were not as effective as synthesis. Alchemists usually did not dabble in this field. I'm just going to take a look. I'm not going to do magic arrays. Angor was interested in runes, but he did not plan to get involved in this new subject yet. He only wanted to see if he could use the hologram tablet to create rune scrolls. Dave showed a worried look. Hey, Angor, you just became a supernatural not long ago. You're not doing anything serious. It won't do you any good. Alchemy, Sky Tower, and now rune study. You're only a level 1 apprentice. Focus on your own strength is the right thing to do. 09 Little Network, no matter how talented you are in alchemy, you can only make low-tier alchemy items if you can't keep up with your training. Your own strength is the most important thing. Angor understood Dave's words. However, he could not tell Dave that he was not going to study runes. He only wanted to test the hologram tablet. I have books on enchantment, but I don't have any rune books. Even if I do, I won't sell them to you. I'm doing this for your own good. Dave put on a regretful expression and said, I have books on enchantment. But I don't have any rune books. Even if I do, I won't sell them to you. David's attitude was indeed very much like that of an elder. Dave was. Dave. Angor sighed in his mind. Fine. I'll try my best to play along with you. Angor put on a "I learned a lot" expression. You're right. I get distracted too easily. From now on, I'll meditate and train. I won't do anything else. Angor's expression pleased Dave, but Dave was surprised by Angor's words. You don't have to work so hard. You can do alchemy once in a while. You need to strike a balance between work and rest. Nah. I'll just meditate. I'll try not to be the last person on the train. With that, Angor bowed to the nobles and left. David was left in a mess in the wind. Angor left the underground market and returned to the apprentice town. The heavy air was replaced by fresh air. It was too late today, so he went to the apprentice town market and bought some cooked food to fill his stomach. He went straight to his soundproof room to meditate. He didn't know why, but today's meditation was surprisingly smooth. It was much more efficient than before. 09 Little Saynet, after finishing his meditation, Angor wondered if he had reached calmness of mind from calmness of mind. Calmness of mind meant that one could enter the deepest level of meditation in a noisy environment. Finding calmness in the midst of chaos referred to calmness of mind. Angor considered and played a song called Childhood Memories on his hologram tablet. According to the music label, the author was Bandri. The music was soothing and gentle. Angor was surprised to find that the song was just as good as City of Sky. Unknown instruments were used to play multiple instruments, and the melodious notes seemed to bring the listener back to his carefree childhood. The song was nice, but Angor did not turn it on just to listen to it. He quickly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Amidst the gentle and soothing music, Angor found himself in a meditative state. Did he really reach calmness of mind in meditation? Or was it because the song was too gentle and not too passionate that it did not affect his meditation? Angor closed the tablet and went to the attic. Let Toby use his 2 remaining echo flowers, along with his shrill chirps, to make noise for him. Toby thought Angor was enjoying the music, so it began to play happily. Angor endured the noise and closed his eyes to force himself to meditate. When he entered the chaotic mind space, he felt the noises from the outside world slowly separated from his consciousness. This was different from childhood memories. When listening to soothing music, he could still hear it in his ears even when he was meditating. But Toby's noises were isolated as if there was a mysterious organ in his brain that automatically distinguished between noise and music. Even so, Angor could still feel the strange frequency of the noises. Angor could not calm his mind to meditate in this state. As expected, he did not reach calmness of mind. According to the records, calmness of mind could only be achieved by wizards. It was normal that Angor could not reach it. Angor returned to his soundproof room. He did not reach calmness of mind, but why was his meditation so efficient? It was almost a 10% increase. Angor tried to recall what happened today and did not find anything out of the ordinary. The only strange thing was that he was not attacked by Sylvia's soul during his fight with Sokka. But this had nothing to do with meditation efficiency. Angor could not figure it out, but it was not a bad thing to improve meditation efficiency. He had to bury the question in his mind and find time to ask Sunders. Another week passed. This afternoon, Angor fought against a poison apprentice who was a combination of wood and earth elements. In the end, Angor used a precious fire arrow to end the fight. After the fight, Angor's points finally broke through the limit, and he reached the 13th level of the Sky Tower. The 13th floor, the 14th floor, and the 15th floor. The last 3 floors were completely different from the previous ones. They were the most lively and darkest of the Sky Tower. Almost every day, someone would die in the matches. This was why many apprentices referred to the last 3 levels as the 3 levels of death. After reaching the 13th level, Angor did not go to the matches right away. Instead, he found an arena and observed the level of the contestants. As a contestant on the 13th level, he did not need to pay to watch matches in any arena. This was one of the benefits provided by the Sky Tower. The layout of the 3 levels of death was different from the previous 12 levels. There were only 3 arenas on the 13th level, which were slightly bigger than the ones below. However, there were twice as many audience seats. Each arena could hold at least 1,000 people at the same time. Matches were going on in all 3 arenas at the same time. Angor chose the one with the most audience and walked to it. The big screen at the top of the arena read, Fox Master vs. Hurricane Bringer. Angor did not know who the combatants were, but the name Fox Master reminded him of some unpleasant memories. Hurricane Bringer was a tall, middle-aged man with sideburns, wearing a cape with green stripes and silver stripes. His epaulets had the emblem of his clan on them. Fox Master, on the other hand, was wearing a white wizard robe and holding a wooden staff with a fox's head engraved on it. He looked handsome and calm, and his long silver hair hung loosely over his shoulders. He looked like an otherworldly hermit. He was obviously young, but he had the appearance of standing aloof from worldly affairs, which made people roll their eyes and ridicule him. Another thing was that Fox Master kept his eyes closed during the match. He did not open his eyes when casting spells or moving around. He looked like a Chunibu who was trying his best to ridicule the world. Hurricane Bringer was a caster who could control wind elements. Fox Master was a summoner. However, he did not summon any monsters so far. He only summoned the shadows of monsters to fight. Hurricane Bringer was not as strong as Fox Master. It was a one-sided fight. The blood-eyed vixen was nothing more than a shadow demon in Fox Master's hands. Every time it appeared, it would turn into a white blur. Together with Fox Master's graceful movements, the match was more like Fox Master's personal show than a duel. Fox Master moved with large strides so that his silver hair would look more elegant. Fox Master turned around on purpose so that he could show his perfect side profile. Of course, that was just Angor's assumption. But he had to admit that Fox Master's performance made the match even more beautiful, and the atmosphere outside the arena became even more lively. A moment later, Fox Master defeated Hurricane Bringer in a dominating manner and won the match. In this match, Fox Master had been showing off, but he was indeed much stronger than the other contestants downstairs. Even Hurricane Bringer, who was being suppressed all the time, was much stronger than the others. Angor estimated that he would have to use the runed golden arrow to defeat Hurricane Bringer. Even so, it would take him a long time to win. It seemed he had to change his strategy. The 3 levels of death. Apart from the change of venue and fewer contestants, the rules of the matches were also changed. Points and advancement rules remained the same. Compared to the previous levels, the points required to advance to the next level were lower because there were fewer contestants in the last 3 levels. The only change was the rules of picking opponents. In the previous levels, the contestants were picked on the spot and the matches began immediately. The 3 levels of death, on the other hand, were picked the day before. The contestants were given a night to prepare before the matches began the next day. This way, the audience would know the matches on the second day in advance and have enough time to choose the matches they wanted to watch. This was how Sky Tower made its money. Many popular contestants' matches would be decided a week or 2 in advance so that the organizers would have enough time to advertise the matches. Due to this, Angor had to wait until tomorrow if he wanted to watch a match. Angor stayed in the arena to watch a few more matches. The contestants were all elites at the same level. Without his alchemy weapon, Angor would not be able to win one match even if there were 10 of him. After getting a general idea of how strong the contestants were, Angor went to the lottery area to pick his opponent for the next day. The staff member was a skinny old man with a ponytail. He crossed his legs, smoked a cigarette, and read a book. He looked very relaxed. When he got closer, he smelled the sweet scent of smoke. Angor did not smoke himself, but that did not stop him from judging the quality of tobacco. The old man must be smoking something better than Nausicaa's. "Hello, Grandpa. I'm here for the lottery." Angor was influenced by John's Confucian culture since he was a child, so he always respected the elderly. The old man looked away from his book with red-rimmed eyes. "You got red-rimmed from reading a book? Seems like a sentimental senior." Angor thought to himself. The braided old man did not even look at Angor. Without saying anything, he reached out his hand and opened his palm. Angor was surprised. He did not know what the old man was trying to say. The old man curled his hand and urged Angor to hurry up. Was he trying to bribe Angor? Why so blatant? Angor recalled how when he was a child, those who tried to curry favor with old Viscount Pat would try to bribe him and Leon through indirect means. Angor knew how to do this since he was a kid. However, it was always others who tried to bribe him. He never tried to bribe anyone. He carefully took out a magic crystal from his pocket and placed it in the old man's hand. After the old man with the pigtail took it, he was about to brush it on the machine beside him when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He carefully looked at the item in his hand, and his eyes widened. "Hey, little brat, why are you giving me magic crystals?" The pig-tailed old man was furious. "Are you trying to bribe me?" Did he guess wrong? The braided old man didn't want money from him. The pig-tailed old man shouted angrily, "You want to bribe me with a magic crystal? Don't even think about it. So I don't have enough crystals? No. No matter how many magic crystals you give me, I won't be bribed. Unless you can help me find the collector's edition of this book." The pig-tailed old man looked unyielding as he picked up the book on the table. He finally saw the title of the book, A Cool Summer. What was important wasn't the title of the book, but rather the fact that the cover revealed two naked women. What a shameless old man. After a brief explanation, he finally told the old man what he wanted to do. "So you're a newbie who just got promoted?" The old man stroked his beard and showed a merciful look. "I asked you to give me your information card, not to bribe me." The old man chuckled and put away the magic crystal Angor gave him without any shame. "This is a small lesson for you. Young man, you need to learn to not make mistakes." Angor clenched his fists under his robe. "Give it to me, your information card." Angor resisted the urge to punch the old man and handed the card to him. The old man took the card and checked it carefully. Then he suddenly looked at Angor with a strange look. Even with his wizard robe, Angor still felt his scalp going numb. This old man is not simple. The thought crossed his mind. Just the look alone was enough to make him feel uneasy. This was definitely not an ordinary person. "Ho ho." The old man chuckled. "I was wondering who it was." "It's you." "You know me, sir?" "No. But I know you. That little girl Melanda has a good impression of you." Melanda was the manager of Sky Tower. Calling Melanda a little girl meant that this perverted old man must be someone important. Angor was puzzled. Did these people have nothing better to do? Why did they all come to the lottery box? As Angor pondered, the old man scanned the card on a machine nearby and returned it to Angor. "Are you sure you want to do it now?" The old man with the pigtail casually picked up the lottery box and shook it. Sparse sounds came from the box. "Did you hear that? There aren't many contestants in the pool. Since Melanda thinks so highly of you, I can give you some inside information. There are only 13 contestants in the pool, and 8 of them have their points on the ranking list." The old man pointed at the poster behind him. On the poster was a table that recorded the ranking list for the 13th level of the Sky Tower. The so-called ranking list was actually a ranking list. However, the ranking list was not based on strength. It was based on total points. The ranking list listed the top 50 contestants in the current level. Points did not represent strength, but a high number of points still reflected one's strength to a certain extent. Currently, the first place had 197 points, the second place had 154 points, the third place had 99 points, and the 50th place had 47 points. Angor looked at the ranking list and frowned. He remembered that he only needed 45 points to advance to the next level. All the contestants on the list had more points, but none of them chose to do so. The last 3 levels are about the same, so it doesn't matter whether they advance or not. Once you're on the ranking list, you'll receive a monthly amount of merit points. Advancing to the next level will remove your current points, so many people just give up, the old man explained. "I see. Now you know that most of the contestants in the pool are on the ranking list." The old man chuckled. "With your strength, even if you have an alchemy weapon, you won't be able to advance." "Thank you for the reminder, sir. But I'll do it," Angor said. "Do as you wish." The old man handed the lottery box to Angor. Angor reached his hand into the box. As the old man said, there were not many balls to choose from. He took out a random orb with the number 000539. Soon, the screen in front of the old man showed a row of words, Barren Milk vs. Wasteland Warrior, tisk tsk tsk. You're so unlucky to run into someone on the ranking list. The old man shook his head. Wasteland Warrior, 37th place on the ranking list, 69 points. According to Dave's information, this Wasteland Warrior was a level 2 apprentice who had absorbed the bloodline of an earth salamander. Angor believed that ordinary golden arrows would not be able to break through such a high defense. I still need to draw, Angor said. Are you sure? I'm sure. The old man did not say anything. He looked at Angor's confident expression and began to doubt. He already used a special spell to scan Angor's body. Apart from the alchemy weapon on his wrist, he did not find anything else worth mentioning. Why was Angor so confident? All right. I'm looking forward to your tricks. The braided old man thought Angor was asking for trouble. He would not have reminded Angor at all if Sunders was not behind him. Go on with the draw. You and Melantha agreed that the interval between the two matches is 5 minutes. However, there are too few people in the pool, so we have to cancel the agreement for now. As for the exact time of your match, we will rearrange it when you come over tomorrow morning. Now. The old man placed the lottery box in front of Angor. The second match, Barren Milk vs. Twilight of Night was still on the ranking list. He was ranked 41st with 61 points. Angor checked the information. Twilight of Night was also a level 2 bloodline apprentice. Angor did not know what kind of bloodline Twilight of Night had. He only knew that Twilight of Night was very fast. Angor wondered if Twilight of Night was faster than Toby. I'm going to draw again, Angor said to the old man. The old man narrowed his eyes and shook his head. You have 0 points now. 2 draws is the best you can do. If you want to fight more matches every day, you need to at least get enough points first. The old man was right. Angor's current score was 0. The 3 levels of death had a ranking list. If he lost once, he would have negative points. Why would other people help him? Also, if he was killed in his first match, he would have been killed. If that happened, he would be giving away points for free. This was not good for the Sky Tower. If he did not show his strength, other people would not help him. With that in mind, Angor did not argue. He nodded. Before you leave, I have to warn you. Don't die. Or I'll have a hard time explaining to Sunders. The old man repeated the last part of his sentence in his mind. Thank you, sir. Don't call me that. My name is Baroque. People often referred to the last 3 levels of the Sky Tower as the 3 levels of death, as if one had to go through 3 levels to reach the top. However, for Angor, it was not 3 levels. It was 2 levels. His goal was to reach the top. Once he reached the 15th level, he would not need to fight anymore. In other words, Angor only needed to face people from the 13th and 14th levels. For Angor, these were the last 2 levels. He should be able to use many of his hidden tricks now. Toby had helped him practice his coordination skills these days. It was time to take him out for a walk. The night mist outside was thick. Everyone had fallen asleep. However, the underground bazaar was still bustling with people even though it was still daytime. Below the Sky Tower, a bunch of people were gathered in front of the big screen, waiting for the matches of the 3 levels of death tomorrow. Some of them were low-rank apprentices, while others were mortals. The mortals were here to run errands for the apprentices. They were here to record the matches that the apprentices were interested in. I wonder if Fox Master has a match tomorrow. I like his fighting style. He's so cool and low-key. Low-key? It's pointless to pretend to be cool. He's only at the bottom of the 3 levels of death. You're talking like you can beat Fox Master. Why don't you do it? I'm not going to watch Fox Master. He's not even on the leaderboard. It'll be great if the top of the leaderboard fights tomorrow. It's been a while since I've seen the top of the leaderboard fight. The top of the leaderboard's matches are advertised 3 days in advance. Why would they suddenly fight? You can't even think about it. You talk too much. The bell in the market rang 8 times. At 8 o'clock sharp, the big screen at the bottom of the Sky Tower changed. It's here. Tomorrow's matches. The first match on the new list was the one recommended by the organizer. Ripper vs Eternal Rest, Level 15, Match 5. Great. The recommended matches today aren't that great. Ripper is at the bottom of the list. Who's Eternal Rest? I've never even heard of him. Boring. Ripper will tear his opponent to pieces in less than a minute. It's not worth watching. The recommended matches were almost unwatchable. They could only look at the bottom of the screen to see if there were any matches worth watching. Psy King's match is worth watching, but his opponent is Madame Nightingale. Looks like it's going to be a one-sided match. Gargoyle vs Vampire Princess. Worth watching. Vampire Concubine's strength was almost at the level of a level 3 apprentice, which was a few levels higher than a level 2 apprentice like the Gargoyle. However, Vampire Concubine's venomous fangs could hardly pierce through the Gargoyle's stone skin. 09 Little Say Net, the spectators did not seem to be very strong, but when it came to the strengths and weaknesses of the seated contestants, they were all very familiar with them. It was as if as long as they knew their weaknesses, they would also be able to win. There are no more exciting matches on the 14th and 15th floors. Let's look at the 13th floor. I'm looking forward to Fox Master on the 13th floor. He's the most handsome. But Fox Master doesn't have a match tomorrow. Sigh, there aren't many matches worth looking forward to on the 13th floor. Even the top 10 on the ranking list aren't participating. The seeded players haven't gone up yet, but we can pay attention to the newcomers. Look at this newbie called Baron Milk. He's still got 0 points, but he dares to fight Wasteland Warrior and Twilight Dusk at the same time. The woman pointed at the 2 matches on the screen and said to the male companion beside her, "Wasteland Warrior in the morning and Twilight Night in the afternoon? This newcomer is not bad. He has some courage, but it's a pity that he overestimates himself. The Wasteland Warriors alone could probably kill him. Twilight Night got 3 points for free. That's hard to say. I have a feeling that he might win." "You're not a clairvoyant or astrologer." "What are you talking about?" "I'm telling you, it's just an illusion. A woman's intuition is always accurate. You men know nothing. If this Baron Milk wins, I'll strip naked and run around the Tree Spirit Garden Square." The 2 who were talking were obviously a couple. They were still holding each other's arms even when they were arguing. A gentle voice interrupted them with a hint of a smile. "The lady's intuition is right. Baron Milk is going to win." The couple turned to the speaker. The man frowned. "Who are you? Why do you say Baron Milk is going to win? Are you Baron Milk himself?" "I'm not." The speaker was still smiling. He took out his profile card. "My nickname is Earthen Bear. You can call me White Bear." 09 Little Say Net, the man in the white bear costume chuckled. "As for why I say Baron Milk is going to win." White Bear looked thoughtful. "It's because fate tells me that he won't lose." "Fate?" The man snorted. "Another charlatan. Alright, since you're so sure about your intuition, let's buy a ticket and watch." The couple went to buy tickets for Baron Milk vs Wasteland Warrior. White Bear also bought one. White Bear held the ticket tightly in his hand and showed a determined look. "Fate tells me that my life is full of troubles. Only by becoming a supernatural can I escape from the abyss of suffering. Fate tells me that the path of becoming a supernatural is full of difficulties. Only by meeting." White Bear's voice faded away. But they could still hear him talking about someone who could change his life. That White Bear is so weird. Could it really be a prophet? The young couple whispered as they watched the White Bear disappear into the distance. "My woman's intuition tells me that he is." The month of rain was over, and the month of flowing fire arrived. Angor's first match in the 3 levels of death happened to be on the first day of the month of flowing fire. If one didn't count the days and days, and only corresponded to the Earth civilization according to the months, this day would be Earth's Children's Day. However, in the wizarding world, this day was no different. For Angor, however, it meant something else. Today was Leon's birthday. Ever since his parents passed away, he and Leon had been relying on each other. Leon was the closest person to Angor in his life. Now that it was Leon's birthday, how could Angor not miss him? It had been a year and a half since Angor left home. Perhaps Leon had inherited his title and started to spread his power in Gru town. The war with Halon should be over by now, right? Angor wondered when he could go back to his homeland. He arrived at the Sky Tower with a sense of homesickness and a sense of longing. Maybe it was because he had been fighting too many matches, or maybe it was his brother's birthday that distracted him. Angor did not feel nervous about today's match. It was only when he stood on the stage and heard the audience's loud cheers that he slowly came back to his senses. The glass screen above his head showed the names of the two fighters and the countdown timer. Next to the names was the fighter's portrait. Angor's portrait was also engraved on the screen. However, he was still wearing a hood, so his face could not be seen clearly. Angor did not pay attention to the portrait of his opponent, Wasteland Warrior. Since his opponent was already standing in front of him, he might as well look at the real person. Baron Milk. Others may not know you, but I do. Wasteland Warrior was a muscular man wearing a khaki-colored armor. You know Warhorn, don't you? Yup. Angor did not know who this Warhorn was. However, he was Baron Milk, so he did not need to talk too much. He's my teammate. You defeated him once. I know all your tricks, Wasteland Warrior said. Your alchemy weapon is good, but that's all. You can't break my defense. Angor also remembered the name Warhorn. It was a prayer apprentice from level 11 who used all kinds of buffs to fight in close range. I'm grateful that you didn't kill my teammate, so I'll make an exception today. I won't kill you. Wasteland Warrior spoke as if he was bestowing Angor with a great honor. But I'll make sure you remember the painful fate of those who fight me. Baron Milk remained silent, but little Angor was complaining in his mind. Why does this guy talk so much? Why don't you just call him Wasteland Warrior instead of Wasteland Warrior? Wasteland Warrior spoke a few more words, and the countdown timer finally reached 0. Angor immediately cast an ice wall to protect himself. He then quickly backed away and cast all kinds of defensive cantrips. The bullshit warrior didn't move at all. He patted his chest proudly and said, "Come on, fire at me. I lose if I dodge." Angor looked at Wasteland Warrior and his eyes glowed. I was wrong about you. You're a real warrior, the novels back on Earth did not lie to me. There really are such brainless cannon fodder. Heh, I hope you keep your promise. Angor's eyes curved into crescents. He was planning to use his secret weapon, but it seemed he did not need to. Angor reached out his hand. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and Wasteland Warrior saw a faint golden reflection on his sleeve. So, this is your crossbow? Too bad you can't break my defense. Wasteland Warrior activated agitation and revealed his Earth Salamander bloodline. His muscular body became even more muscular, and his skin was covered with red blood streaks. One might not work, but what about 10? Angor did not explain that he was not releasing 10 regular bolts. He was releasing 10 rune bolts. Angor took his time to aim at Wasteland Warrior. Since his opponent was a brainless target, he had enough time to arrange the landing points of the bolts. 3 frost runes fell on his left side in a triangular formation. Even if Wasteland Warrior dodged, he would be frozen by the frost and slide out of the arena. 3 fire runes fell on his right side in a straight line. If Wasteland Warrior dodged to the right, all 3 would hit him. 2 armor-piercing bolts and 2 sharpness bolts were aimed at Wasteland Warrior's body. Angor smiled as he calculated the direction and angle of the bolts in his mind. After making sure there were no mistakes, Angor kindly reminded Wasteland Warrior, F***CKU. Wasteland Warrior said, "Come on, shoot me." The audience, who were originally enthusiastic, suddenly fell silent. Why did they feel that there was something wrong with this conversation? Innocent as he was, Angor did not think about the filthy words at all. When Wasteland Warrior answered him, he nodded politely at Wasteland Warrior. Then, he focused his gaze and released 10 rune bolts at the same time. Wasteland Warrior was planning to use his Earth Salamander's amazing defense to scare off Baron Milk, who did not know his place. However, when facing the projectiles, Wasteland Warrior suddenly sensed great danger. No, beasts had an innate ability to sense danger. Adepts who had assimilated the bloodline of beasts would naturally inherit this innate ability. At this time, Wasteland Warrior only felt a cloud full of thunder and lightning enveloping him. No matter which way he ran, he could not dodge the lightning bolts coming from the cloud. Damn it! Those are tiered rune bolts. Wasteland Warrior could not believe his eyes. The audience was all supernaturals, so they could easily see the uniqueness of Angor's bolts. That kid is so reckless. His weapons are not tiered, but his bolts are tiered. This doesn't make any sense. Which alchemist made this? How did he have time to make so many tiered bolts? Did Master Prom make them? No. Master Prom is an alchemist. Those bolts are enchantments. Brood Cavern hasn't had an enchantment alchemist for a long time now. Could it be a new alchemist? No matter who it is, this alchemist must have too much time on his hands. As this sentence was muttered, the emotions of the people in the spectator seats suddenly fluctuated. A newly promoted alchemist. An alchemist who had a lot of free time. A new alchemist who was bored enough to make tiered bolts for a level 1 apprentice. Alchemists were usually so busy that no one could see them. They had to line up every time they made a sale. Just think about Prom's alchemy shop. People lined up in front of the shop every day. However, Prom spent most of his time in his lab and rarely went to the shop. Even so, the customers were still eager to see him. In short, alchemists were in short supply. If they could find an alchemist who made these bolts to make weapons for them, they would not need to ask someone else for help. Especially when they heard from Moonfrost Union that they had an alchemy weapon. That would give them a lot of options. The audience had a lot of thoughts, but they did not show it. It's good that you and I know this kind of little idea. Is it to enlighten the other fools? Anyway, Angor's name was remembered by everyone. Mondo seems to be in danger after being targeted by so many magic pattern arrows. Mundo was Wasteland Warrior's real name. He did not cover his face like Angor did, so many people knew who he was. Well, he asked for it. The audience's discussion happened after Mundo was shot. Let's focus on what happened a few seconds ago. Angor's bolts were all aimed at Mundo's position. Mondo was vexed. He wanted to avoid it, but there was no other way. There were even 2 small arrows flickering with sharp magic runes above his head. It seemed that no matter which direction he dodged in, he would be injured. He could only choose the position that would cause him the least damage and forcefully change his movements. He leaned to the side and arched his left leg. The Earthfire Salamander's bloodline circulated wildly, and his entire body's defense was activated. An earthy yellow and fiery red magic armor covered his body. 2 armor-piercing arrows brushed past his left arm and left leg, while his right leg was completely frozen by the frost arrows. In the blink of an eye, the situation of the battle between the two changed drastically. Without a doubt, Mondo's defeat was set. Half kneeling on the ground, Mondo felt his head heat up and his face burn. Injuries were only secondary. As a bloodline acolyte, his recovery ability was far superior to others. What he was ashamed of was the bold words he had said earlier. Those were all evidence that slapped him in the face. If he were to compete normally, he would not give his opponent any time to calculate the landing point. Even if it was a small arrow with magic patterns, he would be able to block it with his footwork. But when he tried to show off, he gave his opponent a real chance to slap him in the face. If only I knew. I won't waste any more time. He felt like crying. Mondo wished there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. This was so embarrassing. He could even feel that after today's match, the other members of the team would mock him. Moreover, Warhorn was also in the audience. Mondo glanced at his teammate's position from the corner of his eye and found that Warhorn was covering his face and pretending not to know him. Mondo's heart ached even more when he saw this. Angor reached out his hand and revealed his trigger crossbow for the first time. The exquisite mechanical alchemy made everyone present take a deep breath. What an exquisite weapon. The alchemist who made this product is indeed extraordinary. Newbies are all monsters. Of course, Angor was not showing off his trigger crossbow. He simply pointed it at Mondo, and a rune spread out from the crossbow strap. It was obvious that he was trying to intimidate Mondo. There's tiered ammo. The audience gasped. There was not much left, but this alchemist must have too much time on his hands. Mondo saw Angwar's action and knew what he was trying to do. Mondo took a deep breath. Thank you for not killing me. I surrender. Mondo tossed out his profile card. The match was over. Many people stared at Angwar on his way back to the backstage. Envy and greed intertwined, but more of it was curiosity. As soon as he reached the backstage, several contestants surrounded him. Angwar thought they were here to cause him trouble, but to his surprise, they all seemed to be friendly. When he listened carefully, he realized that they were all alchemists who were trying to find out how to make trigger crossbow. Angwar finally realized how important alchemists were in Brute Cavern. However, as the proud Baron Milk, Angwar was not going to talk to these people. He humped and sneered at them. Then, under the angry stares of the crowd, he floated away. Ungrateful bastard. A black-haired contestant who tried to approach Angwar cursed. He then moved to a woman in black clothes. Selena, you have a match with that kid in the afternoon. Help me out. Selena glanced at her brother with an expressionless face. Oh. What do you mean oh? I know, Selena replied simply without showing any emotion on her face. A fat man holding a greatsword put a hand on the black-haired contestant's shoulder. DuPont, I can't believe you and Selena are from the same mother. Chatterbox and Poker Face don't go well together. DuPont sighed. I don't think she's my sister either. How I wish I have a soft and cute sister. Angwar did not stay backstage. He went through the contestants' area and took a cableway to leave. Thanks to the cableway, he did not have to worry about being surrounded by people who wanted to know who made trigger crossbow. When he got home, he began to meditate wholeheartedly. On the other hand, after the match between Baron Milk and Wasteland Warrior came to an end, a rumor about a mysterious alchemist began to spread in the underground market. Like a drop of ink falling into clear water, the rumor spread faster and faster. In a short time, the water became muddy, and in time, it would become a new dye vat. Even Dave, who was always immersed in his alchemy studies, heard about it. He opened the shop late in the morning, and as usual, he saw a long line of people outside. However, what surprised David was that there were fewer people in the queue than usual. As usual, Dave spoke to the people in the line. Master Prom is not here today. We'll have to wait for a few more days. Please come again next time. In the past, most people in the line would leave obediently after hearing Dave's words. But today, some people showed dissatisfaction. Who would come here if we found that alchemist? No new alchemy weapons for 2 months in a row, and we have to wait here like monkeys. This person's words were like the opening of a torrent box. Many people agreed with him. Most of the people in the line were stronger than Dave, so he did not dare to talk back. He could only try to smile and apologize. He politely sent them away. When everyone was gone, Dave mumbled to himself. Did a new alchemist just become a new alchemist? Dave did not mind. He closed the door and continued to study his propeller Flyer 3. At noon, Dave received a message from Master Prom, asking him to go to his place and get the new item. Huh? Master Prom is going to make a new item today? I should have told the people in the line. Then I wouldn't have been scolded. Dave sighed in his mind. He put down his work and quickly hired several workers to go to Master Prom's place. Master Prom lived in Apprentice Town 8. However, he did not live in the town itself. Instead, he built a giant cave in the forest outside the town for his daily training and alchemy experiments. Whenever Dave came here, Master Prom would always be immersed in his alchemy experiments and would never talk to him. As usual, Dave went to the warehouse to get his alchemy items. There were quite a lot of items this time. Dave asked the workers to load them up while he took out a pen and paper to record the information of each item. To Dave's surprise, he found 2 finger crossbows and a hand crossbow. Master Prometheus rarely made these small, long-range alchemy weapons because of the difficulty of solving the problem of power. Dave didn't expect to see one here. Unfortunately, there were no runes on them. When Dave was about to say goodbye, Prom stopped him. Did you find anything about the alchemist I asked you to ask about last time? Dave did not know who Prom was talking about until Prom took out a small golden arrow. The golden arrow in Prom's hand was the ammunition for Angwar's trigger crossbow. But Dave remembered that Master Prom was only curious about the alchemist. He did not ask him to ask about it. "You didn't ask your friend, did you?" Dave was about to say that he did, but he suddenly remembered Angor's personality. Angor lived like a hermit. He would not want to be disturbed, right? For some reason, David replied, "I went to ask, but I didn't see him at his house." Dave's expression was a little awkward when he lied. He saw his own unnatural expression in the reflection of the metal objects in the distance. He knew he was lying. Dave laughed bitterly in his heart. Master Prom doesn't like liars. Will he hate me for this? As he waited for Prom's scolding, he heard Prom mumbling, "I see. Your friend has been competing in Sky Tower these days. It's normal that you did not see him." What? Angor really went to Sky Tower? Dave widened his eyes in shock. Prom gave Dave a puzzled look. "You don't know? Isn't he your friend?" Dave scratched his head awkwardly. "Angor asked for the information about the contestants in Sky Tower from me. I did not ask him why. He just joined Brute Cavern last year, and he became a supernatural only a month ago. I never thought he would go to Sky Tower." Dave was telling the truth. Prom did not doubt Dave's words. He only gave Dave an icy look. "So you don't know your friend well enough. Not only did he go to Sky Tower, but he also reached the first of the 3 levels of death. Just this morning, he defeated Wasteland Warrior Mundo." Angor defeated Mundo? Dave couldn't believe it. Impossible. At first, Prom didn't pay much attention to Angor's long-range alchemy weapon. However, Angor used more than 10 tiered alchemy arrows in his match against Mundo. And they all had different enchantments. This piqued Prom's curiosity. Prom himself followed the most orthodox path of synthesis. In alchemy, the synthesis route had the greatest potential and the highest achievements. Enchantment, on the other hand, had almost no potential and limited potential. In fact, many conservative alchemists refused to accept enchantment as alchemy at all. The essence of alchemy was the blending of materials, the collision of ideas, and the realization of truth. Most alchemists who studied enchantment did not even know the meaning of basic runes. They would force themselves to memorize a rune, just for the sake of enchantment. It went against the essence of alchemy, so it was normal for alchemists to refuse to accept it. However, one had to admit that synthesis was not as effective as enchantment in the early stages. For enchantment, one only needed to memorize a rune and carve it according to the characteristics of the material to give the desired effect to an alchemy weapon and make it tiered. Synthesis, on the other hand, required a lot of time to study, think, and match. Without years of practice, it was difficult to achieve results. Prom had been studying synthesis for almost 50 years, and he had only scratched the surface of it. Sometimes, when he had some ideas, he would be able to create a tiered alchemy item. This was why he took several months to get his item ready. Compared to enchantment, synthesis was more of a test for an alchemist's creativity and solid foundation. As the most orthodox alchemist, Prom despised enchantment at first. However, he had not made much progress in alchemy for decades. Sometimes, he would wonder if he had chosen the wrong path. If he had chosen enchantment at the beginning, would he be famous now? This was a typical ostrich mentality. Unwilling to admit defeat, unwilling to face reality, and blaming everything on the wrong choice. But he had to admit that this thought made him feel a little better. Prom might be an ostrich, but he never regretted the path he had chosen. Synthesis was the true path to the truth. As an alchemist, even if he could not open the door to the truth, he still had to have a dream. Prom wanted to find the alchemist who made the metal arrow not because he wanted to discuss the difference between synthesis and enchantment. He had another request. An old friend who had helped him before asked him to create a long-range alchemy weapon. The weapon also specified that it had to have exorcism, holy light, purification, and so on. It had to be a high-ranked weapon that had a shocking effect on the undead. This request had lasted for more than half a year. Prom had made many weapons, but he never found the right one. He knew the effects of many kinds of materials. Among them, the ones that could produce the effect of holy light were mass dew, Holy Spirit stone, and some auxiliary purification materials. Extracting the special properties of these materials could be used to create a weapon, holy light effect. but only a short range. However, the holy light was only effective at close range. Once the distance was too far, the effects of the holy light would vanish. If this was someone else's request, Prom could just wait a little longer. But it was an old friend who asked him for help. Half a year was already too much for him to bear. Since he could not find the inspiration for synthesis, he thought about enchantment. However, Brood Cavern had not seen an alchemist who was good at enchantment for many years. Angor's enchantment arrow just happened to appear in front of him. Prom cared a lot about the enchantment alchemist because of his own request. So far, the mysterious alchemist only knew about Dave's little friend. Therefore, when David asked about the kid's situation, Prom didn't hide anything and told him everything he knew. In half a day, Prom only found the public information, such as when Angor joined the competition, who he fought, and so on. When Dave heard that Angor had been in the competition for more than a month, he felt a little uncomfortable. He considered himself a friend of Angor's. Angor had been in the competition for more than a month without telling him. It would not be a big deal if they did not see each other for more than a month, but they did meet more than once. Still, Dave was amazed by Angor's speed in climbing the tower. He was also surprised by Angor's insane winning rate. He did not lose a single match so far. When Dave heard Prom mentioning Angor's name, he couldn't help but chuckle. Now he understood why Angor did not tell anyone that he was climbing the tower. If Angor had such a childish name, he would not tell anyone about it. Okay, Prom sighed. That little friend of yours is also cold and aloof. He rarely speaks, but his actions are swift and decisive. He's also aloof and distant when interacting with others. That's right, having such achievements at such a young age, it's normal for him to be a little arrogant. However, I'm very curious, how did such an arrogant person become friends with you? Prom stared at Dave with curiosity in his eyes. Dave was puzzled. Master, are you sure you're talking about Angor? Not Ursula, or Ursula, what's with proud and aloof, doesn't talk much. I don't think so. Angor was not a talkative person, but he was not a man of few words either. Dave felt his view of the world being reconstructed. Personally, I don't think that proud and aloof person is my friend Angor, Dave said hesitantly. Prom paused for a moment and realized something. Then what's your friend's personality like? Dave thought for a while and said, he's quite nice. But sometimes he's a bit naughty. Prom's face lit up with realization. Oh, I see. He usually wears a hood and a robe, and he changes his personality on purpose. I think he doesn't want to be recognized. David, that should be the case. Prom suddenly laughed. That's great. There are so many people out there looking for Baron Milk, but they don't know who he is. We can beat them to it and find the mysterious alchemist one step earlier. Dave, there's no such thing as a mysterious alchemist. That alchemist is Angor himself. Master, why are you looking for this alchemist? Prom did not try to hide the truth. Actually, I have a favor to ask of that alchemist. At 3 in the afternoon, Angor walked out of his soundproof room in high spirits. There was only half an hour left before his match with Twilight of Night. Angor quickly recalled the information he read about Twilight of Night. Twilight of Night, real name Selena Wharton, female, 24 years old. A bloodline apprentice, currently at the peak of level 2. Absorbed bloodline for 5 years. Unknown bloodline type. Unlikely to be a monster bloodline. Most likely phantom bloodline. Strange footwork, good at speed and guerrilla attacks. That was the general information about Twilight of Night. Angor glanced at the information about her master and skills. Her skills were nothing more than high-speed movement spells. But none of those were useful to Angor. Angor did not believe that any apprentice could be faster than Toby in terms of speed. Angor put on his robe and yelled at the attic, Toby, it's time for you to show off your skills. Toby flew out of the attic and slowly landed on Angor's shoulder. Judging from Toby's sparkling eyes and arrogant attitude, Angor could tell that Toby was also very excited about his first match. Half an hour later, Angor returned to the arena of 3 levels of death. When he came out of the contestants' passage, he already sensed the lively atmosphere. The audience seats were fully packed. When he fought against Wasteland Warrior, who was ranked higher than Twilight of Night, there were still many empty seats in the audience seats. Now, the place was filled with people, and almost everyone was staring at Angkor. Thousands of people's gazes were like needles stabbing into his back. At the far end of the audience seats, an old man with a ponytail was leaning against a stone pillar. Next to him was a middle-aged woman in uniform with her hair tied up in a bun. "Melanda, do you think the kid will win?" The old man looked at Angkor, who was standing beside the stage. The woman was Melanda. She usually stayed in the lottery area on the first floor of Sky Tower. But today, she left her post without permission and came to 3 levels of death instead. "I don't know," Melanda answered after thinking for a moment. "You don't know? Why not? Isn't it obvious at a glance? With that kid's overall combat strength, he was able to defeat Mondo in the morning because Mondo underestimated him too much. Now that he's going up against Selena, with Mondo as an example, Selena will definitely be prepared. In addition, she's good at speed. If that brat doesn't inscribe acceleration runes on his Mageweth arrow, it's almost impossible for him to hit Selena." The old man paused. "Even if the arrow is engraved with acceleration runes, it won't do much damage to Selena, who has a bloodline. Unless the arrow is engraved with attack runes as well as acceleration runes. If that's the case, then the enchantment ability is incredible. Magic array enchantment. Only a handful of alchemists in the headquarters can do that." The old man was referring to Floating Mech City, which was famous for its alchemy skills in the southern region. Melanda agreed with him. But she still remembered that when Angkor asked the management office to shorten the intervals between matches, she also told him about the dangers of the 3 levels of death. However, Angkor replied with confidence that he had a secret weapon. Melanda did not know what Angkor's secret weapon was. But since he said it, he must have something to back it up. "Let's see. Maybe he has a secret weapon." Melanda chuckled. "Is that so?" The old man chuckled. His wizard-level eye of truth could easily see through Angkor's robe. Of course, he would know if Angkor had a secret weapon. Section 195. Toby's Might. "If there's really something different, it's probably that demon bird." Melanda agreed. "Too bad its mana is too weak." The braided old man shook his head. The braided old man didn't continue the topic. He turned to Melanda and said, "Your father sent another message yesterday. He wants to know when you're going back." Melanda did not look surprised. She crossed her arms and stared into the distance. "I'm not going back until I'm on that path." The pig-tailed old man chuckled softly, shook his head, and said no more. Melanda raised an eyebrow. "I'm curious too, Mr. Baroque. What's your purpose here? Brood Cavern's attitude is strange. They know who you are, but they didn't expel you." The pig-tailed old man, Baroque, shrugged and said non-committally, "Logically speaking, you should indeed expel me. But what if we have a common enemy? Or a common interest?" Melanda did not quite understand what Baroque meant. She was about to ask when Baroque pointed at the stage and said, "The match starts." The match is about to begin. Let's see, how interesting it will be if Sunder's student dies in Sky Tower. Angkor returned to the stage and looked at the woman standing opposite him. It was Selena, a woman in black clothes with no distinguishing features. Her dressing was nothing out of the ordinary, and her appearance was not outstanding. The only thing that attracted attention was her short hair. Her short black curly hair was like a greasy sea cucumber, with a wet, oily sheen. She was a woman who didn't look like much and was even a little sloppy. Angkor had a good impression of her. She was the only one who did not say anything during the confrontation. No chatter. Just go. This was the only good thing about Selena, and it was something Angkor appreciated. There was a 3-minute standoff before the match began. Just like that, the two of them faced each other without saying a word until the countdown on the transparent screen above them reached 0. Begin. Barren Milk vs. Twilight of Night. When this row of words appeared on the big screen, Selena, who had been looking nonchalant, suddenly disappeared from the arena. Disappeared? A wave of bewilderment erupted from the audience. In the front row of the auditorium, Selena's twin brother smiled. Disappear? Of course not. It's just that her speed is too fast to be captured by the naked eye. The fat swordsman beside him also laughed and said, "Bloodline sorcerer apprentices are indeed suitable to fight in this kind of arena. During the confrontation phase, there is magic suppression, but it can't suppress the flow of blood." Although DuPont liked to complain about Selena's character, as her elder brother, how could he really hate her? Now that he heard others praising his sister, he was also very happy. She said proudly, "Usually, when Selena competes, she doesn't use her bloodline power during the confrontation phase. Now that she's spent 3 minutes warming up the flowing light bloodline in her body, I'm afraid she's qualified to enter the top 10 of the 15th floor's ranking list. My sister loves me so much. She helped me teach that stinking brat a lesson for being so arrogant." On the other hand, after Selena disappeared, the match was on the verge of breaking out. Selena's speed was as fast as smoke. Occasionally, people could see her, but when they looked closer, she was already gone. Everyone knew that Baron Milk, a beginner wizard, was only able to reach the 13th floor with the help of a powerful weapon. Now that Selena's speed had completely overwhelmed his alchemy weapon, it didn't matter how powerful Baron Milk's weapon was. Everyone was guessing that the next time Selena showed up would be when Baron Milk lost. Some people were already sighing. There was no need to buy tickets for a match like this. A match that would end in just a few seconds was meaningless. At this moment, Selena's elusive figure reappeared as expected. She appeared diagonally behind Baron Milk's blind spot. Moreover, Selena was holding a gleaming blade in one hand. It wasn't a tiered alchemy weapon, but it was still made by an apprentice alchemist. It was enough to kill with one strike. The match is over. The same thought flashed in everyone's mind. Even Melanda and Baroque, who were standing furthest away from Angor, shook their heads. "There's no chance." Baroque sighed. Why did Sunders tell the boy who just entered the wizarding world half a year ago about the purification garden? What a rash decision. Just when everyone was expecting Baron Milk to be defeated, a voice suddenly rang out. A loud noise came from the center of the stage. Before the audience could react, the center of the stage was covered by a cloud of smoke. No one could see what was going on inside. Was it a spell? What's going on? She's right next to Baron Milk. Why did she use such a loud cantrip? The fat swordsman beside DuPont asked. DuPont was also puzzled. It shouldn't be. Selena isn't the kind of person who changes her tactics on the spur of the moment. Besides, she doesn't have any spells that can raise so much dust. Unless, DuPont thought of a possibility that sent chills down his spine. Unless Selena wasn't the one who had caused the loud bang and the flying dust, while the audience was still puzzled, Baroque and Melanda clearly saw what was going on. Heh. You were right, Melanda. The little guy has a secret weapon, Baroque said. The bird we've been neglecting, the one with weak mana, has such explosive power. Melanda also exclaimed. In their eyes, there was no such thing as flying dust. The cloud of dust was not caused by a spell. It was caused by the bird on Angor's shoulder. When Selena showed up, she was right in Angor's blind spot. Selena took out her dagger and tried to stab Angor. When blood was about to flow out, the ordinary-looking bird on Angor's shoulder suddenly dashed towards Selena and kicked her away with its claws. The dust that filled the entire arena was caused by the huge crater that Selena had created when she was smashed into the ground. The arena floor of the Sky Tower was made of special materials. Without an all-out attack from a peak rank 3 apprentice, it would be impossible to break through. Level 3 apprentices usually did not participate in Sky Tower matches, so the stage had not been damaged for many years. There was no such thing as a human-shaped hole in the ground like today. Unbelievable. A seabird with so little mana can barely be considered a magic bird, yet it has such explosive power, Melanda commented. Melanda could not help but sigh. It's understandable that it's fast. The structure and lines of its body are all geared towards speed. But it shouldn't have such a powerful explosive force. Baroque suddenly closed his eyes and used some unknown power to sense the energy changes in the stage. Then he opened his eyes again, which showed a hint of surprise. Melanda looked at Baroque curiously. She wondered what made him so surprised. Baroque sighed. I see. Melanda, use delirium and you'll find the answer. Delirium was not a cantrip. It was a spell that could only be used by wizards. It was used to find the hidden truth. As a matter of fact, it was a spell that used clues to look back at the truth of history. Delirium's effect was similar to turning back time, which allowed the caster to see the past. However, it had nothing to do with time, the most mysterious energy. Delirium used the traces left on the energy field to deduce what happened in the past using a certain logical method. In other words, it was similar to how a detective would use the clues left behind by a criminal to deduce the process of the crime. Melanda used delirium and quickly sensed the energy changes in the bird several seconds ago. "It's the law of gravity," Melanda exclaimed. "A bird with the law of gravity? Did it learn it when Sunders built the sorcerer's garden?" Baroque sighed. "It should be. The law of gravity is very weak. It can only be described as the sequence of gravity. It hasn't been here for long, so it can only change its own gravity. You and I were around when Sunders built the sorcerer's garden, but neither of us learned the law of gravity. I heard from some wizards that none of them learned the law of gravity either. So many talented wizards failed to learn it, but a beast did." Baroque sighed. "I never thought I'd be slapped in the face one day." Baroque put on a serious look. "With a bird that learned the sequence of gravity, that kid will have no problem reaching the top." While the audience was still muttering, "What happened?" the dust finally settled. The scene on the stage was clearly reflected in the eyes of the audience. Originally, they were impatient, but when they saw the scene on the stage, all of their pupils shrank. Baron Milk, who was the target of everyone's criticism, was unscathed. He stood in the center of the ring with his trigger crossbow in his hand. He aimed at the pit in the center of the ring that was covered in spider webs. Yes, a pit. It was a crater about a meter deep. In the middle of the crater was a woman whose shoulder blade was almost deformed. Her entire body was in tatters, and her eyes were faintly white. She was on the verge of death as she tried to move. Impossible. In the blink of an eye, Selena is already so miserable. What the hell happened? It was covered by the dust just now. Damn it. Did any of you see it? That level 1 apprentice is unharmed, but Selena, who almost became a level 3 apprentice. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. The strongest in the audience was only a level 2 apprentice sorcerer, so they had no idea what was going on. Apart from Baroque and Melanda, there was only one person who knew the truth, or at least figured it out. David. After leaving Prom's lab at noon, Dave went straight to Sky Tower to buy a ticket for Angor's match. However, even David only had a vague guess of Toby's strength. He had seen Toby's extraordinary speed, and when Toby killed the dog herder's body was covered in wounds. Overall, Dave believed that Toby was quite strong. However, he never thought that Toby would be so powerful. Dave suddenly felt cold sweat on his back. When he first met Angor, he already tricked Toby. If he knew Toby was this strong, he would never have provoked him. In the center of the ring, Angor pointed his trigger crossbow at Selena. "What? Surrender already?" Angor spoke in a low voice. Selena did not speak. Her eyes were filled with determination. She did not want to surrender at all. However, she suffered multiple fractures all over her body. Her shoulder blade, which was hit by Toby's kick, was almost crushed. She could no longer fight. It was almost impossible for her to fight again. However, Selena did not give up. She supported her shoulder with one hand and staggered to her feet. Even when he stood up, he was swaying uncontrollably. Her physical trembling did not show on her dust-covered and blood-stained face. She was still expressionless. "So stubborn?" Angor was puzzled. "It's just a loss of 4 points. I didn't kill you. Why do you make it sound like I hate you so much that I have to beat you up again and again?" Angor had a good impression of Selena since the beginning of the match. There were few fighters in Sky Tower who did not talk nonsense. Selena was one of them. Now, however, he was not happy about it. Sky Tower's arenas did not care about life and death, especially the 3 levels of death. There were countless casualties. "I don't want to kill you, but you don't know what's good for you." Angor felt like he was facing a main character who did not want to admit defeat. Of course he was not happy about it. If that's the case, then, Angor lifted his trigger crossbow and activated his mana. "No." She gives up. she gives up. At this time, the spectators who were shocked by the scene in the ring to the point that they were in a trance suddenly burst out with a roar. Angor looked over. Selena heard the familiar voice and looked over as well. A black-haired man rushed to the edge of the ring and gave Angor a pleading look. The black-haired man was DuPont, Selena's elder brother. Angor didn't say anything. He kept looking at Selena. When DuPont saw this, he quickly turned his head to look at his sister, who was still unable to make up her mind. Selena, admit defeat. It's my fault. I don't need you to teach this little, Mr. Baron Milk a lesson. Angor was speechless. So she refused to give up because her brother gave her such a shameless task. Selena looked at DuPont. After a long while, she coughed up blood and said calmly, "Oh. Oh what? Throw the card." DuPont was worried that Angor would change his mind. Selena nodded obediently and tossed the information card out with difficulty. The match was over. Baron Milk won. 2 minutes ago, DuPont had just rushed to the edge of the ring. As the supervisor, aren't you going to stop the outside interference? Baroque looked at Melanda. Melanda shook her head. As long as he doesn't enter the ring, we can't stop him if he wants to run around naked. But I'm curious to see what he'll do. Baroque chuckled and revealed a playful look. As Sunder's student, he didn't kill a single person. What a pity. Melanda chuckled. It's not that he didn't kill anyone. He just hasn't reached his bottom line yet. As the supervisor of the Sky Tower, Melanda knew everything about the contestants. Others might not know how Canine Master and Red Butterfly disappeared, but Melanda did. They knew self-restraint, knew their bottom line, and were not stupid, arrogant, or greedy. These were the basic qualities of a wizard. But why were wizards still seen as cruel and bloodthirsty? It was just that most wizards had a lower bottom line. If what you said is true, then Sunders got himself a good student. Baroque gave a perfunctory answer. He turned around and waved goodbye to Melanda. Let's go. The match is over. I think the kid will go to the lottery soon. Speaking of which, Parasite Queen hasn't lost in a long time. Maybe I should send her to meet the kid so she won't keep bothering me on level 13. Mr. Baroque, this is unfair to the contestants. Melanda frowned. Don't worry about it. You don't want to see the kid climb all the way to the top, do you? He'll only grow faster if he faces all kinds of opponents. Baroque was already far away, but his voice still echoed in Melanda's ears. Sunders won't blame me even if he knows. He'll thank me instead. Melanda shook her head and did not say anything else. She looked at Angor, who was slowly leaving the ring, with a thoughtful look. Even after Angor left, the audience was still discussing what happened under the cover of the dust. Even DuPont, who was helping Selena, took the opportunity to ask about it. Selena remained silent as if she was trying to recall something. Selena purposely chose to appear diagonally behind Baron Milk to catch him off guard. As a member of a family of assassins, Selena knew how to choose her enemy's blind spot. Just when she thought she could kill Baron Milk with one strike, she was attacked by a shadow. To be honest, she didn't even know what was attacking her because the attack was fast and ferocious. The speed and reaction that she was so proud of were not worth mentioning in front of the opponent. Now that she thought about it, she had a vague idea. Selena asked DuPont to pull down her tattered coat. When the coat reached her shoulder, Selena carefully inspected the wound on her shoulder blade. As expected, she found several sharp claw marks. This is... DuPont also saw it. He was surprised. That bird? Yes. Selena nodded. I sensed that bird before the match. It's just a low-level monster. I don't even think it's appropriate to call it a monster. I didn't expect it to be such a strong bird, DuPont said. Selena did not reply. DuPont was only an observer, so he did not know the true power of the bird. Come to think of it, we still don't know which side Baron Milk belongs to, and we still don't know. According to the information I gathered, he never used any special spells. He only won because of his alchemy weapon. Most of the contestants who lost to him in the first few levels called him Rogue Baron, DuPont pondered. Maybe he's a summoner? Angor returned to the backstage and headed to the lottery area. They were surrounded on the way. When a person becomes popular, there will be a lot of trouble. This is the current situation. Contestants who were either friendly or had ulterior motives surrounded Angor and asked him all kinds of questions. For example, how did he win? Who made the alchemy weapon? Fortunately, they did not block Angor's way. Angor was able to move forward without any problems. When he reached the lottery area, the old man with a ponytail, Baroque, smiled at the contestants who surrounded Angor. Are you here for a match? Great. I was just worried that there would not be enough people. As soon as this question was asked, everyone dispersed in an uproar. Angor stood in front of the lottery area. Baroque smiled at him. You're here to draw? Yes. You've proven your strength by winning 2 matches in a row today. You can draw more if you want. But... Baroque sighed. Baroque sounded a little disappointed. It's late now, and there are only 4 contestants left in the pool. 2 of them are on the ranking list. Are you sure you want to choose? 4 contestants? That's it? Angor frowned. Even if he ranked all of them, he still did not have enough points. Then I won't. I'll fight all 4. Angor hesitated. Also, I want to enter the pool. The pool referred to the lots in the lottery box. Sky Tower matches were not compulsory. However, if you wanted to keep your level, you had to join a match every month. Unless you reached the top of Sky Tower, you would not lose a level if you did not join a match for a long time. The contestants who joined every month were the foundation of the pool. Most of them entered the pool on the same day and waited in the contestant area. They would come back the following month after the match. Angor never thought about joining the pool before. Most of the matches in the pool were not independent. It all depended on the opponent's time. He used to fight one match after another, so he did not need to enter the pool at all. But now that he had reached the 3 levels of death, he could enter the pool. Even if someone else got a match against him, it would only start the next day. Therefore, it was necessary for Angor to enter the pool. The pool? No problem. Baroque narrowed his eyes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the list will be refreshed. You'll see who got you. Of course, no one would pick him right away after he entered the pool. Angor only checked the information of the 4 contestants in the pool for tomorrow's match. Of the 4 contestants, 3 of them had been collected by David. There was also an unfamiliar contestant who just reached level 13. It was normal that Dave did not record his name. Among the 4 contestants, the first one Angor noticed was Fox Master. If he remembered correctly, this person seemed to be the contestant who loved to act cool. The contestants in the 3 levels of death were always the focus of the Sky Tower. To ensure the safety of the contestants, the cableways in the 3 levels of death were wide and spacious. They could also disembark halfway to avoid being tracked. Angor left the tower using a cableway, so he did not see anyone following him. After leaving the tower, he went to the mortals' market in the underground market and hired several mortals to help him record the matches in the Sky Tower. After that, he returned to the apprentice town. Parasite Queen Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. As the sun set, the red glow of a distant mountain slowly faded away. Angor sat in the yard and gazed at the distant mountains. His thoughts drifted to the old Earth, which was on the other side of the world. At this time, what was Leon doing? He should have eaten by now, right? Did he have a birthday party? Leon had left, and John was sick. Now, Leon was in charge of everything in the Pat Manor. Perhaps he had forgotten that today was his birthday. Angor picked up the milk in his hand and saluted to the distant mountain. The distance between them was not enough to separate them from each other. Happy birthday, Leon. Angor prayed in his mind. Back in his lab, Angor continued studying illusions. As usual, he didn't try to learn more advanced illusions. Instead, he focused on practicing basic illusions. However, that didn't mean he didn't read the content of these illusions. He read the notebook Sunders gave him several times, and he could already memorize most of the illusions. He didn't pay attention to which class he belonged to. Instead, he tried to memorize the basic method of casting the illusions in his mind. Once he mastered basic illusions, he would be able to learn them by analogy. Among all the illusions he learned, the one he was most interested in was Melodious Illusion, a level 1 cantrip. Melodious Illusion was one of the lowest level illusions in the field of sound illusions. It wasn't much different from basic illusions. The only difference was that it used sound to create an illusion. The illusion was harmless and could only be used to confuse the opponent. It wasn't because he was interested in acoustic illusion. It was because of a new idea that popped up in his mind. Apart from the matches, meditation, and reading, he had been working on something else, making a music box for Toby. The main material for the music box was echo flour. As for the supplementary materials, Angor made a list of them. His original plan was to make the music box like a hologram tablet, which could play multiple pieces of music without any loss of sound quality. However, after some consideration, he realized that it was no different from a crystal ball transmitter. Angor's transmitter was the lowest level one and couldn't record sound. However, when he visited Sunder's last time, he saw Sunders using the transmitter to play his matches in Sky Tower, which included both sound and image. Therefore, if the music box was purely made into a device to play music, it would be better to follow the blueprint of the basic alchemy compendium and make a high-level communicator. Since he was going to make an alchemy-level music box, he wanted to try something new. Later, when he saw the level 1 Melodious Illusion spell, he suddenly had an idea. If he combined Melodious Illusion with music, perhaps there would be an unexpected effect. For example, when he played music, the melodious illusion of the Sky Tower of Sky City. Just like the song City in the Sky, as the music was triggered, an illusion slowly formed. In the blue sky, under the floating clouds, a faintly floating city appeared in the eyes of the audience. Green grass, green trees, limestone, and the sound of flying pigeons and cicadas. Just imagine how beautiful the scene would be. Angor also remembered that he experimented with it last time. Such soothing music would not affect the efficiency of meditation. Sometimes, it could even help a wizard enter a meditative state. Since that was the case, wouldn't it be more interesting if he combined illusions and music to carve a heart-calming mage with? That's right. His idea was completely amusing. However, he had to figure out how to combine melodious illusion with alchemy in order to create such an interesting music box. He had no problems with other runes, materials, and blueprints. This was the only problem he had yet to solve. While Angor was practicing his illusions, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. More and more people gathered around the bulletin board in front of the Sky Tower. Most of them were mortals hired by apprentices to check the ranking list, but there were also apprentices who came in person. Angor could tell the difference from the distribution of people around the bulletin board. Most of the apprentices were talking about their matches under the bulletin board. The mortals, on the other hand, were standing tens of meters away from the board, trying to see what was going on with their heads. The mortals were all silent at the rear, but in the circle of apprentice adepts at the front, they were all making noises and guessing about tomorrow's match list. I heard that the handsome and powerful Fox Master entered the pool in front of everyone today. So he's going to fight tomorrow, right? Of all the matches in the 3 levels of death, he's the one I'm most interested in. 2 young female apprentices were whispering to each other while holding each other's arms. Whenever they talked about Fox Master, their faces would blush. Angor couldn't tell if it was due to excitement or shyness. Speaking of which, there aren't any matches worth watching tomorrow. Why are there so many people here? I think Parasite Queen came to the Sky Tower today. Someone thinks she's going to fight. Parasite Queen? The champion of level 13? Yeah. It's been a while since I saw a champion match in the 3 levels of death. It'll be great if it's true. I don't think so. I thought the champion matches were announced 10 days or half a month in advance. I didn't see any announcement from the Sky Tower. Besides, if Parasite Queen entered the pool, no one would dare to draw her, right? I don't know about that. People aren't expecting anything. They're just here to watch. If you don't expect anything, you won't be disappointed. It was a sound that stopped when the bells of the belfry were rung. As the bell stopped ringing, the big transparent screen at the bottom of the Sky Tower changed. The old list of matches was refreshed. Everyone looked at the first row of the big screen. The first row was always reserved for the Sky Tower. It was the match recommended by the organizer. When they saw the names of the two sides, the entire bulletin board went silent. Parasite Queen vs. Barren Milk, Level 13, Match 4. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Some even rubbed their eyes and looked again. Seeing that the big screen didn't change, they pointed at the row of words with trembling fingers. Impossible. Parasite Queen is going to fight. This was practically the roar in the hearts of all the apprentice adepts on the scene. They had come to watch without any expectations, but who would have thought that their almost impossible expectations would become a foregone conclusion? After a moment of calmness, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly exploded. Parasite. Parasite Queen. The goddess is going to fight. I want to buy a ticket. I have to buy a ticket. I have to buy a VIP seat. Ha ha ha. What a lucky day. Maybe I can get a VIP seat too. Too bad we can only buy one ticket each. We could buy a few more and sell them. No, mortals, come here. Take these magic crystals and buy the tickets. Give them to me. I'll give you 1 silver coin each. When this match was announced, almost no one paid attention to the other matches. They all rushed into the hall of the Sky Tower just to buy a good seat. Some even planned to sell the tickets to the scalpers. Even the 2 female apprentices, who were both shy and excited about Fox Master, stopped paying attention to his matches. They followed the crowd and rushed into the hall. There were only a few apprentices who couldn't afford to buy tickets outside the train station. They couldn't afford the tickets, but they knew all the seated players on every level. Parasite Queen was no stranger to them. However, who's Barren Milk? Why is he fighting against Parasite Queen? And, why didn't the Sky Tower advertise the champion's next match? This matter is too strange. A man wearing a white bear costume was the first to come out of the Sky Tower after buying a ticket. Hearing the confusion of the apprentices outside, he smiled and thought to himself, because the Sky Tower knows this match won't be as exciting as you think. At this time, a man in a black robe appeared in the Sky Tower. The man in the black robe stared at the top of the big screen. He saw the name that had been on his mind for a long time. Hidden under the robe, the corner of his lips curled up. The man in the black robe whispered to himself as if he was talking to his lover, "My treasure. I can't wait to see you." After tomorrow's match list was released, some people were still paying attention to it. Almost all of them were interested in Barren Milk. To be precise, they were interested in the alchemist behind him. Prome, who was experimenting in his own cave, also received the news. Parasite Queen? Dave's little friend is so unlucky. We haven't confirmed the identity of that alchemist yet. I hope nothing bad happens to him. Prome considered. He was a friend of Parasite Queen, so he might as well go and watch the match tomorrow so that Parasite Queen would not play Angor to death. David had also heard the news. He had even bought a ticket. However, after hearing about the match, his attention had completely shifted away from Angor. Angor received a message from a worker around 10 in the evening. He had 5 matches tomorrow. Apart from the 4 matches he already knew, there was one extra. Perhaps she was chosen by someone else after entering the pool. Parasite Queen. Angor tried to recall the information about this contestant. Dave described her in many ways, but all of them could only be summed up in one sentence: beautiful, cool, and awesome. I'm going to kneel before the goddess. There was nothing technical in the information. There was nothing Parasite Queen was good at. It was full of praises, but they were all meaningless praises. Angor had no idea who Parasite Queen was. He would have to wait until tomorrow's match. Next, he checked the schedule. 2 matches in the morning, 3 in the afternoon. It was worth mentioning that Angor's first match was against Fox Master. Why do I feel like I'm destined to meet this Fox Master? Angor mumbled to himself. The next morning, Angor washed his face and went out with Toby. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Dave leaning against a small hill not far away. The boy was deep in thought with his arms crossed. His face was red as if he was immersed in some indescribable fantasy. Angor took off his hood and walked to him. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Hello, David?" Dave shuddered and pulled himself away from the pink bubble. He looked at Angor and greeted him awkwardly. "Why are you here? What are you thinking about?" Why are you blushing? Angor asked. Oh, nothing. Dave tried to cover it up. I'm here for you. Angor knew Dave was hiding something, but he didn't ask. Everyone had secrets. Angor was only curious about the truth. He didn't care about other people's opinions. What do you want? Angor's first match was half an hour away. He didn't stop walking. I saw your match yesterday. I didn't think you'd make it this far. You're almost as good as the geniuses in our class, said Dave. Angor paused and looked at Dave with a "I don't understand" expression he learned from Toby. He smiled and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Dave narrowed his eyes and said proudly, don't try to hide it. I know. You started participating in the Sky Tower over a month ago. You're on the 13th floor now, and you won against Mundo and Selena yesterday. Oh, and your nickname is Milk. Angor quickly covered Dave's mouth with his hand. Ahem. Don't say it out loud. So many people are looking for me. It'll be bad if they hear you. Angor cleared his throat. Dave looked around. There was no one around. They were far away from the residential area. Who would hear you? You just don't want to hear people calling you by your nickname, right? Dave complained in his mind. Angor didn't ask how Dave knew who he was. Although he always wore a hood, he did not deliberately hide his identity. Anyone who was slightly familiar with him would definitely be familiar with Toby. Toby's mark was too obvious. It was Toby's first battle yesterday, but Angor had brought him here a long time ago so that Toby could get used to the fighting style of apprentices. He just did not let Toby join the fight. Anyone who knew Toby would be able to guess his identity. You already know who I am? The match is about to begin. Why are you here? Angor was puzzled. I'm here to tell you about Fox Master. David paused and said, there's something else I need to tell you. Most of the information Dave gave him were about the seeded players and those on the 3 levels of death list. Fox Master, however, wasn't among them. Fox Master isn't as strong as Selena, David pointed out. So, it shouldn't be hard for you to defeat him. That's what you want. Of course. I'm not talking about Fox Master's strength. I'm talking about his identity. David's face suddenly turned serious. If you can, try your best to kill Fox Master on the spot in the ring. You want me to kill Fox Master? Why? Do you have a grudge against him? Angor was a little confused. He once complained about Fox Master's obsession with his appearance, but he had nothing to do with other people's business. His impression of Fox Master was neither good nor bad. Let me put it this way. There are 3-inch losers in the summoner class. Literally, 3 losers and 3 outstanding talents. Dave paused and continued, Fox Master is one of the losers. You might not know him. But he has a junior from the same master as him. You must know him. Fox Master's junior? The name popped up in his mind. It was a name that disgusted him. Dave saw Angor's expression and knew that Angor already knew who it was. Yes, Pudongo the Dog Master. Pudongo the Dog Master is one of the losers, but people say that he's very close to Fox Master. Even his name is a tribute to Fox Master. That's not a baseless rumor. Dave continued, the news about Pudongo and Red Butterfly's deaths hasn't been widely spread, but it's no longer a secret to some people. I don't know if they already suspect you, but there are many tracking spells. If a level 3 apprentice uses Delusion Breaker, he or she can easily find you. Fox Master might already know about you. So you want me to kill him in the arena? Angor asked. Yes. Angor did not reply. He did not feel too much pressure to kill someone. When he killed Pudongo and Red Butterfly, he did not even feel much of a reaction. He was a fish on a chopping board. If he wanted to kill someone, he would have to face the consequences. However, killing a person who he didn't know was a little against his moral bottom line just because of a little bit of a sign. However, seeing Dave's serious look, Angor did not say yes or no. He only gave a vague yes. Fox Master was over. Didn't you say you have something else to tell me? Master Prom wants to see you. Dave repeated Prom's words briefly. Master Prom doesn't know you're the alchemist yet. He only asked me to contact you and ask you to pass on his message. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. Sure, I can see Master Prom. But I'll have to wait until I reach the top of the sky tower. Angor did not plan to hide his identity as an apprentice alchemist. He could talk to other alchemists and earn some benefits. Why not? Alright then. David's face suddenly blushed, and he said shyly, actually, I have a personal matter that I want to ask you to help me with. The first match of the day was between Angor and Fox Master. When both fighters stepped onto the arena, Angor was still thinking about how to deal with Fox Master. Kill him? Angor could not make up his mind. Not kill him? It seemed that David's words made sense. While he was still thinking, the standoff began. Baron Milk remained as aloof as ever. He stood aside without saying a word. Fox Master was annoyed by Baron Milk's attitude. I didn't even get the chance to show off, and you're already doing that. No, I can't lose. Fox Master's long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and so did his moon-white robe. His eyes were closed, and his expression was as calm as ever. He held the fox head staff in his hand casually like an unworldly hermit, which made people yearn for him. One was cold and silent, while the other was pretending to be cool. The two of them faced each other in silence. As time went by, Angor began to like Fox Master a little. The man might be a pretentious prick, but he rarely talked nonsense. The match began. Fox Master's eyes were still closed, but his mana was already channeling. He was ready to attack. He knew a lot about Baron Milk since he watched the match between him and Selena. Fox Master knew he could not beat Selena, but he still believed he could win. The reason why Selena lost was still a mystery. Most people believed that Selena got too close to Baron Milk and was blown away by some mysterious power or alchemy item. Fox Master was a summoner, and he rarely fought in close combat. Therefore, he was confident that as long as he could fight Baron Milk from a distance, he would not be affected by the mysterious attack. Victory would naturally belong to him. To be safe, Fox Master summoned the true form of the blood-eyed vixen. It was a small white fox less than a meter long. Under his command, it charged at Baron Milk. Fox Master's plan was obvious. He would use the blood vixen to distract Baron Milk while he cast cantrips from the rear to finish off Baron Milk slowly. This was a common tactic used by summoners. It allowed Fox Master to test his opponent's strength. If the opponent was too strong, Fox Master could just surrender from afar. If the opponent was not strong enough, Fox Master could take his time to finish him off. This tactic was similar to Angor's rogue tactic, but it was even more effective. When the blood vixen approached, Angor did not use Ice Wall like he usually did. Instead, he used Frost to slow down the blood vixen's speed. Then, he used a modified version of Dust Removal, which was a simplified version of Sand Toss. The dust and ice on the ground were lifted into the air. Wind, water, and earth all reached a strange balance and combined to create a fog-like spell. A combination of cantrips. Interesting. Baroque was also paying attention to Angor's match. Seeing the combination of two low-level cantrips, Baroque gave Angor a look of admiration. There were many fog-related cantrips, but there were very few level 0 ones. Most of them required specific attributes. For example, a level 0 cantrip called Dark Mist could be easily learned by shadow manipulator apprentices. However, other types of cantrips would require a lot of time to study, which was not worth it. What he was using now was a combination of two level 0 cantrips to create a mist effect. It was not very powerful, but it was a novel idea. One is Frost, and the other one is Dust Removal. I think it's a new arrangement of cantrips? Baroque began to look at Angor in a new light when he came to this conclusion. Both the combination cantrips and the new arrangement of cantrips could be used as stepping stones to that path. If Angor did not have anyone to teach him, Baroque began to understand why Sunders accepted him as an apprentice. Baroque thought he had guessed the truth behind Sunders' decision, but that was not the case. To be honest, even Sunders himself was surprised by Angor's performance. Back in the arena, Angor used the mist for a reason. The combination of dust and frost created a small area of fog, but it was not a real fog. Instead, it was a haze phenomenon. Angor named the combination cantrip Dust Haze, which was the best name to describe its nature. Dust haze had a small area of application, and it could only block the enemy's sight at best. However, compared to other fog spells, it had a major flaw: dust would accumulate when inhaling it into one's nose. Because of this flaw, dust haze was not a perfect cantrip. Still, it worked well in practice. As long as one could endure the dust for a while, they could achieve the effect of fog concealment. Angor was currently covering his nose with his hand. Luckily, his robe was enchanted with dust removal, so there was no dust on it. "Toby, go." Angor ordered Toby to fight the blood vixen. Toby endured the fine dust in the air and went to fight the blood vixen. Blood Vixen was a high-level summoned creature that loved blood and was good at illusions. At its peak, a blood vixen could use illusions to cover an area of hundreds of kilometers. Of course, the blood vixen had to be in its peak condition. The blood vixens summoned by Fox Master were only 5 to 10 years old at most. As long-lived creatures, blood vixens still had a long way to go before they reached their peak condition. Therefore, after Toby joined the battle, the blood-eyed fox demon was beaten senseless after a few exchanges. If Angor did not tell Toby not to make too much noise, Toby would have killed the blood vixen already. While Toby fought the blood vixen, Angor glanced at the other side of the arena. Dust haze was different from other fog spells. It blocked the vision of both the enemies and Angor. He could only vaguely see Fox Master's shadow. But that was enough. As Angor expected, Fox Master did not approach the blood vixen after seeing Angor's dust haze. Clearly, Fox Master was planning to rely on the blood vixen to fight Angor. Angor looked at the thickness of the haze and covered his nose. This should be enough. Next, mana ripples spread out from Angor's body. Fox Master's heart skipped a beat when he saw the haze. Something was wrong. But soon, he realized that he could vaguely see through the fog and see the scene inside. Only then did he relax a little. Fox Master could not see clearly, but he could tell that the fight between Angor and Blood-Eyed Vixen was intense. Even when he sensed through the telepathic bond with his summoned beast, he could only sense that the blood-eyed fox demon was in the middle of a battle and had no time to respond. I didn't expect this Baron Milk to be so good at close-range combat. I didn't expect him to be able to hold his own against the blood fox for so long. Fox Master frowned. But that's all Baron Milk can do. Once I use my spells and Blood Vixen, you're dead meat. With that in mind, Fox Master began his performance. All kinds of dirty cantrips were thrown at Baron Milk's shadow. In the spectator stands, the spectators didn't know what was going on from afar. They were too far away from the battlefield and couldn't even see the shadows in the fog. There was also a protective magic array around the ring that prevented their spiritual feelers from entering. As low-grade apprentices, all they could do was watch. Baroque was the only one who could see what was going on in the ring. But he still couldn't figure it out. Baroque thought Angor had something else up his sleeves when he used the fog, but Angor's next move left him speechless. Angor used a basic illusion to create an illusion of a fight. It was an illusion of Angor fighting against the blood-eyed fox demon. The combination of basic illusions and fog was a common trick. But what was the point of creating such an illusion? Of course, Fox Master didn't see through the illusion. He kept attacking Baron Milk's illusion with long-range cantrips. Little did he know that he was actually attacking his own summoned beast, the blood-eyed vixen. Baroque thought to himself. Is Angor trying to exhaust Fox Master's mana? But he could use his alchemy weapon to win for sure. There was no need to waste so much effort. Young people these days are getting more and more difficult to understand. Baroque sighed. Why was Angor wasting so much effort? He was just trying to find a reason to kill Fox Master. Human nature was the most difficult thing to understand. Bad people had their good points, and good people had their dark sides. Angor didn't want to waste his time trying to figure out Fox Master's personality. He didn't care if Fox Master was good or bad. He only wanted to know one thing: did Fox Master really want to kill him? Once Angor was sure that Fox Master wanted to kill him, he wouldn't let him live, no matter how good or bad Fox Master was. With the help of Fox Master's long-range help, Angor slowly found himself in a disadvantageous position. Fox Master grew more excited when he saw Baron Milk's miserable state in the haze. Instead of probing slowly, Fox Master began to attack Baron Milk's vitals with more vicious cantrips. Baron Milk screamed in pain. You! Damn you! I surrender, surrender? Don't even think about it. Fox Master threw another spell at Baron Milk. Together with the help of the blood-eyed fox demon, Baron Milk was knocked to the ground. From Fox Master's point of view, Baron Milk's arms were broken, and he could no longer throw out his profile card. Seeing that Baron Milk's arms and legs were broken, Fox Master slowly approached him in a relaxed manner. Why do you want to kill me? I already surrendered. Baron Milk's voice reached Fox Master's ears slowly. Fox Master was so excited that he didn't notice that Baron Milk wasn't panting at all. It was cold and clear. Fox Master humphed. You know the answer to that, don't you? Think about what you've done. What I've done? What do you mean? Angor narrowed his eyes. Don't try to deny it. It's you, isn't it? You killed Pudong. At this moment, Fox Master finally stopped pretending to be an indifferent master. A hint of hatred appeared in his eyes. So you know about it. Angor sighed. As Dave said, Fox Master not only knew that Angor killed Pudong, but also wanted to kill him. Heh. Even if I don't kill you, Bronco will. So, why don't you just die in the arena? That's more honorable, isn't it? You should be thanking me. Angor already knew from Dave that Bronco was working for Red Butterfly. However, Bronco wasn't in Brood Cavern right now, so Angor didn't have to worry about his revenge. Angor looked at Fox Master's undisguised hostility. If that's the case, then, goodbye. Inside the dust, Angor looked at the dead blood-eyed vixen and Fox Master who was slowly approaching him. He sighed again and released a small golden arrow with shining runes on it from his sleeve. Fox Master had already stepped into the illusion and didn't notice the danger at all. Fox Master didn't panic until the golden arrow that was engraved with sharpness runes sank into his throat, but it was already too late. Fox Master looked at the disappearing illusion and pointed at Baron Milk. Ugh, but in the end, he collapsed on the ground with regret and despair. Baroque watched the whole thing. He finally understood why Angor put on such a show after listening to the conversation between Fox Master and Angor. Probably. Angor wanted to find a good reason to kill someone. Baroque knew what Angor was thinking, but he still couldn't help but feel, too pretentious, if you want to kill someone, just do it. But you still killed him in the end. Not straightforward at all, Sunders was known for his decisiveness in killing. Now he had a student like this? What a joke, Baroque didn't want to watch anymore. He picked up the refreshing summer book and left the audience seat with a wretched look. When the dust disappeared, the dead bodies of Fox Master and the blood-eyed vixen were left on the ground. The audience was still in a daze. A second ago, Fox Master had been casting spells gracefully and even seemed to be confident of his victory. How did he die in the next second? Even his summoned beast was dead. There was no crater on the ground like the one that appeared when Selena fought yesterday. So, how did Baron Milk kill Fox Master? Many people were wondering how Baron Milk did it. But even more people were saddened by Fox Master's death. Most of the audience seats were female apprentices. Almost all of them were Fox Master's admirers. Fox Master's death was completely unexpected. Baron Milk never killed anyone in Sky Tower. He never killed anyone who tried to provoke him. They never thought that their idol would die today. Due to Fox Master's death, the audience was drowned in a sea of sorrow. Angor could feel the sadness from the audience even though he was standing on the stage. Glancing around the audience, he was not surprised to receive countless angry glares and supercilious glares. Angor suddenly wondered if he made a mistake by listening to Dave and killing Fox Master. He killed Fox Master because of Canine Master. If Fox Master died, more of his loyal fans would come to kill him. 1 after 2, 2 after 4. Wouldn't that just increase the number of people he killed? Am I also going to walk on the path of going against the entire world? Angor silently wiped away the sweat from his forehead. Under the boos of the audience, he put on a cold and arrogant posture and stepped down from the stage. He walked all the way backstage. This time, no one came up to stop him. This was one of the benefits he could see after starting a massacre. Angor didn't want to kill Fox Master at first. But he didn't feel too guilty after killing Fox Master. Just like when he killed Red Butterfly and Canine Master last time. He didn't want to kill, but he didn't care too much about it either. As the ancient sages from Earth said, those who killed would be killed by others. Especially in the wizarding world, where there were no laws, death was not the end. It might just be the beginning. Angor was not a saint who loved the world. In such a cruel world, the only thing he could do was to abide by his own moral bottom line. He would appreciate the beauty of human nature, but he would not reject the evil. Walk alone, perfect myself. Fox Master said, I got myself a lunchbox. Originally, he wanted to grow into a villain boss, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Apart from Fox Master's fight, there was another match waiting for him in the morning. It was Parasite Queen. Yesterday, he didn't know anything about Parasite Queen other than the fact that she was Davy's goddess. He learned more about Parasite Queen from Davy when the latter came to him in the morning. Parasite Queen. Her name was unknown, but she was incredibly strong. She was only a level 2 apprentice, but she had defeated level 3 apprentices several times. She was currently the number 1 on the ranking list of level 13. With a total of 197 points, she easily defeated the second place. Dave did not know much about Parasite Queen's fighting style. Parasite Queen always won her matches in strange ways. Her opponents would either surrender voluntarily, or they would be knocked down by Parasite Queen's palm strike. Dave guessed that it was because Parasite Queen was too beautiful that the contestants were addicted to her beauty. They would rather surrender than hurt Parasite Queen. This theory was widely spread. But was it true? Angor did not know, but he still did not believe that wizards could be seduced by beauty. Unless, this Parasite Queen was a succubus from the abyss. Maybe Parasite Queen had transplanted the blood of succubus into her body, but that was not impossible. Guessing was pointless. He could only find out after the match. If Parasite Queen really had the power of a succubus, Angor needed to prepare himself. With that in mind, Angor whispered to Toby, if I lose focus in the next match, don't wait for my order. Take care of the opponent yourself. Angor did not believe that Toby, who had a different view of the world, would be seduced by a beautiful human. His match against Parasite Queen was in the 4th match. There were 3 arenas on level 13, and the matches were starting at the same time. Angor's match against Fox Master was already over, and so were the matches in the other 2 arenas. Angor estimated that the organizers would clean up the arenas in half an hour, and then his match against Parasite Queen would begin. Angor was looking forward to the match. The champion of the 3 levels of death. Basically, she was the leader of all low-level apprentices. Angor also wanted to know how big the gap was between him and the nobles among the elites. The match did not take long. As Angor expected, he returned to the arena in less than half an hour. As soon as he stepped out of the contestants' passage, Angor could feel the great atmosphere. The atmosphere was so lively that it was far better than any of Angor's previous matches. He looked around and even saw some level 3 apprentices in the audience. There were also some super elite contestants who came down from the 14th and 15th floors to watch the competition. Unlike Fox Master's match, there were both men and women in the audience, and they were all looking at the other side of the tunnel. When a figure in a white magus robe gracefully walked out of the contestants' passageway, the atmosphere of the entire venue was like oil that had been ignited, raging and burning. The audience, regardless of gender or age, were all madly expressing their love for the white-robed figure at this moment. Some apprentices even threw roses at Parasite Queen, even at the risk of violating the Sky Tower's rules. However, Parasite Queen did not even look at the roses on the ground. She stomped on the rose petals with her high-heeled boots. He was too far away to see Parasite Queen's face. When the match began, Angor finally saw Parasite Queen's face for the first time. Angor had seen many beautiful women before. Aline's cute, Flora seductive, Nausicaa's sexy, Abel's delicate. These women were all beautiful in the eyes of others, or even the most beautiful ones. However, compared to Parasite Queen, they were still a little bit inferior. Parasite Queen's appearance really suited the atmosphere of the venue. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and she could drive people crazy. Her beauty was indescribable with words. Even Angor, a young boy who had not learned anything about women yet, felt a little shy in front of such stunning beauty. Now he knew why Dave was so crazy about Parasite Queen. Angor's eyes were filled with admiration. It was true that beautiful things could be pleasing to the eyes. However, Angor did not think she was beautiful enough to make people admit defeat. So, there must be something else behind Parasite Queen's victory. Your barren milk? Parasite Queen's voice was clear and pleasant. She sounded a little disappointed. Angor did not say anything. He was still wondering about Parasite Queen's tone. Did she know his name from somewhere? What? You still don't want to show your face to my beauty? Is it because you're ashamed of yourself? Parasite Queen's tone was full of narcissism and sarcasm. Only a bug who lives in a dark ditch would hide behind a mask and be too ashamed to show its face. Parasite Queen's voice carried a strange emotion. So, are you a bug? It was normal for people to talk trash in the middle of a match. However, Angor was still puzzled. Why did so many people like someone who was both narcissistic and sharp-tongued? Was everyone a masochist? Bug, why don't you stay in the ditch? That's where you belong. Angor frowned even though he had a good temper. He had been cursed as a bedbug all the time. Baron Milk's deep and cold voice came again. One of your admirers asked me to make sure you don't lose too badly. But I don't think it's necessary anymore. Parasite Queen snickered. My esteemed master asked me to fight you, and my savior asked me to spare your life. I thought you were someone strong, but you're just a bug. I won't disappoint my savior, so I'll spare your life. But don't think you can walk out of the arena with all your limbs intact. It was the first time Angor saw someone being so aggressive in a match. He did not know who the master and savior Parasite Queen mentioned were, but he believed it was one of the reasons why Parasite Queen was being so aggressive. The match began. Angor was about to make his move when he suddenly froze in place. To the audience, Angor looked like an admirer who was stunned by Parasite Queen's beauty and could not help himself. Parasite Queen slowly approached Angor. When she reached Angor, she took out a dagger and raised it high. Angor's eyes were blank. He did not move at all. Parasite Queen's dagger was about to land on him. But at that moment, Toby attacked. It flew up from Angor's shoulder and swooped down to meet Parasite Queen's shoulder with its own gravity. A huge explosion, accompanied by blood and dust, caused the entire scene to fall silent for a moment. Toby's attack was like a giant iron block falling from a height of hundreds of meters. The force was far beyond what a level 2 apprentice could handle. Toby was ready to attack at any moment. Before the audience could see what happened, Toby had returned to Angor's shoulder. What? What just happened? Did Selena lose again? Oh no. My goddess. She'll be fine, right? If she's hurt, even a scratch, I'll fight Baron Milk to the death. She'll be fine. Parasite Queen is number 1. There's no way a beginner apprentice can beat the number 1. Only 2 level 3 apprentices in the audience could see what was going on. One of them was Prom, and the other was Prom's friend. They couldn't really see it. They only saw a shadow appearing and disappearing in an instant. But that was enough for them. This sudden explosion and dust was actually caused by that insignificant little bird? Prom had seen Toby's speed before. Now that he saw Toby's explosive power again, he couldn't help but compare the two. As a level 3 apprentice, he could vaguely see Toby's movements. However, there was no way he could dodge Toby's attack. Therefore, if he were to fight with Toby, he would probably lose in a single blow. Ugh. If I knew Dave's little friend had such a powerful pet, I wouldn't have asked for Parasite Queen's mercy. Prom shook his head and sighed in his mind. When the dust settled, everyone in the audience was looking forward to seeing if their goddess was injured. They were afraid that Selena's defeat would happen again. But the more they feared, the more likely it was to happen. When they could see clearly again, they saw what was happening on the stage. There was a bloody hole on Parasite Queen's shoulder. From her shoulder blade to her collarbone, everything was shattered into pieces. Parasite Queen. My goddess. She really did what she did yesterday. Damn it. Why didn't Selena tell us what caused her defeat? If she did, maybe Parasite Queen would have a plan. This Baron Milk must die. How dare he hurt Parasite Queen? Baron Milk must die. The audience went from mournful cries to condemning Baron Milk in the blink of an eye. It looked like Parasite Queen was going to lose. But what confused the audience was that Parasite Queen was still unconscious. The match should be over. But nothing happened on the stage. Does Parasite Queen have to admit defeat? The organizers are not humane at all. Baron Milk was bewitched by Parasite Queen from the beginning. He should be the one who lost. If Baron Milk is really bewitched, why is Parasite Queen so badly injured? The audience was not dumb. They saw Baron Milk still standing there, staring blankly. On the other hand, Parasite Queen was unconscious. Clearly, something was protecting Baron Milk. Perhaps it was an alchemy item that automatically protected its master. Maybe it was a pet hiding in the dark. Or maybe it was the bird on Baron Milk's shoulder. But what was it that was protecting Baron Milk? It was not clear yet. But the bird on his shoulder was the most likely. Especially when the bird was still acting all high and mighty. It was asking for a beating. After another minute, the staff outside the arena were confused. Why hadn't the big screen announced the end of the competition? According to the rules of Sky Tower, Baron Milk should have been declared the winner by now, right? A staff member came to Baroque and asked him what he should do. Baroque smiled. The match is over? Of course not. We can't see the battle. Maybe it's still very intense. Melantha showed up beside Baroque without anyone noticing. After Melantha asked the staff to leave, her expression suddenly became serious. She asked in a questioning tone, "What's wrong? Mr. Baroque, can you tell me why Bowie gave up on using her main body?" No one knew Parasite Queen's real name, but Melantha did. Parasite Queen Bowie was an elementalist who specialized in wood element, parasitism. By using her parasite, Bowie could learn everything about another person. She could even replace the original owner. Melantha also knew more than that. For example, Bowie seemed to have joined Brute Cavern, but she was actually a spy planted by Floating Mech City. Wizard organizations were never friendly to each other. Some were close, while others were distant. However, no matter how close two adept organizations were, it was very likely that there were spies in each other's midst. Floating Mech City and Brute Cavern were not allies, but they were close partners. Even so, Melantha knew about several spies sent by Floating Mech City in Brute Cavern. Bowie was the weakest one among them. Since Melantha knew Bowie's true identity, she paid a lot of attention to her. In normal matches, Bowie would use her main body to infect her opponent. After winning the match, the spore would not stay in the opponent's body for long, usually from a few days to a few months. However, if Bowie used her main body, she would be in big trouble. When Bowie used her main body, it meant that she wanted to switch to a new host. As long as Bowie did not change her host, her main body would never disappear from the host's body. Now, Bowie used her main body to infect Angor. Clearly, she wanted to use Angor's body as her new host. Once the infection was complete, Bowie could control or even replace Angor with a single thought. Baroque chuckled at Melantha's question. How should I know? Maybe she's tired of her host and wants to switch to a man's body. Melantha was expressionless, but a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Do you think I'll believe that? Why not? Maybe Bowie just wants to experience a man's body. Baroque was still smiling, but there was a cold glint in his eyes. My lord, it is Bowie's freedom to infect whomever she wishes. But please consider Angor's identity before doing so. Melantha growled. She did not want to know what would happen if she took over Sunder's student's body. It was strange that Sunders accepted Angor as a student. Melantha believed there must be something fishy going on between the two of them since they were polar opposites of each other. Melantha only came to Sky Tower to relax and search for the path of truth. She did not want to know what was going on. After all, the wrath of a rank 2 magus was not something she could handle. Even Floating Mech City would have to consider giving in to a level 2 wizard who had become a truth finder. Sunders was known as the god of slaughter in the southern wizarding region. Baroque looked at Melantha and comforted her with a smile. Don't worry. It's a fight between juniors. The elders won't interfere. Baroque said it casually, but Melantha knew that there was a struggle between the two of them. This could very well affect the mutual trust between the two adept organizations. Mr. Baroque, can you tell me what you want? Melinda tried her best to hold back her anger. What do you mean? I don't mean anything. I didn't ask Bowie to use her main body to infect Angor, Baroque explained. When he saw Melinda's expression twitching, he shrugged. I just accidentally told her Angor's identity. Accidentally? Melinda rolled her eyes. Bowie was a spy. No one actually asked her to deliver any information. She was just a backup plan. However, Bowie was a stubborn girl. It was Floating Mech City who pulled her out of despair. She wanted to repay her organization, so she came to Brute Cavern as a spy. After all these years, she finally found a core member of Brute Cavern. How could she let go of this chance? Her infestation is too obvious. She can't hide it from that Mr. Melinda explained. It doesn't matter. You should know how heartless Sanders is, Baroque said. Melinda knew what he was trying to say. Apart from Angor, Sanders had two other students. One of them was in another plane, and the other was Flora, who had inherited Sanders' fierceness and had a lot of exposure. However, Sanders never helped Flora when she was on the brink of death and begged him for help. Sanders was known for his cold-heartedness as well as his decisiveness. Then let's hope Angor doesn't mean anything to Sanders, Melinda said in a self-deprecating tone. Baroque chuckled. Not necessarily. Maybe Bowie's infestation failed. Is that so? Melinda knew Baroque did not believe Bowie would fail. How could a level 2 apprentice fail to infestation the body of a beginner apprentice? No one would believe that. When Baron Milk returned to the arena, he was greeted by the angry roars of the audience. They were all against him. Even David, who was sitting in a corner, was frowning. He looked at Parasite Queen, who was bleeding profusely on the floor. Parasite Queen was dying. What the hell is Angor doing? Didn't I tell him to be gentle? Dave complained in his mind. Suddenly, someone in the audience yelled, Look! Look! Baron Milk is down. As expected, Baron Milk, who was in the center of the arena, was lying on the ground. It seemed he could not move at all. What's going on? How come even he has fallen? Voices of discussion came from all directions. Organizers, come out and say something. What's going on? Both contestants are down. Who's the winner? Why isn't the match over yet? Did we pay for the tickets just to watch a dead body on the ground? Some young men who were attracted by Parasite Queen also joined in. Yeah. Organizers, announce the result. It doesn't matter if our goddess loses. She's going to die if she keeps bleeding. However, no matter how much the audience yelled, the workers standing beside the arena did not move. They were informed by their superiors that the match was not over yet, so they would not announce the result. Such indifference annoyed the audience even more. They began to curse the organizers of Sky Tower again. Of course, most of them were cursing the main culprit, Baron Milk. Only a few people in the audience were worried about Baron Milk. However, in one of the VIP seats, a hooded man was glaring at Parasite Queen's bleeding body with a vicious look. Keep bleeding. Hurry up. Bleed all the blood out of you. You hurt my treasure. I'll make you wish you were dead. When you die, I'll throw your soul into the furnace so you'll never see the light of day again. Toby flapped his wings and circled around Angor worriedly. What's going on? I already defeated that stinky woman. Why isn't my young master awake yet? Toby sneaked under Angor's hood and pecked Angor's face with his sharp beak. Grr, grr, grr. However, Angor's eyes remained closed and he did not respond. Just like a corpse. For the first time since its birth, Toby felt a sense of fear. Toby might bicker with Angor all the time, but he knew how much Toby enjoyed spending time with Angor. Toby did not cause the current situation. But Toby blamed himself for being too weak. Otherwise, Angor would not have gotten hurt. Toby never really thought about whether he was strong or weak. Since he was born, he did not have any natural enemies, and no one wanted to kill him. Therefore, when it came to increasing its strength, it had an attitude of strong or weak. But at this moment, Toby desperately wanted to become stronger so that he could protect the people he wanted to protect. Angor had no idea about the audience's discussion, Dave's complaint, the attention of a certain pervert, and Toby's change of mind. Just as Baroque had said, he was still on the battlefield. However, it wasn't a battlefield in the real world. It was a battlefield that he had never imagined. A battlefield where his body and soul were fighting. The cause of all this was the moment when the match began. When the countdown on the screen ended, Angor quickly moved to cast a defensive spell on himself. But at that moment, he vaguely saw a shadow made of green particles appearing in his vision. It did not appear in front of his eyes. Instead, it was projected into his imaging system. The shadow appeared to be a woman. Before he could figure out what was going on, he suddenly lost control of his body and fell into a strange environment. It was like he was in his mind space. Everything was dark and chaotic, but he did not have the axis of the universe or his spirit model. He could not feel his body at all. It was as if he had turned into a mere thought. At this moment, in the dark space of his mind, a green light suddenly appeared. Long and flat green plants appeared in front of his eyes, and finally surrounded and intersected, arching out a green bud like a flower bud. As soon as the bud appeared, it began to blossom in a dazzling manner. When the bud fully opened, it turned into layers of green flowers that looked like roses. In the center of the flowers, a woman with a graceful figure slowly rose. The scene in front of him was like a fairy in a fairy tale who was slowly waking up. However, when the woman in the flower revealed her true face, all the beautiful fantasies disappeared like popped bubbles. Looking at the woman in the flower, Angor suddenly thought of a saying, "Beautiful women are not necessarily elves. They can be rakshasas as well." The woman in the stamen was like a rakshasa, or even uglier than a rakshasa. Half of her face was covered in lumps, and there seemed to be some slender worms crawling out from under the skin and into the lumps on the other side. She had no eye sockets, and her eyeballs were connected by a few wriggling white fascia. The other half of her face looked fine, but there were still various scratches on it. The petals slowly opened, revealing the woman's entire body. When the petals fully opened, countless tiny green light spots spread out along with the movement of the flower stamen into the dark and chaotic space. As the green pollen spread, Angor suddenly felt something telling him that something was wrong. The war had begun. War. Before Angor could understand what it meant, he felt his consciousness leaving the dark and chaotic space. It was as if he had left his body. His vision appeared in another dimension. He felt like he was still in the arena, but also in another dimension. He could see the expressions of the audience, but all of them were frozen. It was as if time had stopped. At the same time, he also saw himself lying on the ground, as well as the green spots of light that appeared in his blood. It was as if his soul had left his body and traveled to another timeline. However, he could still feel everything clearly. He could even see his own body. He didn't care why he was in this state. He focused all of his attention on his body. His blood vessels, organs, and blood were all covered by the green light spots. They were like evil tyrants who took over everything. His instinct told him that the green light spots in his body were the pollen released by the flower, and he knew what the pollen was trying to do. They were trying to take control of his body. What the hell was going on? Why did the green shadow, the green flower, and the ugly woman suddenly appear in his body and try to take over his body? After putting everything together, he looked at Parasite Queen, who was lying on the other side. "Is that you, Parasite Queen?" He couldn't speak, but he could still send out his consciousness ripples. He didn't expect to receive an answer, but he did receive a message in his mind. "It's mine, it's mine. Ha 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 ha, it's all mine. This body is mine." It was an involuntary ripple, which did not seem to be answering Angor's question. Angor sensed the emotion and understood what it meant. This was not a coincidence. Back in the nightmare realm, he already sensed the emotions of glutton flowers. He had even communicated with the glutton flower king through emotions. "Parasite Queen?" Angor tried to release more of his emotions. "Ha ha ha. Mr. Baroque said he's Sunder's student? Great. I must occupy this body. Ha 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 ha, it's almost done. It's all mine." Once again, he sensed the crazy emotions. This time Angor confirmed that he could sense Parasite Queen's emotions, but Parasite Queen couldn't sense them. Angor managed to get some information from the crazed emotion. Baroque. He remembered this person. The old man with a ponytail in the lottery area on level 13, who was suspected to be one of the higher-ups in Sky Tower. So, Parasite Queen was encouraged by Baroque to take over his body and replace it. Then, the identity of this person was obvious. There was no other possibility except for one person. Angor entered the pool, and the only contestant he was assigned to was Parasite Queen. Who was Baroque? Why did Parasite Queen want to replace him? What was their goal? Angor had a feeling that this was a conspiracy against Sunders, and he was just a cannon fodder. He didn't know what the answer was, but he didn't have time to think about it. But now was not the time to think about that. He needed to think about how to regain control of his body and how to expel Parasite Queen from his body. The green pollen had already moved to his lower body through the basin. Soon, it was all over his body. Once the pollen took over every inch of his body, he would lose the physical battle. Angor tried to take control of his body. However, he was in a strange state. It was as if he was in a different world from his body. He couldn't move it no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't even feel his body. Such a weak body. He is almost the same as a mortal, or even worse than a mortal. Another emotion came. Angor felt his blood vessels throbbing in his forehead, if he had one. Watching the green pollen accumulating on his body layer by layer, he was extremely anxious. However, it was a fact that he could not control his body, so he could only curse in his mind. However, no one, not even wizards, could hear his voice. Damn it! Damn it! My veins are damaged, and there's too much poison in my body. Damn it! Why did Sunders take in such a student? Parasite Queen's emotions were transmitted to Angor's mind. However, he wasn't even in the mood to curse. Could it be that his talent is very good? Don't worry, it's all mine. I'll find out when I take over his soul. As long as one was a human, their emotions would spread out almost all the time. Parasite Queen didn't say anything, but Angor could still sense her emotions. Judging from her tone, Parasite Queen didn't just want to take over his body. She wanted to take over his soul as well. Angor's body was completely destroyed. There was nothing he could do. His body was filled with green pollen. Other than his brain, the rest of his body had collapsed. Angor couldn't interfere with reality in his current state. He could only watch as Parasite Queen took over his body. Endless hatred rose in his heart. His hatred was building up layer by layer. Before he knew it, Angor's mind was no longer calm. Instead, he became more agitated. In this agitation, Angor noticed something strange. At first, Angor didn't feel it at all. However, as his hatred and irritation increased, something began to rise from an unknown source. What was this? It was steady and majestic, and it was wrapped in a thick layer of gray mist. Angor felt something familiar about it, but he couldn't remember where he felt it before. While Angor was distracted by the strange energy, Parasite Queen's emotions came again. Your body is mine. Ha 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 ha. Your soul is mine too. Mine. Your soul will be mine. Angor realized that he was done for. I'm done for. The battle for the body ended in failure. It also meant that the soul battlefield was about to open. Where? Where is it? I found it. Parasite Queen suddenly became excited. In the next second, he saw countless green pollen floating around him. That's right. It was right next to him. Ha 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 ha. I found it. I'll take your soul. Parasite Queen's emotions came from behind the green pollen. Angor looked behind the pollen and saw the ugly woman sitting on the same green flower as before. So this ugly woman was Parasite Queen's real body? Angor wondered. The two women looked completely different, but Angor felt that he knew the truth. If Parasite Queen could take over someone's body by force, who knew if the beautiful woman outside was also Parasite Queen's target? What a beautiful soul. Too bad I can't control souls. Don't worry. I just need to get your memories and take over your mind space. As for your soul, I'll let it fall into oblivion forever. Under Parasite Queen's control, the green pollen rushed toward Angor's consciousness. Angor finally understood what was going on. So he wasn't just a wisp of consciousness now. He had returned to his soul form. No wonder he could sense other people's emotions. Back in the nightmare realm, he could sense the emotions of the glutton flowers because he was a soul. Angor couldn't do anything when the pollen rushed toward him. His soul couldn't move. Or rather, he wasn't in the same state he was in when he went to the nightmare realm. His soul seemed to be fixed somewhere in his body, and he couldn't move at all. There was no way he could resist the pollen's corrosion. In this desperate situation, Angor decided to release the strange ripple he sensed from his soul. Large clumps of sticky gray mist began to spread out from within his soul. When the green pollen touched the gray mist, it couldn't go any further. It was as if it was bound. Did it work? Angor had no idea what the gray mist was. It actually stopped the pollen's corrosion. Damn it. What the hell is this? It's you, right? You're here, right? Barren Milk. Get out here. Give me your soul like a good boy, or I'll let you rot like a bug in the gutter. Parasite Queen also noticed the strange change and began to release her anger. But she also knew that she was inside someone else's body. She was in a special parasitic state, while Angor was just a soul. She couldn't talk to him. Angor didn't care about Parasite Queen's feelings. He hated her more than she hated him. He just wanted to save his soul at all costs. Even if he had to die in the end, he had to kill Parasite Queen before that happened. He was only a soul now, and he didn't know any soul spells. The gray mist was his only hope. Therefore, he decided to see if he could control the strange gray mist inside his soul. Out of instinct, he touched the mist with his soul again. The source of the gray mist was located deep inside Angor's soul, so the mist did not repel him. However, the thick, and overwhelming feeling of the mist made Angor a little uncomfortable. Angor tried to control the mist. However, no matter how many times he tried, the mist remained sluggish and sticky. He could not control it at all. The only thing Angor could do was to gather the mist or make it disperse. Parasite Queen's ugly face was still contorted. The tiny worms on her face were moving back and forth, which made Angor's hair stand on end. If her fans knew what Parasite Queen really looked like, they would all go crazy. Parasite Queen controlled the green pollen to surround Angor's soul. She could not sense Angor's emotions, but she could see Angor's soul. She could see that Angor was controlling the gray mist. He was not good at it yet, but the mist was growing bigger and bigger under Angor's control. God knew what would happen if Angor did not break through the mist's defense in time. More and more pollen began to attack his soul as if they were real. Angor kept releasing the gray mist outside his soul. He could not control the mist yet, but he could at least make it disperse and stop the green pollen. All the green pollen was frozen in place as soon as it touched the mist, as if it had lost all its vitality. The green pollen was actually the spores of a rare magic plant called green velvet, which Parasite Queen found by chance. Once infected by the green velvet spores, Parasite Queen would gain control over the infected creature, which was the same as a parasite. Unlike other parasites, the green velvet spores were enchanted. They could even infect souls in the depths of nothingness. This was why Parasite Queen was able to get through layers of defense and take over the body of an apprentice from Brute Cavern, which allowed her to enter the place. The spores were easy to defend against outside. A simple dust removal could easily disperse them. However, once the spores entered a person's body, it was not easy to stop them unless the person had defensive measures against the soul. Level 3 apprentices and above might have defensive measures against their souls. However, Angor was only a beginner apprentice. Parasite Queen did not expect him to have such measures. But now, something strange happened. Not only did Angor's soul have a defensive barrier, but it also perfectly resisted the spores. More importantly, Parasite Queen realized that the spores that were captured by the gray mist were no longer under her control. Or, she could sense the spores, but there was a heavy power that was suppressing her, and she did not dare to control them. What kind of defensive power is this? Damn it. Did Sunder set this up for the kid? He sensed Parasite Queen's emotions. Parasite Queen had the same question. He didn't know what the gray mist was either. Was this really Sunder's doing? He did not know what the mist was, but the strange energy coming from it gave him a familiar feeling. The familiar feeling had nothing to do with cinders. The gray mist kept spreading out of Parasite Queen's soul. It looked like there was enough of it, and it made her even more anxious. If the gray mist completely covered his soul, how would she be able to do it? He had to get rid of Angor's soul before the gray mist did. Parasite Queen made up her mind to attack first. Angor sensed Parasite Queen's emotions, but he did not know what to say either. His original plan was similar to Parasite Queen's. Since he could not control the gray mist, he would let it spread all over his body and focus on stopping the green pollen first. Therefore, he began to release more of the gray mist in a suicidal manner. The source of the gray mist was deep inside his soul, but Angor did not know how much of it there was. He would just stop if he did not have enough. But when the gray mist started to spread out, something happened. It was fine at first. The gray mist kept spreading out in an orderly manner while blocking the green pollen. It did not take long for him to notice that something was wrong. It was as if his body was being emptied. Angor tried to stop the flow, but it was too late. He could not control the flow of the gray mist anymore. The gray mist was still being released. At the same time, Angor felt extreme pain as if his soul was being sucked dry and squeezed again. Angor felt that he was really asking for trouble. He did not know his own soul, so he just messed around. Besides, if he messed around, he might not be killed by Parasite Queen. Instead, he might get himself killed. While Angor was on the verge of tears, Parasite Queen did not stay idle. She saw the gray mist coming out of Angor's soul and thought that Angor was going to use it to create an armor. Once the armor was completed, her robe would no longer be able to affect Angor's soul. So, Parasite Queen made her move. She crawled out from behind the spore and dashed toward Angor's soul while stepping on the green velvet. If she looked closer, she would notice that Angor's soul was getting weaker and weaker. Once Angor's soul was completely destroyed, she would win without a fight. However, it was a pity that she didn't know much about souls and had completely overlooked this point. When Parasite Queen came, Angor was so weak that he could not even sense her emotions. Since Angor's soul could not move, Parasite Queen was basically an immobile target. Parasite Queen only needed to be careful not to touch the gray mist. Parasite Queen avoided the mist and slowly moved to Angor's back. There was not much gray mist behind Angor's back, which was the best place to attack. To be safe, Parasite Queen decided not to use the slow spore attack this time. Instead, she used her soul to control the main body of the green velvet and stabbed it into Angor's soul. Parasite Queen was about to attack when she noticed a wound on Angor's soul's back. It was a small wound on his shoulder, which looked like a woman's fingernail. God is helping me. Parasite Queen was still looking for a place to invade. Even if Angor did not have the gray mist on his back, who knew if he had other defensive measures? Her eyes brightened up when she saw the wound. Since there was a wound here, she did not need to choose another place. She could just stab Angor's soul from here. With that in mind, Parasite Queen controlled a vine from the green velvet and stabbed it into the wound on Angor's soul. Outside, the magic array on the stage was still active, and the screen did not show the result of the fight. However, both Baron Milk and Parasite Queen had lost their ability to move. Baron Milk was lying on the ground in a strange posture, while Parasite Queen was lying in the big hole created by Toby's kick. The audience had been complaining for 5 minutes, but the organizer still did not come out to explain. It's not over yet? Angor's body is already filled with green velvet spores. Why isn't Bowie awake yet? Melinda looked at the stage with concern. She was a wizard, but the parasite did not only affect the body, but also the soul. She could barely see what was happening inside her body, but she couldn't sense what was happening inside her soul. Even Baroque could not sense the battle going on inside the soul. However, he was not worried that the infection would fail. Angor was a level 1 apprentice who relied on his alchemy weapon and familiar to reach the 3 levels of death in Sky Tower. Baroque was not worried, but Melinda had a bad feeling. Did something happen? Melinda did not agree with Bowie's idea at first, and she was worried about Sunder's revenge. However, what was done could not be undone. As a citizen of Floating Mech City, she hoped Bowie would succeed, even if she still had a good impression of Angor. However, this little bit of goodwill was not enough to make her change her personal stance. There were still people in the arena who could sense Angwar's soul. In a corner of the VIP seats, a hooded man suddenly frowned. What's going on? The treasure star's soul is getting weaker? Damn it, could it be that this stinky woman did something? No one can touch my treasure, that's my treasure star that I've already reserved. Only I can have him. The man suddenly stood up. The VIP seats were very close to the stage. He wanted to jump over the railing and rush to the stage to steal the treasure star's soul. However, halfway through his actions, he suddenly stopped. Huh? The treasure star's soul is getting stronger? The hooded man's eyes lit up. Good. That's it. My treasure, please continue to become stronger. I'm so excited when I think about conquering such a beautiful soul. The man's expression twisted in a strange way. Then, a strange, stifled laughter came out from under his hood. Everyone who heard the laughter felt cold sweat on their backs. On the other side of the stage, Dave also looked worried. He was complaining about Angwar hurting his goddess. However, when he saw Angwar lying on the ground without moving, he began to worry as well. Parasite Queen was only an unattainable dream. Angwar, on the other hand, was his biggest hope to achieve his goal in the future. He knew what was more important. Angwar's life was still unknown, and the organizers had yet to announce the result. How could he not be worried? Time passed, but nothing happened on the stage. Some spectators had already started throwing trash at the workers. Drink bottles, fruit peels, and snack bags were all thrown at them. They could not attack the stage because of the magic array, but the workers were not protected at all. Announce the result already. Can't you see how much blood our goddess is losing? If anything happens to Parasite Queen, you'll be the ones who killed her. The workers could not bear the pressure anymore. They kept reporting to their superiors, but they still received the same answer. The match will continue. When the crowd was about to explode, someone suddenly pointed at the stage and shouted, "Did you see that? Baron Milk's finger is moving." Following the first exclamation, the second and third exclamations followed one after another. Baron Milk's finger was moving. When everyone looked at the source of the voice, Baron Milk was already trying to push himself off the ground with his hand. Baron Milk is alive. Alive? Did you think he died? I wanted him dead. But this son of a bitch is still alive. Damn it. Great. I knew Angwar would be fine. Dave was glad to hear that. At this time, David didn't even realize that his attention was no longer on his goddess. Melantha also saw Angwar slowly pushing himself up with his hands and wobbling on the ground. Melantha heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like Bowie succeeded. Baroque also nodded, and the braid at the back of his head swayed up and down. Not bad. I didn't expect the mother's infection to be so successful this time. The combination of the soul and the body is very smooth. I haven't found any flaws yet. Melantha's eyes glowed. You didn't find anything wrong either, sir? Then did Sunders. Couldn't tell that Angwar's inner core had been replaced. Baroque neither nodded nor shook his head. I don't know. It doesn't matter if you can see it or not. I'm more interested in why Sunders accepted such a student. Let's ask Bowie later. She must have read Angwar's memories. Still calling her Bowie? Baroque chuckled. Melantha covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, I almost forgot. She's not Parasite Queen Bowie anymore. She's Baron Milk, Angwar. As they chatted, Angwar had already stood up unsteadily. His hands and legs were all trembling. He looked like someone who just went through rehabilitation and couldn't control his limbs properly. Seeing this situation, Baroque couldn't stop smiling. It was Bowie's first time possessing a man's body. It was normal for her limbs to be stiff. At this moment, thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on Baron Milk, who was swaying unsteadily. They were all wondering what he would do next. Suddenly, Baron Milk lifted his head slightly. This was something he would never do in any of his previous matches. Once he lifted his head, the hood couldn't completely cover his face. But now, it looked like his neck was stiff, and he couldn't control his movements. The light shone on Baron Milk's hood. Since he was tilting his head slightly, a shadow was cast on half of his face. Baron Milk's face was revealed. To be precise, only half of his face was exposed. only below his nose. The part above his nose was still covered by the shadow, and no one could see what was going on. However, the light in his eyes could not be concealed. Everyone could faintly see that pair of eyes filled with negative emotions. He had a clean chin, perfect lips, and a straight nose. It was a pair of eyes filled with hatred, pain, and viciousness. One had to admit that Baron Milk was a very handsome man, even with the lower half of his face and the pair of eyes that could not be seen clearly. I thought Baron Milk was ugly. That's why he covered his face. I didn't expect him to be so handsome, a female apprentice murmured. Looking at that beardless chin, the smoothness of his skin, and his figure, I can deduce that he's not a man at all. At most, he's an immature youth. How can you eat something like that? An old cow eating young grass. Someone beside the female apprentice mocked in a low voice. Who are you calling old? It's popular to raise children now, okay? It's so interesting to raise beautiful young men. Many of my sisters have raised beautiful mortal young men. This is a trend. Some people were paying attention to Baron Milk's appearance, while others were paying attention to his actions. But Dave was more concerned about Angor's emotions. What's going on? That's Angor. Why are those eyes filled with negative emotions? Dave thought to himself. In his mind, Angor was a gentle young man. He might be a little mischievous, but his eyes were always clear and bright. He had never seen such intense hatred before. Angor's posture was especially strange. His limbs were stiff and trembling, his head was slightly raised, revealing his chin, and those eyes were filled with viciousness. This was completely different from the Angor Dave remembered. While everyone was talking, Baron Milk suddenly lowered his head and covered his face with his hood again. Baron Milk lowered his head and seemed to be talking. Someone could hear him shouting, "Toby! Toby!" While everyone was still wondering what was going on, a dark shadow suddenly descended from the sky and smashed into Parasite Queen, who was still in the pit. Parasite Queen's beautiful face was crushed into a pile of bones under the kick of the black shadow. Her pale brain matter was splashing everywhere. Even Baron Milk's wizard robe was stained with some of the dirt. When the shadow slowed down, everyone finally saw that it was one of Baron Milk's birds who killed Parasite Queen. This sudden action stunned everyone present. Did the bird just kill Parasite Queen? And it was Parasite Queen. Suddenly, they realized that Baron Milk was probably telling the bird to kill Parasite Queen when he was talking with his head lowered. Baron Milk killed Parasite Queen. For a moment, the whole place was filled with angry voices. Judging from the bird's movement and speed, everyone now understood why Selena lost yesterday's match. With such a fast and powerful bird, no wonder a beginner apprentice dared to climb Sky Tower. It was not strange for someone to die in Sky Tower. However, if the victim was the goddess of the entire city, then it was a big deal. Countless curses and hateful glares were directed at Baron Milk. They did not know what happened, but they did not care who was right or wrong since the victim was the goddess of the entire city. Also, Baron Milk didn't hesitate to attack Parasite Queen even though she was unconscious. It was a deliberate attempt on her life. Baron Milk, who was standing in the middle of the stage, remained unmoved. He only chuckled. The moment he ordered Toby to kill Parasite Queen's former host, he unleashed all of his hatred toward Parasite Queen. Angor's eyes regained their clarity. He felt good even though everyone was cursing him. At least, he was still alive. Seeing Angor like this, Baroque's expression suddenly changed. Wait. Melanda looked at him in confusion. What is it, Baroque? Mr. Baroque? No, no, no. Baroque kept shaking his head. It shouldn't be like this. Bowie couldn't have killed her original host. It's filled with green velvet spawn. Besides, Bowie wouldn't have that kind of expression. Melanda's expression changed as well. She pointed at the person being cursed in the center of the arena with a trembling finger. You said he's Angor. It's not Bowie. Baroque couldn't believe it when he came to this conclusion. Even if Bowie read Angor's memories, it was impossible for her to match Angor's personality. And Angor's familiar would not listen to Bowie's words so easily. There was only one answer. The battle that no one could see. Bowie lost, and Angor survived. Baroque's eyes narrowed slightly. I really underestimated you. A beginner apprentice with a sole defense, and he can even fight back. Looks like Sunders put a lot of effort into this student. There's something fishy about Angwar's identity. Only Sunders left something in Angwar's soul. Bowie wouldn't have lost otherwise. Melanda did not look happy at all. If they were right, Angwar was much more important to Sunders than she thought. Heh. Now I'm even more curious. Why did Sunders take Angwar as his student? Why did he put so many layers of defense in Angwar's soul? Bowie's death did surprise Baroque, but he quickly calmed himself down. Even if Bowie was a spy sent by Floating Mech City, Baroque did not see any difference between Bowie and any other apprentice. At most, they were close friends. If Bowie succeeded, Baroque would be happy and plan his next step. If Bowie failed, Baroque would not mind. He only lost an insignificant spy. Baroque remained calm. Even if Angwar was suspicious about Bowie's attempt to steal his body, Baroque had nothing to do with it. Baroque did not believe that they could talk to each other in soul form. Even if they could, Baroque did not believe that Bowie would dare to call him by his name. Therefore, he had nothing to do with it. The competition was Parasite Queen's personal decision. It had nothing to do with Floating Mech City. What Baroque did not know was that Bowie could not tell Angwar the reason in soul form. But that did not mean Baroque could stay out of it. Even though he had cleanly removed himself from this matter, he did not take the initiative to ask Bowie to do anything. Bowie's action seemed to be her own decision. What he did not know was that Angwar's special soul allowed him to read information about Parasite Queen from her emotions. Since he set up a defense mechanism in his student's soul, maybe Sunders already knows what happened here. But we don't need to worry. Bowie's death has nothing to do with us, Baroque explained. Melanda did not look happy, but she also realized that Bowie's death was not a bad thing. At least Bowie's death would not expose more information about them. Yes, I understand. Bowie is just an ordinary fighter from Sky Tower, Melanda replied in a cold tone. However, Sunders did not leave anything in Angwar's soul. Both Melanda and Baroque's assumptions were wrong from the beginning. Sunders did not know about Angwar's current condition. Meanwhile, on Phantom Island, Sunders was still looking at the underground market. Huh? That's familiar. Sunders muttered in a low voice. His eyes narrowed, and he quickly vanished from sight. He returned to the arena. Angwar was trembling all over just by standing there. He somehow won the soul battle against Parasite Queen, but he lost the physical battle. Now that Parasite Queen's soul was gone, Angwar regained control of his body. However, the green velvet spores were still inside his body. It took all of his strength for him to be able to stand up now. His limbs felt heavy as if they were filled with mud. Every bone in his body was bound by some kind of tight ribbon, which made it hard for him to move. He could not move as slowly as he usually did. Previously, he had only wanted to move his neck, but his cervical vertebrae had automatically bent back and raised his head. He almost exposed his true face. For now, he could only keep his head down and wobble his way down the stage. Toby slowly put his hand on Angwar's shoulder with a worried look. However, as soon as Toby put his hand on Angwar's shoulder, Angwar suddenly knelt down on the ground on one knee, gasping for air. Toby's weight was light. Usually, Angwar would not feel any burden. But now, Angwar's whole body was stiff just trying to move. Even a little bit of extra weight was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Toby was not the only one who was shocked by Angwar's sudden fall. The audience on the stage was also dumbfounded. Why did they feel that Baron Milk was seriously injured? Parasite Queen hadn't even touched Baron Milk since the beginning of the match. Some people were already thinking about the strange champion match. It was strange that the champion's next match was not announced in advance. Baron Milk was stunned since the start of the match, while Parasite Queen was seriously injured by a kick. Of course, they now knew that it was Baron Milk's pet who did it. But Baron Milk's stupor was still very strange. He stayed there for a long time. What was even stranger was that the organizer did not announce the result of the match. They only told the audience that the match was still going on. Baron Milk fell down on the stage after a while, which was also strange. In the end, Baron Milk stood up as if he was severely injured. With a look of hatred, he ordered his familiar to kill Parasite Queen. What happened in between that made Baron Milk hate Parasite Queen so much? Everything was so strange. Baron Milk was kneeling on the ground again. Judging from the painful look and the heavy breathing, he was not acting. So he was really hurt? But when did he get hurt? Some of the more rational audience had stopped yelling at Baron Milk and started to think about something deeper. But not all of them were rational. Many people jumped down from the railings and ran to the edge of the stage, yelling that they wanted to kill Baron Milk. Especially when they saw the floor covered in Parasite Queen's blood and brain matter, they went crazy. For a moment, the entire edge of the arena was surrounded by people. If it weren't for the magic array that was set up in the ring, these crazy fans would have rushed up to the stage. Most of them were level 1 apprentices. If Baron Milk was in his best condition, they wouldn't be so arrogant. However, Baron Milk seemed to be severely injured. Now that there was someone leading the attack, even the weakest wizards in the wizarding world started to feel arrogant. Angor knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Blood was dripping from his mouth and nose, forming a puddle on the ground. Seeing Baron Milk in such a weak state, the low-level apprentices around the arena who were mesmerized by Baron Milk's madness roared in excitement. The audience was in a mess. Seeing the situation in the ring, Dave also left his seat and ran to the VIP seats anxiously. "Master Prome, what should we do now?" Baron Milk is in a lot of danger." "Yeah. That's a lot of people." Dave no longer cared about Parasite Queen's life. He saw Angor's terrible condition, and he wanted to help him. But he couldn't do it on his own, so he came to Prome for help. "Don't worry. Let's wait and see." Prome didn't answer Dave right away. He frowned and showed a thoughtful look. "This match is too strange. I don't think your little friend will kill Parasite Queen. Besides, I asked Parasite Queen not to hurt him too much before the match. For such a bizarre scene to occur under such circumstances, there might be some inside story that we don't know about. It's better not to get involved." Prome was a research-type apprentice, and he hated getting involved in trouble the most. He could help Angor, but he felt that something was wrong. Getting involved in this mess might bring him a lot of trouble, which was why he was hesitating. Dave noticed Prome's perfunctory attitude. He looked at Angor's painful posture and clenched his fists inside his sleeves. "I'm sorry. It's urgent. I might have to break my promise." After making up his mind, David turned to Master Prome with a solemn expression. "Master, didn't you say you're looking for an alchemist who knows enchantment?" Dave's words caught Prome's attention. "You're threatening me with this?" Prome questioned Dave with a grim look. "No." Dave looked at Prome's expression. His legs began to tremble due to the fear he had accumulated over the years. But he forced himself not to give up and told Prome the truth. There was no other alchemist. Those alchemy weapons were all made by him. Dave pointed at Angor on the stage. "He made them himself." "Do you know what you're talking about? Did he refine those enchanted golden arrows himself?" Prome was doubtful. Angor had only entered the supernatural realm for half a year. It was impossible for him to know Thaw, not to mention enchantment. "Yes. He agreed to help you, Master. But he said he wanted to meet you after reaching the top of Sky Tower. So, he asked me to keep it a secret for now. But I have to break my promise now. If you don't help him, those crazy fans will." Dave did not finish his sentence. They both knew what kind of consequences Angor would face when those crazy fans were triggered by the bandwagon effect. "You're telling the truth, aren't you? He really knows enchantment?" Dave nodded confidently. "Yes. I went to his alchemy lab myself." "There's no doubt about it." Prome saw no sign of lying on Dave's face. He gradually believed Dave's words. If Angor was really the alchemist, saving him now would earn him a favor. Prome quickly stood up and flew toward the arena. "Come on then. Let's go save him." Dave nodded with joy and followed Prome down the railing of the VIP stand. "Miss Melanda, the audience is rioting. Shall we announce the result?" A worker walked to Melanda. The magic array on the arena would disappear after the announcement. If the rioting audience rushed onto the stage and hurt the contestants, it would be against the rules of Sky Tower. This was why they did not announce the result after Parasite Queen's head exploded. Milanda remained silent. Let's not announce it yet. She was sad about Bowie's death, but since Angor was still alive, she had to follow the rules. No need. Just announce the result, Baroque suddenly spoke up. Milanda frowned. Mr. Baroque, this is against the rules of Sky Tower. Even if Angor is, we can't do this. Since there were workers around, Milanda's words were a little vague. Baroque chuckled. The rules of Sky Tower? I know about that. There is a rule that protects the contestants from being hunted down by their opponents after the result is announced. But this rule is for the contestants, not the audience. So it's not against the rules. Yes, but... Milanda glanced at the worker and used voice transmission to speak to Baroque. You and I both know Angor's condition. He won't be able to stop those rioters in his current condition. With that bird, he'll only suffer some physical pain. Baroque also used voice transmission. But, no buts. He did kill Bowie, but I don't hold any grudges against him. I only asked you to announce the result because I want to see if Sunders will show up, Baroque said to Milanda. If Sunders did not show up, they would know how important Angor was to Sunders. This would help them determine Angor's level. Milanda thought about it and agreed. She turned to the staff and said, just announce the results. The people who were shouting around the arena had already lost their minds. Some of them didn't want to seek justice for Parasite Queen anymore. They just wanted to vent their dissatisfaction. Let's work together. When the magic array disappears, we'll go and kill Baron Milk. How dare he hurt Parasite Queen? We'll chop him into pieces. Kill him. Kill him. Someone was deliberately trying to stir up the atmosphere. The crazy atmosphere gave them the illusion that they were at the bottom of the wizarding world. But as long as they worked together, they could also defeat an elite contestant who reached the 3 levels of death. As the atmosphere grew more and more heated, a line of words suddenly appeared on the big screen above the arena. The match is over. Baron Milk wins. Following the appearance of this row of words, the magic array surrounding the arena slowly disappeared. The magic array is gone. Let's go. Avenge Parasite Queen. We must kill Baron Milk. It was unknown who shouted, but the crowd around the battle ring charged towards the battle ring. Angor sensed the danger as well, but he could not move at all. The green pollen inside his body seemed to have lost its balance due to the absence of the main body. The pain was like waves being swept up by a hurricane. Each wave was stronger than the last. Angor was about to be drowned in it. Toby already knew what these people were up to. Therefore, when this group of people rushed onto the stage, it did not hesitate to attack. He could kick away wave after wave, but there were still too many people. Toby had to consider the other side. Without Angor's permission, Toby did not dare to go on a killing spree, so he could not do anything. At this moment, an excited apprentice showed up beside Angor and lifted his foot to stomp on Angor's head. Suddenly, a large amount of frost appeared on the ground. 09 Little Say Net, someone had used frost descent. The apprentices who tried to step on Angor were frozen by the spell and fell to the ground. This was not the same spell as the one used by Monarch of Eternal Frost. It covered the entire arena. The beginner apprentices were caught off guard and all fell to the ground. While everyone was falling to the ground, a gust of wind brought a large amount of ice shards into the arena. The whole arena was covered by the dancing ice shards, and all the apprentices' eyes were blocked. They couldn't see their surroundings at all. This is the Flying Frost spell? A level 3 cantrip, Flying Frost? A level 3 apprentice is attacking. A level 3 apprentice? Could it be? At this moment, a voice came from the back of the ring. David, go and save them. I'll stop this group of trash who only dares to fan the flames. It was Prom. He did not want to save Angor because he did not want to get involved in possible trouble. He was not afraid of these level 1 apprentices at all. Besides, unlike Toby, he could kill whenever he wanted. With his status, no one would dare to cause trouble for him. Okay. Dave put on his goggles and dashed into the Flying Frost. With the goggles protecting him from the spell, Davy soon found Angor's location. Are you okay? Dave almost called Angor's name, but he quickly stopped himself. There were too many people in the arena, and he did not want to expose Angor's real identity. Angor did not answer. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Dave moved closer and saw Angor's eyes closed. Sweat covered his forehead, and blood was oozing out of his mouth, ears, eyes, and nose. Damn it. What the hell happened? What did that woman do to you? Dave cursed Parasite Queen when he saw Angor's condition. He completely forgot that that woman was his goddess not long ago. Angor could not answer him in his current condition. Dave put Angor on his back with an angry look. He put Angor on his back and shouted at Toby, "Toby, let's go." Toby was no stranger to David. He was delighted to see David appear. He followed David's voice and rushed out. With Prom bringing up the rear, they soon broke out of the encirclement. They passed through the contestants' area and arrived at the cableway on the 13th floor. On one side of the arena's spectator stands. Baroque looked a little disappointed. A level 3 apprentice is willing to save Angor. Looks like we can't find out if Sunders showed up. Should we stop them? The cableway can only be used by contestants. The one with the goggles isn't a contestant. You can use that as an excuse to stop us, Milanda asked. Baroque shook his head. Forget it. Let them leave. They are all juniors. I can't be bothered to make things difficult for them. Due to the appearance of a level 3 apprentice, I can't tell how important Angor is to Sunders. What a shame. Let's set Angor's level as observable for now. We'll decide whether to raise it later. With the permission of the Sky Tower's higher-ups, the staff did not make things difficult for David. He was allowed to board the cableway. When the cableway moved, David sighed in relief. The cableway extended in all directions. They should be safe as long as they boarded it. Dave ran for a long distance while carrying Angor on his back. He only managed to catch his breath when they reached the cableway. Normally, he would envy other contestants who could ride cableways, but he did not feel anything at all when he was in the cableway. David slowly took off Angor's hood, revealing Angor's blood-stained face. What happened? David mumbled to himself. You didn't even touch Parasite Queen. How did you get hurt so badly? Also, why did you kill Parasite Queen in a fit of rage? What's going on? Angor was unconscious and could not answer David's question. David used cleanse to remove the blood on Angor's face. But soon, new blood oozed out. David's heart skipped a beat. If Angor kept bleeding like this, he would be in big trouble. The only healing cantrip he knew was to speed up the healing of external injuries. He tried it on Angor already, but it did not work. After leaving the cableway, David carried Angor to the alchemy shop. Prom soon came in from outside. Master, please take a look at Angor. His injuries are too strange. I just checked his body. There are almost no external wounds on his body, but blood keeps seeping out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. David's face was full of anxiety. Healing has no effect on him. Prom stepped into the underground warehouse of the shop and saw Angor lying on David's bed, almost naked. Angor's clothes and alchemy weapons were placed on the bedside table. The first thing Prom saw was the trigger crossbow and a strange golden item. He knew about the trigger crossbow, and he even tried to make a replica of it. However, he had never seen the golden item before. Still, he could tell that it was a powerful ranged weapon because he could sense the runes engraved on it. Prom's eyes lit up. He wanted to check it out. But after being urged by David, he remembered the important matter. He quickly cleared his throat and walked to Angor, pretending that he was not interested in the items. A moment later, Prom frowned with a strange expression on his face. Master, what's wrong with Angor? David quickly asked when he saw Prom's mana ripple stopped. Something's not right, Prom said after a moment of silence. What's wrong? Even you can't do anything about it? David sounded a little angry, but Prom did not blame him. Instead, he explained, healing spells did not work on him. I cast Dispel Deceit on him, and I found that his body is full of impurities. Impurities? Isn't it normal for people to have impurities in their bodies? Prom shook his head. It's not impurities like you think. It's a foreign, powdery substance. It's all over his body, including his blood vessels, organs, and bones. He's bleeding because of those impurities. Prom paused. I don't know what those impurities are, but it's not easy to get rid of them. Green powdery impurities? David frowned. Is it Parasite Queen's doing? It must be Parasite Queen. The impurities are not compatible with Angwar's organs, so they must have entered his body not long ago. But I'm curious. Why would Parasite Queen do this to Angwar? What's going on? Prom thought about the strange match today. He could not get rid of all the strange details like a cloud of fog. Parasite Queen is dead. We can only find out when Angwar wakes up. His anger when he woke up didn't seem fake. Even I sensed the hatred in his eyes. I don't think he would kill Parasite Queen for no reason. He must know something, David said. But that's not important right now. I just want to know, what should we do now? Prom considered for a moment. The green powder is stubborn. It won't flow out with the blood. How about this? I'll perform a simple surgery on him and take out some of the powder to study. We can only find out what it is. That's the only way. A moment later, Prom returned with a scalpel in his hand. After disinfecting Angwar's body, Prom was about to cut Angwar when someone showed up beside the bed. Who is it? David was startled by the sudden appearance of the figure. Prom thought it was the rioters. He did not hide his identity when he was in Sky Tower because he thought no one would dare to mess with him. Out of instinct, Prom threw the scalpel at the figure. The scalpel stopped when it was still some distance away from the figure. Prom looked at the floating scalpel in surprise. In the next second, the scalpel turned around at an even faster speed. It sliced through Prom's chubby earlobe and stabbed into the wall behind him. Prom was shocked to see that his mana barrier did not work. The scalpel left a deep cut on his earlobe. Blood was dripping down. From David's scream to Prom's throwing knife, everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was only when Prom's ears began to bleed that they realized the identity of the person who had come. Why you're Mr. Sunders? David stared at the handsome man in noble attire. He couldn't hide the shock on his face, and he even began to stutter when he spoke. Prom recognized the newcomer as well. He was still angry about the bleeding ear, but now he realized that Sunders was already being polite. It was a miracle that he only made Sunders bleed a little. Mr. Sunders. Prom bowed to Sunders with his trembling hands. I didn't know it was you, sir. Please forgive my rudeness. Sunders humped coldly. Prom was so scared that he knelt on the ground. David was still in a state of shock and didn't understand what was going on at the scene. Since you saved Angwar's life, I'll let it go this time, said Sunders coldly. Angwar? Both Prom and David looked up at the same time. Did Sunders have something to do with Angwar? With that, he waved a hand at Angwar who was lying on the bed. Angwar immediately disappeared. I'm taking Angwar with me. Sunders' figure blurred. He was about to leave. Wait, sir. Sunders paused. David pointed at the clothes and items on the bedside table. They're all Angwar's. Prom rolled his eyes in his mind. What an ungrateful bastard. Mr. Sunders didn't even take Angwar with him, so why are you bringing it up? Can't you just let me study it for a few days? Sunders waved his hand again, and the clothes on the bedside table disappeared together with Sunders' body. David and Prom remained in their bowing positions for 3 minutes. Until they were sure Sunders was gone. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. Both of them collapsed to the ground. In front of an official magus, my legs and stomach are trembling. Yeah. And he's a level 2 wizard, someone who can shake the entire southern wizarding region. Prom suddenly asked, what's the relationship between Angwar and Mr. Sunders? David shook his head. I don't know. Angwar never told me. Prom considered. I think I heard from a wizard that Mr. Sunders took in a new student last year. He paused and asked, do you know who Angwar's teacher is? David hesitated. I don't think I know. When Angwar was still a kid, John often took him to the woods outside Gru Town to play. Back then, Angwar did not know who John really was. He only knew that John knew about plants like the back of his hand, and he often taught Angwar all kinds of knowledge. There were many unknown plants in the forest. Angor followed John and listened as John named each flower and grass. One day, John took Angor to a lawn. The lawn was covered with white velvet flowers. When Angor got closer, he realized that it was a plant he had never seen before. Each plant was tall and full of green, but there were long white hairs hanging from the top like spider silk. The hairs gathered together into a ball, which looked like a rabbit's tail from afar. It was round and fluffy. They're dandelions. They're born to wait for the wind. When the wind comes, these hairs will travel to faraway places with the wind, John explained to young Angor. This happened about 10 years ago. Angor had forgotten the other details, but he did not forget that when he was little, he blew at a dandelion. The fine hairs carried the breath and drifted away. Then, a gust of wind came. The trees in the forest swayed, young Angor's hair messed up, and John's clothes fluttered. The wind came. Under this gust of wind, the dandelions were like old friends who had been waiting for a long time, dancing joyfully with the wind. The white hairs traveled to faraway places with the wind. Angor was shocked. It was the first time he saw dandelions sowing their seeds. It was like the first time he saw the starry sky. This is the cooperation between nature and nature, John said. Angor would never forget the scene of dandelions dancing in the sky that day. When he saw the green velvet floating in the wind, he couldn't help but recall the time when he saw dandelions as a child. Angor did not know where he was now. He was lying on the soft lawn, watching the green velvet dancing in the wind, and smelling the fresh fragrance of plants. He felt strangely peaceful. The green velvet was just like the dandelion seeds. When the wind blew, it danced. Large pieces of green velvet were floating in the air. Apart from dandelions, Angor could not remember anything else. He just watched the green velvet in the wind with a smile. In this moment of leisure, a giant green flower bud suddenly appeared in the sky. Angor looked at the flower bud curiously and wondered what it was. In the next second, all the green velvet on the lawn and the green velvet in the sky turned into tiny light spots and were absorbed by the flower bud. Lying on the bare ground and looking at the empty sky, Angor suddenly felt a sense of relief. At this time, the green flower bud in the sky slowly bloomed. Angor saw several images flashing in his mind. There were also green flower buds. The flower buds were also blooming, but there was a person standing inside the flower bud. Angor carefully looked at the images, trying to see who was inside the flower bud. Suddenly, the person inside the flower bud looked up at Angor with a strange smile. It was an ugly person with half of his face crawling with parasites. Seeing the disgusting face, Angor's back was covered in cold sweat. When Angor's memory ended, the flower bud in the sky slowly bloomed as well. Suddenly, Angor saw a person standing inside the flower bud, which overlapped with the scene in his memory. Seeing this, Angor quickly backed away. The person inside the flower bud slowly raised his head. No. No. Angor sat up abruptly. He panted heavily and opened his eyes wide. A ray of sunlight shone in from the window. Angor was blinded by the bright sunlight and raised a hand to block it. Angor finally realized that he was lying on a big bed. Huh? Was that a dream? Yeah, it was a dream. Parasite Queen wouldn't show up, right? Angor asked himself, but he did not know the answer. He did not know if Parasite Queen was really dead. Where am I? Angor shook his head to get rid of the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He put his hand on the bed and found that it was soft and warm. There was also the smell of fragrant wood. His own bed was completely hard. How could it be so soft and soft? Angor finally realized that he was in a strange place. Angor quickly looked down and saw that his shirt was gone. He was naked. He was wearing a pair of soft white trousers. They looked a bit too big for him. Angor looked at the luxurious bed, the luxurious room, and the large curtains. It was a strange place, but he felt familiar somehow. Why am I here? Where am I? Wasn't I in the arena of the Sky Tower? Wait. I asked Toby to kill Parasite Queen. What happened? Chaotic fans tried to kill me, David came to save me, and then I passed out. Angor recalled what happened before he fainted and became even more confused. He remembered that it was David who saved him. But this room did not look like David's style. Knock knock knock, Angor heard someone knocking on the door. Angor did not answer. He did not know what was going on yet, and he did not want to ask anyone to come in. The knocking lasted for a while. When Angor thought that the visitor had left, the door was suddenly pushed open. A man covered in a robe and wearing a strange mask walked in from outside. "Oh? Mr. Pat, you're awake? I thought you were still resting, so I came to give you a change of clothes." Angor finally realized that it was Butler Good. "Butler Good, you. Why am I here? Is this Phantom Island?" Angor looked at the decorations and recalled the familiar feeling. It was the same style as Sunder's mansion. Mr. Pat brought you here at noon 2 days ago. I think it was because you were injured, and Mr. Pat was treating your wounds." Good walked to the bedside and put the clothes on the cabinet. "Mr. Pat wore these when he was young. I don't know if they fit." "It wasn't David. It was my mentor who saved me? Did he remember wrongly?" Angor was confused. He looked at the clothes on the cabinet and recognized them as Sunder's style. A black gentleman's suit with a white lining and a wine-red bow tie. Butler Good, where's my wizard robe?" Angor was a little embarrassed to wear Sunder's clothes. Good paused and smiled. "Your wizard robe was a bit damaged, so Mr. Pat threw it away." Threw it away. Lost it." Angor felt like crying. It was a low-level alchemy item of purification. How could he just throw it away like that? "Your meal is ready. You can go to the dining hall if you want." Good saw Angor's expression and changed the topic. "Meal?" Angor's stomach was empty. He was hungry. But when he thought about the food he had here last time, he felt uncomfortable all over. Good put the clothes away and left the room. Before he left, he said, "Mr. Pat is in his study. You can go there after your meal." After Good left, Angor stayed on the soft bed for a long time before he went to wash up. When he was sure he did not smell or feel oily, he put on the black gentleman's suit Good prepared for him. He had gotten used to the lazy bedsheets in the last few months. Wearing such complicated clothes for the first time made him feel a little uncomfortable. Standing in front of the mirror, he once again looked like a noble young master in Pat Manor. However, compared to the serious look he put on back in Pat Manor, this time, he was wearing a gentleman's suit, which made him look more elegant and noble. The boy in the mirror had messy blonde hair, but it did not detract from his handsome face. Instead, it made him look more youthful. Angor put on his wine-red bow tie, tidied up his clothes, and posed in a handsome manner. After putting on his clothes, Angor noticed his belongings on the table. Information card of Sky Tower, bone card, the medicine he made himself, and the alien eye. Angor picked up the necklace and saw the alien eye embedded in it. There was nothing wrong with it. "According to Butler Good, Sunders treated my wounds and took off my clothes." "So, Sunders already saw the alien eye?" Angor felt a little nervous. The alien eye was an extraordinary object from another world. Did Sunders already notice something? Angor was worried at first. But when he thought about it, he remembered that he had been carrying the alien eye ever since he boarded the Cloud Whale. Sunders should have noticed his alien eye long ago. Since he left it here, Sunders should not mind, right? Angor did not want to scare himself. He would find out when he met Sunders. If Sunders noticed something wrong with the alien eye, he would ask Angor about it right away. Since Sunders did not say anything, it meant he did not mind. After putting away his belongings, Angor suddenly realized, where was his alchemy weapon, his trigger crossbow? And his secret weapon for reaching the top of Sky Tower, his pistol, was also gone. Angor was still trying to recall where his alchemy weapon went when he was eating in the restaurant. Did he lose it on his way here? Since he could not figure it out, he gave up. It was fine if he lost it. As long as he was still alive, he could always make another one. Then he remembered Butler Good saying that he had been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Damn it. He still had 3 matches left in the afternoon 2 days ago. If he did not show up, he would lose 12 points. He only won 4 matches in the 3 levels of death, and each one earned him 3 points. That was only 12 points. Now he was back to square one. He planned to reach the top as soon as possible. Now, not only did he lose his points, but he also wasted 2 days. Angor sighed. Fine. He could always make another alchemy weapon. He could always earn points again. As long as he was fine. After finishing his meal, he headed to Sunder's study. Angor pushed open the door to Sunder's study. Sunders was sitting in front of the desk, fiddling with something. Before Angor could express his surprise at how Sunders looked like a pair of father and son outfits, he saw the thing in Sunders' hand. It was the alchemy weapon Sunders had been talking about. It was a revolver with pure golden engravings. The revolver was Angor's secret weapon. Apart from the trigger crossbow and Toby, it was the last safety measure he had for climbing the tower. Not only was the revolver engraved with runes, but the 6 bullets in its magazine were also engraved with different runes. It was Angor's most deadly weapon. Since Sunders had the revolver, where was the trigger crossbow? Angor walked to the desk and saw a trigger crossbow on the side. You're here? Sunders did not look up. He kept playing with the revolver. He did not know what else to say, so he mumbled, I heard from Butler Good that if you didn't save me, I'm afraid I would have troubled you too much. Sunders glanced at Angor. I only helped you suppress Green Velvet. Someone else saved you. A worker in an alchemy shop. A worker in an alchemy shop. Angor quickly realized that Sunders was talking about Davy. It seemed that his memory wasn't wrong. It was indeed Dave who took him away from the arena. He also vaguely remembered that Prone was also involved in the rescue. Sunders suddenly picked up his revolver and asked, You're right, sir. The style of this alchemy weapon is very interesting. Which alchemy shop did you buy it from? Angor shook his head and blushed a little. It's called a revolver. I made it myself. Angor looked embarrassed, but inside, he felt proud. Last time at Sunders' mansion, he was waiting for Sunders to ask about the origin of the trigger crossbow so that he could show off. But Sunders did not ask in the end, which made him feel a little disappointed. Sunders raised an eyebrow and asked in a doubtful tone, You made this? Yes. Angor wagged his tail a little. Sunders looked at Angor from head to toe with a surprised expression. A moment later, he took out a piece of blood copper from his earring and tossed it to Angor. Smelt this demon falcon bronze. Demon falcon bronze was a type of blood bronze, which was much better than the earth fiend bronze Angor used. It seemed Sunders was suspecting Angor's lie. Angor was a little annoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He took the blood falcon bronze and used Fa right in front of Sunders. Most people used Fa spell carefully in case of uneven mana input. But Angor had the help of the axes of the universe, so he was already familiar with the spell. Smelting the demon falcon blood copper was a piece of cake. Sunders was surprised. He did not expect his young apprentice to be so talented in alchemy. This was a huge surprise. People with talent for alchemy were extremely rare talents in the adept world. Sunders once spent dozens of years studying alchemy, but he did not achieve much in the end. It was a pity for someone as talented as Sunders. Thaw was only a level 0 cantrip, but it was the threshold of alchemy. It was very difficult to control. Even for him, it was only until he became an official wizard that he could release mana in such a precise and stable manner. Angor had only been a wizard for half a year, and he already mastered Thaw perfectly. How could Sunders not be surprised? Angor planned to stop when he was almost done with the blood copper. However, when he remembered Sunders' doubtful look, he decided to use Hand of Spell to shape the blood copper. Sunders saw Angor's action and shook his head. What a young man. How could he make an alchemy item out of blood copper without other materials? Angor was not planning to make any alchemy item. He only wanted to shock Sunders a little. However, without proper tools, the process of shaping Hand of Spell was extremely slow. Sunders saw that Angor was trying to shape the blood copper, so he handed Angor a utility knife. He also wanted to see how far Angor could go. Angor took the knife and worked even harder. He wanted to make a demon falcon decoration out of the blood copper. He was very familiar with the appearance of demon falcons during his days on the Cloud Whale. In a few seconds, a flying demon falcon statue was formed in Angor's hand. When Angor was about to use condense to make the final shape, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He had been thinking about how to fuse acoustic illusion into his music box. He did not make any progress yet, but he knew a thing or two about how to incorporate an illusion into a fixed object. The illusions constructed by basic illusions were actually just changing the nodes and injecting mana into them to create illusions. Angor was very familiar with basic illusions. He had set them up in a large space many times. However, he hadn't tried to set up a basic illusion in a small space, but the principle was similar. It was to shrink the illusion into a small space according to the equivalence of the distance. The demon falcon statue was about to take shape. To use a basic illusion on a demon falcon statue, he had to shrink the nodes according to the distance. Angor used to set up illusions in large spaces. This was his first time trying to create a microscopic illusion in a small statue. However, he was not afraid of failure. Sunders only asked him to melt the demon falcon bronze, and he already did it. As for the rest, he just had to do it. With such a fearless aura, Angor was not afraid at all. Shrinking a basic illusion spell into a small statue required meticulous attention and patience, which Angor had no lack of. He analyzed the coordinates of the nodes and steadily injected mana. One by one, Angor took down the nodes. Sunders had been watching Angor closely. When he saw Angor injecting mana into the statue instead of using condense, he was surprised at first. Then he grinned. As one of the strongest illusionists in the southern wizarding region, Sunders knew what Angor was doing. Most illusionist wizards would spend most of their time setting up illusions in the macroscopic world instead of focusing on the microscopic world. However, Sunders knew that setting up illusions in the microscopic world was as difficult as setting up one in the macroscopic world. In fact, it might even be more difficult. Sunders planned to teach Angor about microscopic illusions when he became a level 2 apprentice. He did not expect Angor to figure it out on his own. As expected of my student. Sunders praised in his mind. It was Angor's first time setting up an illusion in the microscopic world. However, he did not tell Sunders how difficult it would be. He only wanted to make the demon falcon statue look a little strange, so he chose the nodes that were relatively easy to set up. About 15 minutes later, Angor broke the last node. Angor's eyes lit up. He quickly used condense to freeze the statue. This was the last and most important step. Once the spell was done, Angor checked the statue. There was no crack on it, and he could feel some faint mana ripples. He felt a little excited. This meant the statue was done. Angor looked up at Sunders after finishing the statue. Sunders was sitting in front of his desk with his fingers crossed and a smile on his face. He seemed to be praising Angor. Angor sighed in relief and placed the demon falcon statue on Sunders' desk. It was a flying demon falcon. The sculpting skill of the demon falcon statue was mediocre at best. However, since he was quite familiar with the demon falcons, he recalled the demon falcons' expressions while carving them, and the final product looked pretty good. Especially the expression in its eyes. Sunders flicked his finger and sent a tiny ball of mana into the statue. When the mana entered the statue, the demon falcon came to life. A faint shadow of the demon falcon detached from the statue and spread its giant wings. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The shadow only existed for a few seconds before it slowly faded away. If one were to look at it solely based on the 3 standards of basic illusions, this illusion was illogical, not confusing, and not realistic at all. It was a complete failure. However, if it was used as a decoration, it would be a pretty good decoration. At least, that was what Angor thought. Nice work. There are some flaws, but I'm glad you can apply what you've learned and discover the application of illusions in the microscopic world on your own. Sunders was very happy. Angor was able to achieve a balance in both his alchemy and illusion talents. His mind was ingenious. Sunders usually did not show his happiness on his face, but today, he was really happy. You're talented in alchemy as well. Unfortunately, my alchemy skills are mediocre, so I can't teach you much. Sunders handed the trigger crossbow and the revolver to Angor. These 2 clever alchemy weapons are enough to prove your creativity. Maybe one day, Brute Cavern will have a real master alchemist. Angor felt a little embarrassed by Sunders' teasing. The trigger crossbow and the revolver were all made from the 3D prints John left in the hologram tablet. Angor did not add much creativity into them himself. Angor did not feel proud of Sunders' compliment. Instead, he felt a little guilty. Sunders returned the alchemy weapons to Angor and continued to give his comments on Angor's illusions. When they were almost done, Sunders finally got down to business. 2 days ago, I sensed the presence of the Nightmare Realm. The presence of the Nightmare Realm? Angor was surprised. Sunders nodded. That's right. The Nightmare aura was weak, and it came from you. That's why I came to the underground market and brought you back to Phantom Island in time. Otherwise, you would have been devoured by the green velvet spores in your body. Green velvet spores? Angor thought about the green pollen he saw when Parasite Queen invaded his body. Yes. I saw your match against Parasite Queen the other day. But I still have some questions. Tell me, what happened when you and Parasite Queen were fighting, said Ji Qin. Why did you trigger the presence of the Nightmare Realm? What exactly happened on that day? Angor was not sure himself, but he was sure that Parasite Queen had a plan to take over his body. Professor, do you know who Baroque is? He did not answer right away. Instead, he asked about the key person involved in the whole incident. Baroque? Sunders frowned. Why are you asking about him? Does this have something to do with Baroque? Angor nodded. I only had 4 matches. But after I joined the pool, Parasite Queen from level 13 suddenly picked me and asked me to fight her. You suspect Baroque is behind this? Sunders asked. Angor shook his head. It's not that. I'm sure Baroque is manipulating the matches behind the scenes. Normally, the Sky Tower would announce the matches a week in advance. But the match between me and Parasite Queen was done in a hurry. I joined the pool on the same day, and Parasite Queen fought me the next day. That's strange. That's not enough to prove that Baroque is behind this. Besides, why would Baroque want Parasite Queen to fight you? He has no grudge against me. But I don't think I'm his target. He's after you, Professor. Angor did not know if Baroque did it for Sunders or not. But judging from what Parasite Queen said, it was very likely that Baroque was after Sunders. It was a fact that Baroque was the one who instigated Parasite Queen to fight him. Angor was just paying Baroque back for what he did. Angor had a wicked thought. What do you mean? Angor explained, Parasite Queen wanted to take over my body and soul. When the match began, she attacked me out of nowhere and put me in a strange state. Then I sensed Parasite Queen's emotions. Just like how I sensed the glutton flowers in the Nightmare Realm, I could read her emotions, but she couldn't sense mine. According to her emotions, she knew I was Professor's student, so she did this to me. As for the one who told Parasite Queen about my identity. Angor paused and looked at Sunders. Baroque? Sunders frowned. Angor nodded. Yes. Maybe he thought he was good at hiding his identity, but I don't know why. I could sense other people's emotions in that situation. That's how I read Parasite Queen's emotions. She wouldn't lie. It was Baroque who instigated all this. Sunders frowned. Baroque had a special identity. He only stayed in Brute Cavern and worked with the higher-ups for that place. Many wizards had been keeping an eye on him all these years, and he never did anything out of the ordinary. However, Baroque was not just doing nothing. He was plotting something in the dark. If Angor was telling the truth, then Brute Cavern was trying to send a pawn into the core of Brute Cavern. If that was the case, the identity of Parasite Queen might be a mystery. Heh. That's a good plan, Baroque. Sunders sneered in his mind. Let's put Baroque aside for now. I'll send someone to investigate. Sunders relaxed his frown. Go on. What happened next? Angor wanted to ask about Baroque's identity, but Sunders didn't seem to want to talk about it, so he gave up. It was a strange state. I saw Parasite Queen controlling a strange plant and releasing green pollen to take over my body. I couldn't fight back at all. It only took a while for her to take over my body. Angor's eyes flashed with hatred again. Sunders took out his crystal ball and played the match between Angor and Parasite Queen. When the video reached the part where Angor suddenly fell down from the ring, Sunders stopped the game. That's when your body was taken over by green velvet spores. You couldn't control yourself and fell down. Green velvet spores? You mean the green pollen? What's that? Angor asked curiously. Sunders glanced at Angor with a complicated expression. Green velvet is a very valuable magical plant. I don't know how Parasite Queen did it, but green velvet is good for a wizard's soul. It's as valuable as the essence of Glutton Flower Lord. Sunders glanced at Angor. Then what's the state of the spores in my body? Sunders didn't answer. Go on. I'll answer your questions later. After losing the body battle, the rest of the story naturally involved the soul battle. Angor had a lot of questions about his battle with Parasite Queen. What was that strange gray mist? Why did Parasite Queen suddenly disappear? Parasite Queen used green velvet spores to surround my soul. When my soul couldn't do anything about it, I decided to release the strange gray mist from my body. In the end, the mist couldn't be contained, and I was almost sucked dry. Parasite Queen circled behind me and attacked my back. The next second, I felt a strange itch on my back. Then she screamed and disappeared. I don't know what the gray mist was. Also, the itch on my back was the same spot where I was cut by that strange stitched woman in the nightmare realm. The crystal ball recorded everything that happened after that. When Angor woke up, he ordered Toby to destroy Parasite Queen's head in anger. After the match ended, he was surrounded and attacked until Dave and Prom saved him. I think the Parasite Queen that Toby killed wasn't her real body. It was just her parasite. I don't know if I killed her soul or not. She disappeared on her own. Angor had a feeling that Parasite Queen wasn't really dead. So the brief glimpse of Nightmare Realm aura I sensed was when Parasite Queen attacked the wound on your back, Sunders said. As for the gray mist in your soul, I don't know what it is. I don't know much about souls. How about this? I'll take you to a soul wizard. He should know something about it. Sunders didn't give Angor any time to think before taking him away from Phantom Island. On their way, Angor asked Sunders about his questions. For example, were the spores of green velvet still inside his body? I suppressed the spores for you and sent them back to the main body of the green velvet, Sunders explained. Parasite Queen was controlling the main body of the green velvet all this time. When her soul disappeared, the main body of the green velvet stayed inside your body. I've returned all the spores inside your body to the main body of the green velvet. The main body of the green velvet? He suddenly remembered a dream he had not long ago. In the dream, a green flower bud in the sky absorbed a large amount of green velvet, and the flower bud slowly opened. When he thought of Parasite Queen, he was startled and woke up right away. Angor told Sunders about his dream. Sunders chuckled. That green flower bud is the main body of the green velvet. It's still inside your body. Why don't you take it out? Angor was confused. The most precious part of the green velvet is its main body. But once the main body leaves the plant, it can't survive in the outside world. It can only be nourished by soul energy inside the body of a living being. If I take it out for you, the main body of the green velvet will lose all of its vitality. Sunders saw Angor's worried expression and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. The main body of the green velvet will do you no harm as long as it's properly nurtured. It will even nourish your soul in the future. If you're still worried, you can transfer the green velvet to other living beings in the future. Angor felt a little relieved after hearing that. He still felt strange having a plant inside his body. After leaving Phantom Island, both Angor and Sunders sat on the giant demon falcon and flew to the other side of the Tree of Eternity. Professor, is the soul wizard you mentioned Mr. Ness? Angor asked. Sunders nodded. He's the only one who knows the most about souls in Brute Cavern. So it's him. Angor was going to tell Sunders about what happened to his soul during his match with Sokka, but he decided not to. Well, it was fate. Or maybe it was an ill-fated relationship. Both of Mr. Ness's students had conflicts with him. Hookdick was not in Brute Cavern right now. The other psychopath, Sokka, was also annoying him. He hoped that he wouldn't run into Sokka when he went to meet Ness. Although he was sure that Sokka would not recognize him even if he did run into him. Professor, why can I sense Parasite Queen's emotions when I'm in my soul form? Angor was puzzled. If I can sense the souls of other living beings while I'm in my soul form, why didn't I sense the emotions of the monsters I met in the Nightmare Realm, such as the Flying Skull Monster and the Three-Eyed Blue Demon? Also, he could not sense Sunder's emotions in the nightmare realm. But he did not dare to say that out loud. I don't know. But I have a guess. Maybe the creatures you can sense emotions either have a lower soul level than you, such as Parasite Queen, or they willingly share their emotions with you, such as glutton flowers. Of course, I'm only talking about the ones you can sense. As for why you can sense emotions, maybe it's the effect of your nightmare form. Nightmare form again? Sunders paused. Oh, right. When we meet Ness later, do not mention anything about your nightmare form or the nightmare realm. Just tell him about the strange gray mist in your soul. I'll tell him the rest. Got it. Angor nodded. For the rest of the flight, the two of them fell into silence. Did you learn alchemy from that apprentice in the underground market? Sunders broke the silence. Angor shook his head. No, I learned it from books. Self-taught? Sunders thought. If Angor could learn alchemy on his own, he must have good comprehension and logical reasoning skills. Alchemy books were all too random, and there was no one to guide you. Only someone who could deduce other things from one example could become a true alchemist. Do you remember Leona? Angor nodded. She's the only potion alchemist in Brute Cavern. She owes you a favor last time. If you have any questions about potion alchemy or basic alchemy, you can go to the questing hall and accept an alchemy quest related to her. She'll return the favor when she sees you, Sunders explained. Last time Angor and Leona did not owe each other anything. However, the glutton flowers Leona extracted from Angor's body had been turned into a brand new Solomon perfume spray, which was highly sought after by all the female wizards in Brute Cavern. Leona earned at least hundreds of thousands of magic crystals. As far as Sunders knew, Leona had left Brute Cavern and went to the Fragrant Moon Federation in Manda Plain. The Solomon Perfume Festival was the most popular event for female wizards there. The festival was more like an auction. Leona was going to sell the perfume she made from Angor's body. She would probably make a fortune again. Leona only spent 10 magic crystals to get the main perfume. Now, she was going to pay tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times more. At first, Sunders did not care about this. Wizards could make or break a deal, and it all depended on their judgment. But now that Angor had become an apprentice alchemist, he could use this opportunity to make a fuss. At least, he could ask Leona to teach Angor some alchemy skills for free. Brute Cavern was in dire need of alchemists, and Sunders hoped that one of his students could become an alchemist. That way, he would not have to go to Floating Mech City to hire an alchemist if he needed to find something as valuable as a sorcerer's garden. After another 5 minutes, the demon falcon had already covered a distance of about 100 miles. The eternal tree had been left far behind. Isn't Lord Ness near the Tree of Eternity? The elemental activity around the Tree of Eternity was extremely high. Moreover, the area around the Tree of Eternity was constantly shrouded by the tree spirit's chi of nature, which made people's mental strength much more active than other places, making it harder for them to get tired. Hence, most magi chose to live near the Tree of Eternity. Not every soul wizard loves life. Ness is an occult soul manipulator, but he's more of a necromancer. He hates living creatures like the Tree of Eternity, explained Sunders. When the demon falcon reached the middle of a mountain range, Sunders suddenly said, "We're here." The demon falcon landed and looked around. It looked like an ordinary forest. There was nothing special about this place apart from some trees and plants. Suddenly, Sunders released a light spot from between his fingers. The spot of light sank into a cliff. Not long after, the cliff suddenly cracked open from the middle. It was like a miracle in the one line of sky. A path actually appeared in the cliff. The scene reminded him of the night when he stayed outside Twilight Town. There was no path in the valley at first, but after Good tossed out a badge, a path appeared in the valley. Is this an illusion? Sunders led Angor into the sliver of eternity. Angor carefully observed both sides of the path in an attempt to find the nodes of the illusion. But he still couldn't find the nodes of the illusion. He thought for a moment and sneakily reached out his spirit feelers to touch the walls on both sides. However, as soon as his spirit feelers reached out, they were pushed back into his mind space by a gentle force. This is an illusion array. It doesn't have any nodes, Sunders explained in a flat tone. Angor scratched his head awkwardly. Sunders must have seen what he did. Illusion arrays were one of the options for illusionists. However, Angor had to have a basic knowledge of magic arrays before he could learn them. Sunders' notebook did not mention anything about illusion arrays. 09 Little say net, within the area designated by the Magi, it is best not to carelessly touch anything. Even if it is seen as a provocation, it is a small matter. If you accidentally trigger a trap, then death is already the best treatment. You must know that this is the territory of the soul Magi. What Sunders meant was, get your ADHD out of here. Don't mess around. Death was the best treatment in the domain of soul wizards. The worst thing was to have one's soul tortured for eternity. Sunders' words reminded Angor of what the apprentices said about soul manipulators: death was not the end. It was only the beginning. With Sunders' advice, Angor no longer dared to touch anything. He followed behind Sunders obediently. After crossing the sliver of eternity, Angor's vision widened. A large valley appeared in front of him. The valley was about the size of the central square of Tree Spirit Garden. Smoke and strange plants were everywhere. Buildings made of bluestone stood in the mist. It looked like a fairyland from afar. When Angor reached the bottom of the valley, he slapped his own face. A fairyland? Like hell, it was true that there were exotic flowers and plants, beautiful valleys, and magnificent buildings. What was wrong was the smoke. No, it wasn't smoke at all. It was countless strange-looking souls. Translucent souls gathered together. Didn't they look like smoke from afar? There were humans, animals, plants, and even humanoid creatures from other worlds. They all wore different clothes and looked normal. In the stories, undead creatures had strange appearances. Even if their bodies were covered in maggots or torn apart, their appearance would not be affected. But if all the souls were naked, he would feel a little uncomfortable. The man floated in the air while swinging his spear. The woman also floated in the air while shaking her jade rabbit. The souls did not dare to look at Sunders' eyes. They all looked at Angor, which made his face blush. So Sokka has his merits. At least all the souls under his control are covered. Angor thought to himself. Sunders led Angor to a tall wizard tower. Under the watchful eyes of his soul, he stepped into the dark tower. As soon as he stepped inside, a half-naked maid wearing only an apron came to him and knelt on the ground. She kissed Sunders' boots with her lips. "Mr. Sunders, the master is in his lab. Please go ahead." Sunders frowned and used a dust removal spell to dry the kiss marks on the boots. This old man. He hasn't been here for so many years. What the hell is he doing? Sunders asked the maid to lead the way with a cold look. Angor kept his head down and followed Sunders quietly. Why? Because as soon as he raised his head, he saw the naked buttocks of the maid walking at the front. Angor only wanted to ask her one question. "Aren't you cold wearing only an apron?" When they reached the top of the tower, the maid opened a door and let the cold wind in. Angor looked outside and saw a small bridge connecting the top of the tower to a mountain on the opposite side. There was a cave at the end of the bridge. I thought the lab was inside the tower. So it's on the other side, Angor muttered to himself. The maid stepped onto the bridge first. She only took a few steps before her apron was blown away by the strong wind. Angor thought about how she was only wearing an apron with nothing underneath. He felt ashamed just thinking about it. The maid did not move forward after crossing the bridge. The master is inside. When they reached the entrance of the cave, Angor heard someone greeting them politely. "Good afternoon, Mr. Sunders." Angor looked up and his expression froze. He didn't think he would run into Sokka, but he did. The soul standing at the entrance of the cave, who was dressed in formal attire and accompanied by a pretty girl, was Sokka, the astral soul who fought against him in the arena of Sky Tower. Sunders ignored Sokka and entered the cave on his own. Sokka's expression did not change. He bowed respectfully with his hands clasped in front. Angor followed behind Sunders with an expressionless face. He did not show his face during the match, so Sokka should not recognize him. However, as soon as Angor entered the cave, Sokka sensed something and looked up at Angor's back. He silently pondered for a moment, frowning for a while, then relaxing for a while. Sometimes he would exchange a few words with Sylvia, and sometimes he would release mana from his hands. After a while, Sokka's eyes suddenly brightened up. A sweet smile appeared on his handsome face. "So you're Mr. Sunder's student." "My treasure." Even Sylvia's beautiful face showed a hint of jealousy when she heard Sokka's affectionate tone. Sokka put away the expression on his face and walked into the cave with a smile on his face. Angor entered the cave and saw all kinds of tools stuffed everywhere. Only the center of the cave was empty. A gray-haired old man was working on a workbench in the center of the cave with a knife in his hand. The object of his work was the corpse of a young girl. "What brings you here, Sunders?" "You came at the right time. Let me show you my new creation." Ness looked up and waved his hand. The wounds on the girl's body were quickly stitched up, revealing her smooth body. Then, Ness stuffed a soul that clearly wasn't a human soul but had the appearance of a female human into the girl's body. The girl opened her eyes in the next second and saw Sunders, who was not far away from her. Her eyes were filled with lust. A faint, strange fragrance was released from the girl's body. The girl slowly approached Sunders and gave him a flirtatious wink while carrying a faint aroma. The girl was pretty, and her message was obvious. But Sunders did not notice it at all. He frowned and pushed the girl to the side with his cane. "The soul of a succubus? Did you follow those people to Abyss Plain?" Ness shook his head. "Of course not. Do you think I'm the kind of person who bullies the weak? The succubus's soul was given to me by Sokka." Sokka's mind. As soon as Ness mentioned Sokka, Sokka walked into the cave. Sokka's usual gloomy expression was gone. He entered the lab with a smile on his face. Ness raised an eyebrow at Sokka's strange behavior. "What's wrong with this guy? Is he horny? Maybe I should just leave this succubus girl for Sokka to vent his lust." When Ness looked at Sokka, he suddenly noticed another young man standing behind Sunders. The young man had a handsome face, and his blonde hair and blue eyes only added to his charm. But what Ness was more interested in was the fact that the young man was wearing a slender, close-fitting black gentleman's suit. The buttons on the suit were neatly buttoned all the way to the third button on his chest, revealing a white silk undershirt and a wine-red checkered bow tie. Ness would not care about such traditional nobleman's attire if he saw it anywhere else. However, this young man's attire was rather interesting when compared to Sunders. Apart from the hat, cane, white gloves, and cloak, the young man's outfit was almost identical to Sunders. The only difference was the color of his outfit. Nessie's mind spun quickly as he recalled the identity of this young man. He saw this young man on the Savage when he was receiving talents from the previous batch. This young man was Sunders' new student. Is he trying to copy Sunders? There were many people who admired Sunders, and there were many who tried to copy him. He once heard from Sokka that there was a man named Blackjack in the underground market who loved to copy Sunders' attire. When Ness saw the buttons on Angor's sleeves, his eyes glinted. No, this was not an imitation. The emblem on the buttons was Sunders' former family emblem, so Sunders gave his own clothes to his student? Ness realized something after coming to this conclusion. Sunders seemed to like this student a lot. Angor's importance in Ness' mind rose a little bit. As Ness pondered, Sokka walked to Ness and bowed to Sunders again. He also nodded to Angor with a smile. Angor pretended not to see it. He walked to Sunders' side and bowed to Ness as a junior. Speaking of which, this was the second time he met Ness. This gray-haired old man was the one who led them into Brute Cavern. However, Ness did not tell them who he was because he claimed that "you don't have the right to know my name." Ness accepted the bow with a smile and patted Sokka's shoulder. "This is my good-for-nothing apprentice. You two should get to know each other." Sokka walked to Angor's side and reached out his hand with a smile. "I'm Sokka. Nice to meet you." Sokka's slender hand hovered in the air. He shook Sokka's hand in a perfunctory manner. "Me too. Nice to meet you. I'm Angor." Fortunately, Sokka's smile didn't fade, and the others didn't mind it either. Other than Ness's suspicions about Sokka's unusual behavior, nothing else happened. "How is it? My succubus girl isn't bad, right? You can have her. I'm sure you'll like her." Ness pointed at the half-naked girl who was still looking at Sunders with a seductive expression. "No need." Sunders snorted. I knew you'd say that. Just like Flora said, you are a stinky, hard piece of ice. Many female wizards in Brood Cavern both love and fear you. You should change your attitude. Sunders didn't mind Ness's nagging, which meant they were close friends. Since you don't want it. Ness pushed the succubus girl towards Sokka. You're the one who got the succubus soul anyway. Sokka gently put his arm around the girl's waist and smiled when the girl looked at him shyly. The next second, he swung his blade. The succubus girl was cut in half. Sokka tossed the girl's body into the incinerator and collected the succubus soul into a small bottle. I only need the succubus soul. Ness didn't mind. The girl was already dead anyway, and the succubus soul only brought her body back to life for a short time. Angor was the only one who felt a little depressed. However, it was only for a moment. Angor's moral bottom line was slowly slipping away after coming into contact with the wizarding world again and again. Perhaps one day, he himself would be trapped in this dark swamp. Who knew? You haven't answered me yet. What are you doing here? Ness asked Sunders. Sunders glanced at Sokka and released a wisp of mana around him. Sokka was still smiling, as if he didn't notice the spell. Angor, on the other hand, noticed that Sokka didn't notice the presence of illusions around him. A simple illusion, Sunders said. I'm here because of Angor. I don't want anyone else to know about this. Ness nodded. He could tell that the illusion around Sokka did not harm him. It only blocked out the sound and created an illusion that he believed was real. Sunders briefly explained the situation of Angor's soul and emphasized the grey mist. Ness also expressed his opinion while giving Angor a strange look from time to time. A moment later, Ness seemed to have come up with a plan. He took out several parchment papers and quickly wrote something down with a quill. It took Ness a long time to bury the case. During this time, Sunders kept talking about some formulas. Angor couldn't understand anything, so he looked at Sokka. To be more precise, he looked at the illusions around Sokka's body. Angor recognized them as basic illusions. Angor could clearly see the nodes of the illusions. He quietly analyzed them and found that the illusions weren't difficult at all. If he had enough time, he could do it too. The illusions weren't difficult, but there were still some things he didn't understand. For example, he sensed a strange rhythm. It felt like the rhythmic sound of a pendulum moving from side to side. The rhythm didn't seem difficult at all. It was the foundation of sonorous illusion, melodious illusion. If Angor wanted to, he could do it with some time. But, what was the use of the rhythm? He could use melodious illusion to set up this rhythm, but he had no idea what this rhythm would do in the illusion. Angor already memorized the notebook Sunders gave him about illusions, but he still couldn't find an answer. He wanted to ask Sunders, but he didn't want to interrupt them since Sunders was busy discussing some data with Ness. Another 15 minutes later, Sunders took some of Angor's bodily fluids and went back to discuss with Ness. Angor was still observing the illusion. It looked simple, but it was full of mysteries. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the wrong place, Angor would like to see how the illusion worked. When he looked up, he noticed that Sokka was looking at a certain direction with an affectionate look on his face. It was as if there was someone in the illusion that Sokka had been staring at all this time. Sunders' illusion must still be the four of them in the cavern. Otherwise, Sokka wouldn't be sitting quietly on the side. It must be because Ness was there that he didn't dare to act rashly. Following this logic, there were four people in Sokka's illusion: himself, Angor, Sunders, Ness, and Sunders. As for Sokka's affectionate gaze, it couldn't be Ness, and neither could Sunders. Angor suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Apart from those two, he was the only one left in the illusion. So the person Sokka was looking at with affectionate eyes was actually himself? If that was the case, did Sokka figure out who he was? Angor clearly remembered when he used Barren Milk to fight against Sokka. When Sokka realized that Sylvia's soul spell didn't work on him, Sokka's crazed expression suddenly turned gentlemanly. He kept talking about something like Treasure Planet to Barren Milk. That was how Sokka looked at Angor back then. His affectionate and gentle gaze gave Angor goosebumps all over his body. Angor knew that Sokka wasn't interested in Barren Milk. Angor was wearing a wizard robe at that time, and he didn't even show his face. What Sokka was interested in was his soul. His soul was being coveted. That was why he decided to ambush Sokka outside the Sky Tower that night. He wanted to kill the pervert as soon as possible. However, he didn't succeed. Instead, he ran into the Chloe brothers. Angor looked at Sokka's eyes in the illusion and confirmed his suspicion. Sokka must have found out who he was. That was bad. Angor would never be able to sleep peacefully if he was being watched by this pervert. Angor even had the urge to kill Sokka while he was still trapped in the illusion. However, Ness was right next to him. That wasn't an option. There was one more thing that worried Angor. Would everything be over if he killed Sokka? Sokka was a soul manipulator. Soul manipulators often said that death was not the end. It was only the beginning. Killing Sokka would only bring more trouble. Since killing Sokka wasn't going to solve the problem, Angor had to put his plan on hold. However, Sokka wasn't Angor's #1 target yet. Hook Dick was the only one he had to kill. Hook Dick was also a soul manipulator. However, Angor knew that Hook Dick had only joined Brute Cavern for half a year. Judging from the progress of his peers, Angor didn't think he had mastered soul manipulation yet. At most, he was still learning basic spells. Killing Hook Dick's body should be enough to kill him. Still, Angor wasn't certain. Hook Dick was going to the mysterious soul soil now, so he might find something useful. Just in case, he decided to go to Cloud Library and read up on soul spells after the Sky Tower competition was over so that he could come up with a plan. Angor put the matter of Sokka aside for now and immersed himself in studying the illusion again. About 4 hours later, Ness suddenly stood up. All right. According to Angor's data, the experiment report on the perfect soul separation is ready. Now we just need to do it. Ness came to Angor with a stack of parchment papers filled with data. Then he dragged Angor to an experiment table. Wait. I need to check the data one last time, Sunder stopped Ness. It'll be fine. Trust me, the soul experiment won't go wrong, Ness said. Sunders frowned. I'll check the data again. We can't make any mistakes in Angor's soul experiment. I need to check again. A trace of uneasiness flashed across Ness's face. Well, there's no need for that. You have to trust me. The results won't be a problem. We did the calculations together. Angor's soul won't be harmed. Sunders was right. They had been discussing the key points when Angor's soul was temporarily separated from his body, and they came up with the final result. Based on the results, Angor's soul would not be harmed at all. However, Sunders only wanted to check the data with Ness on a whim. But when he saw Ness's evasive expression, Sunders became suspicious. Give me the data, Sunders said without hesitation this time. After a moment of silence, Ness handed the parchment to Sunders with a bit of embarrassment. The paper recorded the procedure of the soul experiment, which was divided into 4 steps. Step 1, soul compatibility, Step 2, soul separation, Step 3, soul experiment, and Step 4, soul integration. Due to Ness's strange expression, Sunders had to check the data carefully this time. Step 1, no problem. Step 2, no problem either. Step 3. Step 4, no problem either. Whether it was the data or the results of the derivation, they were all within his expectations. It looked like a perfect experimental process. When Sunders finished reading the last parchment paper, he frowned. Perfect data. But why did Ness look so uneasy? Sunders looked at Ness with a puzzled expression. Ness, on the other hand, didn't look nervous at all. I told you. The experiment is fine. I'm a soul expert. How can I make a mistake? Ness's smile was like a spring breeze. The wrinkles on his face looked like the folds of a curtain. Sunders was even more confused by Ness's sudden change of attitude. Sunders checked the data again and still found nothing wrong. There is indeed no problem with the experimental data and process. I'll say it again. This is an important experiment. We can't let anything happen to Angor's soul. Ness nodded with a smile. There's definitely no problem with the soul. The data is there for all to see. Sunders was still puzzled, but the data was fine. He could only think to himself, maybe he was overthinking it. Angor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, Professor, can I take a look at the experiment? According to the rules of the Magus world, it was very inappropriate for an acolyte to interrupt a conversation between official magi. Angor's interruption might be interpreted as "he doesn't trust my knowledge," which was a big taboo. It was like a patient who went to see a doctor. The doctor gave him a prescription, but the patient didn't believe the doctor's prescription. "If you don't believe me, then why are you here?" Sunders glanced at Angor and was a little surprised by the boy's lack of manners. In Sunders' eyes, Angor was a very sensible child who knew the etiquette of nobles and knew the ways of the world. Apart from being a little arrogant and sticking to some strange bottom line, everything else about Angor was quite nice. It was rare for someone like this to say something rude. Angor also knew that it was inappropriate to speak now. However, this was about his soul. Both of Ness's apprentices had grudges against him. Sokka didn't know who he was, but Hookdick did. Who knew if Hookdick would say something like this in front of Ness? Besides, even Angor could tell that something was wrong with Ness's expression, so he wanted to see it for himself. Ness was a little annoyed. If it was someone else who dared to interrupt, Sunders would have destroyed the person's body and soul. But Angor was Sunders' student, so Sunders didn't say anything. He only sneered, "You? Can you understand it even if I show it to you?" Angor remained silent. Ness' words hit the nail on the head. It was true that Angor wouldn't be able to understand it. Ness didn't mind Angor's silence. Angor was only an apprentice, so he didn't need to worry about it. Ness tried to take the parchments from Sunders, but Sunders ignored him. Sunders took out one of the parchments and handed it to Angor. He then returned the other parchments to Ness. "What does this mean?" Ness looked at Sunders with a puzzled look. Angor doesn't understand the rest of the experiment, but he might understand the content on that one. "You only need to show him that one," Sunders explained in a plain tone. Something Angor could understand? Ness was surprised. Even Sunders had to listen to Ness's explanation to understand the soul experiment he did. A level 1 apprentice who only became a supernatural half a year ago was told that he might understand that one. Which one? Which one? Ness suddenly felt uneasy. He checked the remaining parchments in his hand. All 4 main steps of the experiment were here. The missing one was a note on the 3rd step, separation of body and soul. It basically said, how to nourish the body after separating from the body. How to keep the body alive. Keeping the body alive meant that the blood, metabolism, and internal organs would continue to flow. After the soul left the body would gradually deteriorate. Only by keeping the body alive could the final step, body fusion, be done. When Angor followed Sunders to the nightmare realm to search for channeling method, his soul and body were separated. His body was in the wizarding world, while his soul was in the nightmare realm. However, the nightmare realm was a world where time never stopped. Coming and going only took a moment. He might have spent several days in the nightmare realm, but in reality, only the blink of an eye had passed. The separation of the soul and the body was too short to cause any physical deterioration. However, Angor's soul experiment this time required him to carry out multiple tests. His soul had to leave the body for at least several hours, which was why he needed to nourish the body and keep it alive. This note described how to use various magic plants and special materials to create nutrient fluid, which could be used to maintain the body's vitality. Ness' heart skipped a beat when he saw that Sunders took away the note. There was nothing wrong with the soul experiment this time. Angor's soul will be fine. However, Sunders didn't mention that Ness didn't promise that Angor's body would be fine. Ness did have some ideas about nourishing the body, but he didn't really want to kill Angor's body. He only wanted to do a small experiment. Ness looked at Angor and smiled awkwardly. "Can you read it? Give it back if you can't. I'll explain it to you." Sunders raised an eyebrow at Ness' sudden softening of his tone. Angor, on the other hand, was so absorbed in the parchment that he didn't notice Ness talking to him. Ness turned around and asked Sunders, "Can he really read it?" "It's all about the magic materials needed to nourish the body." "Does Angor know about them?" Sunders didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Ness with a half-smile. Ness felt uncomfortable and pretended to cough to distract himself. There were more than 10 parchments. "Why did you have to pick that one out of all of them?" Ness prayed that Angor wouldn't understand the parchment. As a matter of fact, Ness already knew that Sunders was suspicious of him. Even if Angor didn't understand the parchment, Sunders would probably find someone else who could. He had no choice but to admit his mistake. His plan wouldn't kill Angor anyway. Ugh. Ness intentionally let out a long sigh and glanced at Sunders from the corner of his eyes. Sunders heard Ness sigh and looked at him. Sunders didn't say anything except for a smile. Ness was exasperated. Ask me. Ask me why I'm sighing. If you ask me, I'll put on a sad act and explain it to you. Ness was planning to put on a sad act, which would move Sunders' heart. Sunders would forgive him for his small mistake, considering that they were old friends. However, Sunders didn't do that at all. He just smiled and didn't say anything. Ness hesitated. Maybe I shouldn't put on a sad act? Should I just tell him the truth? Before Ness could make up his mind, Angor, who had been reading the book, suddenly spoke up. Rainbow reed, withering powder, palm oil foam, kryptonite spring. Angor began to list out the materials one by one. Ness's heart raced faster each time Angor mentioned a magic material. Sunders also fell into deep thought after hearing the names of the materials. As a wizard, there was no way he didn't know these materials. He clearly remembered the functions of each material. They were used to nourish various organs in the body. Angor listed 13 materials in total. Is there something wrong with them? Angor considered and shook his head. They're all fine. Sunders raised an eyebrow. He knew Angor wasn't finished yet. As expected, Angor continued, there's nothing wrong with the list. But there's a strange one. What kind of magic material? Marrow scorpion flower, said Angor. Marrow scorpions were magical insects from the abyss plane. They were a strange creature that existed between a plant and an animal. After each breeding season, when a female scorpion gave birth to its young, its pheromone would spread everywhere. However, during this period, the scorpion was at its weakest. In order to protect itself, it would turn into stone for 1 or 2 days. During that time, a beautiful flower would bloom on its tail, which was known as marrow scorpion flower. Marrow scorpion flower. I think it's a... Sunders tried to recall what the flower could do. Suddenly, his expression became a little strange as he said doubtfully, it can increase the frequency of blood flow. Angor nodded. To be precise, it promotes blood circulation through aphrodisiac. Sunders frowned. But the marrow scorpion flower can improve blood circulation and nourish the body. That's an unconventional choice. Ness quickly nodded. Yes, that's right. It's just a little aphrodisiac. As long as it works, it's fine. There are many ways to improve blood circulation. You can use aphrodisiac to do it. Angor did not deny it. Well, I guess it's not impossible. Ness, that's it. But there's one thing I don't understand. The marrow scorpion flower is very expensive. It's a rare magic material. Yes, it can improve blood circulation, but its aphrodisiac effect also causes serious side effects. If that's the case, why don't you choose the cheaper blood orchid? It can improve blood circulation without any side effects, said Angor. Sunders agreed with Angor's suggestion, which was rare. It was too empirical for him to judge from his own point of view. The marrow scorpion flower was 6 times more expensive than the blood orchid. It might seem like a big difference, but to Sunders, the difference was like a grain of sand. He didn't care about the price difference between the two, so he didn't think about it when he saw it. Now that Angor mentioned it, he realized something. As a level 2 wizard, Sunders had many ways to earn magic crystals. 1 or 6 magic crystals did not make much of a difference to him. However, for someone like Ness, who often bought beautiful slaves from other planes, he was definitely a stingy man. He would never use expensive ones if he could get cheap ones. Why? Sunders looked at Ness. Ness wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead. Why not blood orchid? Ness quickly came up with an idea. He gave Sunders a perverted look. You saw it, Sunders. I have a lot of beautiful slaves. Hee hee. Marrow scorpion flower is a common magic material, and I have a lot of stock. I don't have any blood orchid here, so I'll just replace it with marrow scorpion flower. Nessie's words were not without reason. However, Sunders already noticed Ness's lack of confidence. There must be something wrong with it, so he did not believe Ness's words at all and only treated it as an excuse. Sunders had already given Ness a death sentence for using the marrow scorpion flower, but he did not show it on his face. Ness is right. Do you have any other questions? I've never studied apothecary before. But I think I've read about marrow scorpion flowers being used by the natives of Abyss Plain as a catalyst for some kind of chemical reaction. He read about it in the alchemy books he recorded in the Nightmare Realm, but he didn't want to arouse suspicion. Ness stared at Angor in disbelief. How could an apprentice who had just joined the wizarding world for half a year know something like this? Catalyst mixer? Sunders recalled something and went into a brief recollection. I once saw something similar when I was traveling in Abyss Plain. An alchemist from Floating Mech City used marrow scorpion flowers as a catalyst to combine them with several other abyss magic plants. Sunders paused for a moment. We were camping at the same campsite. I was standing guard outside while the alchemist was making a potion. I remember a bloodline wizard quietly approached the alchemist and asked him if he was going to use marrow scorpion flowers to do something to another wizard. The alchemist's answer was, Sunders closed his eyes and tried his best to recall what the alchemist said. Angor's jaw dropped. You were standing guard outside, and you heard the conversation between a bloodline wizard and an alchemist? And you said it yourself. The bloodline wizard was whispering to the alchemist. How did you hear it? Angor was surprised because he didn't know much about wizards. Wizards usually had excellent memories. If they had a high spiritual power value, some of them could even reach the level of hyperthymesia. Hyperthymesia was an extremely rare disease that manifested itself in the brain's automatic memory system. All of the memories were carried out subconsciously. Thus, there was no need to deliberately memorize them to be able to remember everything that had happened in the past clearly, down to the minute details. For example, a mother with hyperthymesia could still remember the situation in the delivery room when she gave birth many years ago when she was 70 or 80 years old. The doctor's sleeves were unbuttoned, the nurse's earrings were polished into 36 sections, the bird singing on the tree outside the window had light yellow feathers mixed with a few black lines, and the cloud outside the window looked like a pony. Other people could only remember the important parts in their memories, but patients with hyperthymesia could recall all the details that they had seen with their eyes. However, hyperthymesia was a disease that caused the sufferer to lose his or her ability to forget things forever. Thus, he or she would be trapped by endless memories, and his or her brain would not be able to handle all of them. Wizards, however, were different. They could reach the level of hyperthymesia without being burdened by their own memories. The nature of a wizard's memory was similar to that of a mortal's. However, spirit power developed the brain, which made the memory hippocampus more active. Sunders didn't reach the level of hyperthymesia, but his memory was still extraordinary. On top of that, he was still young and interested in alchemy. Therefore, his attention was always on the alchemists. He was standing guard outside the camp at the time and did not hear the conversation between the alchemists and the bloodline adepts. However, he did see the frequency of their lips moving when they spoke. In other words, Sunders was trying to recall the lips of an alchemist who went on an adventure in the Abyss Plain many years ago. The alchemist's answer was. Sunders mimicked the alchemist's lips and said, when the marrow scorpion flower reacts with the magic materials from the Abyss Plain, it first acts as a catalyst, not as an aphrodisiac. Angor nodded in his mind as he listened to Sunders' explanation. That was exactly what Sunders described in the alchemy book he read. When the marrow scorpion flower reacted with magic materials not from the Abyss Plain, it would first act as an aphrodisiac. However, when it reacted with magic materials from the Abyss Plain, the catalyst would suppress the aphrodisiac effect. Sunders glanced at Ness, who quickly averted his gaze. If the flower acts as an aphrodisiac, then it can speed up blood circulation. Combined with the other magic materials in the nutrient solution, it can also nourish the body. Although, the side effects will make me feel awkward. However, if the effect of the marrow scorpion flower is catalytic synthesis, it will have a different effect when combined with the 13 magical materials I mentioned earlier. Excessive blood flow, excessive secretion of male pheromones, and imbalance of the body. And death, Angor added in a low voice. To put it simply, if the man couldn't vent his lust, he might even die. Most of the main characters in the novels Angor read back on Earth were forced to take an aphrodisiac. It was an enhanced version of the aphrodisiac that could kill a man if he didn't vent his lust. However, when the main characters were forced to take the aphrodisiac, they were surrounded by beautiful women. Unlike Sunders, Angor was surrounded by only men. The only female living being around him was cut in half by Sokka's sword. "Why are you doing this?" Sunders asked Ness with a blank expression. If the aphrodisiac was only an aphrodisiac, Angor would only be embarrassed for a short while. But if it was a catalyst, then that was really going too far. Ness hesitated for a moment before he spoke in a voice as small as a mosquito's. "There are no other magic materials in the nutrient solution, right? It won't act like a catalyst." Angor was about to point out the location of the other magic material when he heard Sunders chuckle. Sunders channeled mana into his palm, and a strong gust of wind swept across the entire cavern. When the wind stopped, an ice ball appeared in Sunders' hand. The ice ball was hollow and contained a pink gas inside. "So this is another magic material. Now, can you tell me why you did this?" The ice sphere contained a strange gas called fragrance of enchantment, which was the same aroma released by the abyss succubus from earlier. Fragrance of enchantment was popular among female wizards. It was a very popular pheromone scent. Since fragrance of enchantment always existed in the air of the cavern, any marrow scorpion flower used to create the nutrient solution would come into contact with it. When Ness saw the gas inside the ice sphere, his expression changed. "Shit, I'm busted." Sanders looked at Dennis with a "please begin your performance" expression. Ness sighed. "I'm not going to hurt Angor in front of you. I just want to do a little experiment." "What experiment?" Ness shrugged. "Most of what you said was correct. But a small part of it is wrong. The combination of fragrance of enchantment and marrow scorpion flower, as well as the other materials Angor mentioned, will result in an increase in pheromone. But it's not the male pheromone you mentioned. The fragrance of enchantment comes from a succubus. Succubus is a manifestation of extreme female pheromone, while marrow scorpion flower is a manifestation of male pheromone. So the final result is that both pheromones will increase." Angor frowned. "Both sexes increased? Then I'll die even faster." Angor's body was too weak to handle the simultaneous increase of two pheromones. He would die at any time. "It'll be fine. It's just a small experiment." Ness quickly took out a pointy bottle containing a pink liquid from his storage bag. "Just inject this into Angor's body and he'll be fine. And he'll benefit from it too." Ness pointed at the bottle. Sunders took the bottle and carefully sensed its contents. When he saw the result, his expression became a little strange. "Professor?" Angor asked in a small voice. "Nice, right? You'll be fine. And it'll do you good." Before Sunders could finish, Ness jumped in and said, "See? I told you, it'll be fine. And I'll give you a great benefit for free. If Sokka didn't refuse, I wouldn't give it to an outsider." Sunders chuckled. "Because Sokka didn't want to, and you wanted to test the effect of the fragrance of enchantment. So you decided to beat him at his own game. Angor will have to inject this to slow down the increase of his pheromones." Sunders shook the pinkish liquid inside the bottle. "You've got a good plan." Sunders' words revealed almost all of Nessie's plans. As a matter of fact, before Sunders and Angor arrived, Ness had been trying to get Sokka to inject the potion with all kinds of words. But Sokka refused every time. He even used Sunders and Angor as an excuse to wait outside the cave, saying that he needed to greet some important guests. Ness chuckled. "I'm working on a research project about sex, and I'm in urgent need of the data. Sokka didn't want to cooperate, and the potion in the bottle is extremely valuable. I don't want to give it to someone else. You came at the right time. We're good friends, so giving it to your student won't be a waste." Sunders chuckled and ignored Ness' nonsense. He turned to Angor and asked, "Do you want it?" Angor listened to their conversation with a puzzled look. He still had no idea what was inside the bottle. "What's inside, Professor?" Ness cleared his throat. "You're just a kid. You don't need to know so much." It's good stuff. If you put it in an auction, you'll need at least 10,000 magic crystals to get it. Angor looked at Sunders with even more suspicion. Sunders didn't disappoint. He spoke in a hoarse voice with a hint of a smile. This contains the bloodline essence of a succubus. As the name suggested, a succubus bloodline essence came from a succubus from the abyss. As for the use of bloodline essence, it was necessary to start from the basics of wizards. Bloodline, one of the three major wizardry structures, was to absorb the bloodline of powerful creatures and assimilate it into one's body in order to evolve. For bloodline sorcerers, as long as there was something in the world that could be passed on, no matter if it was a phantom beast, a magical plant, or even a human, they could absorb the bloodline. Of course, the three major wizardry structures were not exclusive. Non-bloodline wizards could also absorb bloodlines to strengthen themselves. However, generally speaking, after a bloodline wizard had absorbed a bloodline, they would spend many years researching their own bloodline to better integrate it into their body. When they had researched a bloodline to the extreme, they could then prepare to absorb a new bloodline. As for non-bloodline magi, most of them would not spend time researching their own bloodline. Usually, they would inject a type of bloodline into their body to strengthen their frail physique. To put it simply, elemental and mystic sorcerers injecting blood into their veins was a way to increase their physique. Bloodline wizards, on the other hand, injected bloodlines into their bodies was a process of accumulation. Each bloodline could be used to its fullest potential, and the special inheritances contained in the bloodline could be used to their fullest potential. Bloodline sorcerers would become more powerful as they progressed. This was because they would be able to absorb more and more bloodlines. Their bodies would become more powerful, and they would be able to obtain more and more special legacies. At the same time, bloodline absorption was risky. The more complicated one's bloodline was, the lower the success rate of absorbing a new bloodline. This was one of the reasons why there were not many bloodline wizards in the later stages. Of course, wizards who pursued knowledge and truth all their lives had ways to deal with or avoid most of the risks. Angor just did not know how to do so. This was what Angor knew about bloodlines. Absorbing a succubus bloodline will strengthen your body, and you may even obtain the special inheritances of the succubus, Ness encouraged him. Think about it. You're just a beginner apprentice. Once you get a bloodline, your power will increase exponentially. If someone among your peers dares to offend you, you can use your strength to slap them in the face. Just think about it. Bloodline absorption. Angor considered. He thought Ness was trying to harm him, but that didn't seem to be the case. Just as Ness had said, the bloodline essence of any powerful life form was not something an ordinary apprentice could afford. He never thought about taking a bloodline because it was too far away from him. It was not something he could dream about at his current level. But now that a bottle of bloodline essence was placed in front of him, how could he not be moved? Still, he didn't forget what Ness said just now. Lord Ness, you said that you injected me with the blood essence of a succubus to do a small experiment and record the results. What's the result? Angor asked. Ness mumbled, the experiment hasn't even started yet. How would I know what the results will be? Then what do you expect, sir? Ness said vaguely, we'll know after we do it. Since he couldn't get more information from Ness, he had to turn to his teacher for help. Professor, will there be any risks if I try to absorb the succubus bloodline? Will absorbing the succubus bloodline have any adverse effects on me? Sunders didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at Ness. Ness winked at Sunders and used a voice transmission spell. Just help me. I'm in urgent need of the data. Just pick something good for your student. It's not like he'll die anyway. Ness saw Sunders' cold expression and decided to bite his tongue. Clenching his teeth, he decided to use the sound transmission technique to lure him in. Just take it that I owe you a favor. Hearing this, Sunders smiled in satisfaction. He turned to Angor and said, absorbing any bloodline comes with risks. But at the same time, there are ways to avoid and reduce the risk. The marrow scorpion flower and fragrance of charm, together with other magic materials, will greatly increase your two pheromones. Using the succubus bloodline now will lower the risk to a minimum, and the success rate will be above 80%. Ness nodded with a smile. Don't think that's easy. Without special means, the success rate for the first bloodline absorption is usually below 30%. What about the succubus bloodline? Will it affect me in any way? When Sunders answered the question, Ness gave Sunders a "you know what I mean" look. Sunders nodded and spoke to Angor again. Similarly, absorbing any bloodline, even if it's from a human, will affect you to a certain extent. For example, absorbing an earth demon bloodline might cause your skin color to change, your hair to fall off, and your skin to lose its elasticity. If you don't care about your appearance, these won't affect you much. Of course, there's also the possibility that nothing will happen at all. Though Sunders was telling the truth, Ness couldn't help using the voice transmission spell. Don't tell the truth. Say something nice. But the benefits of absorbing a bloodline will far outweigh the negative effects. For elementalists and some occult wizards, the most troublesome thing is their weak bodies. Absorbing a bloodline will strengthen your body. Also, if you get a special legacy, you'll gain a supernatural ability similar to dripping. River. Ness joined in. What do you think? Awesome, right? Stop hesitating. How can a man be so slow? I still need to check your soul. Don't waste time. Angor was tempted, but he still felt a little uneasy. Absorbing a bloodline will change my appearance? What's there to worry about? Ness cut in. Succubi are humanoid, and they're all beautiful. Even if they change your appearance, it'll only make you look better. Angor didn't trust Ness. He looked at Sunders. Sunders was the one he trusted the most. Sunders chuckled. I don't know either. Ness was satisfied with Sunders' answer. You owe me a favor was quite effective. But, Ness quickly sent another voice transmission. Don't say but. Don't go too far. I owe you one. Sunders ignored Ness' request. But I can tell you about a case. Leona was injected with a bloodline once, and her body didn't change at all. At the same time, as Ness said, she became more beautiful, and more feminine. Sunders still did not mention the drawbacks of the succubus bloodline, but he did mention the word feminine in the last sentence. Ness didn't notice it, but Angor did. Become feminine? Instructor, you're implying that estrogen levels will increase? There was no such thing as sex hormones in the wizarding world. They were usually expressed in pheromones. However, Angor had studied medicine from Earth before, so he knew that estrogen was the main reason for a sudden increase in femininity. For women, secreting estrogen to a certain extent could increase their attractiveness. But for men, excessive secretion of estrogen could cause problems such as chest growth, loss of desire, and shrinking of masculine characteristics. Basically, it was a process of feminization. Angor shuddered at the thought of it. Feminization was the result of being half man and half woman. It was a nightmare for him. Angor suddenly remembered that Ness said he was studying a gender problem. He thought the topic was about the private behavior between spouses. But now, he realized he was still too naive. Maybe Ness was simply studying gender problems, such as male becoming female, female becoming male. No. I don't want a bloodline. When Ness thought Angor was going to say yes, Angor suddenly refused without any hesitation. Think about it again. It'll do you a lot of good. Ness said anxiously. No. Angor shook his head again. Why not? There's no why. I just don't want it. He wasn't sure if feminization was the right answer. Regardless, he decided to put aside the idea of bloodline absorption for now. Even if he really wanted to inject a bloodline, he would have to do some research first. Ness cursed out loud at Angor's refusal. You ungrateful bastard. Since Angor refused, then forget it. Change the marrow scorpion flower to the blood orchid and begin the experiment. I only have marrow scorpion flowers here. I don't have any fragrant blood orchids. Nessie was still angry. Ness glared at Angor and thought to himself, how dare you refuse? I'll make you sick to death. Once the marrow scorpion flower gets you horny, I'll summon the ugliest, oldest, and fattest woman in Soul Valley and have you do this and that with her. Then I'll film the whole process and sell it to people with special fetishes. While Ness was indulging in his fantasies, Sunders took out a bright-colored plant from his ear stud. I already transplanted a blood orchid, so I don't have to go out and buy one. Ness was speechless when he saw the blood orchid in Sunder's hand. After a long while, he finally said, I hate people with sorcerer's gardens. Sunders didn't mind at all. Instead, he chuckled. Remember your promise. You owe me one. He didn't. Sunders spoke in a plain tone, I only promised not to tell you anything bad about the bloodline. I didn't promise you that Angor must take it. Are you going back on your words? Sunders' aura as a level 2 wizard slowly began to show. Ness swayed left and right like a piece of cotton fluttering in the wind. But I promised to help you identify Angor's soul. Ness said in a pitiful voice. You're interested in special souls too, aren't you? It's a win-win situation. You can see more souls. You should thank me for guessing correctly. With that, Sunders no longer paid any attention to Ness. Ness looked like he was about to cry again. Why am I the one to blame in the end? The first step to separating a soul from a body was to perform soul adaptation. Some people's souls couldn't be separated from their bodies, which would cause various problems such as amnesia, mental retardation, fading away, or even death as soon as the soul left the body. Most of these problems happened to mortals with low spiritual power, but there were supernaturals as well. To avoid such problems, one must first determine the compatibility of the soul before leaving the body. The process was complicated, and only soul manipulators could do it. However, the process was quick. Ness brought Angor to a magic array. He only saw various colors floating in front of his eyes. Soon, Ness brought Angor out of the array. The result shows that there's no problem. Ness paused and gave Angor a puzzled look. But there's one thing I'm curious about. Angor has the same amount of soul as his peers, maybe slightly more. But his soul's quality is excellent. It's even purer than Sokka's. Ness looked at Sunders again. Are you sure he's an illusionist? Not a soul manipulator? A nightmare form's soul is naturally purer than a normal human's, Sunders explained. I see. You used to be a nightmare form too. But why do I feel like his soul is purer? Ness was still puzzled. Angor's nightmare form should be higher than mine. Sunders muttered in his mind. Many people knew about his physique, but not many knew about the specific effects of a nightmare form. With such a high soul quality, he should be able to learn soul spells easily, Ness exclaimed. Sunders didn't pay much attention to Ness' comment, but Angor did. As long as Angor knew how to kill a soul wizard, he would be satisfied. Since Hook Dick sent someone to assassinate him, Angor had to pay him back. Soon, they reached the second step of the experiment, separating soul from body. Since they had enough materials, the liquid was ready in no time. The liquid was light green in color and was poured into a transparent glass chamber. Following Ness' instructions, Angor took off all his clothes and crawled into the liquid-filled chamber. He felt suffocated for a second when he was soaked in the liquid. However, when the liquid reached all his orifices, the feeling of suffocation disappeared. Even though his nose was filled with the green liquid, it did not affect his breathing at all. Instead, he felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb, where he felt warm and safe. He felt warm and comfortable all over his body. In such a comfortable environment, Angor's brain seemed to be able to rest. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he slowly fell asleep. After Angor fell asleep, Ness began to prepare for the soul extraction process. Ness could use a spell to do it, but it would cause too much damage to Angor, so Sunders didn't want to do it. Therefore, he had to use a more complicated method. First, he used a spell to free a soul from his body. Next, he ignited a precious soul lore grass so that Angor's soul would be attracted to it and leave his body. It was a long and tedious process. After igniting the soul lore grass, Sunders didn't know when Angor's soul would be pulled out of his body. Thus, after igniting the soul-guiding grass, Ness began to have nothing to do. He was so bored that he became a demon. He summoned a bunch of young and beautiful maids and had fun with them. When he saw Sunders standing in front of the glass cabin, he did not forget to send 2 maids to serve him. But before the maids could get close, they fainted on their own. Retract your power. Why are you so harsh on mortals? Angor's soul is still stable. It's still too early for him to leave his body, said Ness as she approached Angor. You just can't control your desires. That's why you can't improve yourself. If you want to go further on the path of becoming a magus, you must learn to control yourself. It's just a hobby. You make it sound like you don't have any hobbies, Ness said nonchalantly. Of course you can have hobbies, but hobbies don't mean you can indulge them. His voice was still cold. Hey, why do I feel like you're lecturing me? Don't forget that Mary of Dark Castle used to bathe in the blood of virgins 3,000 years ago. She had tens of thousands of gigolos. She was much more indulgent than me, yet she still became a legend and left the southern wizardry region to explore further lands. Ness felt wronged. There was someone else who was even more indulgent than him. Indulgence and restraint can't be measured by numbers. Even if you only have one woman, you can indulge. But for Queen Mary, even if you have twice as many gigolos, you can still call it restraint. Seeing Ness still looking unconcerned, Sunders decided not to say anything else. Wizards had to walk the path of wizardry by themselves in order to understand the truth. Just like how he did with Angor, he didn't teach Angor any spells until Angor began to explore the essence of spells and modify them according to his own ideas. Only then did he give Angor the notebook that recorded illusions. Sunders did not say anything else. Ness went back to play with the women and felt bored. After sending all the maids away, he returned to Sunders. Speaking of which, how did you teach Angor? How did he know the effects of those magic plants? And how did he know how to combine them? Look at Angor. Look at my students. They can't compare at all. Sunders felt a little awkward. He did not teach Angor anything about alchemy. So when Ness claimed this achievement, Sunders did not know how to describe it. He felt both embarrassed and proud at the same time. When Sunders did not answer, Ness kept talking. He even knew that marrow scorpion flower can be used as a catalyst. I only found this out by accident not long ago. How did Angor know this? Did he learn something from the Elder of Books? Sunders was curious about this as well, but he did not ask further. Wizards had different knowledge, but they were also independent of each other. What Sunders knew might not be known to others, and what Sunders knew might not be known to others. Sunders, for example, did not know much about souls. Otherwise, he would not have come all the way here to see Ness. He didn't learn anything from the Elder of Books, but he did learn something from the Elder of Books. Sunders felt proud of Angor. How many years had it been since someone got something useful from the Elder of Books? It didn't matter what Angor did. What he did was an ability. Ness became even more jealous. If I knew this would happen, I would have gone to bring the talent here. Maybe Angor would have become my student. I have so many questions to ask the Elder of Books. But the Elder of Books kicked me out the moment he saw me. So embarrassing. Sunders thought to himself. You won't get Angor even if you went to the Elder of Books. I was the one who intercepted him halfway. While they were talking about Angor, who was immersed in the nutrient solution, found himself back in the chaotic space. This was where he fought against Parasite Queen in soul struggle. I'm back in my soul form? Angor looked around curiously. This chaotic space was similar to his mind space, but it was not his mind space because he could not sense the axis of the universe. Apart from Angor's soul, there was only one thing in the empty space. It was a green flower bud that was glowing in a ghostly green light. So this is the main body of the green velvet? Angor tried to move his soul. He thought he would be unable to move just like when he fought against Parasite Queen. But to his surprise, his soul was not restrained. Huh? My soul can move? Curious, he tried to feel the movement of his soul, which was similar to what he experienced in the nightmare realm. It was as if he could float in the air without being restrained by gravity. He flew to the green velvet tapestry and circled around it. He did not dare to touch it directly, but he noticed that his soul felt very comfortable when he stayed close to it. Just as Sunders said, the green velvet could nourish one's soul. But Angor remembered Sunders saying that the main body of the green velvet was inside his body. In other words, the green velvet was inside his organs. But why was he able to see the green velvet here? Could it be that this chaotic space was actually inside his body? But why couldn't he feel his blood, veins, and organs? Why was there nothing but a strange, empty space? Where was the green velvet? And what was this chaotic space? Maybe he would have to ask his teacher about it. He stayed beside the green velvet and enjoyed the nourishment of his soul until he sensed a strange force pulling him away from it. It was like a candy placed in front of a child. It was very tempting. Angor thought he could resist the temptation, but his mind could not keep up with his actions. When he realized what was going on, he was already standing in front of a hole that looked like a whirlpool. The hole allowed him to see everything outside. He saw Sunders right away, but Sunders did not seem to notice him. Sunders, on the other hand, saw Sunders and beckoned him to come out. Angor was already tempted to step out of the hole. Seeing Sunders' gesture, he did not hesitate to do so. Good boy. He's finally out. That kid's soul is really big. It took me more than an hour to get the soul lure out. Once Angor's soul left the hole, Sunders put out the soul lure grass. The attraction to Angor was gone as well. Looks like the separation of soul and body was successful. Next, let's test the soul. As a soul, he couldn't sense the fluid, so he assumed that he was an incorporeal being and should be able to pass through the glass chamber. But he did not. He slammed his head against the glass wall and felt dizzy. Sunders almost wanted to cover his face when he saw his stupid student banging his head against the wall. Sunders laughed loudly. When he saw Angor's expression getting worse, he said, "All the equipment in my lab is specially made. Souls cannot pass through them." Under Sunders' disdainful gaze and Sunders' mocking laughter, Angor crawled out of the hole in the ceiling. When his soul landed on the ground, he still felt unreal. He looked back at his body, which was soaking in the liquid, and felt a sense of wonder. He could feel a connection between his soul and his body, but he could not find anything when he tried to investigate it. The kid already knows how to cover up his body. Look at his soul form. He created a set of clothes. Sunders nodded. As Ness said, Angor's soul wasn't naked. Instead, he was wearing a set of ordinary clothes without any style. You think everyone is like you? You have no moral bottom line. Why should I care about moral bottom lines? The rules of mortals only restrict human nature. Wizards should free their nature. How can they be restrained by morals? Sunders scoffed. Your understanding is too one-sided and extreme. That's why you can't break through. Sunders did not bother to explain. Let's begin. We'll record your soul first. Sunders looked at Angor. Can you feel the gray mist inside you now? I can feel it. Angor sensed something strange in the depth of his soul. I can feel it. Can you control it? Release it, Sunders asked. Angor tried. I don't think so. Ever since he released a large amount of the gray mist last time, it seemed to have entered a low-frequency state. The gray mist, which was easy to control, was now like a pool of stagnant water. When Angor sent his consciousness into the mist, he could clearly feel that the mist was becoming rigid. I see. I need to do some experiments. First, I need to determine its location, then I can stimulate it. Sunders pointed at the lab table where he placed the girl's body. Angor, come here. Go to the table first. Angor hopped on the ground and landed on top of the lab table. You've just become a soul, and you can already levitate. Not bad, Ness complimented. The first time he ejected his soul, he also had a hard time levitating. Now, it was all thanks to his experience in the Nightmare Realm. However, Sunders told him not to mention the Nightmare Realm, so Angor only smiled politely at Ness' compliment. While Angor floated on top of the lab table, Ness walked to the other side of the lab table. Let me show you something I spent nearly 100 years on. Ness said. As he turned one of the rollers, a crack slowly appeared on the ground, and a row of strange instrument tubes rose from the crack. On the left was a large, rotating lamp, while on the right were rows of smaller tubes. Omnibeam. Ness pointed at the device proudly. I bought it at an auction in floating Mech City 10 years ago. It can simulate all visible light waves. Omnibeam. A masterpiece from the new school of mechanical alchemy. It's worth a fortune. Sunders sighed. I can't believe you spent so much on it. Can't help it. The Omnibeam can only create the most effective light waves to see through souls, Ness said helplessly. Soul wizards have to study different souls. Without the help of the infinite light instrument, it's too much work. After listening to their conversation, Angor began to understand the purpose of the tubes. It seemed to be a device that could gather all visible light waves. Visible light was the part of the electromagnetic spectrum that could be perceived by human eyes. John mentioned something similar to this device when he was explaining light waves to Angor. It was called a spectrophotometer. However, a spectrophotometer was a device that could break down complex light waves into spectral lines, which was different from the omni-beam. It seemed that mechanical alchemy in the wizarding world had reached a very high level of technology. But this was the first time Angor heard that a soul could be seen through by visible light. It seemed there was something wrong with the omni-beam. Maybe it wasn't all about technology. Or maybe the visible light Ness mentioned was not what Angor understood. After all, the naked eye of a magus was very different from that of a normal human. As far as he knew, wizards should be able to see a wider spectrum of light with their naked eyes. If they used special visual spells, they might be able to see invisible light such as ultraviolet, microwave, infrared, and so on. Therefore, although the Earth civilization and the Sorcerer civilization occasionally interacted with each other, they were still fundamentally different. As he pondered, Ness had already set up the infinite light machine around his lab table and surrounded him. Later, I'll test what kind of light can illuminate your soul. Some of them might make your soul uncomfortable, but I've chosen mild ones that won't harm your soul, Ness explained. Understood. Being surrounded by so many instruments made him feel like a lab rat waiting to be slaughtered. Ness began to adjust the light waves, which then moved toward Angor with different colors. A moment later, a pale ray of light shone on him. However, Ness didn't seem to notice it. He didn't stop adjusting the light waves. What Ness meant by illuminate doesn't mean that the light can go through your soul. It's like looking inside your soul, Sunders explained when he saw Angor's confused look. Sunders told me that the gray mist in your soul is half uncontrollable. If you release too much of it, you'll feel like your soul is being sucked dry. I suspect that your soul is contaminated, so what I'm doing now is to find out what kind of light can illuminate the gray mist in your soul. Since Sunders didn't know much about souls, as a soul master, Ness didn't have the chance to show off in front of Sunders. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. The essence of the soul is a kind of pure energy. The gray mist in your body might not be a good thing for your soul. Furthermore, from the information we've gathered so far, the gray mist might have already formed an intimate connection with your soul. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the gray mist to weaken your soul power just by releasing it. There are many more mysteries about the soul. Ness' explanation helped Angor understand a lot of things. For example, the chaotic space where the soul resided was known as the Land of Souls. The Land of Souls could be said to be within the human body, but it could also be said to be outside of the human body. It was widely believed by soul wizards to be in another dimension. It was the materialization of the light of human spirituality in another dimension. There was no evidence to support this theory, but it was the most acceptable one until there was no other explanation. There were many similar theories in the wizarding world. For example, some people who didn't know much about the nightmare realm would say it was another dimension. Some people doubted the concept of time freezing, so they believed that the nightmare realm was a different dimension. Everything that one didn't know was related to another dimension. It was the same as how ancient humans blamed everything on the gods because they didn't know how wind, frost, rain, and snow came about. While Angor was enjoying Ness' explanation, he suddenly felt a strange emotion. So beautiful, barren milk. No, Angor, did you know? Your soul is so beautiful. I want to kill you. Ha ha ha. I have to hold it back. Yes, just a little longer. When the apple ripens, your soul will belong to me. You'll be my third star, the treasure star. Angor sensed his chunibu, madness, and stubbornness. He turned his head to look. He didn't even need to think to know who had spoken. Sokka didn't say anything in the illusion, but Angor could feel the great change in his expression even though he was far away from the experiment table. So he figured out who I am. Angor sighed in his mind. And I was right. He really wants to kill me and take my soul. What's wrong? Sunders noticed Angor's strange expression. Is it the light that's bothering you? Just bear with it for a while. Ness also noticed Angwar's strange expression. Angwar shook his head and didn't say anything. Sunders followed Angwar's line of sight and glanced at Sokka, who was still trapped in the illusion. You sensed his emotion? Angwar was a little surprised. He had to admit that Sunders' observation skills were really good. Angwar only glanced at Sokka, and Sunders already noticed it. Since he was already exposed, Angwar didn't try to hide it. Yes. Something bad then. Sunders raised an eyebrow. Maybe. Angwar did not deny it. Ness looked at Angwar. Sunders said your soul can sense other people's emotions. Is that true? Angwar didn't know whether it was true or not. He couldn't sense Sunders or Ness' emotions right now, only Sokka's. Sokka was too far away from him, so Angwar wouldn't be able to sense him if he wasn't agitated. What's that kid thinking now? Tell me. Ness pointed at Sokka. He always does strange things and never shows his thoughts. As his teacher, I'm worried about him. Are you sure you want to know? Is he a pervert? Ness was doubtful. He's always so clean. He doesn't even touch a single woman in the valley. I didn't expect him to be such a pervert. It's not that bad. Then what's he thinking? He's thinking about how to kill me when you're not around. Angwar paused. He wants me to die in a ritualistic way, preferably with a smile on my face. Sunders didn't know what to say. Ness didn't know what to say. Ness laughed awkwardly. Sokka respects you a lot. Even if he wants to kill you, he wants to make it ritualistic. What does that have to do with respect? Angwar thought to himself. By the way, why does he want to kill you? Angwar shrugged. I don't know. He said he wants to turn my soul into his third star. Oh. Ness exclaimed in realization. So that's how it is. This kid has good taste. I'm looking forward to that day. Angwar thought Ness would at least give Sunders some face and promise that Sokka wouldn't bother him again after he told him about Sokka's plan. However, Ness didn't seem to mind Sokka's desire for Angwar's soul. In fact, Ness even encouraged Sokka to do so. In the minds of wizards, fighting and killing were the main themes that never ended. I hope you can grow faster. At least, don't let him kill you easily. But don't worry. Even if he kills you, I'll take your soul with me. There aren't many nightmare entities around. Angwar didn't know what to say. So he was still useful to Sunders because of his nightmare entities. Angwar could feel that Sunders was treating him like a real student. But he also knew that Sunders wouldn't mind using his soul as a test subject if he died for real. Sunders' values were full of contradictions, but at the same time, they weren't stingy with reality. It was completely different from what Angwar was used to seeing, but he didn't think it was strange. Angwar shook his head and decided not to think about it. Tell me what I'm thinking, Ness suddenly spoke to Angwar. I can't sense Mr. Ness or my professor's emotions, Angwar said. Remove your spirit barrier and lower your body to the level of an apprentice. Try again, Sunders said to Angwar as he waited for Ness to finish the procedure. When he tried again, he found that he could sense Ness' emotions. But, Sunders noticed Angwar's strange expression and asked, You still can't sense his emotions? Angwar shook his head. I can. But Ness is thinking, what is he thinking? Angwar forced himself to calm down. Mr. Ness is thinking that if a woman can help him with her mouth. Sunders felt the veins on his forehead twitching. Ness, on the other hand, did not feel embarrassed at all. Absolutely. So you can really sense other people's emotions, huh? Sunders was not embarrassed at all. So you can really sense other people's emotions. You can't sense people who have a higher soul level than you or who have spirit defenses. But your soul's special property is pretty good. It should count as a talent, right? Ness was asking Sunders about his last question. Sunders glared at Ness. The old man knew Angwar could sense his emotions, yet he still tried to imagine such a scene. What a shameless old man. No wonder people called this place Valley of Lust. It's not a talent for now. His soul is more sensitive, and he can analyze rich emotions to a certain extent, Sunders said. A talent can only work when he has a physical body. But Angwar's soul is only sensitive to emotions. It must be the effect of his nightmare form. You're right. It's not a talent, but it's not bad. If you can learn Soul Ribbon in the future, you'll be able to eject your soul freely. Then this ability will be more useful, Ness said. Next, Ness continued to adjust the light waves while Angor floated in the air. Some of the light waves made Angor uncomfortable, but as Ness said, he just had to endure it. However, some of them made him feel itchy on his back. He didn't know whether he should tell them or not, so he gave Sunders a meaningful look. Itch again? Sunders used a voice transmission. Angor nodded. Although he felt Sunders' question was a little dirty. I once said that this wound of yours is a trigger. If you want to solve this problem once and for all, you have to go to the nightmare realm with this primer. Not only did it wake you up from the illusion, but it also took away Parasite Queen who tried to kill you. Thinking back to the ending of our last trip to Nightmare Realm, I think the monster who left this primer must have a very high level. Maybe it's not connected to the outer area of Nightmare Realm. Sunders' voice transmission stopped here. It sounded like he didn't say much, but there was more to it. If it was not outside the Nightmare Realm, then it must be inside the Nightmare Realm. For hundreds of years, Sunders only wandered around the outskirts of the Nightmare Realm. Even so, he was always in danger. For example, there were places in Nether City that Sunders did not dare to set foot in. Even legendary wizards would avoid them. And this was only the outer area of the Nightmare Realm. One could imagine how dangerous the inner circle of the Nightmare Realm was. In other words, he had to go to the inner circle of the Nightmare Realm if he wanted to solve the problem caused by the wound. Angor estimated that he had to be at least a legendary wizard to reach the inner circle of the Nightmare Realm, and he didn't know how long that would take. Besides, the Glutton Flower King he met in the Glutton Flower Tunnel once told him that he had the Queen's scent on him. Perhaps, the Queen's aura that the Gluttonous Flower King was talking about was referring to the monster that created this wound, the strange woman with stitches all over her face. Don't worry about the wound for now. And don't tell Ness about it. At least for now, it's doing you more good than harm. It's even actively protecting you. Maybe the monster who left the wound doesn't want you to die now. It's probably waiting for you to grow stronger so that it can harvest the fruit. Heh. Many great demon gods like to wait for the fruit to grow. Unfortunately, they never learned their lesson. When the fruit grows, they'll be eaten by it instead, Sunders explained. Angor glanced at Sokka. Didn't Sokka say something about waiting for the fruit to grow or something? What a delusional young man, comparing himself to a demon god. Despite what Sunders said, Angor believed that the monster wasn't waiting for him to grow. There must be some other reason. It could be for some purpose, or it could be for some kind of restriction. If Angor wanted to find out, he had to face the monster directly. And he didn't know how long it would take for him to face the monster directly. But as Sunders said, he only needed to know that the wound wouldn't harm him. As for the rest, he would deal with it later. About half an hour later, a beam of white light with a tinge of yellow color shone on Angor's body. Angor's semi-transparent soul suddenly went into a trance for a split second. Next, the light shone into the depth of Angor's soul. Unlike the other light waves, the light didn't penetrate or disappear. Instead, it was devoured by the gray mist. But at the same time, the gray mist was exposed. Found it. Spectrum 3722 in the white and yellow area. Ness jumped out of his soul and came to Sunders' side. So there's gray mist. Ness took out a pen and paper and began to record the parameters of the gray mist. Angor watched as Ness' eyes glowed with mana. He quickly calculated the density, viscosity, and spreading rate of the gray mist. Next, he made a long list of items that matched his calculations. These items might be the truth behind the gray mist. Soul biogas. No, soul biogas can contaminate an entire soul instantly. It can't spread in a small area like this. Is it spirit miasma? No. If it's spirit miasma, Angor would have lost his mind already. Maybe it's white frost. While Ness was busy calculating, Sunders carefully observed the gray mist and felt a little doubtful. Why do I feel like some of the tracks are? Sunders felt like he had seen something similar somewhere before. Before he could finish, he was lost in his memories. Ness put down. his pen and paper and moved closer to Angor's soul to observe the gray mist's movement. Yeah, I think I've seen it before. Ness picked up a magnifying glass and observed carefully. Try to control the gray mist. The gray mist moved slightly under Angor's control, but it soon returned to its original state. While the gray mist was moving, a strange ripple that Angor didn't notice caused the quality of his soul to change slightly. It was as if the gray mist and his soul were merging. Angor did not notice it, but Ness did. Ness widened his eyes. It's not soul contamination. Ness suddenly asked, have you been practicing soul magic recently? Soul spells? Angor didn't know what to say. He did want to learn soul spells, but he didn't do it until half a day ago. Besides, he only wanted to learn how to counter soul spells. He never thought about learning them. No. I only know some basic cantrips and illusions. Angor shook his head. He didn't even know how to advance illusions. How could he possibly learn soul spells? That can't be right. I just noticed that the gray mist in your soul isn't real. It's a product of wisdom. It's like a spell model. It's the materialization of wisdom and knowledge, not the knowledge itself. Ness thought for a moment and said, it's like a type of soul spell. Ness suddenly summoned a female soul. Next, Ness released a barrier that contained all of them. While Angor was still trying to figure out what to do, Ness adjusted the kaleidoscope to another beam and shone it on the female soul. Under the light, he could clearly see the energy distribution inside the woman's soul. Susan, use soul roar, Ness ordered. As soon as Ness gave the order, the female soul began to gather energy inside her body and began to release strange ripples. Next, her face turned hideous as she began to roar madly. Since they were inside the barrier, they weren't affected at all. You see? When you used the gray mist just now, the ripples from your soul were very similar to the ones she used when she used soul roar. That's why I think it's a soul spell. A strange expression appeared on Ness's face. If this is really a soul spell, then this spell of yours is rather impressive. It's already condensed into a gray mist when you're not using it. If you really use it, it might be beyond the scope of a cantrip. That makes sense. No wonder you felt your soul being sucked dry when you tried to use it. It's not something you can use at your current level. It's like a baby holding a knife. You won't be able to hurt others, but you'll end up hurting yourself instead. Is it really a soul spell? Angor frowned. But I've never learned any before. My guess is that it's a soul spell. If you can release a little bit of it, you might be able to get more information. It's a pity that your current soul power is too little, and you can't meet the basic requirements to release it. If you do, you'll end up getting sucked dry. But I'm curious. How did you save yourself last time? Ness asked. Angor shook his head. I don't know. The only thing he knew was that Parasite Queen was sucked away by the wound on his back, and his soul suddenly became full. He didn't tell Ness about this since it was related to the nightmare realm. Then I don't know what to do. There's a way, said Sunders. He can't use the fog because he doesn't have enough soul energy, right? Just lend him some soul energy and he'll be fine. Soul energy can be borrowed. Before Angor could come up with an answer, Ness complained loudly, Hey, buddy, you're not right. You're trying to trick your old friend for your student. You're hurting my feelings. Don't you want to know the truth about the gray mist? Sunders crossed his arms and showed a neutral look. I do, but there's no need to rush. When Angor grows stronger and has enough soul energy, he'll be able to do it. Ness didn't mind waiting for a few decades. Wizards had long lifespans. Sometimes, they could spend years or even decades on a single subject. Maybe Angor's soul energy would reach the required level by the time Ness finished his research. They had known each other for almost a century. They weren't old friends like Ness claimed, but they were still friends. At least Sunders knew Ness well enough. Sunders knew what Ness was going to say just by looking at his butt. Do you think your student will wait a few decades before doing something like that? Ness frowned. He could wait for a few decades, but Sokka might have already killed Angor by the time Angor regained enough soul energy. Then he changed his mind. It doesn't matter. Angor's soul is still there. Sunders mocked him. I said I'll take Angor's soul with me even if he dies. Do you think I'll lend you my soul then? Ness, you will. But you're going to scam me out of a lot of magic crystals. Even if your student doesn't kill Angor, Angor will become a wizard by the time his soul energy takes shape. He'll know what the gray mist is by then. Why would he ask you for help? Ness considered and agreed with Sunder's words. Sunders increased the temptation. Even if he agrees to let you study him, in terms of equivalent exchange, a wizard who shows his soul to another wizard means he's willing to give up his life. If he uses his life as a bargaining chip, then what price can you pay to make him trade with you without regard for his life? Ness seemed to be struggling. His professor's last words were too hurtful. If he missed this chance, he would have to pay a great price to study Angor's soul. However, if he wanted to know the truth about the gray fog now, he would have to use his soul power. In order to avoid being rejected by Angor's soul, he had to use his purest soul energy, which was equal to using his own power to refine Angor's soul. On one hand, it would consume his cultivation base now, and on the other hand, he would have to pay a hefty price in the future. Nessie looked hesitant, as if he was having a hard time deciding. Meanwhile, Angor, who was used as a bargaining chip, felt miserable for some reason. After a while, Ness made up his mind. Alright, I'll lend him my soul energy for now. Ness turned to Angor and said, "You're lucky this time. I'll use up at least 2 years' worth of my power, and your soul will become even purer. You've got yourself a great teacher, haven't you? Well, it's not like we're taking advantage of anyone. You want to know too, don't you? As a soul grandmaster, perhaps you can decipher more about the gray fog. Perhaps you can also cultivate the soul spell? Don't you think it's too easy for you to get a favor out of this?" Ness pointed out that Angor's soul energy would harm him just to get a favor from Sunders. Angor was weak at the moment, but who knew what would happen in the future? If he could get a favor from Sunders, why not? Ness wasn't annoyed by Sunders' words, though. It wasn't like Sunders could stop Angor from doing the favor. It all depended on Angor's own values. Sunders only needed to tell Angor what he was going to do next, and he would let Angor decide for himself. Everyone has different soul energy. You'll be rejected if you try to use a different type of soul energy, so I can only lend you my pure, non-elemental soul energy, Ness said as he began to refine his soul energy. Be careful. Once you've filled up your entire body with enough soul energy to move the gray mist away, you need to stay away from me. Otherwise, your soul energy won't do you any good since it's not something you've accumulated on your own. I'll leave my body to you. Sunders nodded. I'll leave my body to you. With that, Ness sat down with his legs crossed and cast a soul ribbon spell. His soul immediately left his body. Angor noticed that Ness' soul was different from other souls. It was clearer and more solid, and it didn't look like a soul at all. It looked just like a real person. If Angor didn't see Ness' soul with his own eyes, he wouldn't be able to tell. Ness floated to Angor's side after turning into a soul. I'm going to do it now. Once my soul energy enters your body, you need to get ready to move the gray fog. Understood. In the next moment, specks of light appeared on Ness' body. Those were the purest form of soul energy. The glowing lights circled around Nessie, looking as dreamy as fireflies. Absorb them. Absorb them until you can move the gray fog, Ness ordered. Absorbing the light spots seemed to be an instinct of the soul. Angor only needed to get close to the spots, and his soul would automatically absorb them into his body. As the pure soul energy entered his body, Angor felt as if a giant furnace had appeared in the depths of his soul and was burning his soul. Every speck of light that entered his body was like an accelerant that fell directly into the furnace, causing the nameless flame to burn even hotter. His soul energy used to be lifeless. But now, all of it became lively and bubbling. Angor felt like he was boiling water in a hot pot, with smoke and hot bubbles coming out of his body. His soul was being burned, and his power was being replenished. Angor felt a little uncomfortable, but he still remembered Ness' words. He endured the burning sensation and began to move the gray fog in the depths of his soul. As his soul energy grew stronger, Angor was able to control the gray fog better. At first, he could only control a small part of the fog. But now, he could move a small part of it. About 2 minutes later, the light spots in his body began to fill up. His soul energy was being burned to its limit. Angor could feel his soul being filled up. Under his control, the gray fog began to spread out. At the same time, Angor's soul began to expand. He quickly left the range of the light spots and floated away. Ness watched Angor leave and withdrew the light spots around his body. Compared to before, Ness' soul looked a little more ethereal. It was still not obvious, but anyone who paid attention would be able to tell the difference between a real person and a soul. Ness returned to his body. His face was a little pale, and he looked more tired than before. Damn it. I thought I'd only lose a year or two of my power. But that kid's soul is so strong that he even has a soul furnace. I've lost at least 4 or 5 years of my power. Ness yelled at Sunders, "Are you sure he's not a soul manipulator? Even if he's a nightmare form, his soul shouldn't be this strong. Nightmare forms have different levels too." Sunders pointed at Angor. "His nightmare form should be higher than mine." Nightmare forms have different levels? There are different levels in this system? Ness did not know much about nightmare form. He only knew that it was a special constitution created by Sunders. "Are you sure he's not a soul manipulator? I only managed to summon my soul furnace when I was a level 2 apprentice. How can this guy create a soul furnace without any soul training?" "No. He's an illusion caster." Sunders was not entirely sure. When Tree Spirit tested Angor's talent, Tree Spirit mentioned that Angor had another talent apart from occult illusions. However, Angor's spirit defense was too strong. Breaking through Angor's body by force would hurt him, so Tree Spirit did not find out what the second talent was. So his second talent is soul manipulator? Sunders wondered. Whether Angor had a soul manipulator talent or not, Sunders did not plan to tell Angor about it before he became a wizard. If Angor did not take care of his first talent and tried to study a completely different field, he might not learn anything in the end. Talent is only a reference. It doesn't determine a person's future. "I think Angor can learn soul manipulator spells well," Ness said. "Maybe," Sunders said in a plain tone. "Don't you want to see how it works?" Go, go, go." Ness said angrily. "We really suffered a loss this time. My 5 years of hard work is worth at least 8 or 10 years of training for that kid. After his soul was melted, I don't think any apprentice will have a better soul than him." Sunders chuckled. "Think about it from another perspective. At least Moonfrost Union won't ask you to go to the front lines anymore." Moonfrost Union. Ness snickered but did not say anything. Ness led Angor to a deeper underground cavern where spells were tested. It was a room made entirely of metal and protected by a magic array. Ness asked Angor to stand in the center of the room and pointed all kinds of alchemy items at Angor to record the exact data of the gray mist. "It should be enough for 1 soul manipulator spell. Right here. Let me see what the gray mist is." Ness' eyes glowed. "If I can figure it out, I won't lose too much this time." His soul energy had been bursting at the seams for a long time. Now that he heard Ness' words, he was finally able to relax. Angor released all the soul energy he got from Ness in one go. The gray mist inside his body began to rush out like crazy. As soon as the gray mist left Angor's soul, a strange aura enveloped the underground cavern. When the gray mist spread out, they immediately sensed a strong, steady power. "How is this possible?" "This is..." Ness' eyes widened in shock. "I remember now. I was wondering why it felt so familiar. It's the rhythm of the law that appeared that day." Ness quickly realized what was going on and shouted, "Damn you! Sunders, you tricked me again." Sunders sensed the familiar pattern and nodded. "I knew it. This is the sequence of gravity." End of chapter 217. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.